Chapter 1. I, Mu Yang, the Dimensional Merchant. The night air was cool as the wind swept through the city, with raindrops falling at an angle. The streetlights on the remote alley flickered dimly, struggling to dispel the darkness and illuminate the path for passersby. Towering buildings loomed like silent giants amidst the gloom, their few illuminated windows resembling the watchful eyes of these giants, gazing quietly into the distance. Occasionally, a car would pass, bringing a fleeting moment of commotion before retreating into silence, leaving only the howling wind and the sound of rain. "What are you looking at?" The inquiry snapped Ethan out of his reverie as he withdrew his gaze from the window, turning to face the young man who had just placed a cup of tea before him. "Nothing much, just admiring the night view," Ethan replied, taking a sip from the cup to moisten his parched lips. "The night view?" Mu Yang tilted his head towards the glass, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he gazed out at the encompassing darkness. If the scene outside were a dazzling cityscape illuminated by countless sparkling lights, it would be understandable to be captivated by such beauty. Yet, the view before him resembled the quiet nights of the small town where Mu Yang had lived prior to his traversal, devoid of splendid lights or bustling night markets, featuring only dim lights and silent streets, lacking any alluring charm. If you've been locked in a damp and dark cave for months, you too would develop an eye for discovering beauty, Ethan remarked, setting the teacup down on the table with a shrug. Mu Yang stroked his chin, reminiscing about his previous months spent indoors, venturing out only to find, well, nothing particularly beautiful, merely a sense of unfamiliarity in those familiar streets. Shaking his head, Mu Yang abandoned further contemplation. People were inherently different, and one could never fully grasp the thoughts of others outside oneself. Just as others could not comprehend his ability to download game cheats from the internet while they merely installed a shopping system. The shopping system was divided into two sections, the first being a regular store, replete with an array of items ranging from instant noodles and sausages to battleships and mechas. Naturally, the rarer the item, the higher its value, necessitating more currency for exchange. The so-called currency represented the medium of exchange within a shopping system, where anything of value could be traded for currency, such as knowledge, lifespan, gold, and silver. The second part was the discount store, which refreshed daily at midnight, offering 10 items each time, including discounted goods, second-hand items, defective products, and low-quality merchandise. Notably, discounted items did not guarantee a reappearance. With each refresh, their emergence was entirely based on chance. Having been fortunate enough to acquire the system, Mu Yang did not anticipate further strokes of luck, so he resolved to become a dimensional merchant, acting as an intermediary to sell goods and earn a modest profit, while exploring and engaging in activities he desired. Thus, utilizing the beginner's benefits provided by the system, which converted his bank savings into system currency at a 1-to-1 ratio. He first purchased a doll, infused it with a drop of blood to transform it into a replica of himself, and then implanted a wealth of knowledge and memories along with a mark that would allow contact with him. After instructing the replica to care for his family, Mu Yang exchanged for a dimensional ticket and ventured into another world. The following day, as the proprietor of a dimensional shop, Mu Yang officially welcomed his first customer, Ethan, an intellectual currently hammering away in a cave alongside Tony Stark. "So have your discerning eyes identified any items you wish to purchase?" At Mu Yang's inquiry, Ethan winced, gesturing in the air with his left hand, causing a semi-transparent screen to materialize from the corner. A holographic projection. Mu Yang had exchanged some items from the store, manipulating their prices slightly. Pointing at the screen, Ethan grimaced, "This is rather expensive, and I have no idea what items could help me escape my predicament." Many of the products displayed in the holographic screen were clearly capable of aiding him, but upon seeing the prices, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. As he examined the more affordable items, they appeared quite impressive, yet none offered a guarantee of successful escape. Acknowledging Ethan's words, Mu Yang nodded slightly, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Then allow me to offer you some suggestions." As a competent merchant, resolving the issues of customers was imperative. With a flick of his left hand, the holographic screen disintegrated into blue light particles, gradually fading into nothingness. Firstly, Mu Yang raised his right index finger. "You could pay me to intervene, but considering your financial constraints, I doubt you have the means to afford my assistance." Ethan felt a wave of exasperation. Why state the obvious? Secondly, Mu Yang conjured another holographic screen, performing a few simple manipulations to divide it into multiple sections, presenting it to Ethan with a flourish. Experience cards, granting you the full powers and combat experience of a certain formidable individual for a limited duration. War Machine, an armored suit equipped with an extensive array of weaponry, capable of withstanding a degree of firepower, featuring an intelligent auxiliary system to assist in combat. Even someone inexperienced can easily navigate a bandit lair with the help of this system. Battle Drive, when used in conjunction with Lock Seeds, can transform the wearer into a warrior far surpassing ordinary capabilities. Parasitic organisms coexisting with their host. Mu Yang elaborated on several options in one breath, then glanced down at Ethan, waiting for his response. Ethan, however, was fixated on the holographic image of the weapon-laden armored figure, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, particularly with that mask. Noticing Ethan's expression, Mu Yang dismissed the other screens, leaving only the one featuring War Machine. Your taste is commendable. Customer War Machine is indeed well-suited for your current situation, combining offense and defense with an intelligent system to assist in combat, thus alleviating your lack of experience. Moreover, the price is reasonable and within your means. Listening to Mu Yang's words, Ethan pondered for a few seconds, ultimately yielding to his instincts. Then that one. Excellent. Mu Yang snapped his fingers. The payment has been received. Please take your goods. Having copied a portion of Ethan's knowledge, Mu Yang handed him two cards, one black and one gray. The black card bore a silverage design with intricate, mysterious patterns, while the gray card displayed an image of a battle-scarred robot, its battered form seemingly telling tales of countless battles, exuding an aura of ferocity and valor. Ethan, receiving the cards, paused, staring intently at their surfaces. Clearing his throat, Mu Yang roused Ethan from his daze. The black card serves as your identification, a key for re-entry into the shop, while the gray card represents the war machine you've purchased. To activate it, simply say Unseal, and the card will materialize into its physical form, but it cannot revert back to a card thereafter. Chapter 2. Ethan, War Machine in a damp and cluttered cavern. A solitary incandescent bulb struggled to emit a feeble glow, dispersing the shadows that enveloped the space. Tony Stark reclined on a small bed that reeked of sweat, his hands clasped behind his head, occasionally casting furtive glances toward a small corner at the top of the cave. There, a surveillance camera lurked in the darkness. The sound of footsteps, the soft scrape of soles against the earthy ground, caught Tony Stark's attention. He shifted to a sitting position, his left foot touching the ground while his right foot rested on the edge of the bed, his right hand placed on his knee, and his left hand propping up the edge of the bed as he turned his head toward the entrance. Moments later, a familiar face emerged into his view. "Ethan, you've been in the restroom for nearly an hour. I was starting to think you'd fallen into the pit." Seeing that it was Ethan, Tony Stark exhaled a sigh of relief, the weight on his mind finally lifting. He had envisioned the worst, that Ethan's prolonged absence meant their ruse had been discovered, leading to his friend being tortured or worse. The pressure had been so intense that he had considered donning his half-finished suit of armor to confront those brigands, thinking that killing one would cover his losses and killing two would be a profit. Fortunately, his worst fears had not materialized. Ethan had returned unscathed. "Where on earth have you been for an hour?" Now that the burden on his heart had been lifted, Tony Stark curiously inquired about Ethan's whereabouts. Ethan tilted his head and stared at Tony Stark wide-eyed. "Tony, I've devised a means of escape." "You're not joking." Tony Stark sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment as he scrutinized Ethan. Could it be? Tony's mind raced, and with a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "You discovered a natural cave?" Possibly. Stark, filled with excitement, paced back and forth at the bedside, muttering to himself, "Nature is indeed wondrous. It wouldn't be surprising if there were a natural tunnel running through the mountains. So, did you spend that hour investigating whether the cave leads outside?" Stark abruptly halted, turning to gaze expectantly at Ethan. Ethan approached Stark, placing his hands on Stark's shoulders, speaking softly, "Tony, calm down. I didn't find a tunnel leading outside. The escape plan I mentioned is something else." As the first part of his statement sank in, the light in Stark's eyes dimmed, and with the second part, he looked at Ethan in confusion. "I possess an armored suit far more powerful than the one you're currently crafting. I can pilot it and take you with me as we escape." Watching the excitement radiating from Ethan, A wave of sorrow washed over Tony Stark. His friend had lost his mind. What about me? Confusion clouded Tony's thoughts as he toiled under the watchful eyes of the increasingly impatient brigands, uncertain whether it was his own stress that had driven him mad or whether he would be killed by the exhausted patience of his captors. As for successfully completing the suit of armor and escaping with Ethan, to be honest, he felt no confidence. Hey, Tony, are you even listening to me? What did you say? Jolted from his reverie by Ethan's shaking, Tony Stark responded distractedly. Oh, I heard you. I was just too astonished to focus. Yes, I was equally astonished at the time, even thinking I was dreaming. Ethan withdrew a gray card from his pocket. But the reality is I was not dreaming. It was all real. Stop. Ethan, what are you saying? What did I miss while I was lost in thought? Stark looked at the resolute expression on Ethan's face, sensing he had overlooked something significant. Wait. Ethan sensing something amiss, Tony decided to inquire further. However, Ethan interpreted incorrectly. Wait? No, we can't wait. We must seize the moment while they are unprepared and catch them off guard. They'll launch a surprise attack against them, destroy their weapons, and during the ensuing chaos, they'll lead you to safety. While I create the distraction, you need to hurry and put on your half-finished suit of armor. Although it lacks combat capabilities, its defensive qualities are decent, and at least you won't have to worry about stray bullets. As Ethan spoke, he moved toward the exit. Wait, Ihu? Tony was taken aback by Ethan's words, reaching out in an attempt to stop him. He could not bear the thought of witnessing his friend perish before him. However, as he began to speak, his voice faltered, transforming into an exclamation of shock. The reason for Tony Stark's state of alarm was that Ethan dramatically flicked the card between his fingers, accompanied by an excited cry of Unseal. The gray card, as it soared through the air, disintegrated into a flurry of gray light, enveloping Ethan. Moments later, a gray armored figure emerged before Tony Stark, every scarred inch of its form, its imposing stature, and the aura of a seasoned warrior striking a chord deep within Tony Stark's heart. Is this what my ideal suit of armor should look like? Tony murmured to himself, only to follow it up with a dismissive critique, though the gun on the shoulder and the color scheme do detract from its aesthetic appeal. As the words left his lips, Tony suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, wait, the way that armored figure just appeared is decidedly unscientific. Am I dreaming? Ethan paid no heed to Stark's mutterings. Once suited up, he strode purposefully toward the cave's entrance. Moments later, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from outside the cavern. Boom, 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 bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. Rat-a-tat-tat, the cavern shuddered with a thunder of explosions as a clump of earth fell from the ceiling, striking Tony on the head and causing him to wince in pain. All right, it seems I'm not dreaming after all. Tony, no longer preoccupied with the scientific validity of the situation, swiftly recognized the opportunity for escape had arrived. He hurriedly donned his suit of armor, grumbling as he did so, everything pales in comparison. I didn't realize until now how fearsome the contrast is. Compared to Ethan's suit, mine looks like a heap of scrap metal. After much effort, Tony Stark finally managed to fit himself into the suit of armor, albeit clumsily, and staggered toward the cave entrance. His pace was only slightly faster than that of an elderly person, and when compared to Ethan, it felt woefully inadequate, further fueling his disdain for the shabby armor he wore. Chapter 3. The Forgotten Matters. Ethan sprinted forward, the sound of steel grinding and colliding reverberating through the narrow corridor. Did you hear anything? One of the guards stationed by an iron gate, positioned some distance from where Tony Stark and Ethan were confined, inquired, tilting his head toward his companion. I did, came the nonchalant reply, as if it were a matter of course. After all, they were accustomed to the daily clatter from within. It was hardly surprising for noises to seep out. The questioning guard nodded in agreement, but after a brief pause, he expressed his perplexity. Have you noticed that the sound seems to be growing louder? It's as if the source is inching closer to us. His companion shared the same sentiment, and the two exchanged a glance before turning to peer through the small iron window at the center of the gate, eager to ascertain the situation inside. What greeted their eyes, however, was a figure clad in steel rushing toward the gate, its fist raised high. Boom! With a sound akin to an explosion, the twisted, deformed iron gate, along with a shower of debris and the two guards, was flung against the rocky wall at the corner of the cavern, leaving no time for a scream to escape their lips. Thud! 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 With a single punch that sent the gate flying, Ethan advanced steadily down the corridor, his heavy footsteps resonating as he moved forward, the machine gun on his shoulder rotating. Its muzzle aimed straight ahead. What was that noise? Others in the cavern, both inside and outside, were startled by the sudden uproar, rushing towards the source of the sound with weapons drawn. In the monitoring room, the bandits engaged in a gambling game were equally jolted by the unexpected explosion. Just as one of them was about to rush out to investigate, he caught sight of the monitor. On the screen, Stark was seen crawling into a metal canister. Though he did not comprehend its significance, Tony Stark's unusual behavior warranted a report to their leader. Without a moment's hesitation, some of the bandits set off to rally their comrades to apprehend Stark, while others hurried to inform their chief. In any case, a throng of bandits was converging upon Ethan. Within the cavern, a multitude of bandits jogged forward, slowing their pace as they neared their destination, proceeding cautiously as they listened intently to the heavy sounds echoing through the corridor. The unknown instilled a sense of dread, while the sounds did not inspire outright fear. They nonetheless heightened the tension among the bandits. Thud, thud. As the noises grew increasingly distinct and louder, the formidable war machine came into view for the bandits. In that instant, a multitude of bandits also fell within Ethan's line of sight, their crosshairs locking onto the intruders. Target locked. The cold, intelligent assistant reported the situation. Ethan inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming tranquil as he softly commanded, "Attack." The rhythmic sound of the six-barreled machine gun whirring and the thunderous discharge of bullets orchestrated a fleeting symphony. The enemies fell like wheat before a scythe, collapsing in swathes. Within mere seconds, all adversaries lay defeated, signifying that the moment the bandits beheld the war machine, they had already stepped into the realm of death. Impressive, Ethan marveled. Although the textual descriptions had conveyed the formidable nature of the war machine, witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sentiment. Two words encapsulated Ethan's current emotions: awe and astonishment. "Thank you for the compliment, sir," replied the intelligent assistant in a chilling tone, tempering Ethan's exhilaration. He cleared his throat to regain composure and continued down the passageway. The machine gun sporadically unleashed fire, dispatching any bandits that dared to intrude upon its field of vision. Sparks flew as the enemy scarcely had a chance to retaliate. After claiming the lives of 20 or 30 foes, the bandits finally demonstrated some wisdom, retreating from the narrow cave rather than engaging Ethan in a direct confrontation. Yet, Ethan did not cease his advance, closely pursuing them. As he reached the cave's mouth, he was met with 2 rocket blasts. The machine gun swept across, obliterating the projectiles midair. A foreign tongue resonated throughout the valley, followed by the cacophony of gunfire. As a war machine equipped with munitions concealed throughout its structure, its defenses were exceptionally robust to prevent ammunition detonation from enemy attacks. The metallic onslaught of bullets struck, causing Ethan to stagger backward. Target locked. Target acquired. The intelligent assistant's cold voice echoed in his ear, and without a moment's hesitation, Ethan commanded, "Launch all missiles." Command accepted. The war machine's palms and saws ignited with searing flames, propelling it skyward. Simultaneously, ammunition compartments around the machine opened, unleashing a torrent of projectiles that soared, trailing long smoke tails as they accurately decimated all weaponry within the valley, aside from the artillery. A cloud of smoke erupted, drowning out the cries of anguish beneath the thunder of explosions. The machine gun on his shoulder swept through, its devastating bullets coalescing into a force reminiscent of a dragon's tail, shattering everything in its path, sending debris flying, and causing waves of enemies to collapse. Within moments, the war machine had subdued the entire area. It descended gracefully into the heart of the inferno, where Stark had also approached the cave's entrance. Indeed, the steel armor is magnificent. Upon my return, I shall construct several different versions, Tony Stark mused quietly, catching sight of the war machine's imposing silhouette, his breath slightly labored. Stark. Ethan turned and soared towards Stark, and upon witnessing the movements of the war machine, Tony Stark swiftly comprehended the situation. He opened his arms wide, allowing Ethan to embrace him as they ascended into the sky. All missiles launched. The war machine, ascending into the heavens, reopened its munitions bays, unleashing dozens of small missiles that cascaded like petals from a celestial flower, igniting a grand display of fireworks. Enveloped in the rising flames and thick smoke, the 2 armored heroes ascended together. "We made it out," Ethan exclaimed, astonished, for he had once believed escape was beyond his reach. Hearing Ethan's words, Stark retorted, "That was no escape. It was a full-on assault. Haha, is that so? Ethan chuckled awkwardly. In any case, his words were abruptly interrupted by a chilling announcement. Warning. Insufficient energy. Warning. Insufficient energy. The flames spewing from the war machine's palms and saws flickered twice before extinguishing, leaving the two men akin to kites severed from their strings. Plummeting from the sky. Ah! Ethan and Stark's cries echoed in the air. Inside the shop, Muyang, who was watching the scene through an arbitrary window, suddenly clapped his hands in realization. I knew I forgot to mention something. I forgot to tell Ethan that the discount version of the war machine has limited energy left. Ha ha ha, oh no, save them. Chapter 4. Tony Stark, the masked rider within the room, a space of 100 square feet. Elegant wall sconces were embedded in the pale yellow wooden walls, casting a milky glow. In the center stood a light yellow shelf adorned with incense burners, inkstones, jade pendants, and other decorative items. Beyond the shelf, one could see walls adorned with several ink wash paintings and lush, evergreen potted plants. To the left was a folding screen depicting mountains, rivers, flying creatures, and blooming flora, behind which lay a bamboo tea table and chairs, accommodating 2 tables and 4 seats. To the right was a common straight bar counter crafted from elegant dark hardwood, with the entrance at the far left, showcasing numerous jars and bottles. At the bar, Muyang waved his hand from a reclining chair, and 2 cups of calming tea materialized before Ethan and Tony Stark. This mystical tea could transform into various brews tailored to one's needs. Welcome to the Dimensional Shop. Here, as long as you possess sufficient wealth, you can purchase anything your heart desires. After sipping the calming tea, Tony Stark dispelled the terror induced by their high-altitude plummet, regaining his composure. With his spirits lifted and his true nature restored, he instinctively prepared to retort to Muyang's audacious proclamation. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he recalled that just a moment ago, he had been bungee jumping through the sky, only to find himself in this unpretentious room. This extraordinary ability instilled in him a sense of trepidation, yet simultaneously reminded him that the one speaking was his savior. Thus, Tony Stark reluctantly retracted his sharp retort, opting instead for a more tactful approach. You claim to have everything available here. However, mere words without proof leave me skeptical. Ethan, already acquainted with the remarkable Muyang, felt a surge of urgency upon hearing Tony's words and turned to respond. Meanwhile, Muyang, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. Indeed, you speak wisely. It is difficult to believe in mere assertions devoid of evidence. With a flick of his left hand, the contraption on Tony Stark's chest, along with the shrapnel near his heart, seemed to respond to an unseen force, soaring towards Muyang in a swift arc, circling around his outstretched hand. Simultaneously, Tony Stark, forcibly deprived of the shrapnel and the device, coughed up blood towards Muyang, his chest erupting like a fountain, his eyes wide with disbelief. With another gesture, the blood pouring from Tony's mouth and chest came to a halt in midair. A further wave of his hand caused a vial from the display case to tremble, releasing a transparent liquid that swiftly entered Stark's mouth. Another flick sent the suspended blood flying back. Once breathless and suffering, now drenched in his own blood, Tony Stark felt a warm surge coursing through his body, witnessing the visible regeneration of the wound on his chest. Ethan, momentarily stunned into silence by the shocking spectacle, finally regained his composure and uttered a delayed exclamation, only to then notice Tony's now unblemished chest, causing his gasp to falter. After a brief pause, possibly to collect his thoughts, Ethan inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tony Stark replied, feeling the sticky warmth of his own blood on his chest. It was authentic flesh and blood, not the cold, hard metal he was accustomed to. "I feel fantastic, better than ever." "Oh, that's excellent," Ethan responded. As their conversation concluded, Muyang's inquiry reached Tony Stark's ears. "Do you believe now?" The excitement of Stark's earlier exhilaration vanished as he recalled the near-death experience. Casting a glance at Muyang's inscrutable expression, an inexplicable instinct arose within him, warning that disbelief could lead to dire consequences. As a scientist, Tony Stark resolved to rely on empirical evidence, questioning how one could trust unfounded intuition. "I merely follow my heart's guidance. Besides, I am beginning to believe." "I believe." Tony's gaze was resolute. Muyang withdrew his gaze, barely suppressing a smirk, having anticipated a longer engagement, but now finding Stark's capitulation rather swift. What a pity. With no one left to entertain, Muyang shifted into business mode. So, dear guest, would you like to continue your indulgence, or shall we settle the bill? Tony Stark inquired. What should I use to settle the bill? US dollars? It was Ethan who took the initiative to provide a thorough explanation for Tony Stark. If I were to use the weapons currently stored in the warehouse to pay, could you retrieve them? Stark asked. Certainly, as long as those items belong to you. Muyang affirmed. So, will you be using those weapons stored in the warehouse to settle the payment? No. Wait, I think I'll buy some other things, Tony Stark mused, stroking his stubble as he wandered through the mall. As he gazed upon the extravagant treasures described in the marketplace, a flicker of interest sparkled in his eyes. However, upon seeing the prices, a singular thought crossed his mind. I, Tony Stark, have found myself stumped by money. Life is indeed full of surprises. A slight smile curved Tony's lips as he decided to explore the technology category instead. Moments later, Kamen Rider 01? Quite intriguing. The moment he laid eyes on the flamboyant Kamen Rider, with its ostentatious transformation effects and impressive abilities, it tugged at Tony Stark's heartstrings. Such a dashing armor. Who else could wield it but me? Kamen Rider 01, I shall claim you. The flamboyant Stark expressed his admiration fervently. Without further ado, Tony Stark added the shooting synthesis device and the sprinting cheetah synthesis key to his shopping cart. The gleaming cheetah form aligned more closely with Stark's aesthetic than other transformation styles. Boss, I'm ready to check out. Certainly, esteemed customer. How do you wish to settle the payment? Muyang, in business mode, inquired. Hearing this, Tony Stark grinned widely, pointing to his head. With the knowledge in my mind, I am curious to know just how valuable it is. Very well. A beam of white light shot from Stark's forehead into Muyang's hand, followed by a stream of black light transferring from Muyang's hand to Stark's, transforming into a black card. The surface of the black card bore golden patterns forming a string of numbers, Stark's bank balance. Wow, no surprise there. Tony Stark whistled proudly upon seeing the digits, which served as a testament to his worth. Let's go, Ethan. In high spirits, Tony Stark and Ethan exited the store, watching the two fade from view. Muyang chuckled softly. Kamen Rider Tony Stark, Iron Man Ethan, quite amusing indeed. Meanwhile, back in the desert, Ethan scratched his head. Tony, it seems we forgot to buy water and food. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Frozen Man. Muyang held a cup of tea, staring blankly as he watched Tony and Ethan enter the shop, their faces stern as they hurriedly purchased a mountain of food and water before swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, I re-entered the shop, hastily assisting Ethan in donning the steel armor that lay nestled in the corner, departing with even greater urgency than before. My mind, scattered and disorganized, muttered a complaint as I quietly sipped my tea. The golden desert stretched before me, the hot winds swirling with grains of sand. With his visor open, Ethan unwittingly ingested a mouthful of sand, spitting it out with a few exasperated sounds before lowering his mask and turning to gaze down at Tony, remarking that it seemed they had forgotten to purchase a hat and scarf. Tony looked up at the armored visage, exasperated, and queried repeatedly if Ethan could not enumerate all the necessary items in one go. Like a youth embarking on their first excursion, he was prone to forgetfulness. Returning to the shop multiple times for essentials, did he not feel the slightest embarrassment? After all, our combined ages surpassed half a century. A sincere sentiment surged within, ready to escape as a warm greeting. Yet reconsideration halted the words at the precipice of my lips. It was unnecessary to make a purchase. With a stern countenance, Tony lifted the shooting enhancer and inserted the program sublimation key. Transform. A plethora of flamboyant transformation effects materialized, accompanied by a cacophony of extravagant sound, heralding the arrival of the sprinting cheetah. You have your steel armor, and I can transform into a masked rider. Both can shield us from the sandstorm. Oh, you make a valid point, Ethan replied, slightly dazed. So what shall we do next? The energy currently powering the steel armor was derived from my experimental reactor, and the remaining reserves were insufficient to traverse the desert. Tony Stark meticulously assessed their circumstances, stating, I can manage on foot. But he cast a sidelong glance at the armor, which had already sunk halfway into the dunes. Ethan too observed his own legs ensnared by the sands and nodded in agreement. Indeed, had I known, I would have left the armor at Boss Moo's shop until we emerged from the desert. Tony Stark averted his gaze, disinterested in Ethan's musings, directing his attention towards the distant valley. Thus, the simplest and most prudent course of action would be to call for assistance. Why didn't we purchase a mobile phone earlier? Ethan inquired. Tony Stark shot a sidelong glance at him, his expression brimming with incredulity. Why spend money on a phone when one could obtain it for free? He then scoffed, adding, moreover, I'm not even angry yet. Oh. Ethan nodded gently, the sound of metal clashing echoed. I understand now. I shall seek out a phone, while you handle the confrontations. Excellent. Let us proceed. The steel armor took flight, soaring towards the valley. Tony Stark raced forward like the wind, with sand swirling around him, yet Ethan's taillights vanished from view. What was I thinking just now? Why didn't I choose a flying option? The steel armor is impressive. I desire it. How splendid. The masked rider is admirable. I want that too. How wonderful. Flying would be more convenient. I yearn for it. The capricious man, Tony Stark. Inside the shop, an air of desolation lingered. After finishing a cup of tea, Muyang felt a tinge of boredom, lacking any interest in watching Tony and Ethan's ostentatious live stream from the desert. It was dreadfully mundane and lacked allure. Waiting idly for a fortuitous visitor was tiresome. Perhaps it was time for him to take the initiative and hasten the world's transformation into something extraordinary. Yet, the shop must not be neglected. Muyang pretended to create a hand seal, manifesting a doppelganger. A white mist billowed forth, revealing a figure identical to Muyang. He nodded to his counterpart and, in a notably composed tone, remarked, "You may rest assured, my original self." The words sounded slightly awkward, resembling farewell sentiments. With a scowl, Muyang approached the portal of time and space. With a single step, the fabric of reality shifted. The quaint and elegant structures vanished, giving way to a pristine expanse of white. Billowing clouds, flurries of snow, and biting winds enveloped a desolate icy plain. Amidst the swirling snow, Muyang traversed the landscape, the chilling gusts failing to disturb his dark hair, while the snowflakes veered away from him, curving at a distance of half a meter. The vast ice field bore no paths or markers, the horizon obscured by the tempest. Generally speaking, journeying across an ice plain in such tempestuous weather would be tantamount to courting death, but that applied to the ordinary. Muyang was far from common. In the midst of the storm, Muyang moved with remarkable swiftness, his destination clear and unwavering. After 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived. He gazed upward at the steel protruding from the ice surface just 3 or 4 meters ahead. Lowering his gaze, he extended his palm towards the icy ground. After a brief pause, the accumulated snow shifted, revealing the ice beneath, which softened and formed a passage leading to the dark metallic surface below. Mastery of ice, the ability to command ice or frigid air. Iron dust swirled as the dark metal transformed into granular particles, spiraling around Muyang's right arm as if alive. After a span of 7 or 8 seconds, a circular aperture of equivalent size to the ice passage appeared atop the metal below. Muyang leaped down, landing within the warplane buried beneath the ice for nearly 70 years. A crisp clang resonated throughout the narrow cockpit. Gazing around, Muyang, aided by his extraordinary vision, observed the ice-coated metallic walls. Breathing in deeply, he detected the faint scent of fish, reminiscent of long-stored items in a freezer, aptly fitting the current scenario. As he navigated through the aircraft's corridor, his gaze wandered until it settled upon a figure resembling frozen meat, ensconced in the cockpit. He procured a life-preserving collar from the marketplace and fitted it onto the frozen individual, subsequently administering a test tube containing approximately 20 milliliters of the fountain of life. The life-preserving collar. It envelopes the wearer in a transparent energy membrane, shielding them from various external threats that could jeopardize their existence. Fountain of life. Due from the tree of life in a certain realm, imbued with the essence of the tree. Possesses the ability to heal wounds to a certain extent and serves as a vital economic resource for the Elven Kingdom. The life collar insulates against low temperatures, while the fountain of life invigorates the dormant body. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. Muyang grasped the collar of the sleeping figure's attire with his left hand, pulling forcefully to sit him up, while his right hand ruthlessly slapped the slumberer's face without mercy. The sharp sound of the slaps echoed in the frigid confines of the cockpit. Amidst Muyang's fervent and persistent calls, the frozen eyelids trembled, seemingly on the verge of awakening. With another resounding slap, the pain in the cheek jolted the disoriented Steve Rogers back to consciousness, his eyes snapping open. In that moment, he was greeted by a strikingly handsome face, and the owner of that visage was touching his cheek. As Steve regained his senses, his mind momentarily buzzed in confusion. Noticing that he was awake, Mu Yang refrained from further slapping and withdrew his hand, sitting cross-legged beside Steve. However, the sudden withdrawal caught Steve off guard, and in his dazed state, he failed to react in time. Thud! The back of his head collided with the cold metal surface. A sharp intake of breath echoed as Steve sprang to life. Chapter 6. I, Steve Rogers, have returned, rubbing the back of his head with his left hand while propping himself up with his right. Steve sat with bent legs, turning his head to fix a serious and piercing gaze upon Mu Yang. Who are you? The one who awakened you, and also the one who intends to engage in business with you. Mu Yang extended his right hand, sweeping it from left to right about a foot above the floor, conjuring 2 steaming cups of tea through a sleight of hand. He pushed one cup toward Steve. Steve glanced at the tea that had materialized out of thin air, then turned to survey his surroundings, piecing together his memories to ascertain his location. He then looked back at Mu Yang and inquired, "Are you a demon? Do you seek my soul?" Mu Yang shook his head, finding verbal explanations cumbersome. He exchanged for a basic telepathic ability, transmitting the pertinent information about the transaction directly into Steve Rogers' mind, simultaneously elevating his own stature. What does it matter if the boss explains it? It is a shop that transcends dimensions. After digesting the information in his mind, Steve nodded in understanding, a smile of realization gracing his lips. A store that traverses dimensions, where anything can be obtained as long as the price is right, reminiscent of the wish-granting houses from the fairy tales of his childhood. Any wish, no matter how fantastical, could be fulfilled if the cost was sufficient. As he repeated this phrase, excitement gradually overtook Steve's expression. He clenched his fist and struck the ground, using the pain to temper his bubbling emotions, and he managed to suppress his exhilaration long enough to ask, "Revival? What price must one pay to resurrect a deceased person?" "I know who you wish to resurrect, but I must remind you that you cannot bring him back." "Why?" Steve Rogers' roar echoed through the narrow space as he gasped for breath, his fists clenched tightly, struggling to suppress his overwhelming emotions. When one plummets from the pinnacle of hope into the abyss of despair, who knows what actions may ensue? "Calm down. Allow me to finish," Mu Yang interjected, raising a hand before Steve's face, signaling him to be patient. The reason Buck could not be revived was that he had never truly died. Steve blinked, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He conjured dozens of reasons for Buck's inability to return: excessive bloodshed, the absence of a body, or perhaps a soul imprisoned by demons. Yet he had never contemplated the possibility that Buck was still alive. "Ahem, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Steve cleared his throat, retracting his forward posture to kneel respectfully, bowing earnestly in apology. "It's quite all right. I am very forgiving and wouldn't hold a grudge over such trivial matters." Mu Yang replied with a radiant smile, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. With a sigh of relief, Steve accepted Mu Yang's words without doubt, straightening up to inquire, "Then I wish to know where Buck is and how much I must pay." Mu Yang chuckled, 100 coins, quite a bargain. Information in the marketplace is typically priced at 1 coin. As for me, I set my own prices based on my mood. A price of 100 indicates my desire to profit without being excessively greedy. Just then, a thought struck Steve, recalling an awkward predicament. He had no money. Boss Mu, what do I possess that can be exchanged for coins?" Mu Yang pointed to the floor. "This aircraft belongs to you. It can be exchanged for coins. Additionally, the serum within you can also be converted into currency, totaling 12,000 coins." After pondering, Steve decided, "Let us exchange the aircraft." Mu Yang grasped Steve's shoulder and guided him down the corridor into the outside world. Steve gazed at the tumultuous blizzard sweeping across the desolate ice field, remaining silent, his eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. From the initial vigilance upon awakening to the astonishment of discovering the dimensional shop, followed by a tempest of rage and elation. The intensity of his emotions had caused him to forget certain matters. When he first encountered Boss Mu, he spoke of awakening. If it was awakening, then he must have been in a state of unconsciousness prior. How long was I unconscious? Steve mused, believing he had not been out for long, as humans would perish without sustenance for an extended period. Yet, he remained alive and vigorous, leading him to conclude that his unconsciousness had been brief. However, as he turned to gaze at the ice-encased aircraft, an unsettling illusion of having been unconscious for an extended time washed over him. Perhaps hope was merely an illusion. Regrettably, upon overhearing Steve's musings, Mu Yang casually responded, "Nearly 70 years. 70 years. Steve's body trembled, forcing a smile. He has already guessed what 70 years it has been, yet still harbors a glimmer of hope. You fell into a glacier, encased in ice for nearly 70 years. As Mu Yang answered Steve's inquiries, he exchanged the aircraft for currency in the marketplace, subsequently acquiring a multifunctional membership card, essentially a form of identification. When he turned to hand the card to Steve, he noticed the latter's melancholic expression and felt somewhat speechless. Why the melancholy? What regrets do you hold? Have you forgotten my existence? Steve was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. Indeed, with Boss Mu around, any regrets could be altered. Well, the only downside might be the financial cost. This is your membership card. Your key to the store, keep it safe. Mu Yang handed the card to Steve, having already deducted the information fee. Now, I shall inform you about Bucky. Your dear friend Bucky fell into a valley and was rescued by Hydra, brainwashed into a puppet, becoming an essential weapon known as the Winter Soldier. He is currently concealed within a base, the location of which is Hydra. The mix of old grievances and new enmities made Steve Rogers grit his teeth in anger. Although he yearned to rescue Bucky and simultaneously obliterate Hydra, he clearly retained his rationality. Setting aside the fact that he had been in slumber for nearly 70 years and was utterly unfamiliar with the current circumstances, who could fathom how many weapons Hydra-esque lunatics had developed in that time? Recklessly charging into an enemy base would undoubtedly be tantamount to throwing one's life away. In such contemplation, Steve conveniently forgot his own past actions. He glanced around before focusing on Mu Yang. Boss Mu, how do we leave this place? Hold your membership card and quietly recite enter. Mu Yang instructed, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air. Following Mu Yang's guidance, Steve also disappeared without a trace. As his vision blurred and then regained clarity, the scene before him had dramatically transformed. The blustery ice field had morphed into an ancient and elegant room. With two versions of Mu Yang staring at him, Steve blinked in confusion, rubbed his eyes, and upon looking again, saw only one person. Am I seeing things? He murmured, not paying it much heed. Mu Yang offered no explanation, leaning against the bar and saying, "Welcome to the Dimensional Store." Chapter 7. I, Steve Rogers. Need funding. A fragrant smoke wafted from the incense burner, warm and delicate scents of sandalwood enveloping the air. Mu Yang reclined in a lounge chair, one hand gesturing in the air as he browsed the culinary options, pondering what to eat next. Steve sat at the bar, elbows resting on the table, fingers intertwined, chin propped upon his hands, resembling a deep-in-thought commander. On one side, a super soldier who had slumbered for nearly 70 years, just awakened. On the opposing side, a super organization that had matured over decades, the extent of its development unknown. Question: how can one single-handedly seize an important weapon from a super organization? Answer: consult Boss Mu. Investing money enhances your strength. If you still lack power, it simply means you have not invested enough. Steve suddenly grasped the concept, clapping his hands in delight. Boss Mu, I would like to order a strength-enhancing package worth 2,400 currency. Mu Yang waved his hand to dismiss the holographic projection, rising from his reclined position with a professionally warm smile. Dear customer, your balance is insufficient. Please recharge. Steve's smile quickly vanished. It's my lack of funds that has brought me to this predicament. Boss Mu, is there a quick way to earn some money? Steve resumed his commanding posture, intently gazing at Mu Yang. Indeed, why not borrow money from your nephew? He is quite affluent, Mu Yang suggested. Tony Stark's intellect is immensely valuable, brimming with designs for technological marvels, ranging from a few hundred to several thousand currencies, with some worth tens of thousands. The wealth he amassed from his knowledge and designs alone amounts to hundreds of thousands, and in the future, his genius will continue to yield greater riches. Thus, knowledge begets wealth. Nephew? Steve inquired, perplexed. Yes, Tony Stark, Howard's son. Oh, Steve exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He awkwardly scratched his head, hesitant to ask a younger relative for financial assistance. Is there no other way? Certainly, Mu Yang replied, propping his face with one hand. You could become a treasure hunter, scouring for rare artifacts to exchange with me for money. Bit by bit, as you painstakingly accumulate your earnings, you may find that by the time you have gathered enough, you are left grieving for a wife who has passed and a friend who met an untimely demise while on a mission. Alone and heartbroken, you embark on a solitary journey to amass wealth to resurrect them. Stop. Enough. Steve raised his hand, exasperated, casting a speechless glance at Mu Yang's malicious grin. I suspect you're trying to frighten me. The evidence is irrefutable. Don't look at me like that. My words hold a kernel of truth, Mu Yang retorted, raising a finger. The future is rife with uncertainties. If you do not seize the moment, who knows what changes lie ahead? So, abandon other money-making schemes. Isn't it preferable to cling to your nephew's support? Besides, it's a loan, not a gift. Why the hesitation? Steve opened his mouth to respond, but, reflecting on Mu Yang's words, decided against it. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, "Fine, I will borrow." Mu Yang snapped his fingers and turned to glance out the window, where the scene outside shifted accordingly. The backdrop revealed an interior of a helicopter, with War Machine in one corner and Ethan seated nearby, staring blankly ahead. Tony Stark was engaged in a spirited conversation with his animated friend, Rhodes. Mu Yang withdrew his gaze, and the exterior scenery faded away. Tony is rather busy at the moment. You have ample time to choose your words, Mu Yang remarked. Indeed, Steve nodded, acknowledging the need for careful consideration in his approach. An hour later, Mu Yang glanced out the window once more. The backdrop was the interior of a transport aircraft, where Tony Stark appeared lost in thought. Ethan was dozing off, and Rhodey was examining the War Machine. Mu Yang had prepared dinner for Steve, whose body had been rejuvenated by the fountain of life, allowing him to eat normally. During the meal, Steve inquired if Tony was available. Not at the moment, Mu Yang replied, indicating that Tony was quite occupied for the foreseeable future. Steve nodded, refraining from further questions. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon night turned into dawn. The sound of fingers tapping on the wooden surface echoed in the air, jolting Steve awake from his slumber at the table. He pushed against the bar, losing his balance and tumbling to the floor, the chair rolling aside as he instinctively rolled over and assumed a combat stance. His gaze sharp and focused on the source of the noise. What met his eyes was a familiar handsome face. "Apologies," Steve said, scratching his head in embarrassment as he righted the chair and placed it back at the bar. "I was a bit disoriented, thinking I was on the battlefield." "No worries." Mu Yang waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. "I came to wake you. It's time to meet your nephew." "Oh, very well." The two stepped through the portal of time, arriving in a room. Inside were only two individuals, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. As Mu Yang and Steve materialized, Pepper was turned away, adjusting Stark's tie, thus missing their sudden appearance. However, Tony Stark caught sight of them, his eyes widening in surprise as he raised his right hand in greeting. "Hey there, Boss Mu." With Stark's greeting, Pepper turned to look behind her, spotting the two men who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. "When did you arrive? I didn't hear the door at all. Was I too engrossed in the handsome face to notice?" She pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her mind. "Apologies for intruding on your moment, but if you must assign blame, direct it towards him. He insisted on seeing you," Mu Yang said, patting Steve on the shoulder. Steve remarked, "I certainly did not see an ounce of embarrassment on your face." Tony Stark turned to Steve Rogers, inquiring, "So, what does my old friend want? Are you hoping for me to craft a shield for you?" Speaking of shields, Steve seemed to have been left in an ice cavern. Perhaps a reminder was in order. As Mu Yang and Tony Stark watched, Steve strode purposefully towards Stark, exuding an aura forged through countless battles that weighed heavily on Stark, prompting his hand to instinctively reach for the weapon concealed within his suit. "Stand at attention," Steve commanded, his gaze fixed fiercely on Stark. "Tony, I am your uncle." The room fell into silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mu Yang beamed with a smile, entering into a spectator mode as he settled onto a nearby chair with a melon in hand. Pepper's expression momentarily froze. Tony Stark's brow twitched twice as he looked up to meet Mu Yang's gaze, his voice low and grave. "Very well. If you are attempting to provoke me, congratulations. You have successfully managed to irritate me." Apologetically, he continued, "I am Steve Rogers, a friend of your father's, recently awakened from a long slumber. In urgent need of funds for certain matters, I have come to borrow money from you." Chapter 8. When Captain America consumed the flame fruit. A spirited young man, unfortunately, suffering from delusions. Pepper Potts exhibited a look of pity, which soon transformed into one of anger. "What are the security personnel doing? How can anyone just waltz in here?" The blame fell squarely on the security team, who, while diligently patrolling, protested their innocence. "We are powerless against spatial mobility." Dear, had Tony Stark encountered Steve's words before knowing Mu Yang, he would have likely shared Pepper's sentiments and summoned security to escort both individuals away. However, now Tony cast an inquiring glance at Mu Yang. "It's true. I just unearthed him from the glacier yesterday," Mu Yang affirmed. receiving a sympathetic look from Pepper in return. With Mu Yang's validation, Tony believed 8 parts of the tale, retaining 1 part of skepticism. What do you need the money for? Tony inquired, earning a peculiar glance from Pepper. After Steve provided a detailed explanation, Stark furrowed his brow while Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief. Is the source of this information reliable? Steve turned his gaze towards Mu Yang, who promptly raised his hand. Hey, it was I who provided the information. Tony fell silent, ceasing to question the veracity of the news, and instead began to analyze, based on the information you provided. One can deduce that decades ago, Hydra was driven to the brink of extinction, opting to sever ties and survive in hiding, quietly growing in strength over the years without detection. For half a century, the extent of Hydra's growth remains unknown. Before he could finish his thought, Mu Yang raised his hand again. Hey, I know. Detailed intelligence is available for just 1,000 coins. Hurry if you wish to purchase. The slap to the face came swiftly, like a whirlwind. Stark inhaled deeply, realizing at that moment that one must not speak too conclusively, lest they face swift repercussions. With his train of thought derailed by Mu Yang's interruption, Stark directly stated, I can lend you the money. How much do you need? Steve was taken aback, uncertain of the amount required to enhance himself sufficiently to save Bucky. Therefore, he cast an inquiring glance towards Mu Yang. I need 50,000. 50,000 exchanged for a single flame fruit. Here, take it and deduct the amount. With a transaction of cash in one hand and delivery in the other, a peculiar fruit adorned with strange patterns was handed to Steve Rogers. What effect does this thing have when consumed? Tony Stark inquired, his gaze fixed on the flame fruit in Steve's possession. Upon consumption, one gains the ability to manipulate fire and can even transform into flames. Ah, I see. Tony comprehended instantly upon hearing Mu Yang's words. Having undergone the enhancement of the super soldier serum, Steve Rogers had reached the pinnacle of human potential. No ordinary person could hope to defeat him in combat. Yet, despite his extraordinary abilities, he remained flesh and blood, vulnerable to firearms. However, when flesh and blood metamorphosed into flames, physical attacks would prove ineffective. Stark foresaw the bewildered and despairing expressions of the Hydra soldiers. Hurry, eat it. Show us what you can do, Tony urged. As a seasoned warrior, Steve understood the immense benefits this fruit could bestow upon him and eagerly took a bite. Under Mu Yang's expectant gaze, Steve's expression abruptly changed as he bit into the devil fruit. His excitement swiftly contorted into a grimace, his face wrinkled in distaste. This tastes awful, Steve exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. Tony, intrigued by the intensity of Steve's reaction, asked, just how bad is it? You could buy one to taste it yourself. Huh, I'd be insane to spend 50,000 just for that. Tony stared at Steve as if he were foolish. With sound reasoning, Steve found himself at a loss for words. Upon consuming the first bite of the devil fruit, one acquires the ability immediately. Subsequent consumption is not necessary. Mu Yang announced, pulling out his phone, setting it to video mode, and placing it on the coffee table, directing the camera towards Tony Stark. At this statement, the expressions of both men shifted. Steve pondered the devil fruit in his hand, while Tony adjusted his tie and said seriously, Pepper, it's about time. We should head to the press conference. Just as Tony attempted to leave, Mu Yang's large hand landed on his shoulder. Oh, my friend, why the rush? I have something delightful for you, Mu Yang exclaimed, holding up the half-eaten devil fruit with a beaming smile. Today, I shall enlighten you on the perils of speaking too freely. Please, we've only known each other for a few days. We're not that familiar. It would be inappropriate to accept your gift. Tony tried to break free from Mu Yang's grip. Yet a middle-aged man of ordinary physique could hardly escape the grasp of someone whose awakened sixth sense and physical capabilities far surpassed that of an average person. He could only watch helplessly as the devil fruit inched closer to his mouth. Tony Stark's complexion changed dramatically as he looked to Steve for help. Steve, save me. I'm your creditor. Boss Mu, Steve finally spoke. Very well. Mu Yang withdrew his hand. Tony let out a sigh of relief, but at that moment, a glimmer flickered in Mu Yang's eyes. An opportunity had arisen. He loosened his grip on the devil fruit, and, with a startled gasp, Tony Stark leaned back in surprise. Just kidding. Mu Yang retracted his hand that had been holding the devil fruit, along with the hand that had grasped Stark's shoulder. Your previous expression hardly suggested you were joking, Tony remarked, patting his racing heart. That merely indicates my acting prowess. Mu Yang tossed the devil fruit back to Steve. Steve caught it and inquired, Since this peculiar fruit only requires a single bite, what becomes of the rest? Shall we discard it? If others consume the remaining portions, will they also gain powers? No. Only the one who takes the first bite will acquire abilities. The rest are merely ordinary, albeit unpalatable, fruit. Muyang replied while examining the recorded video on his phone. Before Steve could finish his thought, Tony interjected, "Give it to me. I intend to study it." "Fine. Then it's yours." Steve extended the fruit towards Tony, who did not accept it. Instead, Pepper, who had been silently observing, stepped forward to take the fruit. "I must take my leave." With his objective accomplished, Steve had no intention of lingering. "Bucky is waiting for me to rescue him." "Put on a show," Tony suggested. Steve raised his hand, and his entire arm transformed into blazing flames. As Muyang approached Steve to teleport them away, Tony suddenly remarked, "Boss Mu, I wish to purchase a piece of information. Under-the-table weapons dealings are happening in Obadiah's Stain." After a moment of silence, Tony tossed a card to Muyang. Having deducted the payment, Muyang set the card on the nearby coffee table and then teleported away with Steve. Pepper walked over to pick up the card and returned to Stark's side. "Tony, about what just occurred." Tony took the card Pepper handed him, secured it, and without a word, turned toward the door. "Pepper, we should head to the press conference." Despite the oddities that had transpired, Pepper had no intention of probing further. She obediently followed Tony out of the room, content to listen if he chose to speak, yet refraining from pressing him if he did not. Chapter 9. Elementalization. A game of tricks. The cold wind swept through the dark coniferous forest, causing the branches to tremble slightly, dislodging mounds of snow. Muyang stepped to the left, narrowly avoiding a falling clump of snow, and pointed towards a low rock wall concealed within the needle-bearing trees. Steve followed his gaze to the seemingly ordinary rock wall. That is the entrance to the Hydra base recorded in the intelligence. As it is a secret base, it must be well hidden. Anything easily discoverable cannot be deemed a secret base. The rock wall at the entrance appeared to be an ordinary formation, yet it had been meticulously treated and embedded within an iron gate. Entering the base required a series of validations. Failure to comply would result in immediate assault by concealed weapons lurking in the surrounding rocks, reducing any intruder to mere shreds in an instant. Naturally, Steve found himself unable to pass such validations, thus opting for a more straightforward approach. With a resounding explosion, he demonstrated that no matter how stringent the security measures, a single bomb could suffice. The force of the blast sent shockwaves outward, causing branches to rustle and snow to cascade down, while fragments of stone and metal shot forth like bullets, shattering numerous tree limbs. Hovering before Muyang were dozens of varying sizes of debris. Had he not been prepared, he might have sustained severe injuries, if not worse. As for Steve, he bore numerous wounds, his body riddled with holes, leaving only his mouth intact. However, for one endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, such injuries were trifles. Flames slowly enveloped him, gradually restoring the missing parts. Before his body could fully recuperate, Steve brandished his shield and plunged into the thick smoke, the shield having been retrieved during a detour to the glacier. In that very moment, alarms blared within the base. "Intruder alert! Intruder alert! All combat personnel, please proceed to confront the invader." The combatants stationed on various floors, regardless of their previous tasks, pressed the earpieces nestled in their left ears, the sound of a chime signaling their connection to the public channel. Teams 1 and 2, eliminate the intruder. Teams 3 and 4, protect the researchers. Teams 5 and 6, guard the storage areas. Teams 7 and 8, stand by. As Steve sprinted, he absorbed the commands filtering through his earpiece, quietly analyzing the situation. He was aware of Bucky's location, as it had been detailed in the intelligence reports. If the enemy's arrangement was indeed as he had heard, he would need to contend with Teams 1 and 2, along with portions of Teams 5 and 6. Yet, he feared that the intelligence he had received was merely a ruse, a smokescreen deliberately orchestrated for his benefit. At that thought, Steve suddenly paused. Wait, why concern myself with all these details? I could simply charge in, locate Bucky, and make my escape. At that moment, from around the corner of the corridor, a group of individuals clad in black suits brandishing handguns emerged. With a swift motion, Steve hurled his shield, transforming himself into a blaze of fire as he pursued it. The shield struck one enemy squarely on the forehead, the sound of the impact reverberating through the corridor, sending the assailant into unconsciousness. The shield rebounded, and Steve deftly caught it, launching it once more to incapacitate two more foes. seizing their handguns and firing without hesitation. The enemy, not to be outdone, retaliated fiercely, and the corridor erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. However, the gains of both parties were not aligned. Steve navigated effortlessly, dispatching foes with precision. Meanwhile, Hydra found itself in disarray, retreating in panic. The invaders, possessing extraordinary abilities, were immune to physical harm. Teams 1 and 2 endeavored to impede the advance of the intruders, while Teams 9 and 10 rushed to provide support. Teams 3 and 4 were tasked with safeguarding the researchers during their retreat, whereas Teams 5 and 6 entered the warehouse to relocate vital items. This particular base was merely one of Hydra's many research facilities, not particularly significant, and lacked effective means to counter the abilities of the invaders. Upon receiving orders from higher-ups, the enemy's assault intensified abruptly. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, Steve was mercilessly pummeled, leaving him unable to revert to his human form and thus unable to retaliate. His aspirations to rescue Bucky, while simultaneously eliminating more of Hydra's forces, seemed increasingly unattainable. With a roar, flames engulfed Steve as he soared above the crowd, pursued by bullets that failed to impede his flight. The invaders had breached the blockade. As the personnel from Teams 1 and 2 reported the situation while chasing the fiery figure, it became evident that they could not match its speed. Losing sight of the flames within mere seconds, we have lost visual on the invaders. Acknowledged. Proceed to other floors and assist Teams 3 and 4 in protecting the researchers. Steve darted through the corridors. With each camera he encountered, he shattered it with his shield. He eliminated small squads and launched surprise assaults against larger groups, utilizing his elemental abilities to plunge into the midst of the enemy. Unfazed by physical attacks, Steve employed a cunning strategy, while others were hindered by his presence. He remained unscathed, inflicting damage with each punch, shot, and shield strike. His efficiency was remarkable, causing the enemies to flee at the mere sight of him. Yet, would Steve allow them to escape? Unthinkable. Flashbangs, smoke grenades, and grenades failed to inflict any harm upon him. The command center issued new directives, deploying the Winter Soldier units to obstruct the invaders while the remaining personnel swiftly covered the researchers' retreat with essential items in tow. Consequently, all personnel within the base joined the exodus, awakening 5 Winter Soldiers stationed there, armed with close combat weapons as they charged towards Steve's location. Steve remained steadfast in his objective, primarily to rescue the valiant Bucky, and secondarily to eliminate a few Hydra agents. In light of your intention to release Bucky, I shall refrain from pursuing you, he declared, seizing a dagger and racing towards the approaching Winter Soldiers. After navigating several turns and ascending multiple flights of stairs, Steve finally laid eyes on Bucky. The two factions exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they surged towards one another. The shield flew like a projectile, whistling as it struck one of the Winter Soldiers. As the Winter Soldier lowered his head to evade the shield, Steve rushed in, gripping a dagger in his right hand and plunging it down with ferocity. With both hands crossed, the blade sank into the target, blood erupting forth. Relying on his elemental form, Steve, unprotected, was pierced by 3 knives and subsequently struck through the chest by an iron hand. Ignoring the remaining 4 adversaries, Steve pressed down hard on the dagger while drawing a gun with his other hand. Bang! One was dispatched. The other 4 retreated, and Steve charged towards one of them, employing the same tactic yet again. It was down to you now, Bucky. Grabbing the shield, Steve disregarded any notion of defense and relentlessly attacked, delivering powerful blows to Bucky's head. After an arduous struggle, he finally rendered Bucky unconscious. Enveloped in flames, Steve soared away from the base with Bucky in tow. Chapter 10. The convenience of the dimensional shop. As the flames dissipated, Steve and Bucky emerged. Looking around, there was no sign of Mu Yang in the coniferous forest. Lowering his gaze, he found only a pile of rubble where Mu Yang had previously stood. Entering, Steve murmured softly as he gripped Bucky's collar with his left hand. The space shifted, revealing a familiar scene. Inside the bar, Mu Yang lounged in a recliner, swaying as he browsed the shop. Bucky, Steve exclaimed, realizing that the Bucky he had held onto was now absent. Without a membership card or being among the fortunate, one cannot enter the shop, unless I permit it, Mu Yang explained, turning to Steve. Upon hearing this, Steve vanished, returning to the coniferous forest where Bucky lay beside him. Exhaling deeply, he hoisted Bucky up and raced deeper into the woods. The initial plan had been to rescue Bucky and escape through the dimensional shop. but it had become apparent that Bucky could not enter the establishment. The transportation within the Hydra base was rendered useless, and who knew if it had been rigged with explosives or tracking devices. Furthermore, this desolate area was devoid of any human presence for miles. Otherwise, Hydra would not have constructed a research base here. The priority was to reach a safer location, free Bucky from his brainwashing, and then address other matters. Carrying another person, Steve maintained a speed surpassing the record for the 100-meter dash, as though the weight of the individual he bore was non-existent. After an indeterminate duration of running, he ventured deep into the forest without encountering any pursuers. Whether the enemies were intimidated by the earlier carnage or had devised other plans remained a mystery. Gently placing Bucky on the ground, Steve propped him against a tree trunk and collected some snow and dry branches to conceal him. After all, Bucky had endured many years of freezing. A little longer in the cold would not matter. Steve, having hidden Bucky, once again entered the shop. Muyang remained in his previous demeanor, leisurely swaying in a reclining chair, his fingers idly tracing the items within the store. Boss, do I possess sufficient funds to procure something that can restore Bucky to his normal state, along with a motorcycle? Without casting a glance at Steve, Muyang directly handed him 2 gray cards, one adorned with an illustration of an off-road motorcycle, the other depicting a glass vial. Delivery, payment. Seizing the cards, Steve dashed out of the store. Upon returning to the coniferous forest, Steve initially surveyed his surroundings before retrieving Bucky and administering the potion. After a brief wait, with no signs of Bucky awakening, Steve hesitated to resort to artificial stimulation. Consequently, he extracted the motorcycle, assisted Bucky onto it, securing one arm around him while gripping the handlebars with the other. With a twist of the throttle, they set off. Simultaneously, the incident of the base's invasion was reported by the commanding officer to his superiors, placing Steve Rogers in the crosshairs of Hydra's upper echelons. Whether they could deduce that the intruder was indeed Steve Rogers remained uncertain, although Steve had entered the base without concealing his identity. Clad in his iconic uniform and wielding his signature shield, almost proclaiming himself as Captain America, modern advancements in cosmetic surgery and disguise technology could easily obfuscate his true identity. Most crucially, Captain America is not an enhanced being. A mere imitator? How did they acquire such intelligence to storm in and cause chaos? He was now on the hit list. It was not the time for him to surface, as anyone aware of Hydra's existence must perish. A message swiftly circulated through the ranks of Hydra, and it was believed that soon, Hydra operatives worldwide would commence their relentless pursuit of Steve, determined to eliminate him. Yet, the man at the center of this turmoil found himself lost within the coniferous forest. The vast expanse of the forest, rarely traversed, lacked established paths. After aimlessly riding the motorcycle for a time, Steve realized he had lost his way. Attempting to raise his gaze to the sun to discern direction was thwarted by the dense canopy of trees. Resorting to knowledge learned in his youth, he sought to identify the orientation by observing the slopes, the side with less snow melting quickly indicating the south, while the side with deeper, slowly melting snow signifying the north. Surveying his surroundings, Steve found himself encircled by trees, devoid of any slopes. Time for the next tactic, observing the growth patterns of the trees, foliage thriving on the southern side, while the northern side was prone to moss. After scrutinizing several trees without reaching a conclusion, he moved to his next approach. He returned to the shop and purchased a navigation device. Clutching the device, Steve inquired, Boss, is there any way for Bucky to also become a patron of the shop? Yes, Muyang succinctly replied, pay for it. A single entry costs 10,000. And an ordinary customer may purchase it twice, thereby securing 2 opportunities to enter the store. However, those who acquire these entries through payment are not permitted to buy entries for others. 10,000. Steve's cheeks twitched as he glanced at his balance. 998. Contemplating his debts, which amounted to 50,000, the road ahead seemed arduous. Even though Tony did not press him for immediate repayment, accumulating 10,000 would, for Steve, require a significant span of time, an indeterminate duration, as he had never possessed 10,000 before and thus could not gauge the time needed to amass it. Reflecting on this, a sense of self-pity washed over him. Steve's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. Upon returning to the coniferous forest, he found Bucky had awakened, standing silently amidst the trees, gazing vacantly at the sky. The potion Steve had administered to Bucky not only erased the lingering effects of Hydra's manipulation, but also helped him untangle his psyche. allowing him to effortlessly recall the memories from his time under control. Just as he was engulfed in despair, unsure of how to proceed, the subsequent memories surfaced, intensifying his torment, until the recollection of being beaten by Steve emerged. It seems my memories are malfunctioning. Is this a side effect of brainwashing? Bucky mused, lowering his gaze to pat his forehead. When he looked up again, he was startled to find another person before him, his dear friend, Steve Rogers. It appears my mind truly is playing tricks on me. I must be hallucinating, Bucky thought, swearing that moments before, he had been utterly alone, yet now stood face to face with the person he yearned for day and night. Steve, lacking any supernatural ability for spatial movement, could only be a figment of Bucky's imagination. Bucky, you're awake. A familiar voice shattered his reverie, causing Bucky's eyes to widen. A hallucination is speaking? Wait, you can't be a figment. He assumed a defensive stance. As previously mentioned, the Steve he knew possessed no peculiar abilities, suggesting that the figure before him was likely not Steve, but rather someone else masquerading in his likeness. I am Steve Rogers. Observing Bucky's wariness, Steve hastily added, let us verify our secret code by discussing something only the two of us would know. After a brief verification, Bucky was convinced that the individual before him was indeed Steve Rogers. When did you acquire such extraordinary abilities, like fire control and spatial movement? Bucky inquired. Curiosity piqued as he settled behind Steve on the motorcycle. The fire control was bestowed upon me today through a devil fruit, while the spatial movement is a consequence of the dimensional shop, Steve explained as he revved the engine. Chapter 11. Cultivating New Opportunities. Buzzing. In the tranquil depths of the forest, the resonant roar of a dirt bike's engine shattered the silence, startling a few birds into flight, while the gusts created by its passage battered the branches and dislodged the fallen snow. Bucky rested his hands on Steve's shoulders, captivated by the latter's narration. Filled with profound amazement at the existence of such a wondrous place, he yearned to behold it with his own eyes. Bucky harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Steve's words. He believed that Steve would not deceive him, and even if he were to fabricate a tale, it would be implausible to concoct such an outrageous story. After all, what sort of fantastical fairy tale could ensnare anyone? Steve interjected. I will assist you in entering the dimensional shop. Bucky's eyes widened in astonishment. Can I truly enter that extraordinary store? Indeed, Steve replied, upon fulfilling certain conditions. You will be granted access and become a customer. However, meeting those conditions will require some time. Is there anything I can help you with to accomplish those requirements? Bucky inquired. As brothers, we share both joys and burdens. Certainly, Steve responded. According to his plan, there was only one way to amass 60,000 in a short span, through a sudden windfall. And how do we acquire this windfall? Bucky asked. Initially, Steve had no immediate answer, but recently, he had conceived an immature idea to rob Hydra. After decades of development, Hydra was steeped in resources, with countless valuable items at their disposal. An opportunity to weaken the enemy while strengthening oneself lay before them. Why not seize it? Just wait, Hydra. Your nightmare is returning. What can I do to assist? Bucky's inquiry jolted Steve back to the present. Seek treasures, he replied. Aside from the plan to rob Hydra, Steve entertained another notion, that of becoming a treasure hunter. He would purchase information on treasures from around the world from the shopkeeper and then endeavor to locate them one by one. What treasures are we searching for? Bucky pressed. I do not know, Steve admitted, gripping the handlebars of the bike, unable to gesture much, merely shrugging slightly in a gesture of helplessness. I haven't even procured the information yet. Seeing this, Bucky refrained from further questioning. The journey continued in silence, and after 3 or 4 hours, Steve emerged from the forest, following the road until he reached an ordinary small town. After exchanging a few words with Bucky, Steve entered a shop, where he purchased 2 pieces of information and some weapons, then settled down to await Tony Stark. Another 3 or 4 hours passed before Tony Stark entered the shop. Steve borrowed some money from him, a bank card containing an undisclosed sum, but certainly several $1 million. With his debts now increased, Steve departed from the shop. First, he withdrew money from the bank in town, then purchased 2 mobile phones. After exchanging numbers with Bucky, he sent the information about the treasure via text message. Following this series of actions, Steve engaged in a brief conversation with Bucky before riding off on his motorcycle. Naturally, he would not take Bucky along for the perilous task of infiltrating Hydra's base. However, should Bucky become stronger in the future, that would be a different matter. Shortly thereafter, Bucky spent his money on a motorcycle and a navigation device, and he too departed the town. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Stark acquired a substantial array of technology related to Kamen Rider 01, including design blueprints for the program upgrade key, the shooting upgrade device, and the humanoid puppet, among others. From the nature of his purchases, it was evident that Tony Stark aimed to thoroughly grasp the technology to manufacture it himself. Yet, even with Stark's prodigious intellect, mastering the advanced technology depicted in tokusatsu dramas would require a considerable investment of time. Moreover, Muyang noticed that Stark was browsing resurrection-related items, indicating a desire to revive certain individuals. However, with his current financial situation, he would not have sufficient funds, suggesting that Stark would likely save money in the future rather than spend extravagantly as he was now. From these observations, one could conclude that the affluent Stark would adopt a more frugal approach in the foreseeable future, resulting in a decrease in his income. It is noted that, aside from Stark, there were two other clients, Steve and Ethan. Regrettably, both were financially challenged. Steve was in debt, while Ethan was preoccupied with combating crime rather than making money. There was an urgent need to cultivate new prospects. 3 prospects simply proved too few, and after one harvest, it would take considerable time before another could be reaped. It was essential to continually develop new prospects while allowing the existing ones time to flourish. Mastering the art of scientific cultivation was imperative. So, whom should be chosen as the new prospects? From where should they be selected? In the current world, there remained numerous high-quality prospects. Yet there was no need to rush into harvesting them. It would be wiser to wait until Stark and Steve had stirred the waters a bit more before pursuing these prospects. Thus, the new prospects would be sought from other worlds. Which world to select? Vivid images flooded his mind. There was the boy who aspired to become Hokage, the snapping Tony Stark. The boy dreaming of becoming the Pirate King, the silver-haired warrior wielding a wooden sword, the god-slaying brother, the vampire brother, and the blue gunman charging forth. Oh, the dilemma of choice arose. Muyang lowered his head, rubbing his forehead. The plethora of options made it challenging to decide. After a moment of contemplation, Muyang made his choice. The new prospect would be from the world of Naruto. When asked why, there was no particular reason. Muyang simply felt an impulse to select the Naruto world. A doppelganger remained to oversee the shop while I procured 2 interdimensional communication devices, one for my doppelganger and another for myself. After donning the bracelet-shaped device, I set forth towards the world of Naruto, specifically to the Hidden Leaf Village. This village stands as one of the 5 most formidable hidden villages, founded collaboratively by the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, and it is affiliated with the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire, strategically positioned at a vital crossroads, serves as a crucial thoroughfare connecting the north and south, drawing an abundance of talent and resources, thereby solidifying its status as the most militarily powerful nation among the 5 great countries. In essence, the Land of Fire is affluent, and so is the Hidden Leaf Village. My choice of destination was thus influenced by this wealth. If one intends to harvest, it is prudent to target the most prosperous and easily accessible fields. The selection of my first trading partner warranted careful consideration. An excessively shrewd and suspicious individual might not only jeopardize the negotiation, but could retaliate with a fierce fireball at a moment's notice. I must choose someone who is both gullible and affluent, preferably someone whose successful transaction could astound the entire Hidden Leaf Village, thus establishing my reputation in one fell swoop. It appears I have an idea regarding whom to choose. Chapter 12. The Return of the Dragon King as the last rays of the setting sun bathed the horizon. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Students, in pairs or small groups, exited the school grounds, bidding farewell to one another before reuniting with their families who had been waiting patiently at the gates. Amidst this ordinary scene, a solitary figure stood out, a stark contrast to the jovial crowd both within and outside the school. This was a golden-haired, azure-eyed boy clad in a black shirt and brown shorts, with dark green goggles perched on his forehead. The boy scanned his surroundings, observing children seeking praise from their parents, parents affectionately ruffling their children's hair, and siblings playfully holding hands or being carried by their older brothers and sisters. With a heavy heart, he averted his gaze, lowered his head, and hastily departed from the school entrance. As the evening glow ignited the sky, the village was at its most vibrant. Lanterns adorned the storefronts lining the streets, while weary townsfolk called out jovially as they made their way to the izakayas for a drink. Housewives perused the market, selecting ingredients for the evening meal. And lovey-dovey couples strolled hand in hand. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Naruto Uzumaki felt an increasing sense of isolation, as if he were a misfit in this bustling world. Humph. He darted home, racing to his doorstep. "I'm back," he declared upon opening the door, fully aware that no one was home. "Welcome back." To his surprise, a voice responded from within the house. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected reply. Regaining his composure, he dashed outside, gazing up at the door for an extended moment. "Indeed, this is my home." After confirming this fact, he rushed back inside, confronting the man seated at the dining table with a fierce inquiry. "Who are you, and why are you in my house?" "Shoo." Mu Yang raised a finger to his lips and whispered, "Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to attract unwanted attention. As for my identity, I am a merchant capable of fulfilling the desires of others. As long as you are willing to pay the requisite price, any wish can be granted. Naturally, I am here to assist you in realizing your aspirations. Can any wish truly be fulfilled?" Young Naruto, without a hint of hesitation, believed Mu Yang's words, his excitement bubbling over as he inquired, "I want to meet my parents." "Certainly," Mu Yang replied, crossing his legs elegantly, his fingers interlaced atop his knee, adopting an air of authority. "As I mentioned before, fulfilling a wish does require an appropriate cost. Thus, while I grant your desire, I shall also take something in return. But fret not, it will not harm you." With that, Mu Yang maintained his poised posture and snapped his fingers with a flourish. With the echo of his snap, 2 blue and 1 orange spheres of light emerged from Naruto's abdomen. The blue orbs transformed into 2 ethereal figures, while the orange orb floated into Mu Yang's palm. "These are your parents," he stated, gesturing towards the 2 spectral forms. "Naruto." Just as he finished speaking, a much louder voice erupted, and a red figure rushed towards Naruto, attempting a warm embrace. However, it passed right through him, touching nothing. "I can see you, but I can't touch you." Kushina pouted in complaint. "What is this?" Yet, her moment of frustration was fleeting. She swiftly dismissed it, her gaze greedily fixated on Naruto. "Look how much you've grown. Are you truly my son?" Naruto asked, bewildered. "Of course we are your parents. I am your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and this is your father, Namikaze Minato," Kushina announced, pointing to herself and then to the man standing behind her, who nodded in agreement. Though reluctant to interrupt this family reunion, Mu Yang felt it necessary to speak up. Kushina ignored him, continuing her conversation with Naruto, while Minato regarded Mu Yang with a wary expression, asking, "What is your purpose?" "My purpose?" Mu Yang mused, stroking his chin and tilting his head slightly. "To earn a bit of money, to alter the world, and make it more extraordinary." He then turned his gaze towards Minato. "So, are you interested in making a deal with me?" "What kind of deal?" Minato countered, with a wave of his hand. Mu Yang sent 2 beams of light into the foreheads of Minato and Kushina. Their pupils widened in shock. "A dimensional shop? Crossing worlds? Anything can be obtained." They were both visibly shaken, their understanding of reality fundamentally altered. "So, do you wish to be resurrected?" "Of course, I wish to remain with Naruto. I long to witness his marriage and the birth of his children." Uzumaki Kushina rose abruptly, her demeanor fierce as she approached Mu Yang. "All my knowledge of ninjutsu is to be exchanged for wealth." With that, she turned and called out to Minato, "Minato, hurry up. Exchange all the ninjutsu knowledge and see if it suffices." Coming," replied Uzumaki Naruto, scratching his head, though the world changed too rapidly for him to fully comprehend. He grasped the essence of their conversation. Mu Yang, who could resurrect his parents, was a good person in Naruto's eyes, and at that moment, he elevated Mu Yang to the status of a benefactor. A great benefactor. A great benefactor. "I also have money. I also have money." Little Naruto dashed into his bedroom, emerging with a piggy bank, which he held aloft before Mu Yang. He wished to keep his parents by his side. Mu Yang did not accept it. Instead, he glanced at the bright-eyed Uzumaki Naruto, then turned to Kushina and Minato, extending his hand. His clenched fist slowly opened to reveal 2 black cards and 2 gold coins. The cards were membership cards, and the coins were resurrection tokens. Rest assured, both the membership card and resurrection token can be touched even by souls. Minato and Kushina took the cards and resurrection tokens, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously crushed the tokens. The shattered tokens disintegrated into countless golden rays, enveloping the 2 and forming luminous cocoons that obscured their inner circumstances. "How beautiful!" exclaimed little Naruto, clutching his piggy bank. Indeed, it was a sight to behold. As he observed this spectacle, for some inexplicable reason, Muyang was reminded of a particularly fitting phrase. After 7 years, the Dragon King. No. The Hokage's wife returns with her husband, only to discover her son is being wronged, consuming expired food, and in a fit of rage, she bursts into the Hokage's office, striking the elderly man, causing the entire village of Konoha to explode. Chapter 13. After the commotion for millennia, there had been no change. A desolate paradise where countless souls lay dormant. Yet today, tranquility was shattered as 2 orbs of light suddenly soared from the paradise into the external realm. Deep within the paradise, an elderly figure sat cross-legged, suspended in the air. He slowly opened his eyes, glancing in the direction of the departing souls before closing them once more. The Grim Reaper, biting a short blade, looked down at his gaunt belly, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. In Konoha village, within Uzumaki Naruto's room, the 2 orbs of light materialized, entering the luminous cocoons. Soon after, the cocoons shattered. Clad in a green ninja vest, blue form-fitting attire, and a white Hokage cloak, Minato appeared alongside Kushina, who wore a white short-sleeve top and a flowing green skirt. Oh, so those resurrected with the resurrection tokens come with their garments. Mu Yang's gaze lingered upon the garments of the 2 individuals before shifting to their faces. How does it feel to be revived? Ah, fury ignited within her. Kushina Uzumaki raised her right hand, her fingers undulating like waves, her fiery red hair dancing without a breeze. Previously deceased, she had been aware of her son's dismal existence but felt powerless to alter it. However, the situation had transformed. She had returned to life. I shall first deliver a sound thrashing to the 3rd Hokage. Kushina, rolling her smooth, fair arms, was ready to storm outside. Wait, Kushina. Minato Namikaze called out to her. Do you intend to stop me, Minato? Kushina glared at him, her flowing red hair akin to a vibrant tail, exuding the aura of a top predator that made Minato tremble. The murderous intent was palpable. It felt as though a mere rebuttal would lead him to the Pure Land. Minato chuckled helplessly and, with a remarkably sunny disposition, uttered rather harsh words. 1 beating is insufficient. Let's make it 2, and include my share as well. Very well. Leave it to me. Kushina flexed her right arm, showcasing her muscles, and with a decisive clap of her left hand on her right arm, she forcefully opened the door and strode outside. As she watched Kushina's figure depart, Minato recalled something and shouted, "Don't forget to bring back some money." Understood. Kushina's voice echoed back into the room. Ah, such a tyrannical declaration. Not only was she set on thrashing an elderly man, but she also intended to seize his money. This was truly amusing. Muyang couldn't help but chuckle. Father, why are we going to beat up Grandfather Third? Little Naruto tugged at Minato's Hokage cloak, gazing up with a puzzled expression. Minato crouched before Naruto, ruffling his hair as he explained, "That's because the 3rd Hokage made a promise to your mother and me, yet failed to fulfill it. A person who breaks their word must face consequences." Oh, Naruto nodded solemnly, raising his hand to declare, "I will be a person who keeps promises from now on. I will ensure to fulfill what I promise others." Wonderful, wonderful. You're amazing, Naruto. Your father believes in you. Minato patted Naruto's head. I believe in you too. Muyang chimed in with a smile. Keeping your word is your ninja way. Hee. Naruto grinned foolishly, his hand on his head. On the street before the Hokage building, ninjas heading to the mission hall to accept or submit tasks halted in their tracks. Their faces a mix of astonishment as they beheld the formidable red-haired woman striding towards them from the end of the street. Lady Kushina? No. How could this be? Lady Kushina had been deceased for 7 years. Who dares impersonate Lady Kushina? After a brief moment of shock, a wave of furious outrage surged forth. The popularity of the 4th Hokage was unparalleled in his time, rendering him an idol throughout the village. As the beloved wife of this esteemed leader, Kushina Uzumaki naturally garnered affection from all corners. Years later, the emergence of an impostor claiming to be this revered figure ignited a furious blaze within him. Who the hell are you to dare impersonate her? Roared a hot-headed ninja, accompanied by others who had once been saved by Minato Namikaze. Their faces contorted with anger as they approached the counterfeit Kushina, vehemently denouncing her. Before he could finish his sentence, Kushina delivered a swift punch, sending the impostor spinning through the air before collapsing to the ground, unconscious, a seamless display of power. Get out of the way, don't obstruct me, she commanded. her fierce demeanor and the palpable aura of an apex predator instantly silencing the other ninjas on the street, leaving them momentarily paralyzed as they watched the fraud retreat. Unimpeded, she reached the entrance of the Hokage's office. Taking a deep breath, she shifted her right leg back, drew her right arm behind her, and clenched her fist. "Aura!" she bellowed, her chakra-infused fist crashing against the wooden door. With a resounding crack, the door splintered into numerous pieces, propelled forward by the force of her strike. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently reviewing documents, the prolonged task causing discomfort in his shoulders and neck. He paused to massage his neck and shoulders when a sudden explosive sound pierced the air. Before he could turn to identify the source, a gust of wind rushed towards him. His battle-honed instincts detected the impending danger, and despite his age, his keen vision discerned the splintered wood mingling with the wind. In an instant, he darted to a corner of the room, his sharp gaze fixated on the doorway, ready to confront the assailant. To his astonishment, he beheld an unexpected figure, Kushina. "Indeed, it is I, you decrepit old fool," she exclaimed, lunging forward with a fist aimed squarely at Hiruzen's head. "No, it cannot be you, Kushina." The initial shock faded from Hiruzen's countenance, replaced by a profound seriousness. Ignoring the oncoming punch, he stood still, scrutinizing the woman before him. "Who are you truly?" Before he could receive an answer, several umbu appeared within the room, drawing their short blades to strike at Kushina's limbs. "Hokage's guards," she noted, swiftly assessing their positions. Vajra lock. Golden chains erupted from her back, accurately striking the weapons from the hands of the four assailants, subsequently swinging to send them flying. In a fluid motion, she dispatched the four without hesitation, allowing her punch towards Hiruzen to remain uninterrupted. The moment he witnessed the Vajra lock, Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet before he could fully process the shock, he was met with the force of her fist. With a swift rotation from right to left, her feet gradually lifted from the ground, spinning before colliding with the wall with a resounding thud, remaining pressed against it for a good 3 or 4 seconds before slowly sliding down. "Do you remember what you promised me back then? It was to take care of Naruto, and have you succeeded in that endeavor? No. If you made a promise, you must fulfill it. If you cannot, then do not make such promises, you old fool." Kushina clenched her fists and approached Hiruzen Sarutobi. Wait, the recently risen Hiruzen seemed to have something to say. However, Kushina was in no mood to listen, and with a single punch, she struck out. "What is there to wait for? Whatever you have to say can wait until after I'm done." Chapter 14. A rising tide. The Uzumaki clan, descendants of Ashura, are also distant relatives of the Senju clan. Besides their exceptional sealing techniques, the physically robust Uzumaki members possess notable prowess in martial arts. Kushina, the embodiment of the Uzumaki clan's gifts, showcased formidable physical strength and even greater sealing abilities. The punches she directed at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared ordinary yet were anything but. Each strike was imbued with intricate techniques. Each punch served as a seal, and after several blows, Hiruzen had grown too weary to resist. As the seals adorning him were sufficient to contain a tailed beast, he was just an ordinary old man. How could he be treated like a tailed beast? This is unacceptable. Furthermore, the force behind her punches aimed to vent the third's ire without inflicting mortal harm. Thus, her strikes were calculated to cause pain, bruised and battered, yet not gravely injured. In essence, the damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Huff, that certainly alleviated some frustration. After a while, Kushina withdrew, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with her arm, picking up Hiruzen's wallet as she sauntered toward the door. "Old man, this matter concerning Naruto is not settled. We will settle the score later." With that, she boldly exited. As for beating the third Hokage, dismantling the Hokage office door, and assaulting the Umbu, no matter. It will be fine. Minato will handle it. All I need to think about now is what to have for dinner. Perhaps some braised meat. Kushina lightly tapped her lips with her finger, deciding to prepare something simple first, to regain her touch. In Naruto's room, the living room. Considering the time, it was nearly time for her to tidy up the aftermath. Minato, who had been chatting with Naruto, suddenly lifted his head and uttered a disjointed statement before lowering it again to address his son. "Naruto, Daddy has to take care of something. You be a good boy and wait for Mommy to return." "All right." Although he wished to converse with his father a bit longer, Naruto obediently descended to the ground. Such a good boy. Wolfgang Watergate bent down to gently ruffle Naruto's hair, and then, with a swift flying thunder god technique, vanished without a trace. As the fourth Hokage, Wolfgang Watergate had left more than one flying thunder god mark in the Hokage office for the sake of convenience in commuting. "Dad is so amazing," exclaimed little Naruto in awe at the sight of his father disappearing in an instant. "Of course your father is remarkable. He was the first person of common birth to become Hokage." "Huh, my dad is the Hokage." Little Naruto was taken aback. Muyang was equally astonished. "Did you not realize that your father is the fourth Hokage? There's a gigantic statue of him in the village that you see every day. Not to mention the cloak he wears, adorned with the words fourth Hokage on the back." Hee hee, I was so thrilled to see Mom and Dad that I didn't notice anything else. Little Naruto scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "That's quite understandable." Muyang nodded slightly, smiling as he beckoned Naruto to join him. "Come, let us have a chat." In the Hokage office, 3 minutes had elapsed since the tragic incident. The injured third Hokage had been moved to the sealing unit, where the ninjas were diligently working to unravel the sealing techniques placed upon him. Meanwhile, Umbu ninjas pursued the assailant responsible for the attack on the third Hokage. When the third Hokage was carried out of the Hokage building, there was no attempt to conceal his battered visage. The ninjas gathered nearby bore witness to the bruised and battered face of Sarutobi Hiruzen. An uproar ensued. The esteemed Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, had been assaulted and left in such a state. This was not merely an individual matter. It struck at the very dignity of the Leaf Village. Such an affront was unforgivable. The assailant must be captured and made to understand the consequences of provoking the Leaf Village. Enraged ninjas were preparing to set out in pursuit of the attacker. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Hokage building, the very person they had been longing to see. "Bastard! How dare you impersonate Lord Watergate? Do you truly think our Leaf Village is easy to bully? Seize him and let him learn the peril of inciting the wrath of Leaf Ninjas. Charge! Fire style! Fool! Don't use ninjutsu. We need him alive." Leaf Gale. A multitude of ninjas surged forward, akin to a river breaching its banks. A torrent of water gushing forth from a breach. Taijutsu ninjas raced ahead, executing powerful spinning kicks in midair, while Jinjutsu users cast their illusions. And the remaining ninjas prepared to provide support. What a fervent welcome it was. As Bluffing Watergate gazed upon the throng of green vests, a reminiscent smile crossed his face. Just before the Taijutsu ninjas could land their kicks, he vanished with another flying thunder god technique. After evading the encirclement of Taijutsu and Jinjutsu, he reappeared, arms extended, palms striking the faces of the Taijutsu ninjas, causing dark patterns to instantly spread across the faces of the 2 ninjas. As the scene unfolds, the illustrious Wave Wind Watergate seizes 2 Taijutsu ninjas by their legs and hurls them into the crowd like shurikens. The game commences. The human shuriken soars into the throng, swiftly caught by other ninjas. In that fleeting moment of capture, Wave Wind Watergate's figure materializes unexpectedly beside them. The bewildered ninjas' eyes widen in astonishment. Before they can utter a word, a sudden slap sends them staggering back. The dark patterns spread, marking another coordinate point. Within the confines of Konoha Village, though the existing flying thunder god marks may be few, they are certainly sufficient. Watergate can evade the onslaught of numerous ninjas. And as time passes, the number of those he has marked with the flying thunder god technique grows. No longer reliant on distant marks, he glides through the crowd like a golden ray of light, untouched, leaving many ninjas questioning their very existence. This sensation, invisible, intangible, before they even realize it. A fist has already struck them. It is the flying thunder god technique. Is it Lord Watergate? But Lord Watergate is not. The expressions of the ninjas shift as they gradually cease their assault. Given that person's speed, he had countless opportunities to eliminate them but refrained from doing so. It is conceivable that he might not be an enemy. One by one, they stand still, gazing at the figure encircled by numerous ninjas. That familiar silhouette. It seems you are not inclined to fight any longer, so let us engage in a thorough discussion. Shall we? Watergate smiles. Once the chaos settles, Watergate begins conversing with the ninjas one by one, using secrets shared between just 2 individuals to authenticate his identity while also elucidating the reasons for his return. Thus, Muyang's existence enters the consciousness of the Konoha ninjas. After confirming that Watergate is indeed genuine, excitement surges among the many ninjas of Konoha. In a world where conflicts arise frequently, nearly everyone harbors the desire to revive someone they have lost previously, It was impossible, yet now a method has emerged. Chapter 15. What Kushina inquired as nightfall descends. The winds on the streets suddenly intensify, causing the lanterns at shop entrances to flutter ominously. The foot traffic dwindles gradually. The bustling throngs of dusk fade into silence, leaving shopkeepers to lament the poor business of the day as they gaze at their empty stores. Accompanied by the howling winds sweeping through the night sky, the desolate streets grow even quieter, imbued with an inexplicable chill. The nights of Konoha of yore were not so. The vibrant night markets often thrived until the early hours. However, the events of this evening, though not yet widely known throughout Konoha, have captured the attention of many within the village. Despite appearing as though nothing has transpired on the surface, a tempest brews beneath, subtly perceptible within Konoha, where the tumultuous undercurrents lie suppressed beneath the calm facade. In the end, Konoha village is neither excessively large nor insignificantly small. However, when a certain ninja clan within the village operates at full capacity, the resources, finances, and various human and material assets mobilized are extraordinarily substantial. Konoha is a tightly knit community. Thus, such mobilizations cannot escape the notice of other ninja clans within the village. With many individuals summoned for tasks, the streets become eerily deserted, and even the most oblivious can sense something amiss. This incites a simmering anger among the other clans. How outrageous! We agreed to act in unity, yet you dare to attempt a clandestine escape. Consequently, the other clans, fearing they might fall behind, hastened their preparations. Fortunately, I possessed foresight and anticipated your treachery. I had already made my arrangements. Do not speak so self-righteously. Is this not also a form of escape? The other clans, feeling aggrieved, silently quickened their logistical preparations, subtly engaging in a competition. Rivalries exist not only among the clans, but also within each clan, where overt and covert struggles unfold. Each individual harbors distinct thoughts and experiences. Thus, their aspirations vary widely. Some seek to rectify past regrets, others aspire to alter their destinies, while some yearn to fulfill their dreams. The resulting chaos within the clan is akin to a tangled web. Although they have amassed considerable resources, the discord among their hearts renders it nearly futile. To realize their desires, they must vie for additional resources, ensuring that disputes and turmoil are unlikely to dissipate in the short term. Atop the Hokage Tower, in stark contrast to the turmoil among the clans, the night is exceptionally serene. The night breeze howls past, lifting the Hokage's robes, which rustle in response. Minato Namikaze raises a hand to smooth his wind-tousled hair, exhaling a breath that conveys his inner fatigue. The Hokage serves as the supreme leader of the ninja village, wielding absolute authority over all village matters, with others holding merely the right to offer suggestions. Thus, the return of the first Hokage cannot simply be demonstrated by a grand display, skimming through the masses without a trace. The Flying Thunder God technique is a unique ninjutsu of Konoha, historically mastered by only two individuals, the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage. Nevertheless, relying solely on ninjutsu is insufficient as proof. Although space-time ninjutsu is rare, it is conceivable that someone could possess a technique akin to the Flying Thunder God. The same logic applies to appearance. With so many individuals in the ninja world, there are bound to be one or two who bear a resemblance, rendering appearance an unreliable means of verification. Life experiences are similarly problematic, with numerous spies infiltrating the village and the fourth Hokage being a local idol. His relatively brief life of merely 2 decades has been recounted countless times by villagers. Even spies from other villages, whether intentionally or not, can recall fragments of his story, perhaps even multiple variations of it. On the other hand, it has been previously mentioned that the ninja world is vast, and it would not be surprising if certain unique ninjutsu could resurrect the deceased. After all, there are similar techniques recorded within the sealing scrolls of Konoha village. In summary, after a lengthy discussion, Minato Namikaze managed to persuade the elders of Konoha to utilize Mukai's extraordinary abilities to verify his true identity. In simpler terms, this involves exchanging ninjutsu for monetary value to manifest some visible desires. Quite troublesome, Minato sighed, as the two advisors, much like during his lifetime, lacked decisiveness. Shimura Danzo could easily sway them with a mere statement. Speaking of Danzo, Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling how evident Danzo's antagonism had been during their earlier conversation. His words were laced with insinuations of insufficient evidence to prove Minato's identity, replete with an undercurrent of intent to discredit him. Shaking his head, a gust of wind swept by, and Minato Namikaze vanished from the rooftop. At Naruto's residence, the aroma of delicious cuisine wafted from the kitchen. His mother's delightful cooking captivated Naruto's attention entirely, rendering him oblivious to everything else, even as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, and Minato Namikaze appeared out of thin air, landing gracefully. "Hey!" Mukai raised his right hand in greeting. Minato responded with a smile. "Tomorrow, a few individuals will come here to trade with you." "No problem. I welcome anyone wishing to trade with me," Mukai waved dismissively. "Moreover, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. There are already visitors outside." As the words left his lips, Minato turned to the door just as a knock echoed through the air. Who could it be? Minato pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he approached the door and pulled it open. Standing outside were a young man clad in a dark, high-collared short-sleeve shirt paired with matching leg-wrap pants, alongside a boy dressed in a standard ninja outfit. "Are you Minato Namikaze?" The young man scrutinized the boy and asked uncertainly, "Itachi?" Having been acquainted with Uchiha Itachi through his wife's close friend, Uchiha Mikoto, Minato had seen Itachi a few times, but that was 6 or 7 years ago. In the span of those years, the boy had matured significantly. Despite the changes in his appearance, traces of his former self were still discernible. "Yes, Lord Minato, I am Uchiha Itachi," Itachi replied respectfully, his demeanor impeccably courteous, a testament to his noble lineage. "Lord Minato, I am Uchiha Shursui." Uchiha Shursui followed suit, his tone equally impeccable. "It's quite late. Do you have something to discuss?" Minato inquired. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances, and Itachi spoke. "Yes, we have matters to discuss with you, but they are of great importance, necessitating a verification of your identity first." "Another verification?" Minato scratched his head, feeling somewhat distressed. Observing Minato's troubled expression, Itachi said apologetically, "We only need to ask your wife one question." "Oh, is it possible to prove my identity with just a single sentence?" The sudden interest of Minato Namikaze was palpable. He ushered the two individuals into the house, and, upon reaching the kitchen, recounted Itachi Uchiha's words. "Well, go ahead and ask," Kushina Uzumaki chimed in, equally intrigued. "On the day the Nine Tails descended, at dusk, you encountered my mother on the street. What did you inquire?" Itachi posed the question. Chapter 16. The Alliance of Early and Counter Strategies. Kushina, somewhat bashful, scratched her cheek and confessed, "I asked her if giving birth was painful." At this, Itachi stepped back and bowed sincerely, offering an apology. "I beg your pardon." At that moment, only 3 individuals were present. 2 had perished on the night of the Nine Tails, leaving only her mother as the sole bearer of knowledge. Moreover, her mother had never disclosed the matter to anyone. Thus, the person who articulated the correct answer was undoubtedly Kushina Uzumaki herself. It was precisely because it was her that Itachi felt compelled to apologize, as he had inadvertently stirred unwelcome memories. "Do not worry. Please continue your discussion. I shall return to the kitchen." Kushina waved her hand dismissively and turned back towards the kitchen. "Let us take a seat in the living room," Minato invited. At the rectangular table in the living room, Minato, Naruto Uzumaki, and Muyang occupied one side, while Itachi and Shursui Uchiha sat across from them. Once seated, Minato inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" In truth, Shursui elaborated on the current state of the Uchiha clan, noting that, as time progressed, the tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha had escalated significantly. At this juncture, the situation had reached an irreparable point. "Ah, coup d'etat," Minato mused, resting his chin on his hand, listening to their words. He once again felt the weight of time. During his lifetime, although the Uchiha clan had struggled to integrate into Konoha, it had never reached a point of armed conflict. Yet, in a mere 6 or 7 years, the relationship had deteriorated to such a degree that a coup was now deemed necessary. "This is troubling," Minato sighed, pinching his forehead. "However, it is not entirely hopeless," Muyang interjected, drawing the attention of the 4 present. They turned to focus on him. "You must be the rumored dimensional merchant," he stated. Through Minato's narration and the whispers among numerous ninjas, Muyang's identity had ceased to be a mystery within the ninja community. A moment's thought would reveal the identity of the man seated beside Minato. "Do you have any solutions?" Shursui inquired respectfully. Muyang raised a finger. "Firstly, as per your previous thoughts, you could utilize Jinjutsu to brainwash them." transforming them into proponents of peace. But my Jinjutsu, Shursui began, only to be interrupted by Mu Yang's dismissive wave. I was not suggesting your Jinjutsu, which requires years of rest after a single use. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback upon hearing those words, but upon reflecting on the identity of the speaker, he soon understood. Mu Yang raised a second finger, imposing absolute force. When one's power reaches a certain pinnacle, one's words hold weight, and even the most outrageous claims go unchallenged. He then raised a third finger, intending to alter the higher-ups' perception of the Uchiha clan. Due to historical grievances, the leaders of Konoha had always regarded the Uchiha with caution, and with certain individuals sowing discord, the tensions escalated swiftly. 3 approaches, targeting 3 distinct facets. My proposal is to tackle them concurrently. Mu Yang interlaced his fingers under his chin, gazing at Itachi and Shursui, declaring that whether it be altering the mindset of the clan members, enhancing their strength, or shifting the higher-ups' attitude in Konoha, he was capable of executing all these, with only a minimal cost from them. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances before responding, stating that they needed to deliberate and would provide an answer on a later date. After their departure, Kakashi Hitaki turned his gaze towards Mu Yang, inquiring about the mention of Minato Namikaze. As a merchant, Mu Yang replied nonchalantly, merely offering suggestions to his guests, while his attention drifted to the entrance as another visitor arrived. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The newcomer was Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. He seated himself at the dining table, greeting Kakashi before presenting several large scrolls before Mu Yang. What is the value of these jutsu? Is it sufficient to resurrect one? Upon examining the scrolls, Mu Yang discovered they contained the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. Given that the gentle fist requires the Byakugan for its execution, it is one of the least concerning techniques for potential leakage. Sufficient indeed, Mu Yang assessed succinctly. A ninja clan with a vast number of members, having endured for a millennium, could easily develop numerous new techniques, even if one emerged every 2 to 3 decades. Over a millennium, this could yield dozens of techniques, not to mention that this extensive time frame encapsulates a history of warfare. In their quest for survival, the clan would undoubtedly delve deeper into their jutsu, enhancing their chances of survival. Thus, over the centuries, the Hyuga clan had amassed a wealth of gentle fist techniques. Then please resurrect my brother, Hyuga Hizashi, Hayashi implored, his voice grave and slightly trembling. Certainly, for the resurrection process, a portion of your brother's physical remains will be required, Mu Yang stated, holding a luminous resurrection coin. Hayashi's expression faltered. Your tone suggests you want me to exhume my brother's grave. If you lack the remains, simply place the resurrection coin within your brother's bodily remains, and he shall return. Mu Yang offered the golden coin to Hayashi with ease. He then handed Hayashi a membership card, who expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. He had sneaked away, concealing his actions from the clan elders. One must swiftly cut through the chaos and transform raw rice into a well-cooked meal, allowing all matters to settle. With this in mind, Hinata Hizashi called for Niji. As he descended the stairs to the street, an unexpected expression emerged on his face. Hinata Hizashi exchanged a glance with Uchiha Fugaku, the leaders of 2 great clans known for their ocular techniques, both discerning a shared understanding in each other's eyes. They were both clandestine escapees from their families. They nodded in mutual recognition and passed each other by. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku encountered the leader of the Inuzuka clan as he descended the stairs. Mere minutes later, the Inuzuka leader met the trio of Inoshikacho. Shortly thereafter, this trio encountered an ordinary chunin on their way down. A few moments later, this chunin found himself facing a group of chunin crowded in the hallway. The streets and rooftops were teeming with ninjas who had sneaked away, colliding with one another. An atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped the entire street. Such a lively thoroughfare was sure to draw a crowd. Those who had failed in their attempts to escape glared fiercely at others before turning on their heels and vanishing into the night. In just a few minutes, the previously bustling street had become desolate. After a brief silence of several minutes, a figure appeared from the distance, landing with a thud. The sound of their landing echoed as more figures began to leap into view. In an instant, the rooftops near Naruto's residence were filled with people, all fixated on the newly arrived individual. Their stance exuded a resolute air, as if to declare, I have failed to escape tonight, and neither shall anyone else succeed. A heavy silence lingered in the street. The newcomer faded into the shadows, adding yet another member to the clandestine escapee alliance. This night belonged to the escapists. Chapter 17. Shimura Danzo, truly tempting the following day, at dawn. As the first light broke, a cool breeze swept through every corner of Konoha village. By this time, some shops along the streets had already opened, with pedestrians entering to browse their wares. While shopping, people often engaged in gossip or amusing anecdotes with the shopkeepers, resulting in a rapid spread of intriguing rumors. According to a neighbor of Hinata Hizashi, there had been a violent commotion at the Hizashi residence the previous night, akin to a fierce battle. A drunken passerby claimed that the streets were haunted, with a multitude of shadowy figures silently watching him wherever he went. The Inuzuka clan had reportedly been barking in unison throughout the night, seemingly in pursuit of a thief. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka and Nara clans experienced a surge of gossip overnight. In one corner of Konoha village, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, within the somewhat cramped confines of the establishment, the rich aroma of broth, meticulously simmered for hours, wafted through the air. Wisps of mist danced playfully, shifting into various forms with the gentle breeze, at times resembling swaying seaweed, and at others, rolling clouds. At the heart of this ambience stood a middle-aged man clad in a pristine chef's robe, his square visage stern and focused as he kneaded dough with an impeccable precision, each motion executed as if rehearsed countless times. The surrounding vapor added an air of mastery to his presence. Cooking the noodles, ladling the broth, and arranging the garnishes were performed seamlessly. "Please enjoy," he said, placing a bowl of fragrant tonkatsu ramen before Muyang. Muyang withdrew a pair of disposable chopsticks from the holder, snapping them apart. He lifted a small portion of noodles, savoring them leisurely while listening to the neighboring patrons share juicy tidbits about the owner's exploits. "Last night was quite the spectacle. It's a pity I didn't have a doppelganger to witness it. I missed so many intriguing scenes," Muyang mused to himself, shaking his head slightly in regret. Inside the shop, the chef was adept at observing his surroundings while engaging with customers, a skill honed over decades of running a ramen shop. For instance, he had just caught the subtle shake of Muyang's head with his keen, squinted eyes. "Is the ramen not to your liking?" he inquired, his face reflecting concern. Muyang raised his gaze, meeting the chef's inquiring expression. "The ramen is delightful, ranking among the top 10 of all noodle dishes I have ever sampled." "Oh!" exclaimed the chef, his tone suddenly rising, his previously squinted eyes now wide with excitement, gleaming with keen interest. "Pray tell, where have you tasted the other 9 varieties? Might I ask, why do you appear so eager to challenge me?" Muyang arched an eyebrow, opting not to respond to the chef's inquiry. Instead, he flipped his hand, and a bowl of seafood ramen materialized before them. "You should taste this." Muyang placed the ramen in front of the chef, intrigued by his dedication to the craft. Having devoted over 30 years to perfecting his ramen-making skills, he was a true artisan, even creating a healthy version of ramen. Muyang pondered whether, given higher culinary knowledge and recipes, the chef could concoct even more beneficial dishes, such as those that promote hair growth, enhance beauty, or, on a more advanced level, boost strength and agility. Frankly, he felt a sense of anticipation. With eager expectations, Muyang watched as the chef lifted a strand of the chewy noodles to his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, the chef's squinted eyes widened once more, and a flush of crimson spread across his cheeks, reminiscent of inebriation. The azure ocean nurtures countless forms of life, with fish, shrimp, and crabs freely gliding through its depths, creating a scene as beautiful as a dream, leaving an indelible impression. "I have seen the ocean," he declared. After a prolonged moment, Shouta slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a comfortable breath. The other patrons in the shop tilted their heads in unison, as if question marks had sprouted above them. "Shouta, what on earth are you saying? Where is the culinary artist behind this exquisite dish? Please, inform me, for I wish to apprentice and learn the craft." A fervent flame ignited in Shouta's eyes, a manifestation of his passion for ramen. "Very well." Muyang, utilizing his extraordinary psychic abilities, transmitted information regarding the dimensional shop into Shouta's mind and placed a card before him. "We shall meet again." With a wave of his hand, he turned and exited the establishment. Outside, a dark-clad ninja donned a bird mask awaited him. "I have been dispatched to escort you." A deep voice resonated from behind the mask. Muyang nodded slightly and led the way. The ninja appeared to eschew conventional walking, as an elite member of the Umbu. Upon hearing Muyang's words, he leapt effortlessly onto the rooftop to the left, advancing swiftly in a ninja's distinctive run. Muyang felt a twinge of surprise, but took to the air, following closely behind the Umbu ninja. After a few minutes of rapid movement, they arrived at their destination, the Hokage's office. Inside the chamber, 5 individuals were already present. To the left stood 2 figures wrapped in bandages. One was an older man cloaked in black with his right arm and eye similarly bandaged, exuding an aura of gloom, while the other, garbed in everyday attire and also bandaged, was difficult to age. To the right were 2 seemingly ordinary middle-aged individuals. At the center stood a handsome blonde man, the 4th Hokage. The Umbu ninja performed a respectful bow and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Muyang, allow me to introduce you, said Namikaze Minato, gesturing to the 2 individuals on the right. These are the advisors of Konoha, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kamen. He then pointed to the left. And these are the leaders of the route, Shimura Danzo, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Muyang raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how fierce Kushina could be. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed, taken aback by the abruptness of the statement, while Minato turned his gaze towards the wall. Enough with the frivolities. First, prove your identity, Shimura Danzo demanded. His eyes narrowed, steering the conversation back to seriousness. I cannot accept the notion of a dimensional merchant. The idea that one can procure anything is utterly preposterous. With my esteemed title as a member of Konoha's Root and Shadows, I shall expose your true nature. You must be an impostor. If the 4th Hokage were to return, I would have no hope of attaining the position in my lifetime. Hence, you must be a fraud. Even if you are real, you must still be false. Danzo's inner turmoil was interrupted when he suddenly paused, contemplating the possibility that it might be true. Excellent, Muyang exclaimed with a mischievous smile, raising his right hand and flicking his index finger repeatedly. Healing, restore youth, strengthen. As the words resonated, a corresponding miracle manifested. A warm current coursed through his body, and Shimura Danzo discovered that all the hidden injuries accumulated over the years had vanished. Another wave of warmth swept over him, and he noticed his skin becoming taut, reminiscent of a man in his 20s or 30s. Yet the transformation was not complete. A radiant light enveloped the 4 individuals, rapidly altering their youthful forms. Their bodies shrank, their skin tone transformed, and a surge of energy flowed through them, reshaping their physiques. Moments later, Muyang conjured a full-length mirror before them, reflecting 4 vibrant Peppa Pigs. How is it? Is my proof sufficient? The 4 Peppas raised their trotters, seemingly attempting to perform a seal to dispel the illusion, yet nothing changed. We believe. The 4 Peppas trembled slightly. Excellent. Muyang snapped his fingers. Chapter 18. Sarutobi People Lake. Has Hizashi remarried? Following the snap, a flash of light appeared. The Peppas, having trained for years, shed their porcine forms and transformed into humans. The 4 newly transformed Peppas excitedly explored their bodies, their faces brimming with exhilaration. Now that my identity has been established, let us proceed to the main topic. What desires do you wish to fulfill? I possess the ability to realize any wish you may have. Muyang's words ignited the aspirations of the 5 individuals in the room like a blazing torch. Desires? Regrets? After decades of existence, how could one not wish to amend past regrets or fulfill long-held aspirations? At that moment, the chance to rectify regrets and the opportunity to realize wishes spurred an undeniable excitement. Sarutobi Hizashi inhaled deeply, his right hand reaching for his waist, intending to retrieve his smoking pipe to alleviate the turmoil within him, only to find emptiness. Momentarily startled, he recalled that he had not brought it due to the bandages wrapped around his head, hindering his ability to smoke. After a moment of contemplation, as his turbulent emotions settled, he raised his gaze to Muyang. With so many individuals being resurrected, is there any chance for a discount? Hizashi attempted to negotiate. Shimura Danzo's brow furrowed. He sensed a threat in Hizashi's words. Resurrection? Whom does Hizashi wish to resurrect? A flurry of names flashed through Danzo's mind, and his complexion gradually paled. Muyang smiled. There are no discounts. As an intermediary, my profit lies in the margin. If I were to offer you a discount, wouldn't that diminish my earnings? Hizashi clicked his tongue, once again reaching for his smoking pipe, his palm brushing against his waist. Minato, please fetch the Book of Seals. Upon hearing those words, Shimura Danzo lifted his head, mouth agape as if to articulate something, yet hesitated, caught in a cycle of wanting to speak but refraining. Struggling to formulate his thoughts, ultimately left staring blankly at the retreating figure of Namikaze Minato. Hiruzen, whom do you wish to resurrect? Inquired Mito Kamen and Tsunade. First, Let us ascertain the value of the forbidden scroll, how many lives it may restore, and then consider whom to revive. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a rational demeanor. If the scroll were sufficiently valuable, more individuals could be resurrected, perhaps with personal motives intertwined. If not, then only those who could offer assistance would be resurrected. Following this brief exchange, silence enveloped the room, persisting for 2 to 3 minutes until Namikaze Minato returned, presenting the forbidden scroll to Hiruzen. How much can it be exchanged for? Hiruzen inquired, lifting the scroll. Is there a backup? Muyang asked, tapping the surface of the scroll. Hiruzen shook his head, indicating there was none. With a slight nod, Muyang internally murmured, replication. The forbidden scroll split in two. One part of the scroll vanished. The scroll contained records of perilously potent forbidden techniques. Though limited in quantity, their quality rendered them invaluable, amounting to 4,200,000. Hiruzen silently calculated, exchanging the knowledge of ninjutsu residing within his mind, which totaled 218,000. Muyang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Truly, Hiruzen Sarutobi, renowned as a master of ninjutsu, possessed a wealth of techniques. In total, 638,000. After deducting expenses for the 4 of you, it is enough to resurrect 5 individuals. Hiruzen contemplated, then recited the selected names: Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Sakumo Hitaki, and Biwako Sarutobi. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo felt a sudden darkness envelop him. Task: become Hokage. Difficulty: hard. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the difficulty has been adjusted. Difficulty: hell. Resurrection requires a fragment of the body as a medium, Muyang stated, holding 4 resurrection tokens. Without uttering a word, Hiruzen exited the Hokage office, assembling a grave-digging team, making his way directly to the cemetery. What about you all? Muyang tossed the resurrection tokens, turning to the remaining 4. We lack funds. Minato chuckled. He indeed had aspirations to fulfill. Regrettably, financial constraints hindered him. More accurately, his meager funds were insufficient to realize his desires. Not to mention, once the first and second Hokage were resurrected, his wishes might materialize without any expenditure. Therefore, he remained unperturbed. Shifting his gaze, he found himself in a similar predicament, lacking funds and any particularly pressing desires. Mito Kamen and Tsunade exchanged glances and spoke in unison. The gaze shifted again, locking onto Shimura Danzo. Do not speak to me, you dreamer who aspires to become Hokage, without any genuine wishes to fulfill. Feeling Muyang's gaze, Shimura Danzo lifted his somewhat vacant eyes to meet his stare, and from Danzo's expression, one could discern a resounding sentiment. Poverty. Alas, I lack the means to realize my aspirations. It is destitution that has hindered me. The dream has dissipated, shattered into fragments. In that instant, Muyang comprehended the situation. As the leader of Root, Danzo possessed no shortage of ninjutsu. However, those techniques were all derived from Konoha's archives. Yet, the jutsu cataloged by Konoha had just been converted into currency and squandered by Hiruzen Sarutobi. What a pity. Muyang shook his head, averting his gaze, and awaited the return of the excavation team. A quarter of an hour later, Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the room accompanied by 4 Umbu members, each cradling a jar. Once they placed the jars upon the floor, they exited the chamber. Muyang tossed a gleaming resurrection coin into the jar, and with the sound of coins clashing against the earthen vessel, golden light suddenly erupted from within, rapidly expanding into a radiant cocoon. The Pure Land. The Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Yui, who had closed his eyes, abruptly opened them, gazing at the 4 souls returning from the Pure Land, falling into a contemplative silence. In the Hokage's office, as the souls were infused, the cocoon shattered, revealing the figures within. From left to right stood Senju Hashirama, clad in a form-fitting black battle uniform adorned with layered red armor, the symbol of the Senju clan emblazoned on the armor over his left shoulder, red iron bracers encircling his wrists, and a Konoha forehead protector, his ink-black hair cascading around him. Next was Senju Tobarama, silver-haired with red eyes, donning a mask-like iron forehead protector, 3 red markings gracing his cheeks, dressed similarly in black battle attire with blue layered armor, and a white feather collar connected to his back. Following him was Hitaki Sakumo, sporting a ponytail and a white armband with a red triangular emblem on his left shoulder. Lastly, there was the serious-faced Sarutobi Biwako. What is happening? Hashirama scratched the back of his head, Perplexity etched on his face as he surveyed the surroundings. It appears we have been resurrected, brother, Tobarama mused, moving his limbs. Resurrected? Sakumo looked down at his hands, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Iwako turned to the animated Hiruzen Sarutobi, squinting slightly. Has that rascal remarried? Hiruzen's excitement faltered as he suddenly recalled his youthful appearance at that moment. The touching reunion was abruptly shattered by a single remark. A chuckle escaped the lips of those in the know. Chapter 19. The Dawn of Online Shopping Amidst the Laughter. Hiruzen Sarutobi fumbled through a disjointed explanation, his decades of calmness shattered by a mere comment from his wife. Taking advantage of Sarutobi Hisashi's disjointed explanations, the resurrected four gradually grasped the current situation. The merchant traversing worlds was indeed impressive. Senju Hashirama harbored no doubts and believed instantly, while Senju Tobarama's expression reflected skepticism, clearly not fully convinced. Hataki Sakumo, on the other hand, paid no heed to the dimensional merchant's information and instead pulled Sarutobi Hisashi, who was eager to be near his wife, to inquire about his son. Sarutobi Pitahiko scanned the room filled with young men, for youthful fellows, a striking blonde, and two handsome middle-aged men. Among 3 generations, I am the oldest. Sarutobi Pitahiko's pupils constricted sharply. Shifting several steps, he moved to stand beside Muyang, who cast a puzzled glance his way. I wish to regain my youth, my 28 years, and the funds should be deducted from Hisashi. Sarutobi Pitahiko's face was taut, his tone unusually grave, as if he were discussing a matter of great significance. Beauty is of utmost importance to women. No problem. Muyang raised a finger. Instantly, Sarutobi Pitahiko underwent a transformation, becoming increasingly beautiful. In mere seconds, a youthful and stunning girl appeared before everyone. Senju Tobarama raised an eyebrow and approached Muyang, mimicking Sarutobi Pitahiko's earlier demeanor. I wish to purchase some items. The funds should be deducted from the monkey. Senju Tobarama maintained a serious expression, just like Sarutobi Pitahiko before him. No problem. Muyang's response was as unwavering as ever. With a flick of his hand, he revealed a technologically advanced bracelet nestled in his palm. Presenting the bracelet to Senju Tobarama, he accepted it without hesitation and donned it. Accompanied by a slight sting at his wrist, a rush of information flooded Senju Tobarama's mind, enlightening him on the bracelet's purpose and usage. His fingers glided over the bracelet's surface, and a translucent screen materialized mid-air, instantly captivating the majority of those in the room. Senju Hashirama jogged to his brother's back, resting his hands on Tobarama's shoulders, craning his neck to get a better view. The others also gathered around Senju Tobarama, peering curiously at the screen. Sarutobi Hisashi intended to slip beside his teacher, but as he took a step, he was halted by Hataki Sakumo, who continued to inquire about Kakashi. Tobarama, let us buy some food. Senju Hashirama pointed excitedly at the family bucket image. Tobarama swatted away Hashirama's hand that obstructed his view, his expression unchanging as he scolded, Brother, don't cause trouble. Oh. Hashirama retracted his hand, responding obediently. The expressions of the 4 members of the Uchiha clan were as usual, being from an older generation. They were somewhat familiar with Senju Hashirama's personality and found nothing unusual. However, the first Hokage, who had only known of Hashirama through books, was left somewhat dazed. The anticipated impression did not align with the reality of the objects. Thus, do you comprehend why those shops often add the phrase, everything is subject to the actual product? Muyang remarked to Bo-Feng Shui-Min. Oh, did I just voice my innermost thoughts? Shui-Min exclaimed, startled. His previous thoughts had been somewhat impolite. No, it's merely that your expression is too easy to read, Muyang replied with a gentle shake of his head, presenting Shui-Min with a bracelet identical to that of Senju Tobarama. This is for you. The light brain bracelet, also referred to as a mobile personal terminal, is far more convenient than shopping in-store, especially since one cannot utilize holographic projections to allow customers to select goods. To address this issue, Muyang began to explore the mall. Last night, he discovered a dilapidated chat group system in the discount mall, which only retained the functionalities of communication, teleportation, and subsystem creation. A spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, leading him to ponder. Since there are physical stores and traveling merchants, why not integrate online shopping as well? Without hesitation, he invested some money and transformed the broken chat group system into an online shopping platform, which now boasted 4 functionalities: mall, communication, teleportation, and subsystem creation. Today, The 2 light brain bracelets distributed were intended for testing purposes. If they proved effective, the black card would be abolished in favor of the light brain bracelets. "Oh, I have one too," Bo Feng Shui Min exclaimed as he donned the bracelet, a fleeting sting of pain dissipating, and a plethora of information manifested in his mind. "Oh wow, there are so many things." After digesting the information, Shui Min eagerly opened the light brain to peruse them all, exclaiming in delight. His astonishment attracted the attention of others, Shui Hu Min Yin and Zhuang Qi Xiao Chun, upon noticing Shui Min with a light brain, rushed to his side without hesitation. Abandoning their previous spot near Tobarama, as the group browsed, they purchased several items. After payment, the goods materialized before them without any instances of payment without delivery. "We need to further test the interdimensional teleportation," Muyang contemplated, stepping forward and vanishing from sight without warning. In the Marvel Universe, several days had passed since Stark announced the closure of the weapons division. The atmosphere swirled with turmoil. Tony Stark secluded himself in his villa, engrossed in the study of Zero-One's various technologies, oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. It was a mere dream to think he could fully grasp the advanced technologies of other realms within such a short span. Even replicating them based on blueprints would require considerable time and effort. Moreover, during this period, Rhodey had visited several times to persuade him, significantly hampering the progress of his research. After all, Rhodey could be quite insistent. Additionally, during his idle moments, Tony contemplated how to deal with his well-meaning uncle. Yet after several days of pondering, he had not devised a satisfactory plan. Do not misunderstand. The reason is not due to Tony Stark's deep feelings for Stan, but rather because he believes that employing such methods to deal with Stan would be beneath him and insufficiently gratifying. Ethan, on the other hand, has been entrusted by Tony to roam the land, acting justly and eliminating the remnants of Stark Industries' weaponry. Now, let us speak of Steve Rogers. Having discovered the path to prosperity, Steve is diligently executing his plans with remarkable efficiency. In a mere few days, he has successfully infiltrated a Hydra base and now grapples with the dilemma of how to convert the items within that base into currency. There is an overwhelming quantity of goods, and moving them one by one would be exhausting. Not to mention, some items are of such considerable size that they would hardly fit within the confines of Mr. Mu's shop. Perhaps a consultation with Mr. Mu is in order. Scratching his head, Steve vanished from the dilapidated laboratory and entered the shop. Coincidentally, Muyang had just returned from the world of Naruto and, upon hearing Steve's inquiry, promptly handed him a bracelet-like device. "Use this. It's a perfect opportunity to test the system's additional functionalities." Chapter 20. Stirring events. The function Muyang sought to test through Steve was recharging. Unaware of Muyang's intentions, Steve graciously accepted the bracelet and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to the laboratory, which resembled a scene ravaged by 20 huskies, Steve promptly donned the bracelet, mastered its usage, and commenced the recharging process. One by one, his wealth steadily increased. Observing the rapid accumulation of funds, a contented smile spread across Steve's face. Inside the shop, Muyang, who had been watching the entire process through any window, nodded with a smile. After allowing the testers some time to utilize it, if no issues arise, it could be officially put into operation. During this interval, Muyang had no intention of idling. Instead, he contemplated his own enhancement strategies. Power is crucial for survival. As he is bound to traverse various alternate realms, many of which are fraught with peril, it is imperative to bolster his strength to ensure safety. Moreover, greater strength would facilitate the execution of certain tasks. While Muyang devoted himself to enhancing his abilities, the world continued its relentless march forward. In the Naruto world, the 5 great shinobi villages are embroiled in ceaseless conflict. To monitor their perennial adversaries, it is routine to dispatch spies into opposing villages. Moreover, considering the reliability of intelligence and the potential for spies to be subverted, each village periodically sends out new agents. The spies sent to various villages fall into categories, including those who long-term infiltrate to gather intelligence, and those who masquerade as merchants to relay information, serving as a primary source for each village's intelligence on others. With the revival of 3 Hokages and the information regarding the dimensional merchant, Konoha village has made no effort to conceal anything, allowing spies from various villages to easily gather intelligence and report back to their respective homes. Rock Village. In the office of the Earth Shadow Building, the esteemed Earth Shadow Noki set down the papers on which he had been recording intelligence, his expression one of bewilderment as he turned to his loyal and simple-minded guard. Akatsuchi, standing beside him. "Pray tell, what is Konoha up to?" Noki inquired, furrowing his aged brow. Could it be a mere smoke screen to divert the attention of various nations and conceal their true intentions? What could they possibly wish to hide? "I have no idea," Akatsuchi replied, scratching his head with a foolish grin. "Has Konoha exhibited any peculiar behavior lately?" Noki pondered aloud, seeking further clarification from Akatsuchi. "None that I know of." Akatsuchi continued to smile vacantly. Noki, lost in contemplation, was unable to unravel the mystery. Thus he commanded, "Inform our spies in Konoha to gather additional intelligence. I must ascertain what schemes they are concocting." As Akatsuchi departed the Earth Shadow's office, Naka's thoughts turned to the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen. What could that old rascal possibly be planning? The furrows in his brow deepened, a true enigma to him. As for the rumors of the resurrection of the former Hokage and the tales of a dimension merchant who could sell anything, Noki dismissed them outright. Seeing is believing, and hearsay is but shadow. In the Sand Village, within the Wind Shadow building, the Wind Shadow Raza stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the howling sands beyond the window. With a voice tinged with both longing and trepidation, he posed a question. "What do you believe regarding the veracity of the intelligence we have received?" Seated at the central conference table were two advisors from the Sand Village, Chiyo and Karura. "The resurrection of the first Hokage, I would say there is a 50-50 chance," Chiyo stated in a remarkably composed tone, sending shivers down the spines of both Karura and Raza. Before either could voice a rebuttal, Chiyo continued, "I have conducted research on the techniques of resurrection and have achieved some results. If Konoha has embarked on similar studies and attained success, I would not be surprised." "You possess a technique capable of reviving the dead?" Raza's lips twitched in disbelief. "As an old man who has lived for so long, I surely possess one or two secret techniques," Chiyo replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. "However, the crux of the matter lies in whether the individuals mentioned in the intelligence have truly returned to life. Setting aside various legends that have circulated, the mere thought of the legendary Senju Hashirama and the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, being alive sent chills through Raza. He shuddered at the very notion of all the past Hokage still existing. What a calamity that would be. Shaking his head, Raza inquired about another matter mentioned in the intelligence. "What of this dimension merchant who supposedly sells anything? What are your thoughts on its authenticity?" "That is rather difficult to ascertain," Chiyo replied, hesitating to draw a conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "I shall make a trip to Konoha." Though she had never interacted with the first and second Hokage, she was well acquainted with the fourth Hokage and the famed Konoha White Fang, especially the latter. "That sounds prudent," Raza suggested. "Find a suitable pretext and take a delegation to Konoha." Chiyo gently nodded, her gaze fixed intently on the words Konoha White Fang, Hataki Sakumo within the intelligence report. Cloud Village, Raikage Tower, the office of the Raikage. Despite the fourth Raikage's volatile temperament and his seemingly simple-minded, muscular appearance, his intelligence was undoubtedly adequate for one in his position. Was Konoha contemplating a clandestine assault? As the leader of a martial nation, the fourth Raikage, immediately surmised that Konoha was casting a smoke screen to conceal its true intentions, a notion that coincided with the thoughts of Tsuchika Jinoki. He ordered heightened vigilance across various fronts and instructed the spies in Konoha to gather further intelligence. A gesture to a nearby ninja with authority. In the Hidden Mist Village, due to its island geography and the Blood Mist, it remained isolated, making it difficult for other ninja villages to acquire intelligence from the mist, and vice versa. Nevertheless, several smaller ninja villages gradually succeeded in obtaining information from within Konoha through various means. In the Land of Rain, at Rain Ninja Village, Nagato and Konin also received intelligence. With the Rinnegan's ability to resurrect the deceased, Nagato was inclined to believe it, though he held reservations regarding the information from the dimensional merchant. After a moment of contemplation, Nagato resolved to visit Konoha. Naturally, he would not enter Konoha himself, but would remotely control a puppet to infiltrate and gather intelligence. For more detailed information, a personal visit was indispensable. After all, puppets were expendable, and the loss of one or two was inconsequential. In a certain location within Rain Ninja Village, Zetsu also harbored intentions to scout Konoha and had already set off ahead of Nagato. In a secluded corner of Konoha, at the cemetery, Uchiha Obito concealed himself in the shadows of the trees, clutching a bouquet of flowers, his expression one of shock and dismay as he beheld the scene before him. A throng of ninjas fervently excavated the graves of their relatives, loved ones, or friends, their expressions ranging from excitement to determination to nostalgia, rendering the scene almost indescribable. What on earth is happening? Obito felt as though he were ensnared in an illusion, or perhaps it was the ninjas who were under a genjutsu. Chapter 21. A few days later, to speak frankly, approximately half of the graves in the ninja villages are empty tombs. On the battlefield, those struck by kunai or cut down by ninja blades often retain some semblance of their former selves. Conversely, those hit by jutsu often become charred remains or indistinguishable fragments, leaving no trace of their identities. Moreover, many times, there are simply no means to recover the bodies of fallen comrades. Thus, the return of any remains to their homeland for burial is regarded as a stroke of luck. At this moment, the individuals digging in the cemetery sincerely believed in that small fortune, for it heralded the hope of resurrection. However, Uchiha Obito remained oblivious to the situation. Upon witnessing a group of individuals smiling as they unearthed graves, an unsettling sensation washed over him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he dashed towards the gravestone of Rin Noira without a backward glance, relieved to find it intact. The earlier scene had left Obito anxious. Fearing that Rin's resting place had been desecrated, he resolved to investigate further. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Obito gradually melted into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness. Within the village, the atmosphere buzzed with a festive spirit akin to that of a New Year celebration. Shops adorned with vibrant decorations offered discounts, and the villagers radiated joy. The cause of this exuberance lay in the return of 3 Hokages and the legendary Konoha White Fang. The renown and prestige of Kakashi Hatake and his companions were built upon their tangible achievements, providing the villagers with a profound sense of security. The mere presence of these 4 in one era amplified that sense of safety to unprecedented levels. Conversations flourished, with the streets abuzz about the 4 and the enigmatic dimensional merchant. Consequently, Obito effortlessly gathered the information he sought regarding this merchant, who was said to sell everything imaginable. The truth, he believed, lay in first-hand experience. The Sharingan within his eyes began to whirl. He needed to meet the individual in question. A gust of wind swept through the alleyway. "I hear you wish to see me." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the deserted passage, distinct from Obito's own. Without hesitation, as the words rang out, he activated his intangibility to prioritize his safety, simultaneously pivoting to the right and hurling a shuriken towards the source of the voice. As a clandestine infiltrator in Konoha, his instinct was to eliminate anyone who discovered him. Judging by the proximity of the voice without having been detected, Obito concluded that the individual must possess considerable strength. A single shuriken would likely not suffice to eliminate them. Thus, after casting the shuriken, he swiftly redirected his gaze to the speaker, a youth with tousled black hair, an elegant visage, clad in a sleeveless black shirt and pure black casual trousers, adorned with bracelets. With a shuriken in each hand, he propelled himself forward, thrusting his weapons towards the target's throat and heart. How exhilarating, he thought. Muyang stood his ground, his expression calm, betraying no hint of alarm. As the shuriken hurtled towards him, just before making contact with his cheek, it suddenly disintegrated into fine iron powder, floating in the air like a hazy veil obscuring Muyang's face. Immediately, the 2 kunai held by Uchiha Obito disintegrated into a mass of iron powder, scattering around him. However, they did not drift far. As soon as they enveloped Obito's palms, an inexplicable force seized control, instantly reshaping them into bindings that ensnared his fingers, drawing his hands inward. A mere trifling skill, daring to flaunt it here. A smirk of disdain flickered across Obito's visage, concealed beneath his mask. "Do you believe 2 scraps of iron can restrain me?" With this thought, Obito intended to phase out of the bindings without a second thought. Alas, before he could, the voice of Mu Yang resonated. Suffocation. Those seemingly simple words bore immense power. Suddenly, Obito felt a constriction in his throat, rendering him breathless, his chest heavy, blood vessels creeping into his vision. He lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Clutching his neck, curled up, mouth agape in a futile attempt to inhale, only producing hoarse gasps. Muyang bent down, gazing upon him. "Oh, I wonder who it could be." "It is, in fact, Uchiha Obito. Return to normal." As the command was issued, the suffocating sensation dissipated. Obito coughed several times, struggling to regain his composure. After emerging from seclusion with newfound strength, the first individual he encountered was none other than the world-threatening adversary. Is this fate? So, I ask again, what do you seek from me? Muyang gradually straightened. Obito, now able to breathe steadily, sat cross-legged on the ground, looking up. I have heard you sell everything here, and I wish to purchase a new world of my aspirations. Do you have such a thing? Indeed. Muyang snapped his fingers. It's merely a matter of customization. Do you possess the means? He inquired. Customizing a world is quite costly. Obito remained silent for a considerable time before responding. With no proof, why should I trust you? And why must I require your trust? Obito fell silent, left without a retort. A soft chuckle escaped Muyang as he circled around Obito, moving towards the alley's exit. The floating iron powder, upon Muyang's departure, lost the force that kept it suspended, drifting down with the wind. Within the alley, only Uchiha Obito remained, sitting quietly on the ground, gazing down at his shins. Lost in thought. During his days of seclusion, Muyang had finalized an initial enhancement plan. This preliminary enhancement involved the fusion of the word spirit and the 8 elements of star stealing. The word spirit allows for verbal interference with reality. The fusion of the 8 elements grants divine power. The reason for choosing these two, of course, lies in their cost-effectiveness. While there are 8 elements, each ability is not overly expensive, yet the resultant divine power escalates to unprecedented heights, regarded as a paragon of quality and affordability. The challenges of integration are rendered trivial by the presence of a comprehensive shopping system. As for the enchanting art of verbal conjuration, the allure of exchanging for linguistic skills is undeniably captivating. What one utters manifests into reality. Such is the charm of this power, an exquisite tool at one's disposal. When combined, Muyang's prowess ascends with the swiftness of flight. Presently, he can effortlessly fulfill even the most ordinary of wishes through his own abilities. Meanwhile, during his period of seclusion, the testing of the online shopping platform was completed successfully, with all functionalities operating smoothly and ready for official launch. Returning to the world of Naruto is naturally aimed at promoting online shopping, enabling more individuals to realize their aspirations and mend their regrets, thereby enriching the world's tapestry. Chapter 22. A young man's folly against an elderly woman. A gentle breeze caressed the forest, the branches swaying gracefully, their rustling sounding akin to soft melodies. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows upon the ground, while the fragrant aroma of grass mingled with the intoxicating scent of blossoms, drifting away with the wind. One of the sand ninjas in the team inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and exhaled slowly, a look of contentment on his face as he remarked, "What a refreshing atmosphere. I envy the inhabitants of the land of fire, who can breathe deeply without a care." The other ninjas in the group nodded in agreement, sharing a sense of camaraderie. In the climate of the land of wind, one would think twice before attempting a deep breath. The consequences could range from mere discomfort to the suffocating grip of sand blocking one's nostrils. The individuals engaged in conversation were members of a reconnaissance team sent by the Sand Village to gather intelligence in the Leaf Village. This team comprised 11 members, ostensibly on a mission to exchange medical techniques, with the relevant application documents having already been dispatched to the Leaf Village via the Ninja Hawk. The Leaf Village had indeed consented to this exchange. 10 members were genuinely en route to collaborate with the medical ninjas of the Leaf Village, while the remaining member, Chio, had a separate mission, to verify the authenticity of the intelligence. "Let us refrain from speaking too much. We wouldn't want to become a laughingstock," one remarked. At this juncture, they were quite close to the Leaf Village, traversing a path bustling with merchants, villagers, and nobles. Any careless words could potentially tarnish the reputation of the Sand Village. The Sand Ninjas fell silent, their demeanor solemn as they continued on their journey. Chio's gaze wandered until it settled upon a seemingly unremarkable young man with orange hair. Her extensive experience hinted that something was amiss with him. However, being in the land of fire, as long as he did not provoke her, his presence was of no concern to her. After several minutes of silence, the Sand Ninja team arrived at the entrance of the Leaf Village. Following their registration, they entered the village, accompanied by a guiding Leaf Ninja to their lodging. They settled in before proceeding to the Hokage's office to discuss matters of exchange with the Hokage. As they journeyed along the path, Chio naturally initiated a conversation, inquiring about the recent rumors surrounding the resurrection of the first, second, and fourth Hokages, as well as Kakashi Hitaki, Were they true? The leading Chunin replied affirmatively, indeed. It is true. Chiyo nodded slightly, satisfied with the answer, and refrained from further questioning. The two traversed in silence until they arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. The Chunin knocked gently, waited a moment, and then pushed the door open. As the gap widened, a flash of white entered Chiyo's line of sight. Konoha White Fang. Meet your end. A fierce shout startled the Chunin who had opened the door, and before he could react, a tremendous force propelled him aside, causing him to crash against the door with a thud, leaving him momentarily dazed. Clearing the obstruction, Chiyo surged into the Hokage's office like a tempest. Simultaneously, the shout alerted the two occupants within. Sensing the intense murderous intent from behind, Kakashi Hitaki instinctively grasped his short blade, pivoting to deliver a horizontal slash. However, realizing he was within the confines of the village, he tempered his strength. The sharp clang of metal echoed throughout the room as White Fang's blade effortlessly severed the kunai held by the assailant. Chiyo, propelled by the force of the collision, arched backward, spinning gracefully in midair before returning to the ground. Her agile movements belied her age of 60 or 70 years. Raising her right hand, she glanced at the remaining half of the kunai and turned to face the poised Kakashi. It is often said that one's adversary knows them best. From their brief encounter, Chiyo had already discerned that this was indeed Konoha's White Fang. His swordsmanship was unmistakably distinctive, difficult for others to replicate. Kakashi, on the other hand, scrutinized his attacker, recognizing her as the Sand Ninja Chiyo. He recalled well the trouble she had caused him in the past, her visage etched in his memory. Though many years had elapsed, her appearance had not changed significantly, allowing him to identify her immediately. It is I, Chiyo replied, narrowing her eyes slightly before opening them just enough to fixate on Kakashi. I never imagined you would have the opportunity to resurrect. Neither did I, Kakashi responded, gripping the hilt of his blade as he sensed Chiyo's unwavering murderous aura. When I received the news of your demise, I was disheartened for quite some time. Chiyo's voluminous sleeves fluttered slightly as she produced 2 scrolls, declaring, It seems heaven pities me, granting me the chance to exact my revenge. Understanding that a clash was imminent, Hiruzen Sarutobi realized it was time for him to intervene. If the two were to engage in battle, regardless of the outcome, he would be left to contend with a multitude of complications. This was the Hokage's office, not the village of sand. Chiyo, restrain yourself. Hiruzen's commanding voice drew Chiyo's attention. She turned her gaze towards him, sizing him up before scoffing. And who might you be? How dare a nameless pawn reprimand me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead throbbed with a few prominent veins as he exclaimed, I am the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since regaining his youth, he had lost count of how many times he had introduced himself. Naturally, no one would dare impersonate a Hokage. That would be an endeavor reserved for years later when Orochimaru impersonated the Kazekage. Thus, Chiyo scrutinized the irate young man before her, attempting to recall Hiruzen's youthful visage, only to find her memory hazy, unable to draw a comparison. Could he truly be the 3rd Hokage? Chiyo turned to question her adversary. Shikamaru sheathed his ninja blade and nodded silently, sensing that Chiyo's murderous intent had dissipated. Seeing the two of them, I find myself somewhat inclined to believe in the rumored dimension merchant, Chiyo remarked as she stowed away her scroll. Where might that merchant be? Can I meet him? Whether you can meet him depends on his willingness to see you. I cannot dictate that, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. As for his current whereabouts, I am equally in the dark. Chiyo scrutinized Hiruzen for a moment, seemingly weighing the truth of his words, yet ultimately discerned nothing. After decades of navigating the world, the old fox had mastered the art of expression. For now, I shall trust you, she declared before turning to leave. Stop, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, halting Chiyo in her tracks. Why the rush? Do you think you can wreak havoc in the Hokage's office and simply flee? What havoc? Are you both injured? Chiyo feigned ignorance. I'm referring to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed towards the unconscious Chunin at the entrance. TSKS, Chiyo clicked her tongue. So, how do we resolve this? Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a face reminiscent of a bully scheming to extort. Shikamaru silently averted his gaze towards the window. Oh dear, a young man bullying an elderly woman. You're bound to catch fire. At the entrance, Mu Yang raised his left hand, recording the scene with his light brain. Chapter 23, The Near Realization of Danzo's Dream. What could Sarutobi Hiruzen say? He could only manage an awkward smile. You truly have a penchant for jest. Key segments have been captured. Consider this a historical record. Muyang remarked, chuckling as he shifted the topic. By the way, your village has 4 Hokages now, yet you still hold the position? Muyang's gaze scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen, his mind flooded with terms associated with greed for power and reluctance to relinquish it. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched his lips, a look of resignation gracing his features as he replied, having served as Hokage for decades, do you think I desire to continue? I yearn for retirement. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again twitched his lips, yet here I am, unable to escape my duties. Lord Hiruzen and teacher Tobarama expressed that they had retired and were no longer interested in resuming the role of Hokage. Minato intended to accompany Naruto for a few years. After a brief pause, Hiruzen continued, stating that he could not refuse Minato's request, hence he planned to appoint Danzo as the acting Hokage for a few years. Oh wow. Danzo must be absolutely thrilled, Muyang thought, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he awaited the unfolding narrative. If Danzo were truly to become the acting Hokage, then the person before him would undoubtedly be Danzo. However, the individual present was Hiruzen, which spoke volumes. When he turned to glance at Danzo, he found him wearing a vacant expression, as if struck by a grave blow. Wait. Muyang raised his hand and inquired. Were you discussing the Hokage position in Danzo's presence? Indeed, Hiruzen replied with an air of nonchalance, stating that such a significant matter as the Hokage position naturally warranted discussion among the village's leadership. Goodness, what a predicament, Muyang silently remarked, maintaining his composed facade. I have no objections, please continue. There was not much left to elaborate upon. Noticing Danzo's troubled demeanor, Hiruzen decided to rescind his previous decision. Thus he shrugged and declared, the Hokage position remains with me. Oh, how very considerate of you, dear friend of Danzo, Muyang observed in silence, regarding Hiruzen's concerned expression. At that moment, Chiyo, who had been quietly listening, suddenly interjected, may I inquire, are you the rumored dimension merchant? Indeed, I am the dimension merchant, Muyang affirmed, directing his gaze towards Chiyo as he handed her, Hiruzen, and the ever-diligent Kakashi each a bracelet. Entering the performance mode, Chiyo donned the bracelet, and a surge of information flooded her mind, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Without hesitation, she activated the holographic bracelet, accessing the marketplace, and utilized the search function to locate her desired items. Upon glancing at the prices, her expression remained largely unchanged as she exchanged for a few ninjutsu techniques. Observing the fluctuations in her balance, she furrowed her brow slightly. Navigating to the culinary section, she purchased a bowl of ordinary ramen. The balance fluctuated once more, deducting a mere fractional amount, and simultaneously, a steaming bowl of ramen appeared at her feet. The authenticity was confirmed. Chiyo, exhilarated by the exchange of her accumulated knowledge and techniques, discovered that her funds were still somewhat insufficient. She decided to exchange a portion of her puppets, only to realize their considerable worth. Having gathered enough funds, Chiyo first redeemed a resurrection coin. According to the item description in the marketplace, using the resurrection coin required a medium. With no medium at hand, she felt no concern. After a moment of contemplation, she employed the marketplace's search function once more and successfully located the item she needed, the Soul Summoner. Chiyo held a jade talisman tightly in her grasp. As her words resonated, the talisman shattered, and a phantom light resembling a burning, ethereal blue flame materialized before her. Golden coins were cast into the depths of the soul, and the luminous cocoon shattered, revealing an orange-haired youth clad in the attire of a sand ninja. Mother? The newly awakened youth's expression was rife with confusion, particularly as his pupils constricted upon seeing Kakashi Hitaki. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, Chiyo gestured for him to remain silent. I shall explain everything to you shortly. Expressing her gratitude and intention to take her leave, Chiyo led her son toward the door, vanishing as they turned left upon exiting. What could be the meaning behind her leaving a bowl of noodles here? Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at the bowl on the ground, his expression one of bewilderment. Perusing the weaponry section of the marketplace, Kakashi nonchalantly remarked, perhaps it is a gesture of apology from her. Huh. I wouldn't dare touch the noodles left by that old hag Chiyo, Sarutobi Hizashi scoffed. Puppet masters are adept at the art of poison. They possess several methods of administering toxins undetected. Who would be foolish enough to consume food offered by a puppet master? Speaking of ramen, Muyang recalled Ichiraku Ramen. A few days prior, he had assisted the owner of Ichiraku in crafting a membership card, simultaneously unlocking the door to a new world for him. He wondered how the owner was contemplating this newfound opportunity. With this thought in mind, Muyang resolved to visit Ichiraku Ramen for a bowl of noodles, intending to inquire about the handmade options. Mere moments later, he utilized the technique of body flicker to teleport near the ramen shop. Passers-by in the street glanced at him briefly but paid little mind. In the village, it was commonplace for ninjas to perform such instantaneous movements. One moment they would vanish with a pop, and the next, they would reappear seemingly from thin air. The villagers had long grown accustomed to this spectacle, so a sudden appearance in the street warranted merely a cursory glance. Disregarding the curious stares of the pedestrians, Muyang strode confidently towards Ichiraku Ramen and lifted the shop's curtain to enter. Inside, 5 patrons were already present, 2 members of the Hyuga clan and Naruto's family. Ah, it's Big Brother Muyang. Upon hearing the sound of the curtain, Naruto turned curiously, his face lighting up with delight. Musan. Both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki greeted him with smiles. Nearby, a Hyuga clan member, having overheard the Namikaze family's exchange, suddenly recalled his elder brother Hayashi's words. He immediately approached respectfully, echoing the Namikaze family's greeting, Musan. Muyang regarded the speaker, noticing the resemblance to Hayashi, and observed the child, who appeared to be of similar age to Naruto. He nodded slightly in understanding. Taking a seat in a corner of the shop, Muyang snapped his fingers, and 6 holographic wristbands appeared before the 6 individuals in the establishment. A gift for you all. The 6 patrons expressed their gratitude, donning the wristbands on their wrists. And soon thereafter, a surge of information flooded their minds. How impressive! Naruto exclaimed, scratching his head in wonder. Watergate and Kushina were already aware. Their expressions remained unchanged. Hinata Hizashi wore a look of astonishment, while Niji was visibly shocked. With deft and swift movements, Muyang accelerated the kneading of the dough, washing his hands afterward, and ventured into the marketplace with a serious demeanor, exclaiming in wonder. Meanwhile, in front of the others in the village who had interacted with Muyang, a bracelet materialized out of thin air, accompanied by information about the bracelet that surfaced in their minds. Chapter 24. The 6 Paths of Puppetry. Muyang established a shopping group chat. Ding. Hashirama Senju has joined the shopping group chat. Ding. Tobarama Senju has joined the shopping group chat. Ding. Steve Rogers has joined the shopping group chat. Ding. A flurry of messages arrived in succession, transforming the previously silent group chat, save for Muyang, into a lively gathering of over a dozen people in one breath. Nearly all joined the group at the same moment, with intervals of just 2 or 3 seconds between them. Muyang. This group is for daily information exchange. The information relayed into their minds while wearing the bracelet explained the various functions of the light brain, thus leaving no one puzzled about the group chat. Sitting beside Muyang, Watergate gazed at the group chat interface, somewhat clumsily utilizing voice input, which converted his speech into text. Received. Hinata Hizashi promptly followed suit. Received. Seeing the enticing number 1, Muyang tapped his finger, adding 2 more characters to the group chat. Received. After the 3 in the store finished their exchanges, they looked up at each other and smiled, but when they glanced back at the group chat page, everyone had already sent their acknowledgements. The group chat seemed quite convenient. Watergate mused, his eyes fixed on the dialogue, his right hand holding chopsticks as he lifted Noodles to his mouth. Although Watergate had acquired the light brain a few days prior, his attention had been entirely captivated by the marketplace, leaving little room to explore the light brain's other functionalities. Now, discovering the utility of the group chat brought him a sense of delight. Establishing a group would indeed facilitate future communications. With this thought in mind, Watergate wasted no time in creating a new group chat named Super Swift Wind Bonds, adding Hashirama, Tobarama, Saratobi Hiruzen, and other village administrators to the group. Hashirama stared at the group name, his traditionally stern face gradually adopting a serious expression. What could this name possibly mean? Tobarama, glancing at the group chat interface with one eye while his other remained focused on the paper, held a pen in his right hand, birthing words from its tip. One of Tobarama's hobbies was the study of ninjutsu. Initially, this pursuit may not have stemmed from passion, but over time it evolved into a habit. Familiar with Watergate, Saratobi Hiruzen and others slapped their foreheads, covering their faces and falling into a long silence. Watergate excelled in many aspects. His strength, character, and social connections were commendable, yet his naming skills left much to be desired. Initially, there was a desire to propose a name change for the group, But Saratobi Hizashi reconsidered. After all, it was merely a group name, and its significance was trivial, so he remained silent. The others shared similar sentiments. However, Hashirama was different. He earnestly contemplated the meaning behind the group name. After waiting for a moment without anyone suggesting a name change, Minato felt a surge of happiness. In the past, whenever he chose a name, someone would inevitably suggest a revision, claiming his choices were poor and difficult to comprehend. I have finally made progress, Minato thought to himself, exhilarated, while also remembering the matter at hand. Henceforth, we will utilize the group chat for our communications. It is quite convenient. I have no objections, Hashirama stated first, just as Saratobi Hizashi and the others were about to add their agreement. Tobirama interjected with a directive. Each person is to prepare a document outlining the future development of Konoha to be submitted for my review in 3 days. Homework. Saratobi Hizashi and the others grimaced, completely unprepared for the realization that, despite being in their 50s or 60s, they still faced the prospect of completing homework assignments. Yet, there was no choice. Assignments from the teacher must be fulfilled. Is it possible to abstain from writing? Hashirama inquired. A brave soul daring to defy the teacher has emerged. What are you saying? Exclaimed the elder brother, as a torrent of didactic discourse flooded the group chat. While Minato and the others silently mourned for the first Hokage, they also muted the group chat. Simultaneously, the others established their own groups, inviting individuals based on their relationships, such as the Hyuga discussion group, the Inazuka, Akimichi, and Nara group, and the Uchiha group. These smaller groups buzzed with fervent conversation, while the main shopping group lay dormant, devoid of dialogue. As the group leader, Moku did not mind. His intention in creating the group was to facilitate communication, not to engage in idle chatter. After finishing a bowl of ramen, Moku wiped his mouth and rose to head outside. Upon returning to the street, Moku gazed up at the azure sky and gently snapped his fingers, allowing a few rays of light to cascade across the myriad realms. Much like the previous temporal rifts, these were gifts for the extraordinarily fortunate. The broad avenue thrummed with life, bustling with pedestrians, while the shops lining the sides were abundant, their calls and conversations intertwining into a symphony that symbolized vitality and stability. This scene stood in stark contrast to the perpetually rain-soaked, desolate land of rain. Dressed in the ordinary garb of villagers, the Six Paths puppets walked along the street, surveying their surroundings. Inwardly, they mused that although both the Rain Village and Konoha existed in a state of peace, the disparity between them was considerable. Had Yahiko not perished, perhaps the Rain Village could have flourished as Konoha had. For reasons unknown, Nagato suddenly recalled Yahiko, momentarily lost in thought. Shaking his head to dispel the reverie, Nagato continued to maneuver the Six Paths puppets through Konoha, aimlessly sightseeing. Although the purpose of arriving at Konoha was to verify the authenticity of the intelligence, determining the truth of such information without a clear beginning or end proved challenging. Thus, it was necessary to first conduct reconnaissance, select a target, and then employ the skills of the human path to gather information. What was that person doing? A gaze devoid of purpose suddenly caught sight of a young man standing at the entrance of a ramen shop, gazing skyward, raising his right hand with a smile to snap his fingers. An act of bewilderment. Retracting his gaze, the Six Paths puppet began to stride forward. With each step, the space shifted. Behind the sunglasses, the Rinnegan observed parts of Konoha's urban landscape, twisting left and right, gathering information about the surrounding environment to ascertain his location, the summit of Hokage Rock. Space-related ninjutsu. Who is it? What is your desire? Nagato. A faint voice resonated from the left, reaching the ears of the Six Paths puppet. When did this happen? I failed to notice. The Rinnegan trembled slightly as it beheld the young man who had inexplicably appeared beside him, the same one who had performed that perplexing act on the street. After the initial shock, Nagato's intellect returned as he grasped the significance of the young man's words, and, recalling recent rumors, inquired, "Are you a dimensional merchant?" "Indeed," Muyang replied, tossing a bracelet to the Six Paths puppet. "What you wish for, what you desire, can all be realized through this." With that, a gust of wind swept by, and Muyang vanished from the sight of the Six Paths puppet. The puppet gazed down at the bracelet in his hand, his fingers tightening around it. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, enveloping the figure of the Six Paths puppet. As the gentle breeze dispersed the smoke, the puppet had disappeared entirely. Meanwhile, a few miles away from Konoha, on a small hill. Chapter 25, Scorpion, I have come for you within a dark tree hollow. 5 orange-haired youths stood guard over a red-haired young man, half of whose body was ensconced in some mechanical apparatus, his face etched with signs of exhaustion. One of the orange-haired youths knelt on one knee, pressing his palm against the ground. Dark, tadpole-like patterns spread from beneath his palm, forming a design of certain regularity. Boom! A puff of white smoke materialized not far away, and another orange-haired youth emerged from it, walking with a measured pace until he stood before the red-haired young man, raising his right hand to offer the bracelet he held to Nagato. Nagato, what is that? Inquired Conan, standing nearby. It is. Nagato recounted the earlier events to Conan, who immediately frowned, her brows furrowing in anger. You dare to bring back something from a stranger capable of space ninjutsu? It's fine, Nagato reassured her, withdrawing his hand from the mechanical device, accepting the bracelet from the Six Paths puppet and adorning his left wrist. As he did so, a surge of information flooded into his mind. After a brief pause, Nagato turned to Conan with a smile, saying, Yahiko can be revived. Xiao Nan's anger momentarily subsided as she turned to glance at the orange-haired youth standing amidst the 6 puppets, then abruptly shifted her gaze towards Nagato. Was the legend of the dimensional merchant truly authentic? Indeed it was. As Nagato operated the holographic interface, he addressed Xiao Nan's inquiry. To ascertain the truth, he exchanged for a vial that replenished vitality. Observing the test tube that materialized in his hand, Nagato shook it gently. The crimson liquid inside shimmered slightly. Removing the cork, he consumed it in one swift gulp. A warm sensation coursed through his body, akin to a parched field suddenly receiving nourishing rain. An indescribable wave of comfort enveloping him entirely, prompting a soft sound of satisfaction. His frail, skeletal frame appeared a tad more robust, gaining a semblance of flesh. Having confirmed the authenticity, Nagato proceeded to exchange for all the ninjutsu he knew. However, in all honesty, his repertoire was rather limited. A portion stemmed from the bloodline of the Rinnegan, while another was derived from Jiraiya. Jiraiya's techniques were a mix of those learned from Konoha and his own creations, rendering many of Nagato's exchanges futile. Consequently, he found himself lacking sufficient funds to purchase revival coins. Insufficient funds, Nagato frowned. I possess some ninjutsu as well. Let me try exchanging, Xiaonan interjected after observing for a while. Since the holographic interface was bound to Nagato, she was unable to make any exchanges herself. Not to worry, I shall devise another plan, Nagato reassured her. Valuable items could be exchanged for money, and with ninjutsu already acquired, it was time to seek other commodities. Rubbing his slightly fuller chin, Nagato pondered, Xiaonan, do you think if I request Scorpion to send me some puppets, he would comply? He deliberated on the abilities of his comrades. Aside from one secret technique that might hold value, the rest were merely ordinary ninjutsu, likely no longer worth trading. Kisame's sword was indeed valuable, yet it was his means of sustenance, and he would certainly not part with it. Haiden's secret technique would also be of worth, but acquiring it would pose significant challenges. As for Daidar's explosive clay, it was uncertain whether it had any value. The masked individual relied on ninjutsu, making it cumbersome to procure others' techniques. After much contemplation, it appeared that Scorpion's puppets would be the easiest to obtain. After all, he had no intention of cherishing them greatly. He sought quantity over quality. Upon hearing Nagato's thoughts, Xiaonan grasped his intentions. If they claimed to admire Scorpion's puppet artistry, they might be able to deceive him into providing some. Perhaps if we offer some puppet materials, it would be easier to persuade him, Xiaonan suggested. That makes sense. Nagato nodded in agreement. I shall return to seek funds from Kakuzu. Kakuzu's hard-earned money was about to diminish at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, in the inn where the Sand Shinobi delegation resided in Konohagakure previously, Chiyo had forgotten to discuss the matter of medical technology with Saratobi Hiruzen, leaving the exchange personnel of the delegation with nothing to do. Some remained in the hotel to rest, while others ventured out to shop. In one room, Chiyo sat face to face with her son. Through Chiyo's explanation, despite the fantastical nature of the situation, her son had come to grasp the specifics. At that moment, they were deliberating the resurrection of Chiyo's daughter-in-law. I plan to resurrect her after returning to Sunagakure. This will serve as a tangible testament to the existence of dimensional merchants for those in Sunagakure, demonstrating that change is necessary for their development. Furthermore, I lack the medium required for the resurrection. Chiyo articulated her thoughts. Her son had no objections. Whether it was sooner or later mattered little. During this interim, they could conduct some experiments. The number of ninjutsu was, after all, limited, and to achieve a stable influx of wealth, it was essential to identify items that could be repeatedly exchanged for money, items that were, moreover, available in Sunagakure. In previous exchanges, Chiyo had already identified one such item, puppets. The subsequent efforts would focus on discovering additional similar items. In addition, Chiyo slowly rose and summoned white paper and ink from her sealing scroll. I must also send a letter to the village, updating them on the situation so they can prepare, she said. As Chiyo wrote, the young man moved to the window, gazing out at the streets below. After years of sudden revival, he needed time to acclimate, to gradually understand the events that had transpired during the years he had been lost, and to ease the unfamiliarity as he reintegrated into the world. He pondered. It has been over a decade. Scorpion must have married by now. As he voiced this thought, Chiyo's hand trembled, her brush inadvertently striking the paper, causing a blot of ink to spread conspicuously across the pristine surface. Mother? Has something happened to Scorpion? The young man, observing Chiyo's demeanor, instinctively feared the worst. His hands trembling slightly. Strangely, he felt no overwhelming sorrow. The method of resurrection was already at hand, and if his son had met his demise, it would merely delay their reunion. Well, Chiyo composed herself and replied, Scorpion has defected. As long as he is alive, that's a relief. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, we can bring him back. The incident involving Scorpion's elimination of the third Kazekage had not been exposed. He had merely stirred up some trouble during his defection, and with Chiyo's influence, the cost to absolve Scorpion of his rogue ninja status would be manageable. Indeed, as long as we can bring him back, Chiyo affirmed, revitalized. With Scorpion's parents resurrected, he would surely return home. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest by a stream, Scorpion, poised to leap across the water, suddenly felt a shiver run through him, as if he were being watched from afar. Instinctively, he turned his head to survey his surroundings, alert for any signs of danger. Finding none, he questioned whether it was merely an illusion. Chapter 26. Movements from all sides. Doubts flickered and vanished. Scorpion gathered his thoughts, dividing a portion of his focus to remain vigilant of his surroundings as he continued to advance. Not long ago, Pain had contacted him, requesting his solitary presence at a certain location. Scorpion had no objections. Indeed, his partner's incessant bickering had become quite vexatious. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed, abandoning the noisy companion to set forth alone. During his journey, Scorpion speculated on the reason for Pain's summons. To be candid, there was little to ponder. Since joining the organization, aside from his free time, he spent the remainder executing the tasks assigned by the group. The simpler missions involved the eradication of a rogue ninja squad, while the more challenging ones entailed the conquest of a small nation. In essence, the tasks revolved around violence and bloodshed. Furthermore, Pain's earlier communication had advised him to bring along additional puppets, making it evident that a formidable battle lay ahead. Given such a confrontation, it was likely that powerful adversaries awaited him. How he hoped to encounter suitable candidates among the lesser puppets. A raspy voice echoed in his mind. With a hint of anticipation, Scorpion quickened his pace. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, at the entrance of a bounty exchange, Kakuzu had just completed a transaction when he received a message from Conan. Kakuzu served as the organization's financier and manager of funds. Naturally, he was the go-to for monetary needs. Initially, Conan intended to instruct Kakuzu directly to procure materials for puppetry, but upon reflection, she realized that only Scorpion possessed the requisite knowledge for crafting puppets. Consequently, sending materials was impractical, and she resorted to the more mundane method of simply transferring money. Thus, Kakuzu received the communication. After a brief exchange, he severed the connection and called over his idle partner, who had been idly kicking a tree trunk. Let us go? Upon hearing this, his partner, brandishing an oddly shaped weapon, bounced along behind Kakuzu, inquiring, where to? To meet Pain, Kakuzu's low voice emerged from behind his mask, tinged with an unmistakable mood. Oh, that rogue ninja sounds intrigued. Off to meet the enigmatic leader, huh? As their conversation faded, the two gradually vanished down the road. Nearby, a tree's surface momentarily revealed a rough human visage, observing their silhouettes for several moments before seamlessly merging back into the trunk, as though it had never been there. While the Akatsuki made their moves, others were not idle. In Kanahagakure, at Tobarama's residence, he placed his brush upon the stand, stretching his wrist that had grown weary from extended writing. His gaze remained fixed upon a scroll filled with characters, diligently checking for any errors or necessary alterations. The scroll contained Tobarama's reflections. At present, the ninja world was in a state of tranquility, with 4 Hokages safeguarding Konohagakure. The other 4 ninja villages, unable to match such prowess, lamented in despair. With safety no longer a concern, Konohagakure's focus shifted entirely toward comprehensive development and advancement. Due to the influence of the dimensional merchant, the future of the ninja world is destined for unprecedented upheaval. Before this tumultuous change arrives, Konoha must accumulate sufficient resources to ensure its safety. How can one amass such resources? Naturally, through diligent development and innovation, exchanging items in the marketplace to enhance strength. To foster continuous innovation and progress, a solid foundation must be established, encompassing essential needs such as food, shelter, and economic stability. After observing the thoughts of the monkeys in 3 days, a decision will be made regarding who will oversee the foundational construction, with the elder brother being the first to be ruled out. As Tobarama mused upon this, he activated his holographic computer and entered the group chat interface. His gaze fixed upon the notification indicating a new member had joined. Nagato has entered the group chat. Information from fellow members must also be gathered. Thus, another task was added to Tobarama's to-do list. In the Sand Village's delegation, within Chio's quarters, her thoughts mirrored those of Tobarama. Both were eager to advance. Yet the conditions in the Sand Village were far more dire than those in Konoha, with a severe scarcity of resources and scientific talent. Consequently, Chio felt a heightened sense of urgency. After dispatching a letter via a ninja hawk, she immediately sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss matters of technological exchange. And their conversation proceeded smoothly. After arranging the exchange, Chio informed her delegation and took her son back to the Sand Village, leaving the delegation behind to continue with the technical discussions. Any knowledge gained would prove invaluable. On the same day that Chio departed from Konoha, another individual left as well. To refer to this being as a person might be misleading. It was, in fact, Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. Renowned for his unparalleled stealth techniques, Black Zetsu moved undetected, confirming the identities of all individuals rumored to have been resurrected, save for the dimensional merchant. Having existed for a millennium, Black Zetsu had encountered many of the era's elite figures and had even observed some of them. Thus, after a brief period of observation, he concluded that these individuals were indeed authentic and not mere imposters. This revelation led Black Zetsu to believe a fragment of the rumors regarding the dimensional merchant. Just as he was about to seek further intelligence on the merchant, a message arrived from White Zetsu, positioned among the Akatsuki members, revealing that Nagato had obtained the dimensional merchant's token. Without hesitation, Black Zetsu made his way to Nagato. The world had been wound like a clock, its mechanism slowly turning, accumulating energy bit by bit, and once sufficient power had been amassed, the world would operate at high velocity. The architect of this grand design had long since departed, leaving no trace behind. Upon returning to the shop, Muyang assimilated the memories of his clone. The past few days had seen a dearth of customers, and the Marvel universe remained as tranquil as a windless lake, at least on the surface. Recently, Steve had successfully infiltrated a Hydra hidden base, resulting in a sudden influx of wealth. After settling debts, a substantial sum remained. Steve initially spent money to secure a position for Bucky, acquiring the token of a dimensional merchant, the luminous wristband. He then further invested in purchasing a natural-type devil fruit for Bucky. The catalyst for this decision stemmed from Steve's previous experience with elemental powers, leading him to casually suggest the devil fruit while discussing enhancement strategies with Bucky. Trusting that Steve would not lead him astray, Bucky acquiesced. After a careful selection, they settled on the ice fruit. The choice was primarily due to its appealing nature. Upon taking a bite of the devil fruit, a phrase flashed through Bucky's mind. The boat of friendship can capsize at any moment. Following Bucky's enhancement, Steve chose not to assault the Hydra base, but instead headed to New York to settle debts. As for Hydra's reaction to the assault on 2 of their bases, Muyang did not seek to understand the specifics, but could surmise a general sense of heightened aggression and increased attack power. This would likely result in a slightly greater challenge for Steve during future incursions into Hydra's territory, though it posed no significant concern. Much like a gaming dungeon, Steve's level would undoubtedly remain superior to the requirements for conquering the Hydra base. Reflecting on Tony Stark, Muyang squinted, realizing he had forgotten to provide him with a luminous wristband. Chapter 27. May your departure be less painful. Dormammu 10880, Malibu Street. Inside Stark's villa, Tony held a bottle of wine in his left hand while balancing 3 wine glasses in his right, leisurely making his way toward the living room. There, 2 robust men clad in form-fitting attire awaited, Steve and Bucky, who had traveled from other cities to visit Stark. "What brings you both here?" Tony inquired as he settled onto the sofa opposite them, placing the glasses on the table and pouring wine into each. "We're here to enlist your help against Hydra," Steve replied, leaning forward and activating the luminous wristband on his left wrist, intending to showcase his financial resources to persuade Tony Stark. As hoped, he captured Stark's attention, not through his finances, but rather the luminous device on his wrist. Tony's pouring halted abruptly, his gaze fixated on Steve's wristband. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "What are you wearing?" "Huh." Steve momentarily paused, then clarified, "It's a luminous wristband given to me by Boss Moo. It serves as a replacement for a membership card." "Haven't you visited Boss Moo's shop recently?" "Not lately," Tony replied, redirecting his focus to the wine. Having filled the glasses, he pushed 2 towards Steve and Bucky while retaining the last for himself, gently swirling it. "I haven't been out much. As for teaming up against Hydra, I have no objections, but I must first address some internal issues within the company." "That is perfectly fine," Steve agreed promptly, recognizing that Bucky would also benefit from additional training. Not long after Bucky consumed the devil fruit, he needed to dedicate some time to training and mastering its abilities. Otherwise, he would be unable to wield its powers effectively. For instance, when he initially ate the fruit and rushed into battle, he could only manage elemental transformation and fire breathing, which resulted in a rather lackluster performance, failing to exhibit the true strength expected of a Logia user. Upon hearing this, Stark raised an eyebrow, reclining against the back of the sofa, swirling his glass of wine. "Do you require practical experience?" "I can provide that." Steve and Bucky exchanged puzzled glances. Tony briefly recounted the situation with Obadiah Stane. The expressions on Steve and Bucky's faces darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. How dare someone bully his nephew? That is a death wish. "Very well, I shall go deal with him now." Bucky abruptly stood up, his face grim as he strode toward the door. "Wait." Tony called out to the agitated Bucky. "Let us stick to the plan. I'll explain it to you." Tony elaborated on the strategy he had devised over the past few days. Steve shook his head, opting not to voice his thoughts. "I am one who repays grudges," Tony declared, finishing his drink with a fierce resolve. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, twice the retribution." "All right, just let us know when you need us." Bucky pledged his unwavering support for Tony Stark's decision. "Let us proceed then," Steve said, rising and waving his hand, the bracelet on his wrist glinting. "First, we should pay a visit to Boss Moo." As Tony Stark pondered the whereabouts of Boss Moo, he found himself in Kamartaj. In a certain room, Mu Yang and Ancient One sat facing each other in silence, quietly enjoying their tea. The lemon-flavored brew, pleasantly tart, suited Mu Yang's taste perfectly. After finishing his cup, Mu Yang gently placed the empty teacup on the table and then pushed the bracelet, which had mysteriously appeared in his hand, toward Ancient One. Without uttering a word, he slowly withdrew his hand, and Ancient One, without inquiry, donned the bracelet on her left wrist, wielding it with a proficiency that suggested she had used it countless times before. Skillfully exchanging for currency, she had already contemplated what items to procure, acquiring them one by one. Great purification technique to cleanse the darkness within. Body Enhancement X10. Phoenix Power, 30-minute experience. Longinus, 30-minute experience. Angel Armor Set, 30-minute experience. Clad in resplendent light armor of silver and gold, Ancient One bore 3 pairs of radiant wings that gently fluttered, golden feathers cascading around her. In her right hand, she held the blood-red spear of Longinus, while the eye of Agamotto on her chest swayed with her movements. A truly formidable Valkyrie, fully armed. "I have a matter to attend to. Please wait a moment, my esteemed guest," Ancient One expressed with an apologetic tone. Having spoken, he raised his hand to draw a circle and stepped inside. As the sparks within the circle began to fade, Mu Yang seized a glance at the scene within, a peculiar, pitch-black starry sky. A brief contemplation led him to discern the destination of Ancient One, the dark dimension, the realm of Dormammu. Ancient One and Dormammu, a grand spectacle indeed. How could one possibly resist the allure of witnessing it? While he pondered, the passage to the dark dimension opened by Ancient One had already closed. Yet this did not deter Mu Yang. He lifted his hand, wielding the power of space to reopen the gateway to the dark dimension. A resounding cry, filled with authority and oppression, echoed from within the passage, as a mysterious force brimming with vibrant life surged through the spatial conduit into the room. This energy, embodying the very essence of creation and destruction, rendered the dark rules impotent. The entire dark starry sky visibly trembled, akin to the ripples on a lake stirred by the wind. The house quivered slightly. Walls and floors cracked under the pressure of an unseen force. Teacups shattered, and the wooden table splintered. An eerie crimson flame ignited amidst the darkness, rapidly thriving on the energies of the dark dimension, its blazing light akin to a flickering candle in the void. Longinus. A clear voice resonated within the dark dimension, empowered by an unknown force. Soon after, a more sinister red gleam emerged from the flames, a murderous aura piercing through the spatial passage, instantly reducing the wooden table to dust. Ancient One. A scarlet stream flashed across the starry sky, pinning a dark figure against the heavens, immovable. An enraged roar, carrying an indescribable energy, reverberated through the cosmos, causing planets to tremble precariously. Muyang raised his hand to seal the space, preventing the roar from escaping the room. If the sorcerers of Kamartaj were to be annihilated by Dormammu's thunderous cry, he would undoubtedly find himself pursued by Ancient One. A colossal phantom of a phoenix, obscuring the sun, surged into Mu Yang's view, an overwhelming tide of energy sweeping forth, obliterating everything in its path. The remnants of the spatial passage were shattered by the aftershocks of that energy. Mu Yang tilted his head to evade the debris of the phoenix's power, silently clasping his hands together. May your demise be less painful, Dormammu. After a 3-second moment of silence, he reopened his eyes and waved his hand, mending the damaged room. Approximately 28 to 29 minutes later, Ancient One returned to the room, undamaged, with a scarlet gun in his left hand and a black gun in his right. Chapter 28. The Benefits of Becoming the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Moments later, the resplendent armor embellished with silver and gold, along with the menacing scarlet gun, disintegrated like a sand dune caught in the wind, gradually transforming into golden and crimson dust that scattered into the surroundings. The Ancient One, undeterred by the disintegration of weapons and armor into dust, approached the tea table with a graceful stride, taking a seat. With his arrival, the armor and the crimson spear shattered completely, scattering into fine particles, leaving only the pitch-black spear gripped in his right hand. This spear, shaped like an arrowhead, bore an uneven surface, reminiscent of a primitive spear crafted from stone. What is that? Muyang inquired with curiosity, gazing at the dark spear that the Ancient One placed on the table. It is the authority of the dark dimension. To merge with it is to become the sovereign of that realm, the Ancient One replied in a calm tone, uttering words that resonated deeply. With the authority of the dark dimension laid bare before him, it was evident that Dormammu had met his demise. Muyang nodded slightly and asked, "Then why does it take the shape of a spear?" "I molded it using the power of the phoenix," the Ancient One explained, grasping the teapot's handle to pour himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he added, "I intend to sell it to you. It serves no purpose for me." Muyang shook his head, expressing his disinterest in becoming the ruler of the dark dimension. Thus he would not squander his resources on its authority. "The price is won," the Ancient One declared. "Hey," Muyang chuckled, "are you giving it to me for free?" Holding the teacup, the Ancient One gazed at the dark spear and elucidated. "If I were to exchange the authority of the dark dimension, it could coalesce anew, rendering my efforts to vanquish Dormammu futile. However, if the authority remains in Kamartaj and falls into the hands of a dark sorcerer, it would spell disaster." Muyang nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. You seek a custodian who will neither misuse the dark dimension nor allow nefarious individuals to seize its authority." "You grasp my intentions perfectly," the Ancient One admitted without reservation. "The conditions you mentioned, you yourself meet." Muyang countered, "Have you never considered becoming the ruler of the dark dimension? Every supreme sorcerer has taken it upon themselves to repel invasions from other dimensions. How could I become the ruler of the dark dimension?" The Ancient One firmly rejected the notion. Muyang, filled with admiration, remarked, "Truly, you embody the essence of a supreme sorcerer. Such integrity." After expressing his respect, he inquired, "What about the truth?" The Ancient One rolled his eyes. "I had planned to retire early and relish a life of leisure. Can becoming the ruler of the dark dimension be more comfortable than a tranquil retirement?" "Indeed, Ancient One." The master of an entire dimension finds a life of leisure more appealing. Dormammu must be furious with you. Very well, I will acquiesce, Muyang said, smiling as he grasped the pitch-black spear and moved it before him. You previously mentioned wanting to retire early. What of your successor? When I arrived at Kamartaj, I used my senses to carefully observe, yet I found no sign of strange. Gu Yi gazed at Muyang with a smile, conveying a message that was unutterable, once spoken. It would invoke transformation. It matters not. It matters not. Should the narrative diverge, I shall manually steer it back, he mused. Muyang waved dismissively, wearing an expression of indifference that left Gu Yi speechless. Ignoring Muyang, he activated his light brain and entered the group chat interface. Was conversation to occur through this medium? Muyang followed suit into the group chat, coincidentally encountering Tony Stark as he joined. Jiraiya, welcome, new friend. Jiraiya, newcomers, please share an unfiltered photo, your measurements, and your marital status. Haha. As Jiraiya deftly sent out these two messages, he thought to himself that his hours of practice had indeed paid off. However, upon recognizing the newcomer's name, his expression shifted dramatically. Tony Stark does not seem to bear a distinctly feminine name. Tony Stark, I apologize, but I have no interest in lecherous old men. Jiraiya was instantly taken aback, retorting, I am not a lecherous old man. Tony Stark shot back, oh really? Yet the lewd undertones in your words have laid bare your true nature. Jiraiya continued to defend himself, wondering when he had even joined this chat. Observing the heated exchange between the two, Muyang pondered. Scrolling through the member list and discovering several newcomers, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kurozetsu, and Sasuke. It was not difficult to surmise how Tsunade and Jiraiya had joined. They had likely heard rumors regarding Tobirama, Hashirama, and Minato, returning to Konoha to gather information, reunite with family and apprentices, and subsequently join the chat. As for Sasuke, it must have been his brother Itachi, the devoted brother, who had facilitated this. Kurozetsu's presence raised a question. Had he stumbled upon an unclaimed light brain, thus gaining entry? What luck he had, despite his dark demeanor. Muyang silently lamented. If Kurozetsu were aware of Muyang's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort that it was not mere fortune that had brought him here, but rather his own strength. After all, thousands of white Zetsu had scoured the area for hours before locating one in a pool of water. Returning to the matter at hand, Muyang privately messaged Gu Yi regarding the issue of the air. Gu Yi replied, it is said that it cannot be disclosed. With a grin, Muyang was about to respond when Gu Yi sent another message. However, we can observe. Muyang. All right, no spoilers. Live coverage will suffice. What time and place? Tomorrow at noon. I shall take you there beforehand, Gu Yi replied, omitting the location. Muyang nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, and exited the group chat, his gaze shifting to the Dark Dimension's authority, bound by the power of the Phoenix. With over 20 hours remaining until noon tomorrow, he pondered whether merging with the authority of the Dark Dimension would be ample time. Regarding the necessity of fusion, there are two primary reasons: convenience of transport and the enhancement of combat power. Muyang pondered seriously for a few moments, and to ensure he did not miss the live broadcast the following day, he resolved to employ a cheat device. Whatever one may desire, the marketplace is capable of fulfilling those needs. With a flourish, the pitch-black gun transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, merging seamlessly into Muyang's being, achieving instantaneous fusion. A new sovereign of the Dark Dimension was born, the efficiency of the process so remarkable that it felt as though nothing had transpired. Yet, the influx of information within his mind, along with the newfound strength coursing through his body, confirmed to Muyang that he had indeed ascended to the rank of the Dark Dimension's lord. On the opposite side, Gu Yi observed Muyang's amalgamation with the authority of the Dark Dimension, becoming its master, without a hint of reaction, quietly sipping his tea. Given the vastness of a dimension, it surely harbors numerous treasures that could be exchanged for wealth. Contemplating this, Muyang raised his hand in salute to Gu Yi, announcing his intention to venture into the Dark Dimension. He added, should he not return by noon the following day, Gu Yi ought to come searching for him. Chapter 29. Jiraiya. Tony-sensei, I wish to learn the art of seduction. The Dark Dimension has endured through countless ages, and since Dormammu assumed its command, he has diligently managed it, rendering the Dark Dimension exceedingly expansive. Although the previous rampage of the Phoenix Force had caused some fragmentation within the Dark Dimension, Gu Yi exercised great restraint, ensuring minimal destruction. Satisfied with the relatively intact state of the dark dimension, Muyang found joy in its offerings, whether it be the planets within, the dark power, or other elements. All could be exchanged for currency within the system. In essence, Muyang had acquired a treasure chest brimming with riches. Furthermore, it illuminated a swift pathway to wealth, the dimensions themselves. While many dimensions have their masters, there are far more unclaimed fragments, each an untapped fortune. Thus, the dark dimension would be permitted to autonomously consume dimensional fragments. Though the process of automatic consumption is sluggish, Muyang harbored no desire to spend his days scouring for dimensional shards. Slow as it may be, utility is what matters. The rules were woven into existence, and the dark dimension responded immediately. Muyang nodded slightly and proceeded to select items for future monetary exchange, beginning with a planet to test the waters. The following day, aboard a private aircraft in Obadiah Stane's possession, the opulently decorated cabin was unusually tranquil, with Stane alone, holding a glass of wine and gazing out at the sea of clouds. Although Stark Industries had shuttered its weapons division, the factories under Stane's private control continued to produce armaments bearing the Stark Enterprises emblem. Thanks to the closure of Stark Industries' arms division, he was able to raise prices slightly, considering the rarity of his wares. Not long ago, a well-known organization in the international community approached him with a substantial request for weaponry. Coincidentally, he was scheduled to conduct business in a city not far from their base. Adhering to the principle of not shunning a lucrative opportunity, Stan consented to the transaction. However, considering the perilous nature of the counterpart, he brought along numerous bodyguards and disclosed the location of the deal only 2 hours prior to the agreed time, demonstrating considerable caution. "Are you not meeting your chosen heir?" Stan's companion, Muyang, inquired, holding a glass of wine and casting a puzzled glance at Gui, who sat diagonally across from him. "Please don't tell me your chosen heir is the rotund fellow before us." Muyang shot a disdainful look at Stan, his words dripping with contempt. "The future is rife with uncertainty. What if one possible outcome involves Stan ascending to the status of Supreme Sorcerer? A scheme must be devised to eliminate him." Suddenly, a chill ran down Stan's spine, pulling him from his reverie, and he wondered if the air conditioning was set too low. The adage goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Recently, Gu Yi had bestowed upon him a considerable fortune, yet here he was contemplating ways to eliminate Gu Yi's heir. This was unacceptable. Perhaps a mere 70% incapacitation would suffice. Another shiver coursed through Stan, prompting him to hastily grasp the remote control in an attempt to adjust the temperature. "What are you thinking?" Gu Yi observed Muyang's vivid imagination with an air of disbelief, promptly dispelling his baseless conjectures. "My choice of heir has remained unchanged." As he spoke, Gu Yi glanced at Stan, who was adjusting the temperature of the air conditioning, one of the actors in the unfolding drama. "Oh, understood." Muyang retracted his malicious gaze, returning to a relaxed demeanor as he swayed his glass of wine. As for why Muyang and Gu Yi could freely discuss Stan in his presence without detection, it required no elaborate explanation. It was simply the result of wondrous sorcery. After several hours of travel, Stan arrived at the hotel and checked into a luxurious suite on the top floor. However, Muyang and Gu Yi did not follow him further, as Muyang had discovered something far more intriguing. Adjacent to Stan's room, a stoic Baki, wearing infrared glasses, observed him intently, much like one would gaze upon a lifeless swine. "Oh," Muyang, still cloaked in invisibility, elongated his tone, his expression brimming with anticipation. "I am eager for the unfolding plot." The wait was exceedingly tedious, especially considering that Baki had not shifted his position for a quarter of an hour, steadfastly maintaining his posture while fixating on Stan. Muyang admired his patience and endurance, though he himself lacked such fortitude. After a few minutes of silence, upon noticing the inactivity of the two men, Muyang entered a group chat to pass the time. Gu Yi, possessing considerable patience, also lacked the desire to continuously observe the two men, thus he too joined the group chat. In the shopping group chat, Black Zetsu inquired, "Does anyone need a spot?" "Only 5,000 currency." As the one who controlled thousands of white Zetsu, Black Zetsu had never given up on the quest to seek out opportunities scattered throughout the ninja world, aiming to acquire them at a low price to sell to others, all in a bid to save his mother. Unfortunately, Black Zetsu's efforts to amass money were met with indifference from the group members. Meanwhile, his current employer chimed in. Nagato declared, "Confiscated." Black Zetsu responded, What did I just say? Nagato continued. Jiraiya, Tony-sensei, please continue. Following a previous exchange, Jiraiya had taken the experienced and knowledgeable Tony Stark as his mentor in the art of wooing women. Stark, unbothered, was willing to share some methods to guide Jiraiya. Tony Stark remarked, flirting techniques. Tsunade interjected, take it to private chat. Kushina added, don't corrupt the children. Before the lesson could commence, it was already interrupted. Sasuke and Naruto, who were eavesdropping, observed in silence, contemplating Tsunade's and Kushina's fists. Jiraiya, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety, hastily chimed in, Tony-sensei. Private chat, private chat. Steve Rogers pointed out, Stark, have you forgotten the main issue? Subsequently, Tony Stark ceased to participate in the group chat, leaving uncertain whether he was attending to serious matters or conversing privately with Jiraiya. As the group members engaged in trivial banter, 2 to 3 hours swiftly passed. Suddenly, Obadiah Stane picked up his phone and sent a message before striding towards the door. Noticing Stane's movement, Bucky, who had remained seated for 2 to 3 hours, abruptly raised his hand, activating his hollow interface to glance at the private chat screen. He swiftly stood up and headed towards the door. Muyang and Ancient One exited the group chat, stealthily following Bucky. Obadiah Stane, having set off a minute or two earlier, entered the hotel parking lot, shortly followed by a convoy of 11 vehicles roaring towards an undisclosed location outside the city. Bucky similarly drove out of the city, his back seat occupied by the hitchhikers, Ancient One and Muyang. Bucky took a different route out of town, maintaining a speed of approximately 60, with the cool night breeze blowing into the car, causing his shoulder-length hair to flail chaotically, reminiscent of seaweed swaying in the wind, which, paired with his serious expression, added a touch of humor. Chapter 30. Effortless in the profound darkness of night, a convoy of off-road vehicles thundered across the desolate plains, stirring up clouds of dust. The vast wilderness appeared particularly desolate and barren in the darkness of night, the dense shadows obscuring distant landscapes. Only the wailing night wind, reminiscent of a nightingale's cry, could be heard, adding a somber note to the atmosphere. Illuminated by the convoy's headlights, Stan discerned the nearby scenery, the ochre earth, sparse shrubs, and small creatures such as snakes and rodents, startled into retreat by the roaring vehicles, all exuding an air of sterility. As they drew nearer to their destination, the speed of the vehicles gradually decreased, and the surroundings became clearer. A few stunted trees stood alone in the open field. A gray-brown figure perched upon a branch showed no fear of the convoy's lights, its round head swiveling 90 degrees, golden eyes glinting faintly in the night. A sense of foreboding washed over Stan as he silently chastised himself and withdrew his gaze, remaining quietly seated in the vehicle. After a few more minutes of travel, the convoy arrived at its destination. At the site, a small number of tents had been erected, with 7 or 8 off-road vehicles and 2 trucks parked nearby. Approximately 20 to 30 armed personnel were stationed throughout the tent area, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings with strict discipline. This contingent was the advance team dispatched by Stan, tasked with setting up the trading location. Given the nature of the dealings with a dangerous organization, Stan was understandably cautious, necessitating the occupation of advantageous terrain. On the roof of a truck, a lookout equipped with night vision goggles monitored the vicinity, identifying the approaching convoy. After careful observation, he grasped his radio to communicate with his companions. Upon receiving the message, the others lowered their guard slightly, yet remained vigilant, weapons at the ready. Mindful of potential unforeseen circumstances, the vehicles circled and halted outside the tent area, and 2 to 3 dozen fully armed soldiers began to emerge from the vehicles, converging with their comrades in the camp. Stan, however, did not exit the vehicle. The off-road vehicle he occupied was a modified armored model, offering considerably greater safety than the exterior. With the trading party yet to arrive, he chose to remain inside, closing his eyes for a moment's respite. Approximately half an hour later, a series of knocks echoed against the glass window, drawing Stan's attention. He turned to the window and pressed the button to lower it slightly. The voice of his bodyguard reached his ears. "Boss, they have arrived." Stan grunted, emerging from the vehicle to follow his bodyguard toward the buyer's location. Within a minute or two, inside the tent, the two parties began discussing the terms of their transaction. Outside the tent, both groups stood in a standoff, on guard against one another. A gust of wind swept through the camp, bringing a chill with it. On the roof of the truck, the two bodyguards on watch sensed the drop in temperature. One of them had just begun to stretch when he felt a hand, partially encased in ice, grip his shoulder. As the words of doubt lingered, a chilling sensation surged within him, causing him to lose consciousness. With half of his body encased in frost, Bucky exhaled a breath of cold air, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals he had transformed into ice, before settling upon the camp. Tony remarked that Stan was capturing the living, so they should first eliminate the others. With that, Bucky leaped into action. His enhanced physique granted him extraordinary leaping ability, propelling him a distance of 5 to 6 meters and a height of 1 to 2 meters. The truck, already standing 3 to 4 meters tall, allowed Bucky to plummet from an elevation of 5 to 6 meters towards the ground. Thud! A shadow crashed into the center of the crowd, startling both factions and causing them to instinctively recoil. What in the world? Accompanied by a series of furious roars, the temperature around them plummeted rapidly, a wave of cold emanating from Bucky's center and sweeping outward. In an instant, everything around was encased in frost. The previously raucous crowd, oblivious to the changing temperature, maintained their furious expressions as they were frozen within blocks of ice. The scope of the cold wave was limited, constrained by Bucky's powers and his desire not to affect Stan inside the tent, resulting in some distant enemies escaping the icy fate. However, witnessing their comrades freeze in an instant left the others in a state of bewilderment. To be distracted on the battlefield was a path to demise. Transforming into an ice element, Bucky swiftly maneuvered through the previously created ice blocks, appearing beside an enemy in the blink of an eye. His right arm morphed into a blade of ice, slicing through the enemy's neck with lethal precision. A single strike, fatal. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Strike. Strike. The terrified screams jolted the distracted individuals back to reality, and a barrage of gunfire erupted, turning Bucky into a pincushion riddled with holes. Crack, crack, crack. Before the onlookers could breathe a sigh of relief, an unscathed Bucky reappeared, decapitating one foe, only to vanish once more. Appear, strike, disappear. Appear, strike, disappear. The sounds of chaos echoed. Thud, 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 thud. Monster die? Bullets pursued Bucky's fleeting form, yet they could not hinder him. The air was filled with cries of despair. The escalating gunfire and shouts caught the attention of those conversing within the tent. What is happening outside? Stan inquired, furrowing his brow as the sounds of gunfire reached his ears. A bodyguard standing beside Stan, upon hearing this, instinctively moved towards the tent entrance. However, before he could reach the door, the gunfire abruptly ceased. Without hesitation, he pressed onward, with his right hand gripping his weapon and his left hand lifting the curtain. The bodyguard raised his gaze towards the outside. Yet, before he could perceive anything, a chill enveloped his neck, plunging his consciousness into a haze. Who dares? As he observed his bodyguard, who had just lifted the tent flap, collapse to the ground, severed from life, Stanton bellowed in fury, drawing his pistol from his side and unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the entrance. The echoes of gunfire faded, yet the 5 individuals within the tent remained vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the tent's entrance. Suddenly, amidst their watchful gaze, a hand emerged from the crevice of the flap. Attack! Stanton shouted vehemently, and the 5 fired in unison, expending the entirety of their ammunition in one breath. Having exhausted their rounds, the moment had arrived for him. The flap was lifted, revealing Bucky to the 5's sight. A shattered form composed of ice, gradually regaining its semblance over time, exuded waves of frigid air, chilling the once warm room. Much like the hearts of Stanton and his companions, which grew increasingly cold. A monster. The same thought echoed within the minds of Stanton and his companions. Chapter 31. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Are firearms ineffective? Stanton gazed at the rapidly healing void upon Bucky's body, unperturbed by the malfunction of their weapons. His left hand delved into his pocket, feeling the smooth surface of an oval mechanical device. With a sudden rush, Bucky lunged forward, his body leaning sharply as he propelled himself across the ground with astonishing speed, arriving before one of them in the blink of an eye. The individual instinctively raised his hand to strike at the approaching Bucky, yet the movement appeared to Bucky as though it were in slow motion. He deftly tilted his head to evade the descending fist, his metallic arm launching forth with the velocity of a bullet, delivering a devastating blow to his adversary's face. The 2 arms crossed in midair, a dull thud reverberating as Bucky's strike sent the individual's head twisting to the side. causing their body to rotate a half-turn before momentarily hovering, then crashing heavily to the ground. Another muted collision echoed as the head struck the earth, bouncing like a ball several times. Those present were no novices. None would remain passive. A flurry of gunfire erupted, yet Bucky did not flinch, absorbing the onslaught as though it were inconsequential. Rising to his feet, he slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of one individual out of the corner of his eye, his body swaying as he charged towards the target. Stanton, while donning his headset, commanded his bodyguards, "Attack, aim for the legs." Without hesitation, the bodyguard raised his firearm, targeting the legs of Bucky, who had his back turned. A series of bullets sliced through the air, effectively shattering the legs of 3 individuals. Stanton paid no mind to the subsequent anguished cries that followed, casting forth an oval mechanical device that arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely beside Bucky's head. A piercing sound wave resonated, causing Bucky, poised to rise from the ground, to suddenly freeze, his body losing control, collapsing helplessly upon the earth. What has become of my body? Bucky's eyes widened in shock, his form paralyzed and immobile. It was that mechanical device. A fleeting thought led him directly to the source of his plight, his gaze locking onto the apparatus emitting the sonic waves. The other 2 wretched souls fell silent, as if they were fish flopping helplessly upon the ground. Even the distant bodyguard succumbed to the effects, his legs giving way, collapsing to the earth. Only Stan, donning headphones that shielded him from the sound waves, remained unaffected. He raised his pistol, aiming at Bucky, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Ice shards erupted. TSK. Stan turned his head in dismay. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled. Bursting from the tent, he was met with the chilling sight of ice sculptures and scattered corpses. He sprinted forward, glancing around in search of vehicles that had escaped the icy fate. Inside the tent, Bucky, sprawled on the ground, suddenly shattered into countless fragments of ice, only to re-emerge outside the tent. As he reformed, he could barely maintain his balance for a second before his knee buckled, forcing him to kneel. His metallic arm propped against the ground for support. The numbness in his body lingered, rendering him unable to move, yet he sensed the sensation fading rapidly. Soon, he would regain control over his limbs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The low, thunderous roar of an engine resonated nearby, brilliant lights illuminating Bucky's form. He attempted to turn his head toward the source, but his neck merely trembled and fell still. His eyes shifted instead, but due to the angle, all he perceived was blinding brightness. Boom. Before Bucky could redirect his gaze, he was struck, scattering into a flurry of ice shards. Stan abruptly swerved the steering wheel, executing a rapid tailspin to adjust his direction, speeding toward the camp's exit while glancing back in the rearview mirror. In the reflection, a shard of ice visibly expanded, gradually morphing into a humanoid shape. "Goodness, what a monster!" Stan exclaimed, flooring the accelerator as the off-road vehicle surged forward. Bucky, shaking his limbs, felt the last remnants of numbness dissipate. His vision darted until he spotted a relatively intact vehicle and dove into the driver's seat. With a swift ignition and acceleration, he pursued the fleeing Stan. The 2 off-road vehicles raced across the desolate wilderness, the speed generating a fierce wind and the engines roaring through the stillness of the night. It must be said, Stan drove like a maniac. Though they traversed a barren landscape devoid of civilization, racing through the night at a heightened speed was of little concern. However, the reckless driving style of Stan, who pressed the accelerator to the floor without relent, was exceedingly perilous. He could only maintain a straight trajectory, devoid of turns. If he were to encounter a bend at such high speed, Stan feared he would undoubtedly lose control of the vehicle, with 100% certainty of rolling over. Thus, he refrained from turning and continued to drive straight ahead. Meanwhile, Bucky, equally pressing the accelerator to the limit, bore a fierce expression, as if intent on crashing into Stan's car, willing to obliterate everything in his path. Indeed, Bucky's immunity to physical harm allowed him to disregard the injuries that would normally accompany high-speed collisions, while his agility enabled him to swiftly exit the vehicle, thereby avoiding the flames that might erupt from an explosion. Consequently, he exhibited a death-defying demeanor akin to that of a daredevil. Inside the vehicle, Stan cursed vehemently, unleashing his inner fury and fear, yet the reality remained unchanged. All he could do was press the accelerator harder, hoping to accelerate even further. However, a minute later, Stan found himself filled with regret, lamenting why the car was traveling so fast. Bang! A violent collision reverberated through the stillness of the wilderness as the two speeding vehicles collided, their terrifying kinetic energy propelling them into a series of rolls. Reminiscent of a scene from a film depicting a car crash. Unbuckled, Stan was tossed about like a rag doll in a washing machine, spinning and tumbling until the vehicle finally came to a halt. By then, he was gasping for breath. Upon witnessing Stan's crash, Bucky immediately pressed the accelerator, then the brake. Gradually decelerating to a stop, he approached Stan's side, using his metallic arm to gather shards of glass, ensuring no further harm was inflicted. He then moved to the other vehicle, checking on the occupants' fates. The injuries were severe, but they were alive. Since they were still breathing, he decided to offer assistance. After a quick phone call to the hospital, he hung up, returned to his vehicle, crushed the phone with a firm grip of his metal arm, and drove back to the camp, erasing all traces of the incident. Not long after Bucky's departure, two figures materialized beside the vehicle, quietly observing the injured inside. Is it him? Muyang scrutinized the individual within the car. Blood everywhere. Indeed, Ancient One nodded subtly, offering no further comments. What a coincidence. Muyang rolled his eyes, reflecting on the cinematic narrative where Strange had a car accident, only to find the same unfolding in reality. He suspected a hidden hand at play. Everything is a matter of fate's design. Ancient One replied with a smile. Chapter 32. A New Guest 10880, Malibu Street. In the villa's living room, Stark, Steve, and Bucky were gathered around a coffee table, intently focused on the laptop perched at its edge, the screen displaying footage of Stan's car accident. There are ordinary people who were injured, Tony exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the video showcasing Strange's severe injuries. A glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Would the reputation of Stark Industries be adversely affected? Steve turned to Tony, expressing his concern. At that moment, the host in the video spoke of a camp a few miles from the accident site, consumed by flames from an explosion, suggesting a connection between the two incidents. The host speculated that the crash occurred during a frantic escape after a failed negotiation, articulating his points with sharp precision, as though he had witnessed the events firsthand. It's of no consequence, Tony replied dismissively, waving his hand. The deterioration of the company's reputation will only facilitate the execution of my subsequent plans. Initially, Tony's scheme was to capture Obadiah Stane alive and subject him to a survival trial. The trial would commence with a simple desert setting, followed by a deserted island. Should Stane manage to survive, it would indicate that he had endured some rigorous training, qualifying him for a more advanced level of survival, namely, apocalyptic survival. Tony expressed his wealth, suggesting he could send Stane to experience the apocalypse in thrilling fashion. Moreover, Tony harbored a grudge. He did not subscribe to the notion that revenge should be delayed for a decade. His retribution was immediate and relentless, tit for tat, with interest. Unfortunately, plans often change more swiftly than anticipated, and just as he was implementing his meticulously crafted scheme, it met with an unforeseen setback. Fortunately, this unexpected turn of events did not significantly impact his intentions. After all, there is little difference between permanent disappearance and death in a car crash, both of which would not hinder his future plans. As for the rumors propagated by other companies regarding Stark Industries' tarnished reputation, the public relations department was not idle. They would strive to uphold the company's standing. Not to mention, Bucky had devised a method for erasing traces by exchanging valuable items like cars for store currency. At this thought, a peculiar emotion flickered in Tony's eyes. The once illustrious marketplace that seemed capable of granting any wish suddenly appeared diminished, akin to a mere recycling station. I hope you're not angry, boss. No hard feelings. The remaining traces were cleared away by Bucky using explosives. While it was impossible to eradicate every piece of evidence, the traces left by Bucky himself could likely be eliminated, while the others were inconsequential. Well, perhaps. Furthermore, with Stark Industries' reputation in decline, the difficulty of reclaiming shares would also lessen. Restoring reputation could wait until my tasks are completed. After all, reputation is much like human emotions, fluctuating with various circumstances. That sounds reasonable, Steve noted, his worries gradually dissipating. He then inquired about their next steps. After a few days of rest, Steve was eager to engage with Hydra and earn some money. Let me think, Tony mused, organizing his thoughts. I need to address some internal company matters. Upgrade Ethan's Iron Man suit and create some equipment for you and Bucky, along with attempting to craft an enhancement key. Stop, Bucky interjected, exasperated. Why do you have so many things to do? Making money off Hydra seems like a distant dream. The Hydra has been ambushed at their base twice, leading to an inevitable increase in their vigilance. Stark, with a disdainful gaze, remarked to the duo, "Are you planning to serve yourselves up as fodder? Your elemental transformations are not invincible." His words left Bucky and Steve momentarily speechless, having been besieged twice by a fire-wielding mutant. Hydra's intellect would surely prompt them to devise technological countermeasures against flames, not to mention that Bucky had already been caught off guard by sonic weaponry the previous night. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. If one were to attempt to strike at a serpent only to be bitten in return, it would indeed be quite the spectacle. With this, Steve and Bucky found themselves in unanimous agreement. Ding. Observing their reactions, Tony nodded in satisfaction, poised to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by a notification sound, indicating a private message. Who could it be? A flicker of curiosity crossed Tony's eyes. Could it be Jiraiya? Recalling the humble and inquisitive Jiraiya, Tony's doubts dissipated. He gently adjusted his collar, a smile creeping onto his lips as he entered the private chat. Truly an eager learner, the ever-enthusiastic teacher Tony would certainly strive to impart knowledge. Yet, Tony's smile faded, replaced by confusion as he scrutinized the name on the private chat interface. Ancient One. Who are you? He inquired. I am the Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj, came the response. Within the confines of the dimensional shop, the Ancient One addressed Tony Stark's inquiry, elucidating her identity while clarifying her purpose. She hoped Tony would recommend a place for Strange to receive treatment for his injuries, specifically Kamartaj. Magic, huh? Tony mused. His curiosity piqued as he read the words on the screen. May I visit Kamartaj? His interest in the world of magic was palpable. Certainly. You are welcome to visit any time, the Ancient One replied promptly. Very well, Tony nodded in satisfaction, responding, I will send someone to recommend Kamartaj to Strange in due course. Strange had been injured by Obadiah Stane. Tony had already intended to compensate him. On one hand, it involved treating his wounds, and the marketplace offered ample remedies for healing. Curing Strange's injuries would be quite simple and merely require a small sum. On the other hand, financial compensation was a balm for a wounded spirit. Now, with the Ancient One willing to undertake the task of treating Strange's injuries, Tony was more than pleased to reduce his expenses. Simultaneously, the Ancient One, having struck a deal with Tony, was also quite satisfied. The only individual who seemed somewhat dissatisfied was Mu Yang, who gazed at the Ancient One, engrossed in her holographic device with a bemused expression. I must ask, what brings you to my domain? Is the network here superior? Concluding her exchange with Tony, the Ancient One lifted her gaze to Mu Yang. I have come to seek your counsel. What matter concerns you? Mu Yang inquired. The Ancient One's demeanor grew serious. I have been contemplating how to occupy my time post-retirement. Do you have any suggestions? Mu Yang smiled faintly and remarked, my suggestion is simply to go have fun. With such a serious demeanor, one would have thought you were about to say something profound. And this is all. Just this. I am quite earnest in my words. Gu Yi interjected. I have devoted many years to my work, hardly taking any breaks. Thus, upon retirement, I am determined to embrace leisure with utmost seriousness. Is this the reason you hastily stepped down to seek a successor in your original narrative? Mu Yang gazed speechlessly at the eloquent Gu Yi, tempted to retort, yet finding no fault in her words. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and a figure clad in a black outfit trimmed in red, adorned with a white and blue patterned kimono and a wooden sword at their waist, entered, their natural curly white hair framing their face. Chapter 33. Sakata Jintoki's way of making money. As evening descended, the sun's fading rays illuminated Kabukicho, the sounds of honking cars echoing through the wide streets. Having completed his daily tasks of wandering the streets, playing with small steel balls, and drinking, Sakata Jintoki returned home, his body swaying under the influence of alcohol. Burp. Sakata Jintoki let out a drunken belch, pressing his left hand against the door and pushing it to the left. In his inebriated state, he failed to notice the scene unfolding inside and staggered in. Upon crossing the threshold, a surge of information suddenly appeared in his mind, instantly clearing his drunken haze. A dimensional shop? A place where any wish can be fulfilled? Sakata Jintoki's pupils dilated as he stared blankly ahead, appearing lost in thought, as if turned to stone. Utterly motionless, Mu Yang's gaze shifted past Gu Yi, who was preoccupied with visions of retirement, toward the new customer who had just entered. Instead of activating the customer information, Mu Yang found herself intrigued, pondering, is it really him? or just a coincidence? Oh, Sakata Jintoki exclaimed, striking his right fist against his left palm in realization. I understand now. I must be dreaming. Uh-huh. Indeed, it must be a dream. Haha. Sakata Jintoki chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Could it be the pressure from Kagura's terrifying appetite that has driven me to this? Thoughts by day lead to dreams by night. I must be seeking a place that can fulfill any wish to resolve my troubles. Exactly. Sakata Jintoki nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with his deduction, his proud expression suggesting, of course, it's me, still quick-witted even in dreams. How amusing. Muyang remarked on Sakata Jintoki's soliloquy, adding, it's quite simple to verify whether you're dreaming. Just pinch your face. If you feel no pain, you're dreaming. If it hurts, you're in reality. That makes sense. Sakata Jintoki agreed enthusiastically, raising his right hand to pinch his cheek with force. Ouch. A few minutes later, with his right cheek flushed, Sakata Jintoki sat beside Gu-i, his expression serious as he stared intently at the virtual screen. In the bustling marketplace, the myriad of goods left Sakata Jintoki feeling a tinge of unreality. Yet the sting on his cheek served as a reminder that what lay before him was indeed tangible. Observing the wondrous items around him, he glanced at his balance and immediately donned a mask of anguish. Why? Why indeed? According to the usual narrative, having acquired a golden opportunity, should I not be treated like the protagonist of a manga? Yet, why do I feel as though the script remains unchanged, still a destitute warrior? Could it be that even the divine has succumbed to inebriation, forgetting to rewrite my tale? Alas, life is fraught with challenges, Jintoki sighed. To amend past regrets seems a daunting path. Perhaps I should lower my expectations and exchange a small sum to assist with household expenses. With that thought, he began to swipe across the virtual screen, utilizing the search function to locate the desired item. 1 ton of Japanese yen could be exchanged for the currency of the marketplace. After muttering this to himself, Jintoki suddenly froze, his eyes wide with indignation as he bellowed. What kind of absurd unit of measurement is this? When did the currency unit become a ton? A pile of paper. How much could it possibly be worth? Well, Muyang retorted, money is indeed paper. Jintoki found himself at a loss for words. To be frank, money is, after all, merely paper. Thus, he ceased to be astonished by the marketplace's peculiar currency measurement and began to contemplate a plan for earning, referring to the marketplace's currency. The currency exchanged in the marketplace is genuine, correct? Jintoki inquired, lifting his gaze. Of course, it's real cash, Muyang replied without hesitation. That's reassuring. Receiving Mu Yang's affirmative response, Jintoki promptly exchanged for a kilogram of banknotes and returned to his own world. Quite an intriguing individual, Gui mused. Having lived for centuries and encountered countless people, he had his own methods of discerning character. Indeed, he is a fascinating person, Muyang concurred with Gui's assessment. In the realm of Gintama, on the 2nd floor of the Kabukiko Toze Tavern, in the corridor, Sakata Jintoki gazed at the city bathed in the hues of the setting sun, inhaling deeply to calm the tumult within him. As he turned toward the staircase, his eyes briefly swept past the door, within which the scene had returned to normalcy. As he advanced along the street, Jintoki's pace quickened, heading straight for the residence of Hiraga Gingai. If there were any valuable items that could be easily obtained, Jintoki thought of the plethora of mechanical creations piled in Gungai's warehouse, available for purchase. Clang, clang. Taking a shortcut through a series of narrow alleys, Jintoki arrived near Gungai's mechanical workshop, the sound of metal striking metal reaching his ears. Upon entering the workshop, he beheld an assortment of mechanical devices stacked in the corners, with Gingai himself in the center, assembling a particular mechanical product. Sakata Jintoki approached the haphazardly arranged mechanical devices, bending down to inspect them while calling out, "Old man, what are you going to do with these machines?" Jintoki attempted to exploit the situation for free. "If you want them, just pay," came the indifferent reply from the other side. Failing in his first attempt at acquiring them without cost, Jintoki tried again. "We're quite familiar with each other. These are just scraps, so why not waive the fee? When the flow of money ceases, so does the bond." The old man retorted with a cold smirk. With another attempt thwarted, Jintoki scratched his head and conceded, "All right then, sell them to me at a discount." Upon hearing this, Hiraga Gingai, who was assembling the mechanical apparatus, froze momentarily, slowly turning to fix his gaze upon Jintoki. Despite wearing goggles, Jintoki could still sense the scrutinizing stare. "Jintoki, you seem rather peculiar today. Typically, Whenever Jintoki visited, his requests were made hastily, and discussions about money were either met with silence or evasive remarks. In essence, he would either lack funds or be unwilling to part with them. Thus, the current situation, where he casually decided to pay, was exceedingly bizarre. "Are you feeling all right?" Jinny inquired. "What are you rambling about, you old coot?" Jintoki retorted angrily. "Is it such a big deal to just pay for something? I do it all the time at the tavern." Jinny shot him a knowing look, encouraging Jintoki to reflect, but with the goggles obscuring his vision. Jintoki mistakenly believed he had silenced the old man and nodded in satisfaction, dismissing the earlier topic. He then sighed and stated, "I've come to realize one thing. Money truly holds little value. Here, we count our money by the bill, while others measure it by the ton. I understand now." Jinny nodded gravely. "Indeed, your mind seems off today. Wait, I'll call for an ambulance." "You old fool." Chapter 34. Obito, Kakashi, you shall not take Rin away. In the dimensional shop, an exquisitely crafted incense burner emitted thin wisps of white smoke, with the delicate fragrance of sandalwood wafting around the counter. Outside the counter, Gu-e sat sideways, her right arm resting on the surface, pen in hand as she wrote on a memo paper, while her left held a book adorned with a floating castle in the clouds, titled Scenic Spots and Culinary Delights of the Dimensional World. After much contemplation, Gu-e resolved to devise a travel plan for her retirement, which simply entailed indulgence in food, drink, and leisure. However, uncertain of where the best delicacies and sights could be found, she purchased a book detailing numerous world-renowned attractions and cuisines, eagerly beginning to outline her travel itinerary. Meanwhile, Muyang, within the counter, expressed his irritation at her enthusiasm, perhaps due to the inability to converse about her retirement within Kamartage. The Ancient One had accumulated a plethora of thoughts. Even though Muyang offered little in the way of response, she spoke with great enthusiasm. In light of the previous gift of the Dark Dimension from the Ancient One, Muyang fulfilled his role as a listener quite adeptly. He was not fully attentive, responding to only a few words here and there, while his mind was preoccupied with the diminishing transaction volume in the marketplace. The decline in transactions was troubling. Were their deposits running low? Observing the gradually decreasing figures, Muyang pondered aloud. Human desires are boundless. Yet the resources amassed over the years are finite. Once these resources are depleted, one must invest time to accumulate them anew, a tedious endeavor. The quantity of money earned is of little consequence. The primary desire is to make the world more vibrant. With the vast resources of the Dark Dimension at his disposal, Muyang spoke with conviction. Thus, how might one accelerate the process of wealth accumulation? A straightforward approach would be to expand avenues for earning, introducing more opportunities to generate income, such as items that could be repeatedly exchanged for money. This aspect did not warrant concern, if all went as expected. The members were diligently researching this. Therefore, the avenues I should provide ought to prioritize high flexibility, short time frames, and substantial profits. Oh, does this not resemble part-time work or gigs? Muyang shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, his expression growing increasingly serious. Since he had conceived an idea, it was time to refine it. However, he was at a loss for specific actions to take. Perhaps a stroll through other worlds might yield inspiration, as it often arises unexpectedly. Entrusting the shop to his doppelganger, Muyang ventured once more into a parallel realm. Rain Ninja Village, perpetually shrouded in precipitation. Due to its climate, the architecture in this village is predominantly tower-like, constructed primarily from steel with stone as a secondary material. The walls, both inside and out, are adorned with pipes of varying diameters, a necessity due to the village's heavy rainfall. Consequently, the industrial foundation of Rain Ninja Village is considerably more robust than that of other nations. However, the overall technological advancement in the ninja world remains average. Even with a superior industrial base compared to other villages, the production of high-value items is unattainable. Given this solid groundwork, one must devise strategies for effective utilization. Black Zetsu stood atop a tower, gazing over the rain-soaked city of spires, with the task of lifting his mother's seal at stake. Any potential means of generating income warranted exploration. Did you remember everything I just said? Black Zetsu's voice resonated in the rain with a deep, hoarse timbre. Do I need to remember? White Zetsu replied, astonished. Of course, you should remember. With your multitude of doppelgangers, it would be a waste not to utilize them for record-keeping. Black Zetsu stated matter-of-factly, leaving White Zetsu momentarily speechless. With no grounds for refusal, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall take on the responsibility of recording. What was it you just said? Please repeat it so I can commit it to memory. Black Zetsu. Didn't you hear what I whispered in your ear just now? Black Zetsu suddenly began to question whether his recent decision had been made too hastily. Upon further reflection, he considered that he might be unnecessarily anxious. After all, even if White Zetsu's intellect was somewhat lacking, a single clone could certainly remember one task, and hadn't they successfully completed numerous missions together in the past? Comforting himself with these thoughts, Black Zetsu set off towards the location of pain. Once again, he found himself atop a towering edifice. In the spacious room, a chandelier suspended from the ceiling emanated a soft glow, dispelling the darkness. Beneath the chandelier stood a rectangular stone table, surrounded by 10 stone chairs, 9 of which were already occupied. The first to sit was Yahiko, recently revived, while to his left sat Pain, whose injuries had healed. Now at the peak of his power, and to his right was Conan, her expression cool and composed. On the right side, adjacent to Conan, sat Deidara, who was in a state of displeasure, focusing his gaze on Pain, Yahiko, and the newly arrived Obito. Nearby, Kakuzu was idly counting his money to alleviate his boredom. On the left side, close to Pain, was Obito, bearing his spiral mask, while beside him, Haiden, who had just joined, was restrained by Kyu, muffled sounds escaping his mouth. You are late, Zetsu. Pain abruptly turned to the door. Had you not been coveting my private property, I would not have arrived so late. In response to Pain's penetrating gaze, Black Zetsu rolled his eyes and calmly took a seat at the end of the stone table, stating nonchalantly, I am not late. The other members of the Akatsuki had no objections to Black Zetsu's tardiness. After all, they were all quite idle, and a few extra moments mattered little. Pain withdrew his gaze and scanned the assembled individuals. Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the meeting. I will preside over this discussion, which will focus on the changes to our organization's plans. Upon hearing this, the expressions of half the attendees shifted noticeably. Wait, Deidara raised his hand. Shouldn't we first introduce the new faces before the meeting begins? That can wait until after the meeting, Pain replied dismissively, casting a glance at Deidara before continuing with the agenda. First, he read the intelligence reports, detailing the recent changes within the ninja world, followed by a discussion on how the emergence of dimensional merchants had altered the dynamics of the ninja realm, and how the Akatsuki should proceed moving forward. To be frank, after the intelligence was presented, many in attendance began to drift into distraction. Kakuzu, startled by the news of Hashirama's resurrection, dropped the money he was holding, scattering it across the floor. He had heard rumors of Hashirama's revival before, but had dismissed them as mere speculation. Now he was stunned to find it was, indeed, true. Haiden was making muffled sounds, visibly agitated, unsure of what to say. Scorpion's resentment deepened, his gaze piercing through his puppets toward Pain and the others. Kisame wore an expression of astonishment, while Deidara's face was alight with anticipation, wondering if this merchant, capable of fulfilling any wish, might grant him the opportunity to witness an even higher echelon of art. Uchiha Obito's face, concealed beneath his mask, was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was the sole individual in the entire ninja world to have missed his chance, and now, in a desperate bid to resurrect Rin before Kakashi, he sought the assistance of Nagato. It was imperative that he outpaced Kakashi. Should Kakashi succeed in reviving Rin first, she would undoubtedly express her gratitude, declaring, "Thank you for saving me, Kakashi. I can only repay you with my body." A vivid image flashed through Obito's mind, draining the color from his face and igniting a fierce determination within him. "Kakashi, you shall not take Rin from me." Chapter 35. The duel of the artistic duo tasks can be broadly categorized into 5 levels based on their danger and difficulty. The classification may be elevated depending on the actual encounters faced during the mission. Level D tasks involve minimal risk, such as capturing runaway pets or assisting villagers with farming, offering a reward of 5,000 to 50,000 Ryo. Level C tasks entail a likelihood of injury for the executor, such as close protection details, capturing ferocious beasts, or combating bandits, with a reward of 300,000 Ryo. Level B tasks are anticipated to involve combat between ninjas, including close protection, espionage, and assassination, with rewards ranging from 800,000 to 2 million Ryo. Level A tasks pertain to matters of national or village significance, such as safeguarding important figures or dispatching ninja forces, with rewards of 1.5 million Ryo. Level S tasks involve confidential matters of national importance, including the assassination of key figures or the theft of classified documents, with rewards exceeding 1 million Ryo. As an elite jonin, Kakashi Hitaki typically accepted missions beginning at level B, and due to various unforeseen circumstances during missions, the task levels often escalated. The duration required to complete these missions varied from several days to several months. Consequently, many ninjas had recently been away from the village. But upon returning and hearing the rumors of the dimensional merchant, they found themselves similarly stirred with excitement. Kakashi was among the most exhilarated upon his return to the village. He was greeted with a trifecta of surprises: the rumors of the dimensional merchant, the potential revival of his father and teacher, and the hope of bringing back Obito and Rin. Thus, as was his custom, Kakashi visited the graves of Obito and Rin to share his thoughts. Coincidentally, Obito had been lurking nearby and overheard Kakashi's heartfelt words clearly, especially the key point regarding Rin's resurrection. "Damn you, Kakashi. Are you attempting to win Rin's affection through this?" He seethed. "I shall not permit it." Casting aside all doubts, Obito's mind became singularly focused on reviving Rin before Kakashi. Without hesitation, he set off on a quest to locate the dimensional merchant. Having previously encountered the merchant, Obito possessed a distinct advantage over others. Yet searching for one individual across the vast expanse of the ninja world was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and time was not on Obito's side. Thus, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Nagato. As the reminiscence came to a close, Uchiha Obito raised his gaze to the side, where Nagato was coincidentally concluding his reading of the prepared manuscript, inquiring about the opinions of the organization's members regarding the future direction of Akatsuki. He encouraged everyone to voice their thoughts freely. Upon hearing this, the emerald eyes of Kakuzu brightened instantly when it came to the topic of profit. He was far from weary. He fixed his gaze on Nagato and spoke in a low, resonant voice. "First and foremost, we must ensure that the organization has ample startup capital." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Nagato's sudden interjection. "What do you mean by capital? How much is considered sufficient?" "The currency of the ninja world and that of the shop are both required. As for the currency of the ninja realm, it is adequate," Kakuzu replied, possessing the authority to speak on matters of finance. "As for the shop currency, I have not assessed the value of items within the marketplace. Thus I cannot ascertain how much we need." After addressing Nagato's inquiry, Kakuzu continued. "Firstly, we require several types of goods that can be repeatedly exchanged for shop currency. Secondly, the items used for exchange must be relatively conventional, easily obtainable, and neither too low in value. Lastly, we need several stable pathways to earn Ninja World currency to fund our purchases." Yahiko nodded vigorously, finding Kakuzu's points to be quite reasonable. "The items suitable for currency exchange that we can currently confirm are the puppets manufactured by Sasori," Yahiko stated. "That is art, not mere goods," came the somber voice of Sasori in retort. In the past, had anyone dared to label his puppets as mere commodities, he would have transformed that individual into a puppet themselves. However, now, Sasori aspired to accumulate wealth to resurrect his parents. "My puppets hold value. That is the marketplace's acknowledgement of my artistry." Upon the mention of artistry, Deidara immediately chimed in. "If Sasori's art can be exchanged for currency in the shop, then undoubtedly, my art can as well, and the currency I earn will surely surpass that of Sasori." Confronted with Deidara's provocative statement, Sasori promptly ceased his silence. Turning sharply to face him, his voice rising in intensity, "You certainly have the audacity, Deidara." When it came to the concept of art, Deidara spoke without a hint of hesitation. "I speak the truth. Art is an explosion." "Then let us compare," Sasori replied with a gravelly chuckle, "and see whose art is more valuable. I shall ensure you concede today. The victor shall undoubtedly be me," Deidara asserted with equal confidence. The two, brimming with self-assurance, exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with intense electricity. Sasori was the first to divert his gaze, turning towards Nagato, placing a puppet before him, and stating, "Nagato, make your offer." Nagato, momentarily speechless, exchanged the puppet and announced the price, 12,321. Deidara then presented a grotesque explosive clay figure before Nagato, mimicking Sasori's earlier words. "Nagato, make your offer." 10,867. "Huh." Scorpion chuckled twice, brimming with pride as he proclaimed, "I have triumphed. Daidara's forehead throbbed with a prominent vein as he shaped a grotesque, explosive clay figure. Nagato, your bid? 12,401, came the reply. I win indeed. Daidara raised an eyebrow with smug satisfaction. Nagato, your bid? 20,080. Bid, Daidara urged. 21,008. 30,300. 41,301. The onlookers remained speechless, gazing at the three. Two items of currency exchange are at stake. Art. As Kakuzu's words faded, two voices, infused with indignation, swiftly countered. After their retorts, the duo turned back to their contest. Kakuzu, disregarding them, assumed control of the meeting, urging, let us discuss your opinions. When it comes to making money, I, Kanu, am quite serious. Kurizetsu, regarding the acquisition of currency in the ninja world, I have two proposals. First, to collaborate with the Sand Shinobi to sell water, and second, to establish factories to produce goods for sale. Feasible, Kakuzu nodded slightly, looking towards the others. What are your thoughts? Obito, what about fishing? Kisame, fishing? Haiden Wu. Conan, sell explosive tags. Yahiko, ahaha. I truly am a fool for eagerly awaiting your responses. Kakuzu's gaze turned exasperated. Shinra Tensei. Nagato flung Scorpion and Daidara aside, rubbing his temples which ached from the ruckus. The meeting is adjourned. Kakuzu and Kurizetsu, please draft a plan based on our discussions to present to me. The rest of you are free to move about. Return here tomorrow to receive your missions. Chapter 36. The Rain Shinobi Village Diplomat Kurizetsu. The following day, at dawn, as the first light of morning broke, the brilliant golden sun poured over the vast expanse of the desert, illuminating it and creating a breathtaking vista akin to a sea of gold. The sky was a pristine blue and an abstract, pure white giant bird soared swiftly through the azure heavens, its rapid movement generating fierce winds that violently tore apart the cotton candy-like clouds scattered along its path. A gust is about to rise. If you wish to avoid tasting sand, fly faster, Scorpion instructed Daidara, who was perched upon the bizarre clay bird. Understood, Boss Scorpion. Daidara replied, clapping his hands on the creature's back, urging it to accelerate further. I have finalized arrangements with Chio. We shall land shortly at the entrance of the Sand Shinobi village, where our hosts await. Kurizetsu deactivated the group chat and spoke to the other two. Chio, you say? Scorpion gazed silently at the desert, lost in thought. It has been quite some time. Understood, Daidara replied, squinting against the glaring sunlight. Following yesterday's meeting and subsequent summary, the responsibilities within the Akatsuki organization have been meticulously redefined. Black Zetsu is tasked with intelligence and diplomacy, while Daidara is responsible for detonating the clay factory and embarking on expeditions to procure high-value items, also assisting in transporting other members across various locations. Kakuzu oversees internal affairs, and Uchiha Obito is in charge of transporting goods and searching for valuable items, also aiding in the transportation of other members. Scorpion is responsible for the puppet factory and research laboratory. Nagato supervises operations, Conan acts as a messenger, and Yahiko, as the leader, makes decisions on significant matters. Kisame Hashigaki continues his role as a combatant. Within the confines of the Rain Village, his combat prowess surpasses that of the outside world. Additionally, he is tasked with overseeing fellow combatant Haiden, ensuring he does not cause any disturbances in the absence of supervision. At this stage, the Akatsuki organization has also formulated necessary tasks, devised collaboratively by Kakuzu and Black Zetsu. Thus, we arrive at the current scene, where Black Zetsu, accompanied by his assistant Scorpion, boards Daidara's express aircraft bound for the Sand Village to seek collaboration. In the Sand Village, within the political epicenter of the Kazekage Tower, Chio hastily arrives to relay the news of Rain Village's desire for cooperation to the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Chio, having recently returned to the Sand Village, previously demonstrated the resurrection of the deceased before the Kazekage and other elders, validating the reality of dimensional merchants. The village was immediately engulfed in fervor, efficiently devising plans to transform the desert into an oasis and various strategies to generate revenue for the marketplace. Just as they were preparing to implement these plans, news of the Rain Village's request for collaboration arrived, prompting Raza to inquire about the nature of this cooperation. Water, Chio responded with evident excitement. The Rain Village intends to construct pipelines to transport water from their village to the Sand Village. Situated in the desert, the Sand Village is perpetually in short supply of resources, with water being the most scarce. Really? Raza exclaimed, striking the desk in excitement. Naturally. The management of the Rain Village contacted me directly. Chio raised her left arm, revealing a bracelet on her wrist, indicating that the person who contacted Raza is also a member of the Merchant Association. Understanding Chio's implication, Raza, who became a member through her recommendation, inquired, "Are the members from the Rain Village those few in the group?" Chio confirmed, Nagato and Black Zetsu. Raza paused, taken aback, as he was unfamiliar with these names. Are they newcomers under Hanzo's mentorship? Chio shook her head. No, Hanzo is deceased. The current leader of the Rain Village is Yahiko, with Nagato as his second-in-command. And Black Zetsu is an elder of the Rain Village. Hanzo is dead. Raza was momentarily stunned, astonished that the semi-divine Hanzo had perished without a sound. Although taken aback by the death of such a formidable figure, Raza was more intrigued by the successor to Hanzo's position, pondering whether Yahiko, who inherited this mantle, possessed considerable strength. Perhaps, Chio replied, shaking her head. The intelligence management of the Rain Ninja Village is exceptionally proficient. Even the news of the demigod's demise was just conveyed to her by Kurojitsu. The reason for this revelation likely stems from a desire for deeper collaboration in the future. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Rasha's eyes as she inquired, "How long until the envoy from the Rain Ninja Village arrives? Have the reception arrangements been made?" Chio replied that the arrangements were indeed in place, noting that they were expected to arrive around 9 o'clock. Rasha turned her gaze toward the clock, which read 8:45. "Gather the elders in the conference room," she commanded. Donning her wind shadow hat, Rasha, accompanied by Chio, made her way to the conference room, instructing the shadowy ninjas following them. A few of the Umbu bowed and vanished in an instant. On the rooftop of a building 2 streets away from the Hokage's office, Gaara, with a cold demeanor, silently observed the Umbu ninjas traversing the rooftops. He raised his right hand, seemingly grasping at the air toward a nearby ninja, causing the yellow sand to swiftly coalesce. Suddenly, a warm hand landed atop Gaara's head, startling him and causing the gathered sand to disperse. Gaara recoiled, jumping backward as he warily regarded the man who had appeared beside him. "Who are you? To bypass my sand defenses and touch me, you must possess formidable strength." A violent urge to kill washed over Gaara, his expression contorting into a grimace as the yellow sand began to gather once more. With a tone that was both admiring and pitying, Muyang remarked, "Little one, do you wish to see your mother?" After forming a group chat, Muyang had remained largely silent, observing the interactions as a lurking presence. Recently, upon noticing Rasha join the chat, he recalled Gaara's twisted personality shaped by Rasha's influence. Seeking inspiration, Muyang decided to visit the Sand Ninja Village first. "Do you wish to kill me?" Gaara's expression grew even more menacing, a shadowy hue creeping across the left side of his face. The surrounding yellow sand began to swirl with alarming speed, resembling serpents coiling around Muyang, effectively sealing off his escape routes. Perish! The swirling sand swiftly formed numerous projectiles the size of thumbs, hurtling toward Muyang at a velocity comparable to gunfire, encircling him from all angles. Bang! 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 The floorboards were punctured in an instant, a cloud of dust obscuring the interior scene. "Little one, you're quite impressive," Muyang said, affectionately patting Gaara's head with a smile. Gaara turned mechanically, staring blankly at Muyang, bewildered as to why the sand had failed to restrain him yet again. "Little one, what I meant earlier is that I can resurrect your mother." To prevent Gaara, whose thought process seemed rather erratic, from misunderstanding again, Muyang elaborated. Gaara's expression shifted to one of deeper bewilderment, lost in confusion. "Do you wish to see her?" Muyang inquired. "Yes," Gaara replied eagerly. Gaara, with a fierce grimace, clenched his teeth, yearning to hear her express her love for him directly. Chapter 37. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, endures domestic violence at the entrance of Sunagakure, Maki. His head wrapped in white cloth concealing half his face, stood tall in the conventional attire of a sand ninja, gazing out over the vast expanse of the desert and watching the silhouette of a bird gradually taking shape in the sky. As a representative of Sunagakure, it was expected that he would present himself in optimal condition to greet the envoys from other villages, embodying the spirit of the sand ninja. He was supposed to remain composed at all times. However, when an oddly shaped clay giant bird descended before him, and 3 figures emerged from the swirling sands, Maki's composure faltered, and his expression betrayed his unease. To the left stood a white-skinned, To the right, a black-skinned humanoid carnivorous plant. Alongside them, a grotesque dwarf, Deidara, the rogue ninja from Awagakure. Maki's body tensed abruptly, akin to a cheetah poised to strike, ready to spring into action. Deidara and his companions, however, noticed Maki's subtle movements but paid little heed, for they were not there to instigate conflict but to discuss collaboration. "We are the envoys of Amigakure," one of them declared. "Are you certain?" Maki retorted, skepticism lacing his tone. "I have never encountered a ninja without a village headband. Moreover, your team includes a rogue from Awagakure." He cast a peculiar glance at Deidara, pondering the chaos that would ensue if the Tsuchikage learned that his apprentice had infiltrated the ranks of Amigakure's leadership. Does Amigakure not fear retaliation from Awagakure? Where are your credentials? Maki maintained his vigilance, pressing for answers. In inter-village communications. To prevent malicious individuals from impersonating envoys and infiltrating the villages, there exists a systematic method of verification. Kuratsuchi, Scorpion, Deidara, at Maki's inquiry. It dawned on Kuratsuchi and the others that they lacked the necessary identification documents. The Akatsuki had never intended to engage in amicable exchanges with other villages. Thus, they had been indifferent to the protocols governing such interactions. Their lawless demeanor epitomized their past. Now, with the Akatsuki's sudden shift towards fostering friendly relations, their ingrained habits proved difficult to alter. Moreover, after their group chat, Kuratsuchi had not anticipated the necessity of additional identification documents. Had Chio become senile in her old age? How troublesome. As he scrutinized the three silent figures, Maki's expression grew increasingly rigid, his right hand discreetly reaching behind him to grasp a cylindrical weapon. Should the trio before him show any signs of hostility, he was prepared to flee and signal for assistance. "Wait," Kuratsuchi raised his pale hand, indicating for Maki to pause, and then discreetly contacted Chio. After a brief exchange, Kuratsuchi turned back to Maki and reiterated, "Please hold on." After a tense silence amidst the swirling sands, an Umbu ninja dashed to Maki's side, delivering the Kazakage's orders. "I apologize for the previous rudeness. Please accept my apologies," Maki stated with utmost formality. Heijua urged, "There is no time for trivial matters. We must attend to the pressing issues." Upon hearing this, Maki led the three individuals into the village, saying, "Please follow me." They arrived at the Wind Shadow Tower, specifically the conference room. Inside the room, the influential figures of Sunagakure were gathered around a circular table, Wind Shadow Raza, Advisor Chio, and the village's various department heads. As the trio entered, they immediately felt numerous scrutinizing gazes upon them. Scorpion raised his eyes and recognized several familiar faces, silently following Maki into the room and taking a vacant seat beside him while quietly observing Chio. Chio, too, regarded Scorpion intently, with her unparalleled prowess as a puppet master. She quickly discerned that the individual before her was indeed a puppeteer. Does the Village of Rain also boast puppeteers? She pondered, reflecting on the unfavorable conditions for such artisans in the Land of Rain, where the damp climate is detrimental to the preservation of puppets. "I am Heijua, the leader of the Rain Village delegation, and I am fully responsible for this exchange," Heijua declared as he took his seat. Deidara's artistic mind clearly was not suited for dialogue, while Scorpion exhibited no inclination to speak, remaining as silent as a puppet. "Hello," Raza began, but was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous crash. The door to the conference room shattered violently, splintered wood flying outward with tremendous force. The individuals within were no ordinary characters. Even in the face of this sudden assault, they managed to react with composure, deftly dodging the debris that hurtled toward them. Once they had evaded the danger, a wave of furious indignation surged within them. How dare someone shatter the door to the conference room? Such an affront was a blatant disregard for the esteemed figures of Sunagakure. Not to mention, doing so in front of representatives from other ninja villages was a disgrace to Sunagakure. It was a matter of honor, and how could they not be enraged? The influential figures of Sunagakure turned in unison, glaring at the entrance. "Who?" The furious shout echoed, but as they beheld the woman standing at the threshold, their expressions froze, gradually transforming into a look of confusion. "She looks somewhat familiar." Heijua, ever prepared for flight, noticed the expressions of the Sunagakure personnel and felt a slight sense of relief. He had feared they had been lured into a trap meant to eliminate them and eliminate competition for resources. It appeared, however, that this was not the case. Heijua's gaze shifted toward the door, though he retained his readiness to flee. "Ah, How intriguing. The concealed scorpion recognized the individual at the entrance and seemed on the verge of a smile, yet the constraints of his puppet form prevented him from doing so. Deidara, eager to engage, appeared ready to act, but was swiftly admonished by the tail of Scorpion's puppet, which gave him a gentle tap on the head. Rubbing his scalp, Deidara obediently settled back into his chair. Jajiriro? Raza murmured, gazing at the woman at the door, whose demeanor resembled that of an enraged mother tiger. Her lips quivering slightly. Rosa harbored no doubts regarding the identity of Gaara, for he had already glimpsed the familiar bracelet adorning him. Gaara, Rosa bellowed, rushing forward in a single, fierce stride. His fist collided forcefully with Rosa's unsuspecting right cheek, sending him spiraling into the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. A collective gasp filled the air as the Sand Village ninjas inhaled the gritty atmosphere, instinctively leaning back in a tactical retreat. Their memories of Gaara conjured an image of gentleness, akin to a placid stream, yet the figure before them now blazed with fury, resembling an ignited powder keg. What could Rosa have done to incite such wrath in Gaara? As they pondered this, their gaze fell upon the figure of Gaara at the entrance, their confusion dissipating. As a mother who would protect her son even in death, it was only natural for her to be enraged upon witnessing the hellish existence her child endured posthumously. Rosa, your fate is sealed. The villagers of the Sand Village cast sympathetic glances towards Rosa. Meanwhile, Scorpion's eyes were fixated on Gaara, murmuring to himself, a mother, perhaps? Muyang, having deactivated the recording function of his holographic device, allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. What a tragic sight. How comical, chuckled Shikaku, perched upon Muyang's shoulder. Indeed, he deserves it, laughed Shikaku, nestled atop Gaara's head. The sharpness of their laughter drew the attention of the crowd once more, their expressions morphing into astonishment. Shikaku, there are two. Boss Muyang, Black Zetsu and Chio exclaimed inwardly, taken aback by Muyang's unexpected appearance. Chapter 38. The adorable tailed beasts of childhood in the group chat. The members' avatars were all personal headshots. Thus, Black Zetsu and Chio, who frequented the chat, immediately recognized Muyang upon seeing him. At that moment, they resembled individuals startled awake, discovering a malevolent specter face to face, their pupils contracting and hearts racing. What transpired next sent Chio's blood rushing to her head, leaving her slightly dazed. Shikaku, a respected elder of the Sand Village, raised a finger towards Muyang. His inquiry left unfinished. Chio, flying kick. Chio leaped into action like a masked hero, tucking her knees as she spun mid-air, ascending to a considerable height before executing a side kick, propelled by the wind. In a rapid descent, her right foot struck the elder's chest precisely, forcing the remainder of his words back into his stomach. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and before the terrified gazes of onlookers, the elder was sent crashing into the wall, his body contorted like a lobster arching back, accompanied by the sound of air being violently displaced, causing the structure to tremble slightly. The wall was suddenly engulfed by a network of cracks, as dark yellow dust cascaded down, obscuring the view within. The onlookers gazed intently at the stillness behind the veil of dust, instinctively swallowing hard, as if a bolt of lightning had surged through their minds, sending tingles down their spines. Even the fiercely irate Gaara was startled by Chio's fierce kick, his anger dissipating, replaced by a flicker of apprehension as he stole a glance at her. Chio's esteemed position in the Sand Village was founded upon her formidable prowess and illustrious achievements. She brushed off her dress and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "At my age, one should know what to say and what to refrain from saying. Yet some still cannot discern between the two." Muyang raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging Chio's enduring vigor. His gaze swept across the room, landing on faces that evoked little recognition, pausing momentarily on the trio of Black Zetsu, intrigued by their purpose in the Sand Village, though he refrained from inquiring. The unknown holds the greatest allure. One cannot help but wonder how the seeds scattered today will bloom in the future. Gently pressing down on his left shoulder where Shikaku was playfully tossing sand, Muyang slowly turned away. "You truly are something, Shikaku. Your antics are so effortlessly charming." The tailed beast appeared to be quite amusing indeed. With this thought in mind, Muyang took a step forward, his form gradually becoming ethereal until he vanished entirely. Chio shifted her gaze from the door to the head of the medical department, pointing to the unconscious figure in the corner. "Take him to the hospital for treatment." The head of the medical department nodded in agreement, first confirming the patient's breathing before examining his injuries. 3 ribs were fractured, and there was internal bleeding. Fortunately, no particularly severe injuries were found, prompting a sigh of relief from the medical chief, who then performed a hand seal to cast the shadow clone technique, creating 3 clones to carry the injured man outside. Chiyo settled back into her seat and turned to Gaara. Gaara, you should take Raza home first. Having the Kazekage lying unconscious on the ground is quite unsightly. Understood. Gaara lowered his gaze towards Raza, intending to have a serious conversation with him about the good deeds he had accomplished over the years. At this, the unconscious Raza seemed to tremble slightly. The gentler a person is, the more fearsome they become when enraged. Like a sack of sand, Gaara hoisted Raza onto his shoulder and strode toward the door with an imposing demeanor. Were it not for the membership badge on Gaara's wrist and Mu Yang's presence, one might question whether Gaara was an imposter, for his demeanor had transformed so drastically. Chiyo shook her head, observing Gaara's retreating form alongside Raza, and called out to him, Gaara, do not leave just yet. I have something to ask you later. Ignoring her, Gaara continued to follow Gaara. Such a mischievous child, Chiyo muttered, her expression darkening momentarily as she addressed Gaara. You should return home to attend to family matters. I will look after Gaara for now. As Gaara pondered the situation, he realized that exposing a child to domestic violence was indeed detrimental. He turned and gently swatted Shikaku, who was perched atop Gaara's head, sending the tiny-tailed beast tumbling away. Caressing Gaara's head, he softly spoke, Gaara, my dear, play with Granny Chiyo for a while. Mother will come to take you home shortly. How dare you strike me, you wretched woman? Shikaku exclaimed, shaking his bracelet-adorned tail in indignation as he landed on the ground, his size comparable to that of a teapot. Ignoring Shikaku's outburst, Gaara continued to gaze quietly at his mother. How infuriating, to be so blatantly disregarded. Shikaku fumed, hopping in frustration, yet powerless to change the situation. Having relinquished nearly 97% of his strength to Gaara, he could only bully his nin at this moment. Gaara stared at his mother for a long while before responding, okay. He then picked up the irate Shikaku and, amidst the latter's protests, made his way to sit beside Chiyo, occupying the seat of Raza. Thus, the meeting resumed. Chiyo restarted the conference to formally discuss the details of collaboration with the Rain Ninja Village. In the vast expanse of the desert, Mu Yang wandered aimlessly, casting sidelong glances at Shikaku, who was amusing himself by wagging his tail. Quite adorable indeed, Mu Yang mused inwardly, before contemplating other tailed beasts. It is often said that many animals are endearingly cute in their youth, only to grow into something less appealing. The same holds true for the tailed beasts. Their juvenile forms appear rather charming. Mu Yang reminisced about the youthful appearance of the tailed beasts, with a dark green cicada larva surfacing in his memory. Well, except for the 7 tails, Go. However, collecting tailed beasts is a cumbersome task. Individuals like Gaara, who readily sell their tailed beasts, are exceedingly rare. The reason for this is primarily due to Shikaku's antics. Once Gaara learned that selling Shikaku could resolve his sleeping issues, he acted without much contemplation. Wait a moment. Upon reflection, why do I feel as if my previous actions resemble the peculiar uncle tempting a child with a lollipop? Mu Yang's expression turned slightly bizarre. Shaking his head to dispel such trivial thoughts, he directed his gaze towards the marketplace, where lives akin to tailed beasts were also available for sale. After some contemplation, he shifted his focus again, his mind leaping to other subjects. Speaking of which, how does one seek inspiration? For some inexplicable reason, the image of Jiraiya scaling a wall in search of inspiration suddenly flickered in Mu Yang's mind. He shook his head, banishing the lewd grin of Jiraiya from his thoughts. What are other methods to find inspiration? Mu Yang recalled playing video games and reading novels. Speaking of games, he nodded thoughtfully, harboring a somewhat immature idea that he would seek to explore in the future. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up sand and obscuring Mu Yang's figure. Once the wind and dust settled, he had already vanished into the vastness of the desert. Returning to the store, inhaling the subtle fragrance of sandalwood, Mu Yang surveyed the empty room, stepping into the counter to merge with his doppelganger and retrieve the fleeting memories of the day. Upon reviewing these memories, he began to refine his earlier thoughts, piece by piece. Chapter 39. The construction of the Hell instance when it comes to games. Mu Yang was particularly struck by the myriad of gameplay options, such as leaderboards, various instances, and seasonal activities. These game mechanics could seamlessly translate into reality. For instance, if the rewards for topping the leaderboard were sufficiently enticing, the members in the group would undoubtedly strive to excel. It seemed feasible. With a slight nod, Muyang contemplated the sole issue, the limited number of participants in the group. With merely dozens of individuals vying for ranks, competition would inevitably lack fervor, especially since most were acquaintances. The familiarity among them could lead to unforeseen circumstances, such as clandestine discussions to alternate the top position and share the rewards. The mere thought of such a scenario left Muyang feeling a tad impoverished. He dismissed the notion for the time being and instead recalled other aspects of the game, including the diverse instances and periodic events. Regarding instances, the first requirement was a territory suitable for repeated exploration. Muyang tilted his head towards the ceiling, reminiscing about his private treasure trove, the Dark Dimension. Its vast expanse and abundant treasures would allow many to engage in repeated ventures for an extended period. Excellent. He decided to select the Hell Dimension for the instance. The Dark Dimension was his personal haven. He would not allow others to enter indiscriminately. However, the Hell Dimension was different. Having endured an unknown calamity, it had fragmented into a myriad of loosely connected shards, with the more expansive regions occupied by infamous demons and malevolent deities from myth and legend, while the desolate areas remained unclaimed. The reason for the latter's desolation was that even demons held a semblance of pride. The stark contrast between the dilapidated and barren dimensional shards and the vast ones was akin to the disparity between a luxurious villa and a crumbling hut. Even if one failed to seize a prime location during a contested acquisition, they could still bow and join a faction, thereby obtaining a share of territory and becoming a resident of a grand villa. Consequently, certain desolate and impoverished dimensional shards had become no man's land, inhabited solely by low-level demons, mindless or dim-witted creatures, and restless spirits. They were perfectly suited as entry-level instances. Firstly, the creatures within belonged to the chaotic evil alignment. Secondly, their combat abilities were relatively low. Thirdly, most items held value. And fourthly, the respawn time for monsters and resources was short. As the number of members increased and their strength grew, the instances could gradually be replaced. After all, there were numerous dimensional shards to explore, and they could be unveiled one by one. And as for any objections from the dimensional demon lords and evil gods, anyone who dares to disrupt my profit will be confined to a dark chamber. As a demon lord, one ought to remain within the confines of the castle, patiently awaiting the arrival of brave heroes, rather than wandering aimlessly. With a self-congratulatory spirit, Muyang diligently jotted down this concept on a blank sheet of paper, intending to conduct further field research. If all goes well, he would set this plan into motion. One issue resolved, he pondered another. Recalling various events from the game, Muyang remembered that certain games would launch activities corresponding to the introduction of new characters or celebrate specific holidays with unique events. Additionally, some games would introduce kill tasks aligned with the progression of the storyline. He could certainly draw inspiration from these three types of events. Although he could not introduce new characters, the introduction of new merchandise was within his grasp. The subsystem mall accessible to members contained only a fraction of what the main system mall offered, not to mention the absence of customization features. Selecting or customizing items with extraordinary effects for events would not pose a significant challenge. I have some ideas forming. I must remember them, Muyang thought as he hastily wrote them down. As for holiday activities, he tilted his head towards the ceiling, deciding to flesh out the specifics later. As for the storyline, there was little to elaborate on, despite the chaos he had wrought upon the myriad worlds, causing some narratives to vanish. Muyang could sift through the original plots that could be transformed into events. With those thoughts concluded, it was time to conduct a field investigation of the dungeons. The body takes a leave, while the doppelganger takes the shift. The depiction of hell is prevalent in many games and anime. For instance, rivers of lava, mountains of chimney-like formations, thick smoke obscuring the sky, and the sight of withering flora and fauna, along with wandering souls and restless spirits. Muyang, freshly arrived in hell, affirmed that these descriptions were indeed accurate. Gazing at the hellish landscape, he blinked, struck by the notion that the creatures of hell appeared rather haphazardly designed, akin to a child's whimsical doodling. Shifting his focus from the bizarre flora and fauna, Muyang meticulously examined the various aspects of hell. He raised his hand to capture a sample of the hellish air for analysis. The results revealed 32% of various toxins, 21.78% of diverse radiation, 18.92% of assorted gases, 27.2% of other elements, and the omnipresent dimensional energy. In summary, it was a realm devoid of human sustenance. Excellent. The life support devices could yield substantial profit, Muyang noted in his little book. He continued his investigation into the martial prowess within the dimensional fragments. His senses, akin to a radar, swept over every inch of the dimensional shards. Once again, he picked up his pen, scribbling in his notebook. The combat level was akin to that of 100 ordinary humans. Considering the peculiar abilities of certain hellish creatures, a compendium of hellish beings and targeted items would prove to be a lucrative venture. In light of various unforeseen circumstances, it is prudent to enhance the bracelet with an emergency detachment feature, enabling members to escape in dire situations. This function will automatically activate upon detecting a member in peril and can also be initiated through the member's mental command. The nominal fee for this service is a mere 200 coins, a fair price that emphasizes the importance of sustainable profit. Furthermore, it is essential to establish a secure campsite, serving as a refuge for members to rest and communicate, complete with a portal. Additionally, let us incorporate a teleportation feature into the bracelet, allowing transport to the hellish dungeon for a fee of 50 coins, thus generating a modest income, while prices for other locations will be determined later. As Mu Yang perused the notes, he contemplated whether anything had been overlooked. After much deliberation, he concluded that nothing was amiss, and if necessary, adjustments could be made later. Should any flaws be discovered, recompense would be offered to players, accompanied by rectifications. With a wave of his hand, a quaint, rustic campsite sprang forth, occupying an area of approximately 1 hectare. The architectural style featured wooden walls and cabins, complemented by a crackling bonfire, exuding a strong sense of pastoral charm. At the camp's center stood the portal, its design starkly contrasting the rustic surroundings, an energy-laden frame embodying futuristic technology, while the portal's door resembled a curtain of undulating, high-purity energy. With the dungeon constructed, it was time to disseminate the information. Chapter 40. Dungeon opened for exploration upon entering the group chat. Mu Yang found the members' conversations as devoid of substance as ever. Tony Stark, Image, was preparing to launch an assault on the enemy base. Jiraiya, where's the base? I see nothing. Eager to emulate Stark's flirtation techniques, Jiraiya was quick to support the conversation, yet after scrutinizing the images sent by Stark, he could discern no sign of a base, just a few solitary stunted trees, a pile of rocks, and some low shrubs. Kushina Uzumaki, it probably exists solely in his imagination. Tsunade, he must have a screw loose. With a sarcastic banter, Kushina and Tsunade had long harbored discontent toward Tony Stark, having both fallen victim to his erratic teachings. The techniques Jiraiya learned from Stark were now being directed at Tsunade, who had become increasingly exasperated, while Jiraiya had transformed into a frequent visitor at the Konoha hospital. Kushina's disdain for Stark stemmed from Naruto's attempts at wooing girls, employing Stark's methods, only to return home battered and bruised, a classic case of miseducation. Tony Stark, Image, huh? A secret base must be well concealed. You all need to pay closer attention. The image depicts the aftermath of bombardment, with the stunted trees and bushes ablaze, and the rocky mound shattered, revealing a rectangular opening. Steve Rogers, Tony, could you please take this seriously? In the midst of enemy territory, Buck and I may be immune to physical harm, but your recklessness knows no bounds. Are you eager to meet your father ahead of time? Shall I burn paper for you next year on this day? Tony Stark turned his head to Steve beside him and said, exasperated, we haven't even entered yet. Why are you so anxious? If you're this reckless before we even step inside, I dread to think of what will happen once we do. Steve Rogers rolled his eyes. Steve, check the group chat, Buck suddenly said, tapping Steve's shoulder, redirecting their attention back to the conversation. Muyang, important news. Important news. The Hell Dungeon is now open. Members eager to earn some money, act quickly. For details, please consult the newly added system feature, Dungeons. Hell. The four of them exclaimed in unison. Is it the hell I envision? Tony Stark's expression was quite peculiar. Although he had previously conversed with the Ancient One and learned about the mages holding back the demon invasion, just days later, he was informed that the era of passive defense against demonic incursions had ended, and now it was time to counterattack Hell. The pace of change is dizzying. Buck, arms crossed and expressionless, was unimpressed. Rather than venture into any hell, he would prefer to take on Hydra. It would allow him to exact revenge on his foes, uphold world peace, and In the process, make some money. A trifecta of benefits, surely more advantageous than tackling a hell dungeon? We'll discuss the hell dungeon later. Let us take on Hydra first, Steve Rogers stated. Equally disinterested in descending into hell, Ethan concurred, agreeing that they should confront Hydra first. Tony Stark looked at the three who were staring intently at him. Exasperated, I never said I wanted to go to hell, so stop looking at me like that. That's good. Steve sighed in relief, genuinely worried that Stark might whimsically decide to take a detour into hell. Time had already been wasted. It was time to set out. With that, Steve took the lead toward the entrance of the base. Allow me to showcase the results of my recent research. This measly Hydra base won't stand a chance against me for half an hour, Tony Stark boasted proudly, retrieving a black and white program enhancement key. Transform. The program enhancement key was inserted into the shooting enhancer, and sound effects resonated. A pale wolf king, formed of lines, emerged behind Tony Stark, howling to the sky. Radiating the majesty of the Wolf King, before bowing its head and engulfing Stark in one swift motion, the black and white armor immediately enveloping him. A black and white wolf? The other three tilted their heads in unison, their gazes peculiar. Tony Stark, oblivious to their expressions, snapped his fingers. Dominion network engaged. With a crash, the door of a nearby cargo container fell to the ground, and 5 humanoid machines marched in perfect unison to stand behind Stark. Transform. Pale wild wolf. 5 humanoid automatons simultaneously raised their hands, one wielding a shooting enhancement device, while the other brandished a programming enhancement key. Moments later, 5 black and white wolves materialized behind Stark. Instantly, the expressions of Steve and his companions grew peculiar. Although they refrained from uttering frivolous phrases, they were aware of a particularly formidable breed of black and white canines known for their destructive prowess. Was Stark intentional in his actions, or merely oblivious? The trio gazed silently at the seemingly triumphant Tony Stark, wordlessly contemplating the situation. Onward, Tony Stark commanded, leading the charge as the 5 wolf knights surged forward. Diving into the elevator shaft that led directly into the base, Stark approached Steve and his companions, revealing that he had transformed into the Pale Wolf King. Capable of commanding the Wolf Knights through a Dominion network, he could also perceive the scenes encountered by the 5 knights, making them ideal scouts. Not to mention their formidable combat abilities, which rendered the elimination of lesser foes a trivial task. Bucky listened politely to Stark's words before leaping into the elevator shaft, followed closely by Steve. They landed on the ground, shattering into a cascade of ice and sparks, only to reconstitute themselves moments later, charging ferociously into the corridor. Ethan grasped Tony Stark, flames igniting beneath his feet as they descended the elevator shaft at a leisurely pace. Next, let us research a flying programming enhancement key, Stark exclaimed. In the group chat, others were equally captivated by the news shared by Muyang. Money. Tsunade's eyes sparkled when she became a member. The village's ninjutsu had dwindled to nearly nothing, with only a few of her unique techniques capable of being exchanged for currency. She yearned to rectify her many regrets, thus finding herself in dire need of funds. Money. Jiraiya's eyes also glimmered. According to teacher Tony, pursuing romantic interest was a costly endeavor, and he, Jiraiya, was short on cash. Money. The other group members shared the same glint in their eyes. Money was indeed a coveted treasure, cherished by all. Following a flurry of money-related messages, the chat fell into a hush as members immersed themselves in the details of the dungeon introduction and the hellish dungeon overview, with the more impatient ones already entering the teleport countdown. Chapter 41. Together, we descend into Hell's Super Gale Wind Bonding Group Chat. Senju Tobarama, are you all prepared to venture into the hellish dungeon? Namikaze Minato, Naruto slipped into the hellish dungeon while I wasn't looking. I must retrieve him. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke previously excused himself to use the restroom, but has yet to return. He must have also snuck into the hellish dungeon, and I intend to bring him back. Senju Tsunade, I aim to seek treasures and earn money. Jiraiya, I too shall seek treasures and earn money. Hataki Kakashi, I will also seek treasures and earn money. Uchiha Shursui, I too will seek treasures and earn money. Senju Hashirama, I will also seek treasures and earn money. Kakashi Hitaki, I intend to teach my son the art of swordsmanship. Kakashi's interruption halted the repetition. Senju Tobarama glanced at those responding and remarked, so, you 4, Monkey, Danzo, Kamu, and Minyan, are not prepared to join, correct? What a predicament. Due to Kakashi's interruption, the 4 members of the Sarutobi clan, who were poised to type their commitment to the treasure-seeking expedition, felt their expressions shift dramatically upon reading Tobarama's message. They hastily accelerated their responses. "I happen to have a task for you. Come to the research lab," he concluded, exiting the group chat without affording them a chance to decline. The Sarutobi quartet immediately let their hands drop in despair. "Teacher, how can you be so swift? Grant us an opportunity to explain. We, too, wish to glimpse the depths of hell, not for riches, but purely out of curiosity." The other members of the chat breathed a collective sigh of relief upon Tobarama's departure, grateful that they were not the ones conscripted. After a period of contemplation, various plans devised by Tobarama had officially commenced. However, the simultaneous initiation of numerous plans often left departments understaffed, prompting Tobarama to recruit volunteers from everywhere. Most members of the group had, to some extent, been conscripted. Among them, the Sarutobi quartet was frequently chosen, as their longevity and experience rendered them capable of handling various matters. Once the recruits were selected, the atmosphere in the group returned to a light-hearted state. Minato Namikaze suggested, "Since so many wish to join, why not form a team for mutual support?" Jiraiya agreed. "I have no objections." Itachi Uchiha proposed, "Let us form 2 teams." Shursui Uchiha stated, "Let us meet in hell first, then divide into groups." Tsunade Senju added, "See you in hell." Kakashi Hatake echoed, "See you in hell." In the hellish dimension, at the campsite of dungeon number 01, the narrow encampment housed shops, hospitals, and taverns positioned against the northwestern and eastern walls. Medieval-style magical lamps were dispersed throughout the camp, casting light to dispel the darkness. At the center of the encampment, a shimmering portal stood on a stone platform, where 2 figures materialized before it. "Is this truly hell?" Naruto Uzumaki inquired, curiously surveying his surroundings and feeling somewhat disappointed at the lack of anything extraordinary. "This is merely the camp, fool. Hell lies beyond it," Sasuke Uchiha retorted, arms crossed, standing proudly and casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. The turmoil within the Uchiha clan had dissipated with the resurrection of Hashirama Senju, transforming the once radical factions into advocates of peace overnight, obediently following their leader Fugaku Uchiha and actively integrating into the village of Konoha. The revival of Minato Namikaze also restored the relationship between the Namikaze and Uchiha clans, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to become comrades. "Ah, so that is how it is." Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki chuckled foolishly, scratching his head as he grasped Sasuke Uchiha's hand and dashed towards the door, exclaiming, "Let us go, let us go. Adventure awaits." Caught off guard, Sasuke lost his balance as Naruto tugged him along, stumbling forward. "You idiot, Naruto," Sasuke muttered through gritted teeth as he staggered behind him. Suddenly, Naruto came to an abrupt halt, and Sasuke, still in a state of agitation, found himself propelled forward by his own momentum, yet his hand remained firmly clasped by Naruto. The tug caused him to lose his footing, sending him crashing to the ground. "You idiot, Naruto." As the ground loomed closer to his face, Sasuke quickly extended his left hand to brace himself, saving his handsome visage. With one hand on the ground, Sasuke silently rose, surveying Naruto with a contemplative expression, seemingly pondering where to strike next. Sasuke, look over there." Naruto, blissfully unaware, excitedly pointed towards the notice board by the entrance. Sasuke's gaze followed Naruto's finger, landing on a message that read, "Adventurers, please purchase an adventure package at the shop before embarking on your journey." "Hey Sasuke, let us buy the adventure package." Naruto's voice reached Sasuke's ears. "Humph. The Uchiha clan is not so easily duped twice by the same trick," Sasuke remarked with a proud smirk as he felt a tug on his right arm and promptly yanked back. "Huh." Naruto was suddenly pulled off balance and fell to the ground. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his tone as he got back up. Sasuke, maintaining a straight face, walked towards a shop. "You're heading the wrong way. Where's the store?" "Wait for me, Sasuke." Naruto hurriedly jogged to catch up. Inside the shop, a serene Muyang rested his left hand on the table, propping his chin up with his palm as he quietly observed the interaction between the two, before breaking into a smile. "Ah, it's Boss Mu." Upon entering, Naruto exclaimed with surprise, pointing at Muyang. "Hello, Boss Mu," Sasuke greeted respectfully. The adventure package includes a hell creature guide, a survival collar, and various items necessary for your adventures. Muyang tossed a package each to Naruto and Sasuke, who exchanged glances at the price before paying with ease. Not long after the resurrection of Minato Namikaze, he took Naruto to meet the Nine Tails for a friendly exchange, where the Nine Tails expressed a willingness to coexist harmoniously, thus providing Naruto with a means to earn money. Sasuke, on the other hand, had an overly protective brother who regularly sent him pocket money. "Goodbye, Boss Mu," the two exclaimed, hoisting their backpacks and turning to race outside. "Wait," Muyang called out, halting them as they cast puzzled glances his way. "Let me recommend something excellent for you two." With a flourish of his hand, he conjured a virtual screen. The scene on the screen depicts two figures engaged in a dance. Utilizing this, your abilities will experience an explosive enhancement, rendering you immensely powerful. Is that truly the case? Sasuke's face reflected skepticism. No matter how he perceived it, he could not discern the impressive elements of that peculiar dance. Naruto, however, expressed his discontent with Sasuke's doubts, then inquired about the cost. "How much for this dance?" "Quite affordable. It's merely 1,000 coins. I'll buy it." Naruto waved his hand decisively. "Thank you for your patronage." Two beams of light sprang from Mu Yang's fingertips, swiftly entering the foreheads of both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 42. The ninjas' initial entry into hell. As the light penetrated their foreheads, a series of information emerged in Sasuke and Naruto's minds, revealing a sequence of dance steps. Mu Yang retracted his fingers and cautioned the two, who were unaware of the circumstances, to avoid any mishaps upon their exit. "Remember, the air outside the camp is toxic. Do not forget to wear the life-saving collar before leaving the premises. Additionally, do not neglect to utilize the Hell Creature Compendium. It will inform you about the flora and fauna you encounter and which parts can be exchanged for currency." Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Naruto hurriedly retrieved their life-saving collars and the Hell Creature Compendium from their bags. With the collars on, they held up a card and queried Mu Yang. "How do we use this compendium?" "Affix it to the bracelet," Mu Yang instructed. The two complied, and at the moment the card adhered to the bracelet, it transformed into a liquid and melded seamlessly into the bracelet. System upgrading. System upgrade complete. The compendium feature has been added, and the group chat now possesses new functionalities. Considering the potential necessity for assistance against formidable foes and the inability to utilize the chat feature within the bracelet, Mu Yang incorporated a new function allowing the group chat interface to be accessed within their minds. "Oh wow, how impressive!" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Silence, Naruto. You are so loud." Sasuke covered his ears, glaring fiercely at Naruto. "Hee." Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Sasuke rolled his eyes, dismissing the matter, and hoisted his bag towards the entrance of the camp. "Wait for me, Sasuke," Naruto called out, grabbing his bag and pursuing him. As Mu Yang observed the two retreating figures, a small question surfaced in his mind. Can a 6- or 7-year-old ninja academy first year truly defeat an adult? After a brief interval of countdown during the teleportation, the physical constants of the world had been adjusted, and the group members descended into the alternate realm. Jiraiya was the first to arrive in hell. He stood before the portal, surveying the camp, and then gazed upward at the ominous crimson sky that loomed above. Truly remarkable. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, a foot emerged from the portal behind him, skillfully and accurately delivering a kick to Jiraiya's rear, propelling him several meters forward. "Get out of the way, you nuisance." With her hands on her hips, Tsunade emerged from the portal, not sparing a glance at Jiraiya, who lay prone on the ground, as she strode forward with determination. Following closely was Hashirama Senju, who, upon stepping out, curiously scanned the surroundings, oblivious to Jiraiya's presence. Next to exit were Izuna Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, both preoccupied with concerns for Sasuke, hastily passing by Jiraiya, nearly stepping on him. Shortly after, Minato Namikaze arrived, noticing Jiraiya and approaching to assist him. "Are you alright, sensei?" Jiraiya, supporting himself with one hand on his waist, reassured him. "I'm fine. Just seem to have strained my back." Sensei, Nagato, just emerging from the portal, caught sight of Jiraiya and, after a moment's contemplation, approached to greet him. Black Zetsu and Sasori naturally followed their leader's lead, resulting in an encounter between the two groups. They scrutinized each other, with Black Zetsu drawing most of the attention due to his striking half-black, half-white appearance, while Sasori, at adult waist height, garnered a few curious glances. Jiraiya's expression momentarily reflected complexity. "Nagato, it's been a while. Shall we form a team?" Concerned for his apprentice, Jiraiya extended a team invitation. After a brief consideration, Nagato accepted, recognizing that in an unknown territory, The more allies, the better, and Jiraiya was indeed trustworthy. Excellent. With Nagato's nod, Jiraiya cheerfully patted his shoulder. Let us first regroup with the others and set off once we've divided into teams. Supporting his waist, Jiraiya led the way, followed closely by Nagato and Minato. Hello, brother, Minato greeted with a smile. Adhering to the principle of not striking those who smile, Nagato nodded in response. Greetings, Junior. In the span of a few exchanged words, the group arrived at a shop, swiftly acquiring their necessities and finalizing their team compositions. Team 1. Hashirama Senju, Tsunade Senju, Itachi Uchiha, and others. Team 2. Jiraiya, Izuna Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, Nagato, among others. Exiting the camp, they were met with an environment rife with thick smoke and flowing magma. Grotesque monsters and wandering spirits painting a hellish landscape before their eyes. What a dreadful environment, Jiraiya remarked, cautiously advancing over the dark, rocky ground. I must give Naruto a good talking to, Minato decided as he surveyed the surroundings, appalled by the recklessness of those who dared venture into such perilous territory. Suddenly, a ringing echoed in their minds, and a screen swiftly materialized. Name, Wandering Soul, Species, Ghost, Exchangeable Parts, None. Izuna Uchiha swung his sword at the approaching Wandering Soul, only for the blade to pass through its form without consequence, while he felt a jarring impact, akin to being struck on the head with a walnut. It stings a bit, but it's not detrimental. Physical attacks are ineffective. Ji Shui wielded his blade, striking at the Wandering Souls, and after several attempts, proclaimed, Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force surged towards the spirits, yet they remained unperturbed, continuing their frenzied assault on Uchiha Ji Shui. He felt as though his forehead were being relentlessly pounded by walnuts. One by one, others unleashed their ninjutsu against the spirits, but none succeeded in inflicting harm. The human path sought to extract souls. Nagato silently chanted the incantation, reaching out towards the wandering spirit, his fingers successfully grazing its head. The spirit pondered. What is this warm thing touching my head? It hurts. My head aches. With a decisive motion, Nagato's fingers gradually tightened, and a sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed as the spirit was crushed, dissipating into nothingness. Well done, Nagato. You shall handle the spirits. We will deal with the other monsters, Jiraiya declared, witnessing Nagato's prowess against the wandering souls. However, Nagato gazed at the countless spirits swirling around and firmly declined. I refuse. Just crushing them one by one makes my fingers ache. Fair enough, Jiraiya conceded, realizing that the spirits posed little threat and that ignoring them would not have dire consequences. The group proceeded slowly, gathering various plants and vanquishing an assortment of flora. They soon grasped the meaning of treasures lying everywhere. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama and his companions were similarly besieged by the wandering spirits. Senju Tsunade and others found themselves surrounded and under attack, their anger steadily mounting. Uchiha Itachi began to spin his Sharingan, contemplating using Jinjutsu, when suddenly, Senju Hashirama stamped his left foot, causing an overwhelming surge of chakra to erupt. Centered around Hashirama, the earth within a half-meter radius sank abruptly by a couple of centimeters, unleashing a wave of heavy energy that swept outward, scattering the spirits within a 2-meter diameter in an instant. Impressive. Truly worthy of the title god of ninjas. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, astonished. Chapter 43, Substitute Personnel, Ninetales, logged in remarkable. Truly worthy of the title god of ninjas. Hinata Hizashi marveled, realizing that no matter how much one hears of legends, witnessing them firsthand is an unparalleled experience. The pressure from the sudden surge of chakra made his heart race and left him breathless. Truly powerful. Indeed, the god of ninjas. The expression, seeing is believing, rang true as he understood that the reputation of the god of ninjas was no mere exaggeration. Thus, regarding the various legends surrounding the god of ninjas, such as clapping to summon giants and wood dragons, were they all true? Uchiha Fugaku wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling immensely relieved that the more radical faction within his clan had chosen to be pragmatic. He could only imagine the dire consequences had the radical faction stubbornly pursued rebellion. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan emerged from their stronghold, weapons drawn, while a solitary figure stood outside, the formidable Hashirama Senju. As valiant as the chronicles depict him, Hashirama clapped his hands and called forth a transformation, turning the Uchiha territory into a forest, leading to the swift annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The mere thought of such a scene sent a wave of exhilaration through Fugaku Uchiha, causing him to tremble slightly like a leaf in the wind. If Hashirama was indeed so powerful, could it be that Madara Uchiha, who stood alongside him in renown, was equally formidable? A sudden impulse to resurrect their ancestor surged within him. "Father, what troubles you?" asked Itachi Uchiha, concerned as he observed his father sweating and trembling. "I'm fine. Just a bit warm," Fugaku replied, waving his hand and forcing a smile. Indeed, the heat was quite suffocating. Noticing his father's words were laden with unspoken truth, Itachi refrained from pressing further and simply acknowledged, "It is rather hot." The others, however, paid little mind to the father-son exchange. After witnessing Hashirama's method of vanquishing the spirits, they too began to experiment in earnest. Tsunade Senju swung her arms, her chakra-infused surgical knives slicing through the spirits as if they were mere soap bubbles, shattering them one by one. Hinata Hyuga unleashed spheres of chakra, obliterating spirit after spirit. Itachi attempted Jinjutsu and Elemental Ninjutsu. The Jinjutsu could disrupt the spirits, while the lightning release inflicted damage, but the other techniques proved ineffective. Upon concluding his experiments, Itachi grew increasingly concerned for Sasuke, who at the tender age of 7 had only mastered basic taijutsu, basic body flicker techniques, and was somewhat unskilled in the Great Fireball technique. Observing the unfolding situation, Fugaku's worry deepened, and he furrowed his brows, asking, "Itachi, have you managed to reach Sasuke?" Itachi shook his head. The messages he had sent went unanswered, leaving him uncertain whether Sasuke had encountered an accident or was deliberately ignoring him. He needs a good talking to, Fugaku thought, feeling a mix of concern, anger, and a hint of excitement. As his eldest son, Itachi was far too sensible, leaving Fugaku deprived of the joys of guiding a child. His younger son, however, was not as precocious, and he felt that his long-prepared parenting wisdom would finally come into play. As for Sasuke's safety, he was not excessively worried. The ability to return to the village upon sustaining severe injuries would surely ensure his survival. As their group conversed, they maintained a steady pace. The chakra-abundant Hashirama and Tsunade continued to unleash a flurry of strikes, eliminating spirits without fail. Itachi and Hinata worked in tandem, one wielding a blade while the other utilized palm strikes, efficiently dispatching the monsters they encountered with seamless grace, akin to an art of slaughter. Observing that their intervention was unnecessary, Fugaku and the others took to collecting spoils along their path. Meanwhile, what were Sasuke and Naruto, who occupied their thoughts, up to? From a lofty vantage point, the terrain of this dimension resembles a multitude of chimney-like mountains. Scattered throughout this world are these towering formations, surrounded by vibrant red regions of molten lava, inhabited by fire element creatures and a few rare treasures of the same elemental affinity. Beyond this lies a dark expanse of rocky ground, teeming with various magical beings and a smattering of flora. Further out stretches an oddly shaped forest, home to numerous plant-based creatures and animalistic beings. The encampment is situated at the edge of a lava zone on one of the chimney mountains, with a black rocky terrain at its entrance and a seething magma area behind. As Naruto and Sasuke exited the camp, they aggressively charged towards the creatures, only to find themselves frantically pursued by wandering spirits and monsters. Perhaps in their panic, they did not flee towards the nearest encampment, but instead darted towards the forest. With each moment, the number of monsters pursuing them grew. Initially entertained by the spectacle, the Ninetales soon realized that a long line of creatures was trailing Naruto. If Naruto returned home battered and bruised, Kushina, in her fury, would surely flay him alive. The Ninetales, now logged into the account, was enveloped in a vibrant orange chakra. As Naruto, the swirling vortex, turned to confront the horde behind him, Sasuke, astonished, cursed under his breath and resolved to save his friend. However, what he beheld was Naruto, like a wild stallion unleashed, darting in and out of the throng of monsters with a speed that was hard to comprehend, leaving behind dismembered limbs and a scene of carnage that was brutally shocking. Sasuke, both awestruck and nauseated, instinctively covered his mouth and retched. Minutes later, the Ninetales had dispatched the nearby threats and swiftly returned to Sasuke's side. The round of combat concluded, and Naruto logged back in. Gasping, he knelt on the ground, his body encased in orange chakra, yet untouched by blood, as he heaved violently. Sasuke, having restrained himself until now, was struck by the sight of Naruto and found his throat constricting, joining him in a bout of retching. Ugh, those two little devils, the Ninetales scoffed, resting its head on its forelegs, turning its gaze elsewhere. After emptying their stomachs, the two slowly rose and moved towards the site of slaughter. For those remnants were riches not to be discarded. Naruto, how did you become so powerful just now? Sasuke inquired, his curiosity piqued, eager for the strength that might earn him praise from his father and brother. Naruto patted his belly. There's a fox inside me. It helped me just now. Where did that fox come from? Sasuke pressed further. My father gave it to me, Naruto replied candidly. Oh, Sasuke murmured, disappointment washing over him as he looked down. Realizing his plan to capture a fox and grow stronger had failed, the two inhaled the scent of blood, gagging as they harvested the valuable components. Perhaps they are merely the severed limbs of monsters. Although the two youngsters felt a sense of disgust, fear did not overwhelm them. Perhaps the joy of their harvest dulled other emotions. Chapter 44. The routine operations of Hydra, blowing up their own base. While Senju Hashirama and his companions embarked on their perilous adventure in Hell, Tony Stark and his team, having infiltrated Hydra's base, fought valiantly. In the monitoring room of the base, 20 to 30 individuals focused intently on the screens that adorned 3 walls, overseeing various locations within the facility and providing real-time guidance to personnel inside. The target has been identified. The plan to capture the Human Torch is now in motion, with all departments executing the predetermined strategy. A man in a black suit, seemingly of the management tier, gazed at the screen displaying the figure of Steve Rogers, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It has been roughly a month since Steve Rogers first attacked the Hydra base, and Hydra had long since devised a flawless plan to capture the audacious, ignorant individual daring to impersonate Captain America. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. The replies echoed through the earpieces, prompting immediate action from all departments as they headed toward the weapon storage. However, just a few steps in, the commander's voice resonated once more through the earpiece. The situation has changed. The base commander in the monitoring room fixated on the screen, observing a middle-aged man advancing deep into the base alongside the Human Torch. Although he was of a mid-level rank within Hydra, he remained unaware of the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. His intense gaze was not drawn by Bucky's identity, but rather by the allure of his extraordinary abilities. On the monitor, the robust middle-aged man's right arm was encased in a thick layer of ice, glimmering with a chilling light. Ignoring the relentless gunfire, he shattered into countless icy fragments, only to reassemble and continue his fearless charge. Could he possess abilities akin to the Human Torch? The base commander was taken aback, and then shifted his attention to the other surveillance feeds. In the 5 displayed images, identical armored figures raced at astonishing speeds, their agility far exceeding human limits, executing complex maneuvers while leveraging walls and ceilings for movement, rendering the base's defenders unable to strike effectively. Conversely, the enemy surged into the crowd with blinding speed, directly colliding with several individuals and using their formidable strength to dispatch the remainder. Even sustaining a few gunshots had little impact, as the surface armor of the masked rider proved sufficient to withstand conventional firearms. The remaining feed revealed the presence of an armored figure alongside Iron Man. This Iron Man stood approximately 2.5 meters tall, with shoulders broader than a meter and 6 mechanical arms embedded in his back, each equipped with a gun barrel, cannon, and laser cutter, boasting formidable firepower and exceptional defenses. The armored figure accompanying Iron Man remained inactive for the moment, lacking intelligence, but appeared similar to the other armored individuals, likely possessing both speed and immense strength. 7 Iron Men and 2 elemental manipulators. I sensed a flutter in the commander's eyelid as he placed his right hand over his chest, feeling his heartbeat steadily accelerate. Though a tinge of anxiety coursed through him, he maintained a calm demeanor while issuing orders to modify the strategy. The invading enemy forces were numerous and formidable, thus, they would first be divided before targeted engagement. Teams 1 and 2 were tasked with directing the intruders to their designated location, while Teams 3 and 4 would escort the researchers to the emergency exits for safety. The remaining units were to change gear and follow commands. Upon the conclusion of his directive, each department sprang into action once more. Teams 1 and 2, armed with submachine guns along with a few grenades, flashbangs, and smoke bombs, proceeded towards the marauding invaders under the guidance of their comrades in the monitoring room. Following 2 prior breaches of the base, Hydra had revised their evacuation plans. significantly hastening the researchers' retreat. Meanwhile, the intruders led by Steve Rogers also sensed the shift in the enemy's actions. The resistance had waned, and Steve could distinctly feel the number of Hydra soldiers attempting to impede their progress dwindling rapidly. Were they preparing to flee, or was it a trap? As someone seasoned in the battlefield and well acquainted with Hydra's tactics, Steve immediately conjured two possibilities. Either Hydra intended to evacuate while simultaneously detonating the base, which would be advantageous if the intruders perished in the explosion, but if not, it would matter little since the base would be lost. Regardless of the invaders' motives for breaching the facility, preventing their success was paramount. The prospect of funding from S.H.I.E.L.D. to reconstruct the base was hardly a concern. Alternatively, there might be traps set within the base specifically targeting them, designed to lure them in. In any case, Steve remained undaunted. He could easily slip into the safety of Tony's establishment with just a thought. If caught in a trap, he could always find a way out. With this mindset, Steve gestured to Bucky and charged ahead towards the enemy. On the other side, Hydra soldiers employed grenades to draw the attention of the armored foes, utilizing flashbangs and smoke bombs to hinder their pursuit. Unfortunately, the flashbangs and smoke bombs proved ineffective against the robots, as their heat sensing and infrared scanning capabilities allowed them to detect the attackers effortlessly. Stark and Ethan paid no heed to the Hydra soldiers attempting to lure them, engaging only when necessary and evading grenades as they leisurely roamed about. Over time, the command room abandoned the strategy of luring the two into an ambush, opting instead to deal with the remaining threats first. As Steve and Bucky delved deeper into the bowels of the base, they encountered increasingly scarce resistance. With no formidable assaults to contend with, the current Hydra commander was lacking. The intent to lure them deeper was far too blatant. It left Steve questioning whether he should even play along. Steve's expression was rigid, while Bucky wore a look of exasperation. Both contemplated quitting their performance, yet, having collaborated for so long, they felt obliged to see it through to the end. Thus, they continued their act, pursuing the enemy until Steve dashed into a room, where an iron door suddenly descended, isolating Bucky outside. Inside, 3 Hydra soldiers ceased their flight and, with a cry of defiance, charged at Steve. As the walls began to emit a cloud of white gas, feeling the chill wash over him, Steve Rogers disregarded the trio's assault and quickly grasped the enemy's scheme. With swift precision, he dispatched the 3 adversaries and began to ponder an escape from his predicament. Outside, Bucky effortlessly neutralized the 3 Hydra soldiers wielding flamethrowers and turned to the metal door, contemplating how to rescue the imprisoned Steve. Lacking a viable plan, he decided to contact Stark for assistance. Upon receiving the message, Stark hurried to Bucky's side, instructing Ethan to use a laser cutter on the door. As the base commander in the surveillance room realized his crude plan was on the brink of failure, he ordered soldiers to place timed explosives throughout the facility. As for himself, he decided that discretion was the better part of valor and made a hasty retreat. In the Hydra base, the automaton knight wandered and repeatedly encountered Hydra soldiers laying mines. The automaton spotted Tony Stark observing the scene. Are they planning to blow up the base? Tony mused, rubbing his metallic chin, producing a series of grinding sounds. Disarm the bombs. The automaton counted 5, with the total number of explosives unknown. And given their likely timer and remote control mechanisms, he concluded it was far too overwhelming to dismantle them all. I must take my leave. Having resolved to flee, efficiency became paramount. Stark immediately inquired about the status of Steve's rescue. It will take some time, Ethan replied. Bucky, upon hearing this, messaged Steve to seek refuge in the shop owned by the boss, informing him that Hydra was placing explosives everywhere, prompting their withdrawal. Stark turned and advanced along the corridor, with Ethan quickly following in his wake, while Bucky sent a message to Steve and trailed behind the two. The presence of elemental teammates facilitates convenience, devoid of any psychological burden. Even if the base were to succumb to destruction, comrades can emerge unscathed from the ruins, collecting technological artifacts along the way to exchange. Adhering to the principle of not visiting in vain, Stark addressed his 2 companions, while simultaneously directing the androids to transport the technological products to the base's entrance, ensuring they secured the entrance to prevent the enemy from obliterating it and trapping them inside. At the base's exit, a multitude of vehicles stood neatly arranged, with most of the remaining members gathering here, boarding in an orderly fashion. Having experienced 2 prior incursions, Hydra's other bases had naturally devised countermeasures. thus ensuring a highly efficient evacuation process for the members. Once the majority had retreated, the base leader seated within a pitch-black off-road vehicle pressed the detonation button. As for the soldiers still within the base, they were merely expendable resources, easily replaceable, rather than precious research talents, warranting no concern. With the activation of the detonation button, bombs scattered throughout the base ignited in succession, flames surging through the corridors in all directions. The powerful shockwaves resembled tumultuous ocean waves, cascading and relentlessly battering the surrounding walls and glass. Glass shattered, walls crumbled, and load-bearing columns fractured, as a series of tremors swiftly spread terrifying cracks. At the base exit, all personnel had boarded their vehicles. Amidst the violent vibrations of the ground, the engines roared to life, and the grand procession of vehicles surged forth into the desolate wilderness, stirring up clouds of dust as they journeyed into the distance. At the base entrance, Stark and his trio gazed at the depression formed by the ground's collapse. "Can Steve climb out from there?" Ethan inquired with concern. Bucky, with a hint of uncertainty, replied, "He should be able to. Steve can transform and drill his way out." Stark remained composed, yet reminded them, "Don't forget, dirt can extinguish fire. Is Steve going to suffocate?" Bucky's nerves tingled at the thought. The idea of the renowned Captain America meeting his end, buried beneath the ruins due to the actions of his own teammates, was utterly distressing. "Contact Steve. Inform him of the situation outside, and see if he can drill his way out," Stark commanded. As Bucky initiated contact with Steve, he queried Stark, "What if Steve cannot emerge?" Stark looked at Bucky with exasperation, his expression suggesting that Bucky appeared foolish. "If he can't come out, we'll have to devise a plan. We can exchange for 3 excavators and dig him out slowly." Tony Stark felt rather unfortunate. The team's inaugural operation, after much preparation, had encountered a dismal start. Not only had they failed to amass significant wealth, but they might also need to spend more on excavators. By the way, how does one even operate an excavator? The minds of scientists are often characterized by their leaps of thought. One moment, they lament their misfortune, and the next they ponder how to operate an excavator. To speak candidly, this indeed presents a challenge. Stark believes he possesses extensive driving experience, having piloted various vehicles, including but not limited to sports cars, motorcycles, helicopters, and his armored suit. However, he has never operated an excavator. "Can either of you drive an excavator?" Stark inquires of Bucky and Ethan. Bucky is confident in his ability to pilot helicopters, transport planes, and fighter jets, yet he admits he cannot drive an excavator. He keeps his gaze fixed on the projected virtual screen, patiently awaiting a response from Steve. As for the excavator, he knows merely its appearance. "I cannot." Ethan follows suit. He too, being somewhat of a scientist, finds little necessity or opportunity to learn how to drive an excavator. "Excellent. Truly splendid." Stark cannot help but feel the urge to applaud. Fortunately, he has brought along a robotic assistant this time, sparing himself the expense or the slow learning process. In the midst of their conversation, Steve has already attempted to emerge once, but found himself unable to break free and retreated back into the shop. "Steve, go play in hell for a while. We will dig out the passageway with the excavator, and then you can come out." Steve reflects on the words before him, increasingly sensing something amiss, as if Bucky and the others intend to excavate their way to hell to rescue him. Shaking his head, Steve activates the teleportation function, and after a countdown of 120 seconds, he arrives at the camp within hell. The camp is bustling with people. At the entrance, a serious-looking middle-aged man with black hair and a young blonde is speaking earnestly to 2 boys, one with black hair and the other blonde, both of whom hang their heads low. The remaining individuals are gathered in front of the shop. Steve strides towards the shop. The crowd provides a convenient opportunity to gather information. As he approaches, ready to casually engage someone for news, he hears voices emanating from within the shop. "Boss Mu, why can chakra eliminate wandering souls while the 5-element ninjutsu cannot?" Chakra is a blend of life energy and mental energy. The life energy counters wandering souls, whereas the 5-element ninjutsu has transformed pure chakra into other properties, rendering it ineffective against wandering souls, which are immune to physical attacks and certain elemental strikes. Speaking of wandering souls, if you exchange for a talisman, the wandering souls will no longer attack you. One talisman costs 500 gold. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I would have, but you might not have purchased it anyway. Only after enduring the endless harassment of wandering souls will you realize how precious the talisman for dispelling them is. and only then will you understand its true value, making you willingly part with your gold. You make a valid point. The sounds of gritted teeth can be heard from Tsunade and others who are suffering from the relentless assaults of the wandering souls, their arms sore and their heads spinning. Chapter 46. Jintoki Sakata's leisure plans. Although the wandering spirits are feeble creatures, their full-force assault merely evokes the sensation of a walnut striking one's forehead. However, what if hundreds or even thousands of these spirits relentlessly attacked you? At that moment, the image of Jiraiya, clutching his head in agony, would be a glimpse into your future. If you were to engage with these spirits, facing a veritable onslaught of hundreds or thousands, you would undoubtedly refuse to remain passive. Thus, the sight of Tsunade and Nagato, grimacing in pain from their aching limbs, would be your inevitable fate. After consulting with his seniors, Steve gleaned the underlying circumstances and lamented that Boss Mu was rather troublesome. When it comes to significant matters and responsibilities, Boss Mu is an exceedingly reliable young man. However, in trivial matters, he transforms into an unreliable adult, often forgetting certain details, whether truth or fabrication, that invariably lead to complications. This gives the impression of a certain idle and mischievous uncle who delights in teasing children with tall tales for his own amusement. So, my image in your eyes is that of a mischievous uncle? Mu Yang mused, stroking his increasingly handsome face. When did you arrive, Boss Mu? Steve exclaimed, leaping aside like a startled rabbit. Oh no, did I inadvertently voice my thoughts? Steve's heart raced. Not at all, Mu Yang replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You haven't revealed your inner thoughts. Are you a mind reader? Steve internally gasped. Indeed, I possess the ability to read minds. Your thoughts are quite agile, Mu Yang remarked, his gaze filled with admiration for Steve's quick wit. Drenched in cold sweat, Steve appeared utterly flustered. Goodness, this is a mess, he exclaimed. Having been caught bad-mouthing the subject, how should I apologize? I'm waiting online. It's rather urgent, Mu Yang advised. You must certainly offer a sincere apology. I was wrong, Steve earnestly declared. Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is the hallmark of a good child, Mu Yang said kindly. Steve smiled awkwardly. In his 20s, being praised by the seemingly younger Mu Yang as a good child made him feel almost petrified with embarrassment. Even if you compliment my youth, I shan't be pleased, Mu Yang replied with a cheerful grin. Calm down. Do not think of anything, Steve exclaimed, startled, covering his mouth. Mu Yang's gaze shifted to the others, who promptly scattered in haste. In response, Mu Yang shrugged in resignation. I never intended to read your minds, yet you all flee with such speed. With a snap of his fingers, 3 specially designed automata, known as Shimagia, materialized in the shop, hospital, tavern, and other mundane locations, to attend to the trivial matters of the camp. Simultaneously, an invisible luminescent film enveloped the entire dimension, serving as a reminder for Mu Yang when guests arrived, while also sealing the dimension to retain the visitors. Once the arrangements were complete, Mu Yang stepped forward and vanished without a trace. As a businessman, Mu Yang was constantly mindful of his mission, to cultivate a broader clientele. After all, languishing idly within the confines of his shop was exceedingly tedious, being naturally restless. Mu Yang could not remain inactive for long. Thus, he embarked once more on a journey to another world, the land of warriors. This appellation for our nation had become a mere whisper of the past, with the celestial beings descending from the cosmos 2 decades ago and growing increasingly formidable. Coupled with the decree to discard swords, the warriors faced a relentless decline. The azure skies, once fervently yearned for by the warriors, were now dotted with foreign spacecraft, and the streets where they once strode with majesty were now trampled upon by the celestial beings. This is our world. This is our city. In this era, there exists a man with the spirit of a warrior, Sakata Jintoki. Meanwhile, I, Shinpachi Shimura, for various reasons, find myself employed at this reckless, sweet-toothed establishment known as the Odd Jobs Agency. Having worked there for about 6 months, I have scarcely received a proper salary. To be precise, I have hardly laid eyes on any wages at all. However, the situation recently took a surprising turn. Jintoki, who had always delayed paying rent and never issued salaries, astonishingly settled all overdue rent and wages in one go. The shock of this turn of events led Oba-san to suspect that Jintoki's time was short, prompting her to take him to the hospital for a full examination, which confirmed that Jintoki was as healthy as an ox, albeit with slightly elevated blood sugar levels. since he was not on the brink of death. Jintoki's willingness to pay rent and wages became a rather peculiar matter. Thus, Shinpachi Shimura, along with Obasan and Kagura, formed a tribunal to interrogate the source of this newfound wealth. Jintoki explained that he was being long-term employed by a client to gather various intriguing and valuable items, with each piece earning him a reward. With a stable income, he was able to clear his outstanding rent and wages. Although the three of us remained skeptical, we temporarily released Jintoki from scrutiny, planning to investigate the unusual circumstances surrounding him discreetly. This is the reason Shinpachi and Kagura stealthily followed Jintoki. Betting on marbles, horse racing, and drinking at an izakaya. 3 days passed with nary a hint of work. Hiding behind a utility pole in the alleyway across from the izakaya, Shinpachi and Kagura observed Jintoki within, exchanging banter. Shinpachi, look, someone's entered the shop. Kagura gently tapped Shinpachi's shoulder. Shinpachi adjusted his glasses, squinting at the interior, where a remarkably handsome young man had just taken a seat beside Jintoki, appearing quite familiar in their conversation. Is that an old friend of Jintoki's? Confirming that he did not recognize the individual, Shinpachi Shimura speculated that perhaps it was the employer of Iam. Muyang cast a fleeting glance at the alleyway diagonally opposite the izakaya, subtly withdrew his gaze without uttering a word, and resumed his conversation with Jintoki Sakata. I intend to explore this world for a while. As a local, how about you serve as my guide? I would be honored, replied Jintoki, who had no choice but to comply as a guide. Was there any alternative option? Very well, I entrust the entire itinerary to you. Wherever you suggest, I shall go. And if it meets my satisfaction, I shall compensate you. I assure you, I am not one to take advantage. Muyang asserted his intent not to indulge without recompense. No problem, leave it to me. I guarantee your satisfaction, Jintoki proclaimed, thumping his sturdy chest with confidence. What about the small steel ball shop, the horse racing track, or the meetings of the Choshu rebels? Pa? Jintoki hastily shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts that had erupted uncontrollably in his mind. If I were to take Boss Mu to those places, it wouldn't seem out of place, would it? No problem. Let's add that to the itinerary, along with the hostess clubs and transgender clubs. After all, they are specialties of Kabukicho. Should we include the host club in the plans? Chapter 47. Leisurely strolling the following day, after a simple breakfast at the Tozai Tavern, Jintoki set off with Muyang, accompanied by Shinpachi, Kagura, and Sadaharu. The first stop on their itinerary was announced with great enthusiasm. Hey, here we are, the pachinko parlor, Jintoki exclaimed, standing at the entrance. What the hell? Shinpachi and Kagura simultaneously delivered a flying kick, sending Jintoki crashing through the glass doors of the pachinko parlor, shards scattering in all directions. Hey, get up and explain what this pachinko parlor is, Kagura demanded, her fists cracking ominously, her face a mask of fury. Who brings a guest to a pachinko parlor? What were you thinking? Shinpachi scolded, pointing at Jintoki, who was half embedded in the glass window. Wait. Jintoki, bloodied but rising, attempted to clarify. This pachinko parlor is a distinctive feature of Kabukicho. It is quite normal to recommend such local specialties to first-time visitors. What kind of specialty is a pachinko parlor? Shinpachi's side profile was etched with a furious vein. Then what do you consider a specialty? Jintoki retorted, wiping the blood from his face as if he had sustained no injuries. Of course, it would be. Shinpachi pondered deeply, pressing his right index finger against his forehead. A hostess club? A transgender club? A host club? An ugly women-esque club? Why are they all such disreputable establishments? Is there not a single respectable place in Kabukicho? After a moment of contemplation, Shinpachi diligently searched his memories of Kabukicho, realizing that many of the most vivid recollections seemed far from respectable. Kabukicho appears to lack any respectable entertainment facilities. Mr. Mu, we shall take you on a leisurely tour. Unexpectedly overlooking Sakata Jintoki, Shinpachi turned to Muyang and said, all right. Muyang had no objections. He merely wished to wander about and select potential clients. Where shall we explore first? Kagura inquired, tilting her head. Let's south stroll along the street and see where it leads us, Shinpachi replied. As the trio ambled forward, Shinpachi pointed out the shops lining the streets, while Kagura occasionally chimed in with remarks. Hey, wait for me, Jintoki called out, waving his hand as he noticed the others ignoring him and moving on. Bridge beanbag. Customer. A robust hand suddenly clasped Jintoki's shoulder, and from the corner of his eye, he he spotted a kindly giant holding up a piece of paper that clearly read compensation. Jintoki's lips twitched slightly in response. Kabukicho's main street is a vibrant red-light district in Edo, bustling with video game arcades, dance halls, cinemas, bars, eateries, and various entertainment establishments. Within a mere few hundred meters, Muyang had already observed 2 dance halls, 3 taverns, 6 eateries, and 3 establishments offering 10,000 yen packages. Truly, this is the essence of Kabukicho. As his gaze wandered, he noticed a familiar figure clad in a kimono with light yellow hair, entering one of the 10,000 yen establishments. Just then, voices reached his ears. "Oh, Shinpachi-kun. Ah, Katsura-san." Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld a man dressed in a blue yukata, adorned with a white haori, his long, jet-black hair cascading over his shoulders. Katsura Kotaru, a seemingly stoic beauty, revealed his endearing naivete upon speaking. He was one of the steadfast leaders of the CHSH loyalists, known for his escapades as runaway Kotaru and frantic noble. His personal prowess ranked among the apex of humanity, and as a leader of a formidable faction, he possessed aspirations that made him a fitting candidate for a client. Here, a gift, Muyang presented Katsura Kotaru with a bracelet. Without a hint of hesitation, Katsura instinctively accepted the bracelet and earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He then gazed at the bracelet with curiosity. "What is this?" "A bomb. I've never seen one like it before. It sparkles quite beautifully." "No," Shinpachi replied, exasperated, waving his hand as if to dismiss Katsura's absurdity. "I told you, it's a gift. Who gives a bomb as a gift?" Katsura raised his hand, indicating that he frequently gifted various types of bombs to the Shinsengumi and other shogunate agencies. Gifting bombs to enemies can also be considered a present, can it? Before Shinpachi could voice his complaints, Katsura Kotaru swiftly leapt into the alleyway nestled between 2 houses. Just as Shinpachi pondered this oddity, the shrill wail of a police siren pierced the air as a police car sped by. Once the vehicle vanished around the street corner, Katsura emerged from the alley, wiping his sweatless brow with a sigh of relief, nearly evading detection. It was then that the enigmatic creature Elizabeth brandished a wooden board. No, Mr. Katsura. Do you possess the ability to foresee the future? How did you discern the approach of the police car before the siren sounded?" Shinpachi quipped, bemused by Katsura's timely retreat. Katsura, with an adorably bewildered expression, gazed at Shinpachi, utterly perplexed by his query. "I certainly heard the sirens first and then took cover. Why would I hide if I hadn't heard them?" "Hey!" Shinpachi exclaimed, his profile tightening in exasperation. Just as he witnessed Katsura and Elizabeth instantaneously vanish into the alley once more. Moments later, the police car raced past them, with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Katsura gazed thoughtfully at the departing vehicle, pondering aloud. "Have my movements been uncovered? There seems to be an unusual number of police cars nearby. Should we withdraw, Mr. Katsura?" Elizabeth inquired, still holding her wooden board. "Where did you conceal that board? When did you write on it?" Shinpachi scrutinized Elizabeth, who nonchalantly presented the already inscribed board. He had completely missed the moment she penned the words, only noticing her reach behind her back to procure the ready-made sign. Elizabeth's ability to carry such a mysterious item raised questions, solidifying her status as one of the unsolved enigmas of Gintama. "Let us retreat," Katsura nodded slightly, gesturing to Shinpachi, Mitsuki, and Kagura. "I shall take my leave now, Shinpachi-kun. Thank you for your gift, stranger. Farewell." With that, the pair, one man and one mysterious being, vanished in a flash. In an effort to steer clear of trouble, Shinpachi led Mitsuki and Kagura in the opposite direction of Katsura's escape. Not far along, they stumbled upon a throng gathered at the entrance of a bank, with a television station van parked at the periphery. Chapter 48. Waiting for the black and white rabbits at the Edo Credit Bank. The well-known broadcaster, Kitsuno Christ, was addressing the camera, relaying the unfolding situation. "Here we are, standing before the Edo Credit Bank, currently under siege by the robber," she exclaimed with a rapid-fire delivery as the camera shifted to reveal the interior of the bank through the briefly opened automatic doors. "Oh my. The perpetrator has revealed his face. Those dark circles under his eyes are quite severe. Perhaps he hasn't had a good night's rest," Kitsuno remarked, her voice laced with urgency. "Is something amiss? Should we take a detour?" Shinpachi sought counsel amidst the crowd's commotion, as the television crew scrambled to report the unfolding crisis. "There is no need for haste. Let us rest here for a moment whilst we await Jintoki." Muyang lifted his left hand and gently tapped the surface of his bracelet, activating the projection device, and a virtual screen floated gracefully in midair. Wow, how impressive! Exclaimed Shinpachi and Kagura, who, lacking even a mobile phone, gazed in awe and envy at the futuristic bracelet. As Muyang sent a message to Sakata Jintoki, he smiled and inquired, "Would you like one? If so, I can gift each of you one." Really? Shinpachi and Kagura looked at Muyang with wide-eyed astonishment. Such a clearly high-tech gadget must be incredibly precious. Surely it is quite expensive. The idea that he could simply give them away was astounding. In truth, it is not particularly costly. I had previously given one to Katsura Kotaru, Muyang remarked, pulling 2 bracelets from his pocket and tossing them to Shinpachi and Kagura. The two caught the bracelets and adorned their left wrists, and in that instant, a wealth of information surged into their minds, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Ah, perhaps I am just so elated to receive a gift that I am experiencing a hallucination. Shinpachi laughed awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment after a brief daze. Upon hearing Shinpachi's words, Kagura struck her palm with her fist, her expression shifting to one of realization. As if a light bulb had appeared above her head, so it was merely an illusion. Hey, it seems we share the same experience. Shinpachi suddenly turned to Kagura, the angle causing his glasses to glimmer. Kagura-chan, you too are having hallucinations. Indeed. After donning the bracelet, a voice appeared in my mind speaking of a dimensional shop where any wish could be fulfilled. I nearly believed it. Kagura added, and with each word she spoke, beads of sweat appeared on Shinpachi's face, making him appear as if he had just emerged from the water. What a coincidence. Our hallucinations are identical. Shinpachi's expression grew tense, as if a thought had struck him. Kagura paused in confusion. It is not a mere illusion. Muyang interjected. This is. Moments later, at the edge of the street, Kagura and Shinpachi squatted in a corner, staring blankly ahead, likely in the midst of reconstructing their worldviews. Meanwhile, Muyang gently stroked the soft white fur of Danshan, pondering whether to gift Danshan a bracelet as well. Danshan, the cosmic creature known as a Shiba Inu, possessed a remarkably high intelligence, capable of comprehending human language. Lost in his thoughts, the television crew had already departed, while the officers, known as the Courageous Ones, arrived late to establish a blockade, preventing the onlookers from approaching the Oedo Credit Bank. Simultaneously, one of the officers picked up a megaphone and shouted towards the tightly shut automatic doors of the bank. Hey, criminals, listen. You are completely surrounded. Come out peacefully. The echoing voice resonated through the streets, and Muyang naturally heard it, lifting his gaze towards the source. How slow. In the past, while watching anime, the pace felt remarkably swift. As scenes changed, the bald figure would appear in an instant. Yet, in reality, everything seems to unfold at a languid pace. Muyang's eyes glimmered with a subtle light. Disregarding the throng of people and the walls, his gaze fixed upon the bank's robbers, one of whom was a black-clad, bald figure spewing forth grotesque utterances reminiscent of a monstrous being. This parasitic extraterrestrial creature acts on instinct, capable of inhabiting humans, cats, dogs, and all manner of living beings. Making its debut in the Star Sea Master arc. In the original narrative, Kagura finds herself ensnared by this creature while scheming within the bank, unable to extricate herself until her father arrives to rescue her. The Star Sea Master's purpose for arriving at the bank presents 2 possibilities. Either he is aware of Kagura's presence and has come specifically to seek her, or he knows of the monster's existence and is there to eliminate it. Determining the location of a single individual amidst the vastness of Edo is no trivial task. Upon his arrival, the Star Sea Master possesses little intelligence, and even if he were to glean information from the police, it would surely lead him to the Odd Jobs Agency, rather than the Great Edo Credit Bank. Eliminating one possibility leaves us with the conclusion that the Star Sea Master is indeed present to vanquish the monster, and in the process, he fortuitously discovers Kagura. Thus, Muyang remains in wait, metaphorically guarding a tree stump, with 2 rabbits in mind, one black and one white. Speaking of the black rabbit, it arrives. This figure, clad in a full-cover hat, goggles, a face wrapped in bandages, a scarf around the neck, draped in a cloak, gloved, and wielding an umbrella, is entirely shielded from the sun, a true enigma. Criminal, he calls, bewildered as he observes the peculiar figure bypassing him toward the bank entrance. It is perilous. As the figure approaches the doorway, The automatic doors sense the presence and part to reveal the interior to the outside world. The man, spewing forth monstrosities, slightly tilts his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the onlookers outside, as the creature bares its fangs and bellows at the crowd. Ah, a monster. In the blink of an eye, whether it be the curious onlookers or the constables, they all fled, leaving no trace behind. Oh, here he comes. Shen Guang paid no heed to the commotion behind him, stepping into the building while retracting his umbrella. As he closed it, he promptly discarded the umbrella. Hey! The dark green umbrella shot forth like a cannonball, enveloped in golden light, accompanied by a fierce wind, akin to a divine spear cast to vanquish the monster. With one decisive strike, it shattered the creature's form. Amidst its anguished cries and the chaotic gusts, the monster gradually lost its vitality, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a pool of mud. With a single blow obliterating the creature, Shen Guang appeared unfazed, his expression unchanged as he stepped onto the monster's carcass, grasped the umbrella's handle, and opened it as he strode toward the entrance. It was time to seek Kagura. The automatic door slowly swung open, gradually revealing the scene across the street before his eyes. As the door reached its fullest extent, a vacant-eyed little girl, squatting in the corner, rudely intruded upon his unprepared vision. After a fleeting moment of recognition, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was Kagura. Chapter 49. The Ultimate Hair Growth Serum. Instant hair regrowth. A young and beautiful naive girl ventured alone to distant lands in pursuit of her dreams. Yet, the world harbors treachery. The girl fell victim to various unscrupulous enterprises, becoming entangled in the underbelly of society, deprived of sustenance and rest. The sharp edges of her spirit were gradually worn down by relentless hardships, extinguishing the dreams that once sparkled in her eyes, leaving only vacant pupils behind. Kagura-chan, he exclaimed, his voice resembling a cry of desperation, his entire being trembling with fervor. He moved at high speed, dashing forward. Kagura-chan, are you all right? Ah, it's all my fault. I arrived too late. Fury surged within him. How dare they bully the adorable Kagura-chan? Edako scum, you shall be annihilated. Embracing Kagura, his expression darkened as he raised his umbrella, uttering terrifying words with utmost seriousness. Such a foul stench. Kagura smacked his face with her palm, pushing him away with a look of disdain. Kagura-chan, he called out joyously. Kagura, perplexed, replied, Daddy, what are you doing here? As if triggered by a special phrase. Shinpachi Shimura, lost in thought, jolted, his face displaying shock and disbelief. Daddy, calling me daddy certainly makes me your son-in-law. Excellent. You shall meet your demise, young man. A murderous intent engulfed his eyes, crimson with rage. He abruptly stood, stepping forward with his left leg, and brought down the dark green umbrella with ferocious might. The air was forcefully compressed, visibly swirling around the umbrella, creating an overwhelming sense of shock. Whoa! Shinpachi showcased the fruits of his 16 years of training, leaping to the left just in time to evade the sudden assault. Gazing at the ground dented by the umbrella, he cried out in terror, What are you doing? If I had been struck, I would have become Shinpachi-chan. Humph. If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, I'll turn you into Shinpachi-chan as a mere punishment. Now stand still. His eyes glinted with a fierce light as he charged at Shinpachi. Help! Shinpachi turned and fled. In a swift maneuver, Kagura executed a side kick that struck her father's backside, watching as he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. What were you babbling about? Who would ever fancy a useless bespectacled fellow like you? Hey, Shinpachi protested. Though I appreciate your intervention, what do you mean by useless bespectacled? Oh, that's not it. The crimson light in Shin's eyes gradually receded as he slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust that clung to him. Oh, so it was my mistake all along. How reassuring. But what brings you here? Kagura found herself somewhat speechless at her father's dramatic demeanor. I am here to take you home, Kagura, Shin said in a notably gentle tone. No, Kagura replied, crossing her arms in refusal. Before Shin could finish his sentence, he felt a weight on his left shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a fair hand entering his line of sight, accompanied by a clear voice. Mr. Shin, Muyang handed him a bracelet. I recommend you acquire 108 methods to interact with children for better parenting. What is this? Shin took the bracelet, glancing at it with confusion before looking up at Muyang. Where can I buy that book you just mentioned? Once you wear it, you will understand. Muyang pointed to the bracelet. Upon hearing this, Shin pondered for a few seconds before donning it on his wrist. An influx of information flooded his mind. As a renowned monster hunter, known across the universe, he was not startled by the information manifesting in his brain. He adeptly navigated his light brain, accessing the marketplace page, his gaze swiftly scanning the myriad of items hidden behind his goggles. Entering the recharge page, Shin replicated knowledge of combat techniques and martial arts to exchange for currency. The Night Rabbits, one of the 3 great combat races in the universe, were famed for their physical prowess, adept at utilizing their bodies as lethal weapons. Thus, learning various martial arts was one way to master the use of one's body. Consequently, Shin had acquired many martial skills, some learned, while others were self-discovered. After exchanging martial arts knowledge for funds sufficient for bodily regeneration, he clicked to purchase a potion. A flash of light illuminated the space, and a test tube appeared in Shin's hand. Shinpachi and Kagura watched curiously as Shin downed the potion in one gulp, both eager to see what would transpire next. As their anticipation built, Shin's left arm suddenly trembled, as if some creature trapped within a bag was frantically struggling to escape. A sudden clattering of metal echoed, followed by a screw breaking free from the confines of Shin's sleeve, striking Shinpachi squarely on the forehead. "Ouch!" Shinpachi exclaimed, clutching his forehead. He picked up the fallen screw, perplexed. "Why did a screw fly out of your sleeve?" As he spoke, he cast his gaze upon Shin's left arm, which seemed to respond in unison with Shinpachi Shimura. The moment Shinpachi's eyes fell upon the left arm, it erupted with a dramatic burst. A mangled mechanical arm plummeted from the sleeve to the ground, followed closely by a delicate, fair arm emerging from the same sleeve, scattering mechanical fragments in all directions. Shinpachi was unfortunate enough to receive a trio of strikes to his forehead. How unlucky! He clutched his crimson forehead. Kagura, with a complex expression, observed her father's left arm. Her memory of how it had been severed vividly etched in her mind. Shinho bent down to retrieve the glove, donned it on his left hand, and attempted to flex his fingers and arm, finding no issues. How remarkable! Shinho marveled internally, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he froze momentarily before hastily entering the marketplace. Observing her father's flustered and anxious demeanor, Kagura began to speculate. Could it be that father intends to resurrect mother? Having acquired the bracelet before Shinho, Kagura did not remain in a daze for long. Initially, she was too stunned by the shocking events to think clearly. But upon regaining her composure, she entered the marketplace to browse the wares, only to feel disheartened by her lack of funds amidst the wondrous items on display. Thus, Kagura was aware of some of the products available in the marketplace, and the loss of her mother was a profound sorrow shared by their family. She believed that the bald-headed man's excitement and anxiety surely stemmed from the same hope. Excited yet anxious, Kagura approached Shinho's side, gazing at the virtual screen projecting the bracelet, where a particular item caught her attention. Name: Super Hair Growth Serum Effect, Instant Hair Growth. Value: 50 gold restriction, only effective on mortal beings. Snap! Kagura's expression instantly froze. What on earth are you doing? Foolish bald man. In a fit of rage, she kicked the hapless middle-aged man aside. Chapter 50. The Wrong Script. Shinho, with his jet-black, shoulder-length hair, bid farewell to Mu Yang and others, embarking alone towards the terminal. In his quest to swiftly gather sufficient funds to resurrect Jianghua, Shinho set his sights on hunting exceedingly dangerous monsters. Given Kagura's lack of combat experience, her reckless involvement would be exceptionally perilous, thus he chose not to bring her along. Now equipped with the bracelet, the father and daughter could communicate at any distance, allowing them to stay in touch and keep abreast of each other's circumstances. Meanwhile, Kagura accompanied Shinho to the terminal, partly to see her father off, and partly to share whispers between them. Shinpachi and Mu Yang remained behind, passing the time by watching the performance of the True Selection Group while awaiting the reunion with a certain natural curl who had fallen behind. At that moment, the skit by the True Selection Group had reached a scene where Captain Kondo Isami was impersonating an extraterrestrial monster's mother, clad in a green dinosaur costume. Tears glistening in her eyes as she convincingly portrayed a mother disappointed in her son. However, just after reciting 2 or 3 lines of dialogue, he was struck into the air by a speeding police car, spinning several times before landing on the ground, appearing as though he were in dire need of rescue. Director! The exclamations of the Shinsengumi officers reverberated through the streets as they rushed to Kondo Isami's side, checking for signs of life and calling for an ambulance. The entire scene epitomizing chaos. The police car that had collided with Kondo Isami halted in the midst of the crowd, and Hijikata Toshiro flung open the door, firmly planted his feet on the ground, and bellowed, "What kind of monster is this?" The Shinsengumi officers emerging from the police vehicle echoed his sentiments. "No, this is not a monster." An officer stationed beside Kondo Isami explained to Hijikata. "Director, hold on," another officer shouted. Watching the commotion nearby, Shinpachi's lips curled slightly with concern. "I hope Kondo-san is all right." "He's fine. No fractures or internal bleeding. Just knocked unconscious," Muyang remarked, having gleaned Kondo Isami's condition with just a fleeting glance. To be honest, being struck by a speeding vehicle, launched into the air, spinning a few times, and sustaining barely any abrasions was utterly preposterous. One might ponder whether to deem him fortunate or commend his robust constitution. Regardless, Muyang was disinterested in either. His true interest lay in the prospect of developing Kondo Isami into a client. Kondo Isami, nicknamed the Gorilla, was the chief of the Shinsengumi, wielding both influence and wealth through his connections with the shogunate. He was known for his loyalty and compassion, often putting the needs of those around him first. Though his infatuation with Hijikata Mitsuko had led him down a path of obsessive behavior, his inherent kindness remained steadfast. Should he become a member, his altruistic nature would undoubtedly compel him to purchase ample medical supplies to ensure the survival of the Shinsengumi officers and to assist in caring for their families. Moreover, with the Shinsengumi's ties to the shogunate, they could easily acquire various weapons and equipment, providing sufficient resources to manifest his aspirations. He was indeed a promising candidate. Muyang nodded slightly, his eyes gathering energy and glowing faintly with a white light. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the scattered energy, forming a swirling vortex around him. An inexplicable energy enveloped the surroundings, and in the eyes of Hijikata Toshiro and Okita Sugo, the scenery suddenly transformed, as if they had entered a video playing at 1 times speed. The flapping of wings, the stride of humans, and the descent of water droplets from midair all appeared remarkably slow. "What is happening?" Kondo Isami, previously unconscious, awoke without warning, his face etched with seriousness as he surveyed the bizarre scene around him. "I don't know," Okita Sugo replied calmly, shaking his head. "Kondo-san, it seems we are caught up in some kind of supernatural event." Hijikata Toshiro, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "A supernatural event. Medic, medic, breathe in, breathe out. In any case, let us first calm ourselves and seek the entrance to the kingdom of mayonnaise." Hijikata Toshiro gasped, his expression fraught with tension as he scanned the surroundings. "Is this a supernatural occurrence?" Seated cross-legged on the ground, Kondo Isami, donned in a monster costume, rested his chin on one hand, deep in contemplation. After pondering for several moments, he found himself utterly at a loss. He was merely an ordinary samurai. How could he possibly know how to handle supernatural events? Where have the Onmyoji gone? This is not a supernatural incident. Simultaneously, clear voices resonated from all directions, as several identical figures materialized in succession. Okita Sugo gazed intently at the ethereal apparition before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ahem, the main character has arrived. The translucent figure resembled a ghost from legend. With a swift motion akin to that of a ninja, Hijikata Toshiro dove into the driver's seat of a police car, leaving only his legs dangling outside the window. "Excuse me, spirit, what brings you to us?" Kondo Isami inquired with a composed demeanor. "Who is the spirit?" Muyang rolled his eyes discreetly and stepped forward. As the figures around him also advanced, each step solidifying his form further. "Do you have dreams?" Muyang spoke with each step. "Do you have regrets?" The legs of Hijikata Toshiro became still at the truck window, while Okita Sugo lowered his head, shadows obscuring his eyes. "Whatever wish you may have, I can fulfill it. Whatever regret you bear, I can remedy it." The figures converged upon a single point, gradually coalescing. "Then, what price are you willing to pay to realize your wishes and mend your regrets?" The figures ultimately fused into one, transforming into the seemingly ordinary Muyang, who raised his hand, 3 bracelets floating above his palm. "Is everything you say true?" Okita Sugo, still gazing downward, asked. "Sugo," Kondo exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. "I have no need to speak falsehoods," Muyang replied coolly. Okita Sugo lifted his head, extending his right hand toward the faintly glowing pale blue bracelet suspended in midair, when suddenly a hand emerged from the left, grasping the bracelet faster than he could. Turning his head, he saw Hijikata Toshiro, drenched in cold sweat. Pinching a cigarette between his fingers, his lips slightly parted as he exhaled smoke. At that moment, a puppet-like arm reached from the right, seizing another bracelet. Okita Sugo glanced to the right, where Kondo Isami smiled, and said, "Whatever Sugo wishes to do, we will bear the cost together." Kondo-san. A wave of emotion surged within Sugo. Mu Yang's expression shifted slightly. "Since you have made your decision, then were the bracelets." With that, his figure dissipated like a bubble. Kondo removed his costume, and the three exchanged glances, each grasping a bracelet and placing it upon their left wrists. The moment the bracelet was donned, a surge of information flooded into the mind, and the fearless expressions of the three individuals abruptly froze. What they had presumed to be a script involving the offering of one's soul to a demon for the sake of altering fate turned out to be a narrative of monetary investment for the same purpose. The myriad of emotions previously felt coalesced into an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Who on earth authored this script? What a trap. Chapter 51. A dream stealthily entering like the wind in the silence of the space. The three individuals cast their gazes downward, silently observing their wrists. The atmosphere thick with discomfort. Perhaps the intensity of the awkwardness in the air was too great. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to fracture. The dense cracks spreading like a spider's web in every direction, covering both the ground and the sky with terrifying fissures. What on earth is happening? Just as Isami Kondo was about to speak, the space around them shattered, and the scene before them transformed dramatically. When Kondo regained his senses, he found himself lying back on the ground, still clad in the vibrant monster costume, which had not slipped down to his waist. Were those previous events merely a dream? Kondo looked up, searching for the figures of Hijikata Tasher and Okita Go, only to discover the technologically advanced bracelets adorning their wrists. It seemed it was not a dream after all. In a corner of the street, by the wall of a dessert shop, the glow in Mu Yang's eyes gradually dimmed, and the energy enveloping the area began to dissipate. The recent slowing of time and the fracturing of space were not real, but rather an illusion conjured by Mu Yang. Whether one weaves a deceptive illusion with sorcery or genuinely creates effects of slowed time and fragmented space through formidable power, for an ordinary person, the distinction is indistinguishable. Thus, if an illusion can suffice, why exert effort in creating reality? Mu Yang's gaze shifted beyond the barricade, locking onto Sakata Jintoki, who was peering around the crowd, and sent him a message. "Shinpachi, let's go." Mu Yang took a few steps along the wall and slipped into the alley between two buildings, heading towards the adjacent street. Shinpachi Shimura had no objections and promptly followed him into the alley. At that moment, Okita Go, standing beside a police car, seemed to sense something. Turning without warning to glance at the alley beside the dessert shop. "What is it, Go?" Hijikata Tasher queried, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Having noticed Go's action, "Nothing, just felt like someone was recently there," Go replied, his gaze fixated on the alley. Hijikata cast a glance at the empty alley, concluding it was likely just curious onlookers drawn to the commotion. Such is the nature of ordinary people today. They flock to wherever excitement brews, indifferent to the potential dangers. Especially when encountering an area cordoned off by the Shinsengumi, their curiosity piqued to the utmost. Perhaps, Go withdrew his gaze. On the adjacent street, Sakata Jintoki met with Mu Yang. "Where's Kagura?" Jintoki gazed at the two solitary figures within the group, perplexed as he inquired of Shinpachi. In response, Shinpachi succinctly elucidated the prior circumstances while also introducing Mu Yang to the streets, alternating between narrating past experiences to Jintoki and describing the shops to Mu Yang. Remarkably, he maintained clarity in his speech despite the disjointedness of his dialogue, conveying the situation with remarkable brevity. Unfortunately, fate did not favor a meeting. With a sigh, Jintoki lamented his desire to converse with Kagura's father. "No worries. I shall provide you with Mr. Shin's contact information," Shinpachi declared, raising his arm and gently swaying it, drawing attention to the technological bracelet around his wrist. "By the heavens!" Jintoki exclaimed, lifting his hand to fixate on Shinpachi's wrist in awe. "That's the bracelet I gifted you." Mu Yang interjected, "A present." "I am well aware it was your gift. There is no need for such clarification," Shinpachi replied, having followed Mu Yang closely. And Jintoki could deduce the origins of the bracelet with little effort. Jintoki created a group chat, adding Shinpachi, who in turn brought Kagura and Shinho Katsura into the fold. "It seems I have missed quite a bit of the story," Jintoki mused, contemplating the familiar names in the group list before shifting his gaze to the unfamiliar ones. He decided to postpone discussions about the wig, opting instead to engage in private conversation with Shinho, while Shinpachi dutifully continued his role as guide, narrating the various buildings along their path. For instance, that building is the den of the Goma Mouse Gang, one of the 4 kings of Kabukicho, led by the formidable Mudwater Jiru. That establishment is a ladyboy club, managed by Seigo Tokumatsu, another of the 4 kings, offering singing and dance performances. Over there lies the Edo Vegas Casino, operated by the illustrious Hua Tuo, yet another of the 4 kings, and the largest casino within Kabukicho. And that, my friends, is Takamagara, the most renowned male host club in Kabukicho. Thus, the trio traversed the many corners of Kabukicho throughout the day. During this time, Jintoki's gaze remained fixated on the private chat interface, oscillating between calmness and fury, the expressions on his face revealing a myriad of emotions, creating a veritable emoji set of joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Muyang and Shinpachi, engrossed in their own affairs, paid no heed to Jintoki, one explaining while the other listened, allowing Muyang to gain a preliminary understanding of Kabukicho through Shinpachi's narration. Meanwhile, as they wandered through the bustling streets of Kabukicho, Shinpachi and Jintoki encountered some acquaintances, though Muyang recognized few of them. Upon reflection, it was understandable. The anime depicted only a fragment of an expansive world, encapsulated within a mere 4 or 5 years. In contrast, Sakata Jintoki had resided in Kabukicho for far longer, naturally befriending more individuals than those portrayed in the narrative. As dusk descended, Muyang bid farewell to Jintoki and Shinpachi. After a day of wandering, the two returned to the Densher Tavern, finding Kagura indulging in free food and drink. After a simple dinner, they returned home to rest. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Jintoki and the others, Muyang ascended to the rooftop of a towering building, gazing at the sun slowly sinking below the horizon. Darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, as the city illuminated with dazzling, vibrant neon lights. A full moon hung in the starless night sky, while illuminated spacecraft soared through the air. A cool breeze brushed past, deepening the night. Time was drawing near. Muyang ceased counting the vessels that passed overhead and shifted his gaze toward the resplendent city cloaked in night. Kabukicho Ikabangai, also known as the city that never sleeps, thrived with the same fervor day and night. Yet, amidst the bustling atmosphere, slumber remained a necessity. During the day, Muyang had meticulously selected a few individuals, and at this moment, most of them had succumbed to sleep. Let us embark. A gust of wind swept by, and Muyang transformed into an ethereal mist, merging with the breeze and drifting into the city, entering the dreams of some. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, as ominous vessels broke through the layers, their underbellies compressing the air into visible currents, descending both slowly and swiftly. The dark red earth was barren, littered with shattered blades and broken firearms. Remnants of limbs scattered across the ground. Thick black smoke billowed upward, resembling a monstrous entity, with the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder mingling into a murky atmosphere. Chapter 52. The Nightmare of Dao Man. Dense black clouds loomed overhead, and a fetid wind swept across the fiercely contested battlefield. A horde of bizarrely attired celestial beings, resembling a ragtag army, surged forward, brandishing sharp weapons as they inundated the land. Opposing them were armored warriors wielding katanas, the two currents colliding, merging, and tearing each other apart, gradually wearing one another down. The cacophony of battle cries resonated through the heavens, intertwining with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Amidst this flesh and blood meat grinder of a battlefield, there existed a pocket where time seemed to stand still. A black-skinned, white-haired samurai cradled a fading black-haired warrior. This was one of the most vivid scenes etched in your memory. How does it feel to witness it once more? At the edge of this frozen moment, Muyang inquired of the middle-aged figure beside him. The killing intent within him surged. Mizuso Ajiro raised his right hand, holding a smoking pipe, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. His murderous intent unabashedly evident in his eyes. If granted a chance to rectify your regrets, how would you proceed? Muyang extended his right hand, a bracelet floating and spinning in his palm. At this, Mizuso Ajiro was momentarily taken aback, his peripheral vision involuntarily drawn to the softly glowing bracelet. Muyang remained silent, patiently awaiting Jiro's decision. Jiro's gaze was fixed upon the two figures at the center of the still space, his eyes deepening as if traversing the corridors of time. After a moment, the silence persisted, yet Jiro's hand had already grasped the bracelet. "I have received your response. May you fulfill your desires," echoed in the stillness. Muyang dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, shattering the frozen space, and the tumultuous battlefield outside fell into silence, gradually transforming into drifting ashes against the somber sky. As the haze began to lift, Jiro slowly opened his eyes, staring at the dark ceiling, enveloped in silence. "I am growing old," he mused, reflecting on the past and indulging in trivial thoughts. He raised his left hand, seemingly intending to rest it upon his forehead. But as his arm emerged from beneath the quilt, a faint glow at his wrist captured his attention. The familiar bracelet startled Jiro, dispelling any remnants of sleep. Not a dream? His once quiet heart began to thrum, as indelible memories surfaced accompanied by the rhythmic sound of war drums, reminders of his obligations. A cool evening breeze slipped through the window's crevice, cooling the fervent spirits of the middle-aged and elderly, a gentle reminder of the late hour, whisking away not only their fervor but other ephemeral treasures as well. A wisp of azure smoke circled the room before escaping through the window, carried by the wind across the city, darting towards another dwelling. Gradually, it infiltrated the dreams of chosen individuals, bestowing upon them their destined slots. The refreshing night air wove through the towering structures of the city, departing from the vibrant Kabukicho street to other avenues. At the Yagi residence, Muyang was unable to locate the cross-dressing Jubiai. At the Hattori estate, Hattori Kanzu, filled with hope for his recovery from hemorrhoids, leapt about in excitement. Had it not been the dead of night, he would have likely played an exuberant song as a backdrop. At the Sasaki estate, Sasaki Isaburo gazed impassively at the bracelet on his wrist. In the return group, in Imai Nobium's bedroom, she too stared at the bracelet, her expression unreadable. In a corner of Edo, at the Onmyoji family's residence, the head of the Shiranoya clan, Shiranoya Duman, occupied his traditional Japanese-style bedroom. The decor was sparse, with few superfluous ornaments. The overall aesthetic comprised of tatami mats, bamboo, stone, paper, and wood, arranged with a certain order. The simple yet elegantly shaped furniture rested quietly throughout the room, imparting a sense of spaciousness and visual comfort, perhaps due to the lineage of the Onmyoji family. Some of the modest furnishings in Duman's room bore the essence of sentient tsukumogami. Should I commend the Onmyoji family for their craftsmanship? The wisps of smoke spiraled around what appeared to be a spacious yet, in reality, cramped room. They meticulously observed the spirit of the deceased, drifting towards the slumbering figure of silly Yudeoman, who lay in bed, his expression contorted in a grimace. "This fellow is quite unfortunate," the smoke seemed to muse. Silly Yudeoman, the leader of the silly Yeda clan, was of amiable disposition. In his youth, he had forged a friendship with Ketsunoya Akira from a rival family, only to be coerced by his father to sever ties. As time progressed, familial obligations compelled him to confront Akira. Yet, in every contest, Akira triumphed effortlessly, employing his considerable advantage to defeat Yudeoman with ease, often inflicting painful humiliation upon him. The root cause of Yudeoman's distress might very well be the machinations of Akira. Subsequently, a pact between the two families aimed at mending their adversarial relations enabled Yudeoman to wed Ketsunoya Kurasudo, the sister of the Ketsunoya clan leader. However, not long after, Akira reneged on the agreement, absconding with Kurasudo, further straining the already tenuous relationship between the silly Yeda and Ketsunoya clans, plunging them into a state of perpetual opposition. Witnessing Yudeoman sleeping alone, it was evident that Kurasudo had been taken by Akira. The spirit circled Yudeoman's head, noting the absence of any incantations upon his visage, suggesting he had yet to encounter the dark heaven pill. As the spirit continued its orbit, it pondered the nature of Yudeoman's nightmares. What could possibly haunt his dreams? Curiosity piqued, the spirit delved into Yudeoman's slumber. In a room indistinguishable from the external world, the lights shone brightly. Clad in a pure white wedding gown was the one he yearned for. As Yudeoman gasped for breath, his cheeks flushed with excitement, struggling to suppress his burgeoning desires. He slowly reached out. The smiling Kurasudo raised a sanitary napkin. "I'm afraid I need this today." The scene shifted abruptly to a narrow restroom, where Yudeoman held a newspaper in one hand while the other reached for the toilet paper holder, only to find it empty. Glancing down, he confirmed the absence of toilet paper. "Hey, Kurasudo, We've run out of toilet paper. He called out. A crisp voice responded, just a moment. Moments later, footsteps echoed outside the door. After a brief wait, Yedaoman opened the restroom door, scanning the surroundings but finding no one. Instead, he discovered a pack of sanitary napkins sitting at his feet. The scenes continued to unfold before the spirit's eyes, each one a variation of the last, looping endlessly. With Yedaoman resembling a tormented soul in the depths of hell, his visage grotesque. How should I intervene in such a dream? The spirit pondered, confronted with a series of miniature dramas. After a few moments of contemplation, the spirit dispelled Yedaoman's nightmare and asked directly, do you desire to grow stronger? Do you wish to defeat Ketsunoya Akira? Chapter 53. Harvesting the wool of demonic beasts and the shogunate's spoils. Midnight. The hour was deep and silent. As the night deepens, the abode of the Onmyoji is enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. The human Onmyoji has long succumbed to slumber, leaving the expansive residence to the vigilance of a few night-watch shikigami who patrol with lanterns in hand. In the shadows, a fearsome Oni, wielding a lantern emitting a ghostly blue flame, strides steadily along the perimeter of the dwelling, its lantern-sized eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Even more grotesque than the Oni, the flying headman drifts above the estate, its lantern-sized eyes shining brightly like searchlights, scanning every corner of the courtyard. A procession of various monsters, the Hyaki Yagi, safeguards the sanctity of the residence. Although it has been over 20 years since Tamaki Sariya became an Onmyoji, he finds himself at a loss each time he gazes upon the estate in the dead of night. Awakening from slumber to a dance of spirits is always bewildering. Shaking his head, Tamaki advances along the corridor. The apparitions not only refraining from hindering his passage, but also illuminating his path with their glowing eyes and lanterns ablaze with ghostly fire. While certainly peculiar, he has grown accustomed to such sights over time. With lantern in hand, Tamaki traverses the estate, arriving at the cavern nestled beneath the Ketsuno and Sariya families. Within the depths of the cavern lies a sealing barrier constructed from Shimenawa, sealing stones, and talismans, imprisoning the malevolent deity, Enkiru. Tamaki gazes into the cavern, his eyes, suffused with spiritual energy, emanating a faint crimson glow, exuding an aura befitting a villain. Through the lens of his empowered sight, the scene within the cavern transforms. A murky malevolence saturates the narrow space, shrouding it in mist, as the dark energy relentlessly assaults the Shimenawa, sealing stones, and talismans, gradually eroding the seals. At the current rate of erosion, within a decade or several decades, the seal on Enkiru will undoubtedly weaken, allowing the malevolence to escape en masse. However, there is no cause for concern. With a flick of his right hand, Tamaki unfurls his folding fan, gently fanning himself to create an effect of flowing hair. Should one inquire as to why, he would simply declare, for I have arrived. Enkiru, your doom is at hand. With another flick of his hand, he snaps the fan shut and murmurs, system, recharge. Instantly, the malevolent energy within the cavern is drawn in like dust caught in a vacuum, leaving no trace behind. As he gazes at the fluctuating numbers on the balance page, a smirk creeps across Tamaki's face, a manifestation of anticipated triumph. 1 or 2 minutes later, the cavern's malevolence is completely siphoned, and Tamaki's balance stands at 35,648. With wealth in his possession, the next course of action requires no further elaboration. Tamaki enters the marketplace, sifting through the plethora of items related to Onmyoji, including various spells, hand seals, the forging techniques for demon blades, and the art of talisman crafting. Among these, the most straightforward and appealing item to Tamaki is the expansion of spiritual energy reserves. This item enhances the purchaser's spiritual energy capacity by the standard quota of an Onmyoji, priced at 100 gold per enhancement, and is stackable. Dao Man, consumed by insatiable greed, procured 300 portions in one fell swoop. Upon sensing the transformation within his being, he swelled with exhilaration, covering his forehead with one hand while erupting into maniacal laughter. Ahahaha, Saimai, await your reckoning. Soon, you shall taste the bitterness of defeat. Chuckling, Dao Man cast a scornful glance at the sealing stone, scoffing, humph. Mir and Tian pills, claiming to be the mightiest evil deity, are nothing but fodder for my ascent. With a wild cackle, Dao Man vanished into the inky darkness of the passage. Unable to restrain himself, eagerly anticipating the moment when Saimai would falter. Within the cave, the sealing stone quivered slightly, malevolent energy seeping forth once more, rapidly suffusing the cavern. Inside the seal, the Intion pill mused, who just destroyed one of my leg hairs? Was it Jinya? Or was it Rinya? Regardless, the weakening of the seal must have been detected. I must hasten the erosion of this confinement. Returning to his abode, a cool breeze swept through the courtyard, causing the lightly clad down man to sneeze, a dribble of mucus dangling from his nostrils. His restless heart cooled instantly as he wrapped his arms around himself and scampered back to his bedroom. At the True Selection Corps headquarters, in the armory where weapons were stored, Sugo Okita grasped a mortar with his right hand, aiming his left wrist at it. As data beams swept by, the mortar gradually faded into nothingness. Mortar, 80 gold. He recited, observing the change in his balance. Mortar, 80 gold, echoed Isami Kondo, who pinched the edge of his notebook with his left hand while supporting its pages with his wrist, diligently recording the accounts. Handgun, 20 gold, Sugo continued. Handgun, 20 gold. Kondo noted with unwavering focus. Toshizu Hijikata glanced at the balance changes concerning the standard blade, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he deemed it insignificant. Standard blade. Not included in the exchange list, Kondo noted earnestly. At the entrance of the armory, a certain individual with an explosive hairstyle gripped the edges of the door, quietly observing the trio engrossed in their tasks. The three worked in unison, discerning the values of various weapons within the armory, concluding that the more advanced the technology, the greater the worth, the more potent the weapon, the higher the value. However, overall, the armory housed no exceptionally powerful weapons, merely conventional ones, thus rendering their values relatively low. Hijikata extracted a lighter resembling a mayonnaise bottle, igniting a cigarette and taking a gentle puff, releasing a perfect smoke ring. The values are far too low, Kondo-san. In the future, seek out Uncle for some high-tech products. Indeed, Kondo replied, scrutinizing a list with hardly any entries exceeding 100. Finding merit in the words of Jushi. Jushi, do assist in concocting some excuses for the equipment we require. Why me? Hijikata grimaced. You are the most adept at spinning tales within the True Selection Corps. If not you, then who? Kondo asserted, his reasoning unwavering. Try Yamazaki. He is even better at it than I am. Hijikata tossed back dismissively. Then it shall be entrusted to the two of you, Kondo declared with a clap. Kondo-san, do tally the garage as well. Since high technology is quite valuable, we cannot overlook the garage, Soji reminded. All right. Kondo Isao replied as the three of them made their way towards the entrance. At the door, the explosive-haired individual shrank into the corner upon hearing their voices. And only after they vanished around the corridor did he slowly reveal himself, quietly following in the direction they had departed. In the garage, after a thorough assessment, Kondo Isao remarked while glancing at the list in his hand that they could report a bit more for the monthly vehicle losses, and any excess vehicles listed could be exchanged for cash. Soji and Hijikata nodded in agreement. Outside the garage, the explosive-haired Saito finally returned to his room, kneeling at his desk to write in his diary with a brush. The date read, the chief, the deputy chief. And Soji ultimately could not resist the temptation of money and became tax thieves. However, what was the method that caused weapons and vehicles to vanish into thin air? This question would be left for future investigation. Closing his diary, Saito burrowed into his covers and closed his eyes. Chapter 54. The leader observes within the group inside the garage, the trio of tax thieves, engrossed in discussions on how to swindle money, remained oblivious to the fact that their actions had been exposed to someone else, continuing their exchange on how to earn and spend money. The spaceship should be quite valuable. Soji interjected. No chance, Hijikata retorted, exhaling smoke rings. The spaceship is under the unified management of the police department. The Shinsengumi only has the authority to mobilize it. I never said it was the police department's spaceship, you fool, Hijikata, Soji quipped, smirking at Hijikata, who had been undermined by the spoils of the anti-foreign organization. Kondo Isao excitedly slapped his palm, agreeing with Soji. You are right. Although we do not possess a spaceship, the anti-foreign organization does. And let us not forget that they always manufacture bizarre weapons. Those must be valuable too. We should seize them all. Hijikata wore a resigned expression. Kondo-san, please mind your wording. We are police officers, not bandits. It's not about seizing. This is about ensuring public safety, eradicating dangerous organizations, and confiscating hazardous materials. As expected of you, Saito, you have a way with words, Kondo Isao praised, giving a thumbs up. Make sure to put in the effort with Uncle Iho. Confronted with an inescapable task, Hijikata had resigned himself, planning to pass it all on to Yamazaki for him to handle. As the saying goes, the big fish eat the small fish, and with Yamazaki's lower rank, he had no choice. With no pressure, Hijikata remarked lightly, "All right. I will encourage Yamazaki to do his best." "Very good," Kondo Isao smiled, tossing a glass bottle to Hijikata. "Those who are capable must shoulder more responsibilities. I entrust this matter to you as well." The glass bottle contained a potent medicine for treating lung disease, effective with just one dose. As Hijikata received the bottle and glanced at the inscription on its surface, his relaxed demeanor instantly shifted, and the cigarette he had been holding slipped from his fingers onto the floor. As Kondo Iki expressed his reluctance to converse with Hijikata, he turned towards the door, merely waving his hand in response to Hijikata's voice. 14. I must personally deliver the medicine to Mitsuba-san. At this juncture, Kondo glanced back at Hijikata, adding, "Of course. I would be even more pleased if you could bring Mitsuba-san to Edo. I wish to join as well." Sogo glared fiercely at Hijikata. "That is not permissible, Sogo." Kondo raised his right arm, encircling Sogo's neck, dragging him outside. "You have other matters to attend to tomorrow, so do not try to slip away." Despite Sogo's muffled protests, Kondo swiftly quelled them with a few terse words. "Do not think of escaping. Focus on your work, or I shall drag you along for a 3-day trip to hell." Watching the two disappear around the corner, Hijikata wished to voice something, but found no opportunity. He looked down at the glass bottle in his hand, his expression complex. Since Kondo had not afforded him the opportunity to refuse, it implied that he must now fulfill this task. Moreover, as he slowly tightened his grip on the glass bottle, he realized he could not entrust it to anyone else. The two individuals he felt comfortable with were either unlikely to come or had already been subdued. What should he say upon their meeting? "Hello? Long time no see," he mumbled to himself as he made his way to his quarters. It had been a while since they last met. Perhaps he should bring a gift. But what? Mayonnaise? He abruptly shook his head. That was his favorite. Mitsuba seemed to prefer chili peppers, yet gifting chili peppers felt rather peculiar. Lying in bed, Hijikata stared at the ceiling, mumbling incoherent thoughts. The moon waxed and waned, and as dawn broke, the golden rays pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the world and dispelling the darkness. Watching the sunlight seep through the crack of the unclosed door, Hijikata, with bloodshot eyes, slowly emerged from his bed, neatly folding the blanket before unsteadily making his way to the garage. Having spent the night awake, lost in thought, Hijikata still had no idea what to say to Mitsuba nor what gift to present her, and the time for their meeting drew ever closer. As he drove the police car onto the road, he entered a group chat, seeking external assistance. Hijikata Torijiro, what gift would please a woman? Tony Stark, that's an excellent question. Allow Uncle Tony to ponder. Hijikata Torijiro? Bucky, apologies, Tony was just distracted on the battlefield, overwhelmed by a horde of monsters, and cannot answer your query at the moment. Tsunade, grinning, huh? Kushina, applauding, Okita Sogo. You bastard, Hijikata. Uchiha Itachi, lighting candles. Seeing the series of gleeful expressions in the chat, Hijikata's lips twitched. The one who answered his question did not seem to be particularly well liked. When one person encounters misfortune, the entire group revels in schadenfreude. Wait. Something peculiar seems to have infiltrated the ranks of those delighting in another's plight, as a certain phrase captures my attention. Tohu, rendered speechless, observes. Mizuhira, he muses. What sort of gift would please a girl? Suddenly startled by the unexpected message that pops up in the group chat, Tohu exclaims, when did I? Oh, that wasn't me who said it. Konoha responds, gifting something a girl loves will surely win her favor. Take me for example, I adore money. If you were to bestow some upon me, I would be utterly delighted. Kushina interjects, ah, I see, Lady Tsunade. Mizuhira, with a furrowed brow, earnestly contemplates what Chris might fancy. Sanitary napkins, an uncontrollable vision of a package of them floods his mind, proliferating at an alarming rate, occupying every corner of his thoughts. Mizuhira suddenly opens his eyes wide, terror evident in his gaze as he clutches his chest, gasping for breath. The initial joy of having defeated Saimai dissipates entirely. Yet, Mizuhira refuses to yield. If one path proves unfruitful, he will seek another. Aside from preferred items, he ponders aloud. Is there something universally adored by all women? Tohu, with a blend of mayonnaise and chili sauce in his mind, nods in agreement. Tony Stark interjects, "Of course. Konoha, you're still alive. What a pity." Tony Stark replies, "Humph. Uncle Tony is not so easily dispatched. Mere monsters are nothing to me." Tohu redirects the conversation. Let us return to the topic at hand. Tony Stark continues, "The topic? Things that women love. There are many. Money, cosmetics, beautiful clothing." Mizuhira expresses his gratitude. "Thank you all for your insights. A small token of appreciation." Mizuhira. Red envelope. 3 seconds later, Mizuhira's red envelope has been fully claimed. Muyang is the luckiest of them all. Group members. The group owner is surveilling the chat. Chapter 55. Tony's luck is low. Muyang gazes down at the small paper dolls in his hand, his thumb gliding across the surface of the paper. These are standard shikigami crafted by a Yin master. The so-called standard shikigami, also referred to as hastily made cannon fodder, can be found in many works related to Yin masters, often depicted as small paper figures or indistinct human forms aiding the masters in mundane tasks such as serving tea, cooking, making beds, or repairing roads. In short, they handle many tasks unrelated to combat. Are they household helpers? Perhaps they hold some value. I shall keep them. As he stows away the paper shikigami, Muyang's gaze shifts back to the group chat. Although the prior incident of the group leader's prying eyes startled the members, causing a brief silence in the chat, the feeling of shock quickly dissipated and the lively conversation resumed. The ever-enthusiastic Tony Stark took it upon himself to guide Kiriyama Tamaki and Hijikata Tushiru in selecting gifts, amidst teasing remarks from Tsunade and banter among the other members, creating an animated atmosphere. It felt reminiscent of joining a conversation, but Muyang imagined that his entry would render the chat instantly silent, akin to a teacher stepping into a noisy classroom or a boss entering a bustling workplace. Due to the disparity in status, even a casual remark from Muyang would likely provoke wild speculation among the members, making casual chatter seem challenging. Perhaps he would need to adopt a different persona. Having attempted to develop clients in the capacity of a boss numerous times, he sensed it was not particularly effective, so perhaps exploring an alternative identity could yield better results. Embracing a disguise would liberate him from concern over his persona, making it seem rather amusing to experiment. After pondering for a moment, Muyang found the idea intriguing and decided to set it aside for future consideration. Since he intended to adopt a disguise, it was essential to do so thoughtfully. For now, he decided to send a red envelope in the group chat. Muyang. Red envelope. A second later, the notification appeared. Muyang's red envelope has been fully claimed, with Sakata Jintoki as the lucky recipient. Tony Stark gazed at the 101 Iron Man remote-controlled toy cradled in his hands, its blinking electronic eyes seemingly returning his stare. After a prolonged silence, he offered a reluctant compliment, deeming it quite exquisite, given that he could fashion an Iron Man suit by hand. Receiving such praise for a toy was likely a result of Muyang's generous red envelope. Curious about what others had received, Stark looked up at Ethan and the others. The dark clouds loomed ominously, resembling the sinister tendrils of a malevolent creature, intertwining and swirling. Countless pale souls danced through the air, shrieking in terror, while an uncountable number of flying monstrosities circled above, howling bat-like fiends, flapping avian terrors, serpentine creatures with forked tongues, grotesque amalgamations of skeletal remains, and ferocious lesser demons. This oppressive horde of creatures surged forward, advancing towards the soaring Iron Man. The metallic torrent tore through the bodies of the monsters, while brilliant electromagnetic projectiles streaked across the murky sky, obliterating the beasts in their path. The searing lasers, akin to invincible holy swords, effortlessly cleaved through the monsters. As their remains fell like raindrops, amidst the relentless tide of creatures, the figure of an invincible war god emerged. Yet, the arsenal of this divine warrior seemed somewhat limited. After a burst of firepower, he would be forced to flee from the pursuing monsters, only to regroup and launch another offensive, repeatedly cycling through this process. The darkened ground, the hellish hounds belching flames, the lowly imps brandishing wooden clubs, the writhing black serpents, and the roaring lava lizards. All these creatures formed a relentless tide that violently assailed the two coral rocks at the center of the onslaught. Within this searing environment, Steve Rogers, the wielder of the burning fruit, thrived as if in his element, effortlessly performing acrobatics, hurling blazing fireballs, wielding an ethereal whip of flames, and summoning towering pillars of fire. Alas, the creatures themselves bore the fire attribute, rendering Steve's attacks largely ineffective. In contrast, Bucky, the user of the freezing fruit, found himself severely weakened. Although his mere strikes could inflict significant wounds upon the monsters, the high temperatures diminished his strength by nearly 30 to 40%, forcing him to strike twice to vanquish foes he could typically dispatch with a single blow, thus draining his stamina severely. For various reasons, the two battled with great difficulty, relying on their elemental transformations. Tony Stark, shielded by 5 transformed mechanical locusts, withdrew his gaze, observing his comrades' frantic struggles, leaving him no time to seize a red envelope. He decided to inquire in the group chat. Tony Stark, what did you all get from the red envelopes? Hashirama Senju, a floating car. But I don't know how to drive. Kakashi Hitaki, a cursed blade, which can harm demons but not humans. Jintoki Sakata, a Gundam. Can the boss add storage space to my bracelet? Toshiro Hijikata, an amulet that ensures the wearer's health, free from disease. Doctor Strange, a dark talisman. When crushed, it summons a dim-witted minion of darkness. Kurizetsu, 2 slots, that is, 2 bracelets. Tony Stark, this is utterly ridiculous. Am I truly the unluckiest of all? Tony Stark. Before he could finish, Tony reminisced about recent events, being blown up by his own artillery, nearly caught in a hydro bomb explosion, and being ruthlessly ground into the earth by monsters. Indeed, he had faced quite a streak of misfortune lately. Perhaps he should seek a change of luck in the mall. He mused, preparing to enter. Suddenly, a burst of flames soared past him, and urgent words were carried by the wind into his ears. Tony, we'll draw the monsters away. You hurry and secure the battlefield. Tony exclaimed, creak, creak, as the mechanical gears stiffly turned to face the oncoming tide of crimson-eyed monstrosities. Steve, you fool. You could have sent me a private message. Why must you run up to me to say it? Transform. High-jumping locusts. The 6 locusts leapt in unison, evading the smaller waves of monsters rushing across the ground. Stark, be careful. Yet, the monsters were not limited to the ground. They swarmed the skies as well. As Stark leaped into the air, he was struck down by a passing avian creature. Reclining in the sunken pit, Stark quietly searched for fortune-altering items within the marketplace. His recent luck had indeed taken a turn for the worse. At that moment, there were 6 individuals in the sky, himself and 5 mechanical puppets. A passing avian monstrosity casually flapped its wings and, rather fortuitously, struck him alone. Despite standing closely alongside the puppets, the distance between the 6 was minimal. Why was it that it could so precisely avoid the others while targeting only him? Chapter 56, The Functions of Disguises. Part 1 and Part 2. More than 2 hours later, having cleared the battlefield, Tony Stark trudged wearily toward the camp, his steps heavy and unsteady. The mechanical puppets were responsible for eliminating the surrounding monsters. The task of clearing the battlefield was truly exhausting. It required sifting through a sea of grotesque remnants to find parts that could be exchanged for currency, testing both eyesight and mental fortitude. Had it not been for the assistance of the 5 mechanical puppets, Tony, with the physique of an ordinary man, would have been incapable of completing the task in such a short span of time. During the cleanup, Tony had also attempted to lend a hand for a brief period, 15 minutes, half an hour. The outcome, as you might have observed, left him hunched and weary, his gait uneven and fatigued. The endeavor of battlefield clearance was indeed arduous. Maintaining the transformed state of a high-jumping locust, Tony tilted his head towards the puppets guarding him. Contemplating an idea, perhaps transferring the data from the compendium into the puppets to create a support robot could yield significant profits. The earnings from individual sales, energy replacements, and repairs would be well worth the endeavor. Revitalized, Tony's previously sluggish pace suddenly transformed into one of agility and determination as he strode energetically into the camp. Inside the camp, the 3 who had lured away the monsters had already returned. The severely damaged Iron Man suit, with over 40% destruction, stood silently before the tavern entrance, while a disheveled Ethan, along with the ragged Steve and Bucky, occupied a window-side table. Upon entering the camp, Tony easily spotted Ethan and the others with a casual glance, striding directly towards the tavern. The distance was less than 50 meters, taking merely 20 to 30 seconds to traverse. As Tony pushed open the tavern door, an intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafted into his nostrils. A rich blend of various scents that compelled him to inhale deeply, yearning to savor the delightful bouquet. The spirits sold within the tavern were all products of the system. As the saying goes, products from the system are always of the highest quality. The spirits offered by Mu Yang at the camp tavern originated from a world of celestial warriors, known for their rich aromas and beneficial effects on mortals. These elixirs could strengthen the body, relieve tension, invigorate the blood, and enhance one's beauty, captivating the drinkers with their fragrance while appealing to women with their remarkable effects. In the wine cabinet at home, Tony Stark harbored a plethora of exquisite wines. Although he was not a drunkard, he certainly relished a fine drink. At this moment, upon catching a whiff of the intoxicating aroma, he promptly forsook his duties and made a beeline for the counter. At a table by the window, Ethan, noticing Stark's entrance, was poised to raise his hand in greeting when he observed Stark's left leg pivoting midair, directing him towards the counter. With a firm landing, he strode purposefully to the bar. Ethan stood bewildered as Tony, engrossed in purchasing and savoring his wine, wore an expression of sheer delight. Suddenly, he felt a series of gentle taps on his right shoulder. With his wine glass in hand, Tony cast a displeased glare in that direction. It was Ethan. The fierce gaze softened slightly, though the displeasure remained palpable. Even Ethan could not disrupt Tony's drinking reverie. As if recollecting something, Tony's frown gradually solidified into an awkward expression. Ethan, disinterested in further dialogue, simply pointed towards the window seat. Stark acknowledged with a gesture. He seated himself next to Ethan, clutching a wine bottle in one hand and a glass in the other, casting a curious glance at the unfamiliar face across the table. "Who are you?" "My name is Mu Long, a newcomer to the group. I have just arrived in this realm and am seeking guidance from experienced players regarding important matters." Mu Long, a persona crafted by Mu Yang, currently indulged in leisurely pursuits. "Important matters, you say?" Tony, with a slight tremor in his hand, raised his glass, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "As a veteran, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If possible, always team up. Do not venture alone into the wilderness to face monsters. The beasts out there do not adhere to any code of honor. They revel in overwhelming their opponents. Indeed, battling monsters solo is exceedingly perilous," chimed in the nearby table, where Luo Sha held his glass in agreement. He recounted his own misfortune of confronting a horde of creatures alone, resulting in grievous injuries. He had narrowly escaped by utilizing a return-to-town feature, which teleported him straight into the camp's infirmary. Not only had he failed to collect any spoils, but he also incurred additional medical and teleportation expenses, resulting in a significant loss. Yet, forming a team to tackle monsters can also be treacherous. He continued, "The sheer number of beasts outside the camp is daunting. If the creatures are not dispatched swiftly, their bloodlust and the clamor of battle will attract even more monsters to the fray." Others at the surrounding tables joined the conversation, sharing their own tales of woe at the hands of the innumerable monsters lurking beyond the camp. "Why not seek out skilled players to assist?" Hinata Hayashi suggested, recounting his experiences with a master, referring to Hashirama Senju, who effortlessly amassed wealth. With hands clasped, he described how the master unleashed an array of devastating abilities, obliterating foes at a pace that outstripped the monster's ability to gather. He had merely observed, his role limited to scavenging materials dropped by the defeated creatures. Even in that capacity, he had earned over 30,000 coins. Having a powerful ally is indeed a terrifying advantage. The rest of the group cast him a sidelong glance. "The wilderness is teeming with monsters, a predicament of your own making. You are fully aware of the numerous creatures, yet still choose to create a ruckus, courting death." Listening to the conversations of the group, Jiraiya rolled his eyes in exasperation. What was this about generating towering waves of golden sand and explosions that echoed to the heavens? Were you so concerned about the monsters being unaware of your presence? All of you are ninjas. Why not employ the skills inherent to your craft, stealth, assassination, and the like? Do you not comprehend the advantage of quietly stalking solitary monsters or small groups and dispatching them with precision? Instead, upon seeing a multitude of monsters gathered together, your immediate thought is to unleash a wide-range jutsu, thinking it would yield immense rewards, without considering any alternatives. A multitude of gazes exchanged among the group, each unsure of what to say next. Their minds were solely fixated on reaping maximum rewards in minimal time, never contemplating the benefit of systematically eliminating one creature at a time. Instead, they opted to provoke a significant horde of monsters, aiming for a grand payday. The usual outcome being loss rather than gain. After a few glances, they deemed that method too slow, collectively disregarding Jiraiya's input and continuing their discussion. I believe we can gather a bunch of monsters and clear them all at once, then set up a barrier to keep the creatures at bay for a while, allowing us time to collect the drop materials. A splendid idea, indeed. Worthy of experimentation. Jiraiya interjected. What do you mean? I'm genuinely offering you advice. Mu Yang propped his chin on one hand, sensing that the group resembled players strategizing for a game. Thus, he decided to join the conversation. As for the barrier, why not browse the shop? The options are plentiful, and the prices are reasonable. That seems reasonable. A chorus of voices chimed in as many opened the shop, discussing as they browsed. Observing this, Mu Yang suddenly recognized another function of his disguise. It allowed him to blend in with consumers and promote products. Yet upon reflection, such promotion seemed unnecessary. Did the items in the store even require advertising? The answer was a resounding no. Moreover, promoting certain products could attract unwarranted trouble, which was rather bothersome. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary. Regaining his focus, Mu Yang ceased paying attention to the clamor of others and shifted his gaze to Tony Stark and his companions. What about you? Are you interested in purchasing a barrier to test it out? Bucky and Steve exchanged a glance and shrugged nonchalantly. Having undergone numerous physical enhancements, they were no longer mere mortals. Their battles relied on supernatural abilities rather than physical stamina. A bit of drink and a brief respite had nearly restored their energy. They were more than capable of engaging in another fight. The question now rested on Tony and Ethan's thoughts. Tony leaned over the table with his left arm while gently swirling his drink in his right hand, the liquid dancing within the glass, releasing its fragrant aroma. I have an idea I wish to explore. He then turned to Ethan. You should head back to reality for now. The severely damaged steel battlesuit, with approximately 40% of its structural integrity compromised, had become little more than a wreck, exceedingly prone to yielding easy victories for adversaries. I had no intention of participating. Ethan rolled his eyes, stood, and made his way toward the tavern's entrance. I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourselves. After Ethan departed, the remaining members exchanged glances, each assessing the others. Tony, surveying the group, drained his bottle in a single gulp and declared, "Let us depart." The objective of this expedition was not merely to slay monsters for profit. Rather, it was to explore some of Tony Stark's unconventional ideas. Consequently, the quartet did not venture too far from their camp. The main entrance to the camp led to the desolate terrain known as the Wasteland Rock, a name coined by members for convenience. The Wasteland Rock was strewn with jagged boulders and sporadically populated by bizarre flora, inhabited predominantly by terrestrial beasts, albeit with a few avian monstrosities as well. Among these was the rock Jean, a legendary poisonous bird characterized by its black plumage and crimson eyes, adorned with iridescent green feathers that harbored potent toxins. The infamous Jean wine was said to be brewed using the feathers of this treacherous bird. The rock Jean, a native of the hellish dimension, bore similar traits to its namesake, featuring black feathers and a toxic purple-black fluid that enveloped its body. Its nest could be found atop the rugged stone pillars of the Wasteland Rock, hence its designation. Why are we seeking such perilous creatures? Mu Yang inquired, his question mirrored by the puzzled gazes of Steve and Bucky directed at Tony Stark. The rock Jean was considered one of the more troublesome entities among hellish creatures. Its body coated in venom, the air it exhaled toxic, and the fluids it expelled lethal. Encountering a rock Jean invariably necessitated a monetary expenditure for an antidote, which rendered it detestable among most members. Precisely because it is dangerous that I seek it, Tony stated, transforming into a high-jumping locust, tossing a test tube to Mu Yang and the others. Safety is not a concern. I have procured the antidote. Shortly, I shall employ an energy shield to isolate a designated area, Stark announced, raising the energy shield generator. You shall engage with the rock Jean within this shield, but remember, it is merely for sport. Do not slay the creature. Why not? Steve raised his hand in inquiry. I intend to collect data on the rock Jean to ascertain whether I can create a sublimation key based on its attributes. Tony Stark had grown unsatisfied with the sublimation keys derived from ordinary animal data and wished to experiment with the data from extraordinary beings. Should he succeed, the resulting sublimation key would undoubtedly differ in quality. Is that feasible? Steve questioned. Let us give it a try, Tony mused, struck by inspiration. The likelihood of success is fairly high, given that, while the rock Jean is an extraordinary creature, its characteristics primarily revolve around toxicity, which may not significantly deviate from those of ordinary organisms. Having never conducted a dissection, Tony refrained from making absolute claims. After a brief discussion, Steve and Bucky voiced no objections. Suddenly, Stark turned to Mu Yang, recalling something. You may keep all the spoils from the hunt. Would you be amenable to that? I have no objections. My primary purpose in descending into this infernal realm is to broaden my horizons, Mu Yang remarked casually. As they conversed, a robust and towering stone pillar came into view, enshrouded by a sinister violet-black mist, the toxic vapor emitted by the venom of the rock vulture. Given the presence of this venom, it was plausible that a nest of rock vultures resided at the pinnacle of the pillar. The four companions glanced upward, only to meet the penetrating gaze of a rock vulture surveying them from above. Activate the energy shield, Stark commanded, slapping the translucent barrier towards the ground. The semi-transparent shield swiftly expanded, enveloping a radius of 100 meters, before he leapt back. Simultaneously, Steve hurled a fireball into the vulture's maw, disrupting its attempt to expel venom. Seizing the opportunity, Bucky conjured sharp ice spikes. With a flourish, the suspended ice projectiles shot forth, striking the vulture's beak. The force of impact causing its head to tilt aside and its massive body to topple, descending from the pinnacle of the stone pillar. Recording mode activated. Stark announced from a distance, waving his hand, "Be gentle with it. Take it easy." The three vigilant companions exchanged glances, their expressions incredulous. Could he not utter a word of concern for their safety? With a thud, the rock vulture landed before them, and Mu Yang's right arm gradually morphed into that of a guardian crane, swirling yellow sand enveloping his form. The abilities bestowed upon his attire included the strength of the guardian crane and several martial arts techniques. As the guardian crane's claws tightened, Mu Yang surveyed the surrounding monstrosities, prioritizing the eradication of other creatures before engaging the rock vulture. "I shall encase it in ice," Bucky declared, holding his breath as his hands transformed into ice, reaching out to freeze the vulture's body. "I'll take the left," Steve announced, launching himself in a blaze of flames. "I'll go right," Mu Yang proclaimed, propelling himself forward amidst a whirlwind of yellow sand. "Then I shall advance ahead," Bucky declared, leaping over the obstructing rock vulture and charging forward. Stark, caught off guard by the unfolding scene, wondered aloud. "So I'm responsible for the rear?" He turned to the few remaining creatures, conceding, "Very well. There aren't many left anyway." The rock vulture's venom was potent, with only a handful of creatures resilient enough to withstand its toxicity. "Take this. Knight's kick," Stark exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick that obliterated a giant centipede, then pivoting to send a massive toxic frog flying with a punch, before executing a spinning side kick that shattered the stinger of a sneaky scorpion. I strike, I strike, I strike. With the impressive strength of the high-jumping locust, boasting a punching power of 84 and kicking power of 49, no venomous creature stood a chance against Stark. It was akin to an adult bullying a child. Minutes later, Bucky inquired, "Mr. Stark, do you require assistance?" Mu Yang and the others, having successfully dispatched the creatures in their designated areas, observed Stark's performance in silence, watching as he stylishly eliminated the remaining venomous foes. Chapter 58, Two Newcomers. In response to Mu Yang's inquiry, Stark remained silent, merely diminishing his unnecessary flamboyant gestures and focusing intently on vanquishing the toxic creatures. After a few minutes, the remaining monsters were eliminated by Stark, leaving only the rock vulture within the energy shield. The ensuing narrative revolves around the ice and fire duo, teasing the rock vulture, while Tony records data for analysis and Mu Yang collects monster materials. 30 minutes later, the now worthless rock vulture was slain, with Tony Stark taking a small quantity of feathers and venom for research purposes. With their objectives achieved, the four-member team returned to camp. Eager to experiment with the rock vulture's program enhancement key, Tony bid farewell to Mu Yang and returned to the Marvel Universe. Mu Yang contemplated for a moment and realized he had no pressing matters to attend to, so he entered a tavern and seated himself by the window, sipping a drink while observing the group chat. At that moment, two newcomers had just joined the discussion. Edward Newgate, Gulalala. Is that another newcomer from the sea challenging this old man? Creating illusions? A fruit ability of the superhuman type? Quite intriguing. Edward Newgate. I have no objection to being challenged, but adding a bit of flair makes it even more entertaining. If you lose to me, you shall be my son, bearing the name of Whitebeard as you sail the seas. How does that sound? Wu Liuqi. Oh wow, what an impressive thing. Is it advanced technology from Stan State? Wu Liuqi. I am Wu Liuqi, a barber from the Daijian Hair Salon. Does anyone need a haircut? I offer home service. Jiraiya, Sakata Jintoki, Hinata Hizashi, Kondo Isami. In the blink of an eye, the screen filled with ellipses, and the group members stared at the newcomers' messages in mutual silence. Was there no relevant information imparted before joining the group? Why did both newcomers appear so utterly uninformed? What does it mean to become your son upon defeat? How desperate are you for a son? The name Jian Hair Salon clearly does not suggest a reputable establishment. Is your home service even legitimate? I certainly do not desire anything dubious. The awkward atmosphere in the group lingered for a few seconds. Jiraiya, did no phrases come to mind when you joined the group? Edward Newgate, phrases? Gulalala, are you referring to those about dimension shops and the fulfillment of any wish? Jiraiya, precisely those phrases. Jiraiya, if you are aware of them, why do you still utter such words in the group? Edward Newgate, aren't those phrases merely meant to deceive in an illusion? Do you genuinely believe they can fool anyone? Gulalala, you are quite amusing. No, 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 you are the one truly amusing. Mu Yang propped his chin on his hand, observing the dialogue within the group. A faint smile curving his lips, he silently contemplated his words before sending them. Mu Long, did you not first test the truth of those words? What if they are indeed genuine? Sakata Jintoki, I suggest you try them out without delay. Edward Newgate, wahaha, let me see what fascinating attacks you have prepared. Somewhere in the New World, a colossal sailing ship resembling a white whale, named Moby Dick, glides across the boundless sea, propelled by the wind. In a chamber within the ship, a robust man sits at the edge of his bed. With his eyes firmly shut, he extends his observation haki outward. After a moment, he slowly opens his eyes, a slight furrow forming on his brow, as if lost in thought. His observation haki encompasses a vast area, revealing no unfamiliar presence within its reach. Lowering his gaze to the virtual screen projected by the ring on his thumb, he examines the series of dialogues displayed, pondering deeply. It seems to be no mere illusion, for he detects no foreign aura nearby. Could it be true? Recalling the words that surfaced in his mind upon donning the ring, Edward Newgate begins to navigate the system, switching interfaces and entering the marketplace, gazing at the plethora of goods available. He contemplates for a moment before heading to the recharge page to add funds. Subsequently, he utilizes the search function, typing in the phrase healing potion and clicking search. The page transitions, revealing a multitude of healing potions. Selecting one, he clicks to purchase. A test tube filled with crimson liquid materializes out of thin air and lands in Edward's hand. Observing the test tube, a look of astonishment spreads across his face. After staring at it for a brief moment, he uncorks the vial and drinks the liquid within. A warm current flows throughout his body, enveloping him in a sensation akin to being in a hot spring, bringing immense comfort. As the warmth circulates, the dull pains that had lingered for years begin to dissipate. A clear sign that his long-standing injuries are being mended. The group remains silent for a minute or two. Edward Newgate, wahaha, the unknown future is truly fascinating. I never anticipated encountering such a miraculous opportunity at the age of 70. Sakata Jintoki, indeed, age brings wisdom. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly be too embarrassed to speak after those previous remarks, unable to maintain the calmness you exhibit, old man. Shinpachi Shimura, what nonsense are you spouting? You shameless fool. Apologize to the old man at once. Sakata Jintoki, by the way, where's that other newcomer? Don't be shy. Come join the conversation. Shinpachi Shimura, hey, don't change the subject. Wu Yochi, to retract my earlier statement, this barber does not provide home service. I lack the funds to traverse worlds. If on-site service is required, please provide travel expenses. Sakata Jintoki, both newcomers are quite impressive. Sakata Jintoki, having failed to tease the newcomers, gazes at the lush forest outside the window and softly sighs. Mulong, you're quite bold yourself, saying whatever comes to mind. Be careful. The newcomers might just come through the internet to give you a beating. Sakata Jintoki, surely that won't happen. Just a light-hearted jest. Is it necessary to traverse worlds to deliver a beating? Sakata Jintoki appears somewhat timid, should he encounter a hot-headed individual. It is indeed plausible that they would reach through the internet to strike him. Is Whitebeard's temperament truly explosive? As a fervent admirer of manga, Sakata Jintoki strives to recall the contents of the comics, yet finds scant information regarding Whitebeard's temperament. It seems the comics scarcely depict his irascibility. However, he does recollect numerous descriptions of Whitebeard's formidable strength. One punch capable of stirring a tsunami, another that could provoke an earthquake, and yet another that shatters space. If I were to endure a blow, I would truly become Jinchan. Edward Newgate, a man of the sea, does not quibble over trifles. I shall not take mere jesting to heart. Sakata Jintoki, the old gentleman possesses a grand spirit. Chapter 59, The Tools Present Themselves. Mulong, you've reclaimed a life. Sakata Jintoki, sweat wiping expression, sweat wiping expression, sweat wiping expression, Sakata Jintoki. As a senior, it is my duty to care for newcomers. Allow me to impart two methods for earning money. The first involves high technology and black technology, while the second pertains to extraordinary items. Jiraiya wants to retort, but is at a loss for words. Jiraiya, knowledge can also be exchanged for currency, such as scientific knowledge, various martial arts, and culinary skills. Edward Newgate, Gulalala, thank you. Wu Liuchi, high technology, martial arts. Miri Yadamatsu, malevolent energies can also be monetized. Having fulfilled the responsibilities of a senior, Yadamatsu beseeches. Esteemed elders, assist this novice. How might I win a lady's affection? Tony's teachings have proven utterly useless. All my gifts have been declined. Jiraiya quips, as expected. He too had sought guidance from the romantically experienced Tony, yet following his advice invariably landed him in the hospital. Naruto Uzumaki, never has it been effective. When he employed the stolen techniques on Sakura, he only earned a barrage of punches. Sasuke Uchiha, indeed, they hold no efficacy. Although he has not personally utilized such flirtatious tactics, he has taught others. Currently, the Uchiha clan is striving to assimilate into the village, with the approach being to deepen interactions with ordinary villagers and ninjas, thereby escaping the plight of isolation. In school, he must also engage with his peers. Honestly, he struggles with social interactions, but Sasuke notices that his classmates frequently discuss girls. Thus, a spark of inspiration strikes him. Relying on his ability to instruct classmates in the art of wooing, he successfully integrates into their circle, despite no one achieving tangible success through those methods. Miri Yadamatsu is left speechless. So many victims. Why are there so many victims, and no one has warned me? Are they all waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Jiraiya, welcome to the League of Victims, comrades. Grinning emoji, why not remind Dowman? Naturally. It is because he is a person who understands the joy of sharing. How could he alone suffer when joy is best when shared? How delightful. The development of the League has been remarkably swift, adding a new member in just a few days, and perhaps another one will join shortly. Tobarama, quite effective. Miku was overjoyed to receive a gift, and her expression has been nothing but smiles since. Tsunade, astonishing. Jintoki Sakata, incredible. Kushina, extraordinary. A flurry of astonishment reverberates throughout the group, reflecting the members' surprise and a hint of disbelief. The flirtation techniques imparted by Tony Stark are indeed effective. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Dowman. We initially thought our teacher's instruction was lacking, only to discover that we ourselves had misapplied it. No, it's 3 against 1. That fellow merely stumbled upon success by chance. It cannot possibly be our fault. Indeed, it is certain. With such thoughts, the trio promptly exited the group chat, intending to seek a tranquil place to collect their thoughts. Even before them, Muyang had withdrawn from the chat. He was just about to click that enticing option when a buzzing vibration echoed in his ears, akin to having a vibrating phone pressed against them. However, there was no phone. The sound was a reminder tone set by Dormammu, typically summoning him when a pawn of his calls, lest he miss something crucial that could thwart his strategies. Ah, yes, I am the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Muyang suddenly recalled that he had recently ascended to the position of the Lord of the Dark Dimension, inheriting Dormammu's legacy, which naturally included his followers. Speaking of Dormammu's acolytes, the only one he distinctly remembered was the fervent cultist, Caecilius, and his followers. This memory was vivid for 2 reasons. First, because the Ancient One had escaped by utilizing Caecilius and others, and second, because Doctor Strange faced Caecilius as his initial adversary after becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. The first significant encounter, however, was with Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Speaking of which, I am now the Master of the Dark Dimension. A peculiar smile crept across Mu Yang's face as he glanced at the individual calling for him to confirm their identity. He waved his hand, conjuring an illusion of Dormammu with dark energy to respond to Caecilius and the others, while he himself made his way to Kamartaj to seek out the Ancient One. As dusk fell over Kamartaj, within the residential district, the houses in this area were constructed many years ago, primarily from stone and timber. steeped in a profound sense of history. In one of the quaint old houses, in a bedroom on the second floor, the Ancient One sat at her desk, her hand poised over a book, momentarily suspended in the air before continuing to turn the pages. Do you not know that one must knock before entering a lady's chamber? Boss Mu? Ah, I forgot. Mu Yang crossed the portal and approached the Ancient One from behind, stating, I shall remember to knock in the future. What brings you here? The Ancient One, engrossed in her books, inquired without turning her head. I wish to know how you intend to meet your demise. Mu Yang cast a glance at the tome, which detailed various attractions across different realms. The Ancient One paused her reading, her brow furrowing in contemplation. I haven't quite decided. I shall let it unfold naturally. The manner of my death matters not. Once my successor has attained their mastery, I shall find a fitting excuse to depart, perhaps a peaceful passing, an unexpected attack, or a fall from a precipice. I haven't fully formulated my thoughts. From behind, Mu Yang produced a chair, placing it on the ground and sitting backward upon it, his arms resting on the chair's back. I just had a follower call upon me. Can you guess who it was? Caecilius, the Ancient One replied, turning to regard Mu Yang with an expression of silent incredulity. You stand before me. Must I still guess? Congratulations, you've answered correctly, Mu Yang said, snapping his fingers. Now, guess how I intend to deal with them. The Ancient One pondered. Should I speak or remain silent? Caecilius' fate cannot escape the predictions of the Time Stone. Meeting her gaze, Mu Yang realized he had perhaps spoken too frivolously, clearing his throat before continuing. I plan to host an event, utilizing Caecilius and his companions as tools. This does not interfere with your plans, does it? Understanding the implication, the Ancient One waved her hand dismissively. It bears no consequence. Feel free to proceed. Satisfied with her response, Mu Yang rose, the chair disintegrating into ash as he turned and stepped into the portal. The Ancient One did not glance back, continuing to turn the pages of her book. The portal's exit was nestled in a corner of a bustling metropolis, surrounded by towering buildings. Mu Yang ventured through the narrow alley between two structures, entering a street teeming with pedestrians. His choice of this exit was deliberate, as he sought to assess the current state of his tools. As he walked along the street, he passed an electronics store where an LCD television was broadcasting the news. Rumors of a skirmish between the U.S. military and unidentified creatures at Calvo University had been escalating. Second-year students Jack McGill and Jim Wilson had witnessed parts of the battle. As the footage transitioned from a female host to two conversing men, it was immense, like a giant, one affirmed. The screen shifted once more, displaying a blurry segment accompanied by a narration. McGill, a reporter for the school newspaper, had captured the scene on his phone. The search for this mysterious giant had been delayed due to storms in the Smoky Mountains National Park. Having gleaned sufficient information, Mu Yang recognized the unfolding narrative as a segment from the storyline involving the indomitable Hulk. Speaking of Hulk, one must mention his adversary, Abomination. Abomination epitomized the archetypal monstrous villain, with a fearsome visage, sallow skin, exaggerated skeletal and muscular features, and sharp bony protrusions along his spine resembling serrated edges. He was indeed a fitting embodiment of chaos. Mu Yang's primary intention for this journey was to ascertain the situation of the auxiliary personnel in preparation for the upcoming World Dormammu event scheduled in a month or two. However, coinciding with the unfolding narrative of Hulk, his perspective began to shift. At this juncture, the Hulk storyline had progressed to its midpoint, with a day or two remaining before the appearance of Abomination, allowing ample time for group members to receive the news, make preparations, and attend to various trivial matters. Additionally, he could utilize this allotted time to organize the event, primarily contemplating strategies for enhancing Abomination, as the current iteration of this foe was easily vanquished by some members of the group. Moreover, it was essential to deliberate on the rewards for the event. Without sufficiently enticing incentives, participation would be hard to secure. The specifics of the rewards and enhancement strategies could wait. First, he needed to issue an announcement regarding the event. Logging into his account, he entered the group chat. Mu Yang, attention all members. Important announcement. The world event is imminent. A reminder will be sent 5 hours prior to its commencement. Please prepare accordingly. Mu Yang, the event features a new functionality, allowing you to explore the details. Members access the event page to examine the World's overview, which essentially described a group of individuals engaging in a fierce battle against monsters, with rankings based on the damage inflicted, rewarding the top scorers with specific prizes, while others would receive participation awards. Sakata Jintoki, excellent. Very splendid. As for participation awards, I, Jintoki, am definitely in. Mayano Michiko, brimming with confidence, chimed in, lack of ambition. If you are participating, your sights should be set on first place. Sakata Jintoki replied nonchalantly, oh, how impressive. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Jiraiya, intrigued by the rewards, inquired, what do you think the ranking prizes will be? Tsunade suggested, you might as well ask Boss Mu directly. Kondo Isami shared his insights. I have previously engaged in some online games and participated in their world events, where players ranked highly were awarded exceedingly rare gear. He speculated further. Following this logic, the rewards for Boss Mu's event should also be quite exceptional. Switching to the account of Mu Long, Mu Yang responded, that is undoubtedly the case. Without generous rewards, what would entice us to participate? Mu Yang continued, what kind of rewards do you all hope for? Speak up. If Boss Mu happens to see your suggestions, they might be considered for the ranking prizes. Contemplating the vexing task of assigning rewards for different ranks, Mu Yang lacked the patience for such deliberations and preferred to directly inquire about the members' desires, selecting appropriate offerings for the top 10 rewards, with subsequent prizes diminishing in value. Sasaki Isaburo remarked, you make a valid point. I hope that resurrection coins will be included among the rewards. Although Sasaki Isaburo was the eldest son of the distinguished Sasaki family, the family remained under his father's authority, limiting his financial resources. Furthermore, as a senior official within the police department, he was unable to openly purchase certain advanced technological weaponry, rendering him unable to accumulate sufficient funds to exchange for resurrection coins. Following closely was Imai Shinjo, expressing her desire for resurrection coins as a reward. Not wanting to be outdone, Senin Mishiman declared his wish for a foolproof guide to love. Shinpachi Shimura chimed in with a sarcastic remark, stating that such a thing does not exist. Kagura joined the Resurrection Coin Alliance, expressing her own yearning for the same. On a distant planet in the cosmos, Shin Akira sat atop a colossal beast, observing the group chat messages. For the first time, he spoke up, addressing Kagura, Kagura-chan. I have saved enough to exchange for resurrection coins. You can make your wish. Kagura updated her wish. Then I would like a bucket of endless family buckets. Sakata Jintoki enthusiastically agreed. Recently, Senju Hashirama had resurrected his beloved and chuckled, I have no particular wishes. Uchiha Madara then issued a challenge. Hashirama, let us compete and see who ranks higher. Not long ago, Madara had been resurrected by Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui, who, to prevent any mishaps, invited Hashirama to oversee the proceedings. Although some issues arose thereafter, they were not significant. Faced with Madara's challenge, Hashirama had no reason to decline and readily agreed. All right. Kagaya expressed her desire for a way to lift the seal. Nagato, puzzled, inquired what seal. Kagaya, taken aback, chuckled nervously. I misspoke in my eagerness. What I meant to say is, Nagato, contemplating the current strength of the shinobi world, concluded that even if Kagaya intended to cause trouble, she would likely face overwhelming opposition. He added, forget it, it's not important. Just be mindful. If you provoke too many people, I may not be able to save you. Kagaya conceded, you're right. I have no intention of causing trouble. Tony Stark glanced at his balance, realizing he was still a bit short of the required amount for 2 resurrection coins. Thus he joined the Resurrection Coin Alliance. I also desire resurrection coins. Following him were Buggy, Uchiha Obito, and a multitude of others, all joining the Resurrection Coin Alliance. Mu Yang observed the screen filled with requests for resurrection coins, rolling his eyes in exasperation, noting the lack of originality as nearly everyone sought the same item. Juggling his attention between the chat and deftly avoiding pedestrians and obstacles, Mu Yang made his way to a building. This was the temporary refuge of Caecilius and his group. Leaping onto the rooftop, he harnessed the flowing wind to eavesdrop on the conversations within. The recently empowered Dark Mage had become increasingly arrogant, openly expressing a desire to confront the Mage's silent order. Fortunately, Caecilius, the leader of the Dark Mages, maintained his composure and swiftly prevented others from provoking the Mage's silent order. Their small group would be no match against an organization several times their size, especially with the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One, at the helm, which could be perceived as a reckless endeavor. To achieve their goals, a plan must be devised. Chapter 61, Stark. A familiar sight aware that the Tool people had no intention of sacrificing their heads, Muyang lost interest in lingering and leaped into the air, swiftly descending amidst the sound of rushing wind. In midair, a portal began to open, slowly engulfing Muyang within its embrace. With a thud, he landed firmly on the ground, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. Towering skyscrapers stood majestically in the distance, while the surrounding buildings, arranged with a certain charm, resembled loyal subjects paying homage to their sovereign. Nearby, simply constructed edifices dotted the campus, and Muyang found himself atop a building at the edge of the academy. His eyes swept across the entire campus before honing in on a specific location. In a research laboratory, Samuel Stern was diligently examining Hulk's blood. The computer emitted a beeping notification indicating the arrival of an email, capturing Stern's attention as he stood up from his microscope. He approached the desk, removed his rubber gloves, and moved the mouse to check the email. Mr. Blue, attached are the data. It is time to meet Mr. Green. Equipped with a built-in translator, Muyang comprehended the message's English content and confirmed the current progression of events. Banner and his girlfriend were en route to Greyburn Academy, while Blonsky was undergoing transformation. Perhaps the military, having intercepted Banner's email, was preparing to mobilize. The emergence of Abomination was slated for the night. The exact hour remained uncertain, yet there were still at least 7 hours until dusk. Muyang mused silently, contemplating the possibility of bringing the participants to this location first, allowing them time to familiarize themselves with the terrain. He entered the event page to edit the information and publish it. The World of Abomination event was now live, inviting all members to enter the event world and engage freely. Members across different realms simultaneously received the same notification. In the world of Naruto, at the residence of Hashirama Senju, within the inner confines of the house, Hashirama, dressed in a light yellow kimono adorned with green leaves, sat cross-legged on a cushion. His expression was taut and serious, eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. Opposite him sat Tsunade, draped in a tea-green coat with black borders. Wearing a loose, sleeveless top akin to a kimono, a black sash at her waist, and deep blue three-quarter pants. Her posture and expression mirrored Hashirama's. Beside them, Madara, clad in a plain black kimono and wearing an impassive expression, leaned with his arms crossed. Go! Hashirama abruptly halted his shaking, slamming the dice cup onto the floor. He raised his hand to reveal the dice, still spinning. Both Hashirama and Tsunade leaned forward, their gazes fixed intently on the whirling dice. The sound of their bracelets failed to distract them, while Madara casually glanced at a notification. Lost again. Though he had anticipated the outcome, Hashirama felt a twinge of frustration as he lifted his hand to transfer 1 gold to Tsunade via his bracelet. He happened to notice the announcement of the event. Oh, another world, is it? I wonder how the casinos in this alternate realm differ from those in the shinobi world. The gaze of Hashirama shifted towards Tsunade, who responded to her grandfather's stare with a beaming smile, suggesting that a leisurely stroll would unveil everything. What about you, Madara? Will you join us? Hashirama inquired, directing his attention towards Madara. If I were to refrain from accompanying you, you two would undoubtedly forget to partake in the activities. Madara replied with an impassive expression. Then let us embark. Hashirama clapped his legs together, promptly initiating the teleportation. Simultaneously, others from various corners of the ninja world began activating their teleportation, requiring a brief countdown for the first journey to a new realm. In the pirate world, the Moby Dick sailed gracefully across the tranquil sea, guided by the gentle breeze. On deck, the pirates sang boisterously, indulging in copious amounts of drink while performing peculiar dances, celebrating their father Whitebeard's miraculous recovery. Not long ago, their father had claimed to have experienced a fortuitous event that cured his ailment, a statement met with skepticism, leading 1 or 2 of the most outspoken among them to be unceremoniously tossed into the sea by the irate patriarch. After much commotion and a series of examinations by multiple ship's doctors, it was confirmed that Whitebeard bore no hidden injuries or ailments. Thus he was deemed in excellent health. Consequently, the celebratory feast commenced, filled with laughter and joy that showed no signs of abating. Alas, Ace had ventured off to confront Teach and could not partake in the festivities. Let us send word to Ace, Whitebeard mused, recalling his son who was far afield. What might Ace be engaged in at this moment? Lifting a massive crimson wine bowl, he downed half of its clear contents in one swift motion. A warm sensation spreading from his throat outwards, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Indeed, the wine sold in the marketplace possesses delightful flavor. The tinkling of a bracelet caught the attention of the squinting Whitebeard. After glancing at the incoming message, he instructed his sons and then vanished from the deck, intrigued by the allure of another world. In the realm of Gintama, Edo was enveloped in the cloak of night. Within the Odd Jobs living room, Sakata Jintoki brushed his teeth while watching advertisements on television to pass the time. Beside him, Kagura devoured a variety of snacks, while Shinpachi busily gathered the empty wrappers, though his pace seemed to lag behind the consumption rate. The sound of a notification prompted the trio to simultaneously check their messages before resuming their respective activities, brushing, snacking, and tidying up. There was ample time, and no need for haste. In the residence of the Onmyuji clan, at the abode of Shirane no Tamaki, Tamaki lay nestled in bed, a smile gracing his lips as he dreamt. Having triumphed over Saimai once more during the day, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, momentarily forgetting the sting of his failed romantic pursuits. With a mind free of distractions, he slumbered deeply, rendering the notification sound ineffective in rousing him. Meanwhile, in the Sasaki household, Sasaki Isaburo, plagued by insomnia for various reasons, sat at his desk engrossed in a book, determined not to waste the hours of wakefulness. Upon receiving the notification about the event, he promptly changed his attire and hastened to the residence of Shinomiya Nobuko, where they synchronized their teleportation. In the Marvel Universe, not long after returning home, Stark received the message and, without much hesitation, transformed into Kamen Rider, opting for teleportation to take a preliminary look, assess the environment, and gather intelligence. As the countdown concluded and the teleportation commenced, Stark found himself atop a 5-story building. As he surveyed his surroundings, the first thing that caught his eye was not a mere piece of fabric, but rather trousers, and upon gazing upwards, he beheld a giant wielding a weapon reminiscent of a crescent blade. The nearby onlookers gasped in awe, marveling at the towering figure they had never encountered before. The white-bearded giant looked down upon those gathered at his feet, his sharply curving mustache eliciting further astonishment. Stark chose not to engage, instead moving to the edge of the rooftop to admire the distant scenery and scrutinize the terrain. As he observed, an unsettling familiarity began to wash over him. Chapter 62. Stark. Prepare. Thoroughly utilizing the visual assistance system within his Kamen Rider armor, Tony Stark was able to discern the distant landscape, including skyscrapers bearing familiar names, well-known street signs, and recognizable posters. As his gaze roamed, one familiar sight after another invaded his vision, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, culminating in silence when he spotted a middle-aged man within a building selling shares of Stark Industries. Tony Stark. The surprise was so sudden that it rendered me speechless. Deactivating his transformation, Stark pulled out his phone to call Ethan, intending to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, the others began to disperse. Some members with unusual appearances gathered together for casual conversation atop the rooftop, including the white-bearded giant and the guardian crane. Others, disliking the conventional means of locomotion, vanished in an instant, their whereabouts unknown. A swordsman strode confidently onto the street, and passers-by merely regarded them as enthusiasts, casting only fleeting glances. The event is being held in our world, Ethan exclaimed, followed by a low murmur of astonishment. Indeed, it was exhilarating, perhaps excessively so. As I arrived at Greyburn Academy, Tony Stark remarked, glancing at the stone wall emblazoned with the school's name, somewhat irked. It's quite close to Broadway. The foot traffic is considerable. Ethan lamented, rubbing his forehead. Should we contact the police? To disperse the crowd? With what rationale? Tony Stark countered. Would you say that a dimensional merchant intends to host an event that could lead to widespread destruction? They would undoubtedly deem you insane. After a brief pause to catch his breath, Tony speculated. Besides, Boss Mu likely has a plan in place. Although I have only encountered Boss Mu a few times, certain impressions of an individual can often be formed upon the very first meeting. In my perception, Boss Mu is not the kind of person who disregards the lives of ordinary folks. After a moment's silence, feeling somewhat unreliable, Tony added, You need to come pick me up. We must make several preparations. Very well, Ethan replied, hanging up the phone and heading straight to Stark's garage. With his right hand clutching the phone, Tony's thumb glided across the screen, locating Rhodey's number and dialing. Hello, Rhodey. Tony, what's the matter? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony inquired, What excuse could I possibly use to persuade the politicians to issue a directive for evacuating the residents near Broadway? Rhodey shook his head, pressing his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. Tony, please don't joke around. I am not jesting. Sensing the gravity in Tony Stark's tone, Rhodey furrowed his brow and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Indeed. Something monumental is about to occur. Tomorrow's front-page headline will undoubtedly be about it," Tony replied earnestly. "Tony, you know those people well. Even if you claim aliens are arriving, they want to issue a shelter directive without witnessing it firsthand," Rhodey mused, his brow furrowed in thought. "Of course, I am aware. Otherwise, why would I be calling you?" Tony Stark's tone conveyed a complete delegation of responsibility, and indeed, he was entrusting the matter to Rhodey. "If you manage to handle this, I shall reward you with a delightful surprise." "All right, I will do my best," Rhodey said, feeling a twinge of headache. "What on earth has happened that has you so anxious?" Tony smirked slightly. "It's difficult for me to explain. Just come to Broadway tonight. Your insistence on mentioning a significant event while refusing to disclose what it is rather infuriating. And this secrecy of yours makes me feel as though you are playing a prank. I'll trust you this once, but do not deceive me." Rhodey hung up the phone, inhaling deeply as he pondered how to fulfill Tony's request. "I assure you, my friend, I am not deceiving you," Tony Stark said as he stowed away his phone, gazing into the distance. Tonight, something extraordinary will unfold. What was on his mind? The presence of Mu Yang's alter ego, Mu Long, was essential for any lively event. If there's fun to be had, it ought to be shared. Reflecting on the evening's activities, Tony glanced at the speaker, recognizing a familiar face. "Looking forward to it?" Mu Yang inquired. Anxiously, Tony replied, his eyes unfocused. Thud, thud, thud. Whitebeard approached with heavy footsteps, sitting cross-legged beside Tony Stark and looking down at him. "From what you just mentioned, you dwell in this world, yet you are concerned about civilian casualties during the event." The two non-human entities, Guardian Crane and Black Absolute, remained silent, showing little regard for humanity. Mu Yang reassured him, "Do not worry. Boss Mu organizes events merely for enjoyment. There will be no casualties." "Let us hope so." Tony's expression remained troubled as he moved aside to make another phone call. Two individuals, accompanied by two non-humans, exchanged glances. Mu Yang produced a deck of playing cards and proposed a game. Tony Stark was not easily swayed by mere words, and Mu Yang had no intention of revealing his identity. He allowed Stark to stew in his own impatience. Whitebeard and Shoha, along with Kurizetsu, nodded in agreement. Realizing they could offer no assistance, it was more prudent to occupy themselves with some diversion. "How shall we play?" the three inquired. Their curiosity piqued as none had ever engaged in a card game. "Let us play Do Diju. The loser will switch places." Mu Yang introduced the rules, and the trio grasped the basics after a single explanation. In the first round, Mu Yang partnered with Kurizetsu against Shoha, while Whitebeard observed. In a CAF near the academy, within a private booth, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Kakashi Hitaki, and Obito Uchiha sat across from one another, enveloped in a heavy and awkward atmosphere. Kushina clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with a fierce intent, while Kakashi exhibited a look of guilt, hunched over slightly. Minato wore a complex expression, and Obito's face was taut. His teeth gritted. Kushina's intense aura unnerved him, yet he had just been marked with numerous flying thunder god seals by Minato, leaving him with no means of escape. Obito's gaze gradually shifted towards despair as silence lingered. None dared to break the stillness. Meanwhile, Hashirama, Madara, and Tsunade strolled down the street. Tsunade's ample figure drawing the attention of passers-by, while her calling Hashirama grandpa led many to perceive him as eccentric. The trio paid little heed to the glances of onlookers, absorbed in their own quest for a gambling den. However, being near the academy, it was improbable that a casino would be openly advertised, even if it existed. The trio from the Odd Jobs agency, along with Sasaki's duo and the True Selection group, entered a restaurant, inexplicably caught up in a spirited contest. Nagato wandered the streets, contemplating how long it would take to transform the Rain Village into a city as vibrant as the one before him. Chapter 63. Garp and Sengoku in Marineford. Within Sengoku's office, he stared at the documents in his hands, frustration evident as he rubbed his temples. That rascal Garp, how has he raised his offspring? Why are they all so skilled at causing chaos? His son had become one of the world's most dangerous criminals, and his grandson was equally audacious, boldly challenging the world government and assaulting Judicial Island. Just as Sengoku felt a headache coming on, the office door was abruptly flung open. Garp strode in, a box of donuts in his left hand. "Sengoku, I'm off to Water 7. He approached the chair by the desk and plopped down. I'm going to see my grandson. Sengoku erupted in fury. Garp, pay attention to the implications. What kind of Navy officer openly visits a pirate? Oh, understood. Kapu raised his hand to catch the ornament tossed over by Sengoku, expressing his interpretation. After reading Sun Tzu, I plan to feign a pursuit of pirates for the sake of others. Sengoku, is that what I just implied? Sengoku gazed at Kapu, momentarily at a loss for words, glaring fiercely at him before sighing and waving his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. He realized that Kapu had firmly resolved to head to Water 7. And no matter what he said, Kapu would not alter his decision. His visit here was merely to inform him. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Kapu threw the ornament back to Sengoku. Sengoku caught it, and, looking at the bracelet with confusion, asked, "What is this? Wasn't it you who tossed it over?" Hearing this, Kapu leaned closer to Sengoku, scrutinizing the bracelet, which resembled some sort of technological product, likely a new creation from the scientific team. Perhaps it was something that Borisolino carelessly left here, as he often throws random items your way. Don't make it seem like my place is a garbage dump. Sengoku shot a sidelong glance at Kapu, speechless. Examining the bracelet, Sengoku pinched it between his index finger and thumb, lifting it to his eyes for a closer look. Why not try wearing it to find out? Kapu snatched the bracelet from Sengoku's hands and slipped it onto his left wrist, his expression suddenly blank. Instantly, he became inundated with a plethora of newfound information, navigating through a group chat in a marketplace according to the instructions. Wow, how incredible! Kapu exclaimed, marveling at the wondrous items in the marketplace. The only issue was that Kapu's cerebral version was visible solely to him, lacking a virtual screen. What? Sengoku stared blankly, bewildered. Oh, how amusing, Kapu declared, as he opened his palm to reveal another bracelet that appeared out of thin air, tossing it to Sengoku. Hurry and join me. I shall take my leave first. With that, Kapu's figure was enveloped in a blue light, and moments later, he vanished as the glow dissipated. What just happened? Sengoku exclaimed, rising in shock, staring incredulously at the empty space before him. In the Marvel Universe, atop a teaching building at Greyburn Academy, Tony Stark gazed in silence at the northeast corner of the rooftop, utterly unable to feel anxious. 1-2. Black Absolute glared at Shoha, saying, "Hey, we're both farmers. On the same team. Why are you blocking my cart?" Shoha made a face at Black Absolute, wagging his tail. "No way. You won the last round against me. I'm not teaming up with you." A dark cross formed on Black Absolute's face. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" "No, I just genuinely dislike you." The barrel-sized Shoha looked up at Black Absolute, grinning maliciously. Heck. The corners of Heiju's mouth stretched exaggeratedly as he suddenly raised his hands to grasp the edges of Shohei's mouth, pulling it apart. Is this the mouth? Is this the mouth that deserves to be torn? Bastard. Do you want to fight? Come on. Shohei's claws gripped the leaf-like sides of Heiju's head, pulling them apart, while his tail tightened around Heiju's neck. Hey, why are you two fighting again? Can't you just play cards properly? Muyang helplessly watched the tangled mass of Heiju and Shohei rolling on the ground. However, the two were so engrossed in their brawl that they ignored Muyang's words. Sighing, Muyang held up a deck of cards and asked Whitebeard if he wanted to play gold hook fishing. Sure, Whitebeard nodded. The two disregarded the writhing Heiju and Shohei, quietly indulging in their game. Observing the leisurely demeanor of the four, Tony felt his anxiety dissipate like driftwood in a tempest, blown away in an instant. At that moment, a flash of blue light illuminated the rooftop, revealing another figure. Oh, is this the other world? This scene is completely different from mine. Carp strode toward the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the distant steel forest, marveling at the breathtaking view. Hey Carp, are you so oblivious that you can ignore my towering presence? Whitebeard, with a stern expression, carefully placed a playing card on the ground between his fingers, aware that his massive size could create a significant gust of wind if he moved too abruptly. Scattering the cards. Seeing Whitebeard's cautious demeanor, Muyang couldn't help but grin. Well, being overly tall has its downsides. It's Whitebeard. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Carp approached Whitebeard, asking what he was playing. These playing cards are too light. I can blow them away with a strong breath. Don't you have any made of steel? Whitebeard complained as he carefully placed another card down. We do have them. Not only steel, but you can find playing cards made of gold, silver, diamond, crystal, and any material imaginable in the shop. I want to play too. Carp sat between Muyang and Whitebeard, forcefully interrupting by slamming his palm onto the pile of cards on the ground. Then let us play do di ju. Muyang shuffled and dealt the cards while Whitebeard explained the rules to Carp. Despite their amiable interaction, they were still a navy and a pirate. Whitebeard, I have 5. Carp, I have a sharp 1. Carp, 3 with 1. Whitebeard, for 6s, bomb. Whitebeard, 1 left, 1 card remaining. Carp, Little King. Whether Muyang was the landlord or the farmer, the two were at odds, their tempers flaring increasingly. Their gazes clashed, igniting subtle sparks, while their arms brushed against each other, producing the sound of metallic friction and sparks. Whoa, it feels like they could erupt into a fight at any moment. Whitebeard. The astonishing words captured Muyang's attention. Following the sound, he beheld the figure of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It seems a confrontation is imminent. Chapter 64. The dark humor of crossing dimensions. Perhaps the focus should not be on the Navy and the pirates, nor on whether they will roll up their sleeves for a brawl. Rather, Muyang's gaze shifted subtly to the right, where he spotted a young man and a boy, their eyes dazed and clearly stunned by the shock. The young man possessed a refreshingly handsome appearance, dressed in attire that Muyang found strikingly familiar. With 2 boxes hanging from his waist and a holster strapped to his right leg, housing a gun that had a distinctly plastic appearance. At first glance, one might assume he was merely an enthusiast. Upon closer inspection, the same conclusion would still be drawn. Yet, in reality, it is the victory team. The boy, on the other hand, was clad in a blue suit, a white shirt, and gray shorts, sporting sneakers, with a red bow tie adorning his neck. The familiarity of his outfit caused Muyang's mouth to twitch. Conan Idagawa? HM, you know the victory team, you recognize me? The two lost in thought were jolted back to reality by the familiar phrase. Well, I suppose I know you. I have traversed numerous alternate worlds, 2 of which happen to be yours. Muyang lied with an expressionless face. Oh. The sudden influx of elevated vocabulary left the two momentarily speechless. Is it truly so easy to travel to alternate worlds? The ever-curious Daegu regained his composure first, more readily accepting of the bizarre events. Upon hearing this, the duo, Kurizetsu and Shoha, who had been playfully tugging at each other's faces, halted their antics, turning in unison to face Muyang. Quite simple, really. Muyang's expression was subtle. Haven't you explored the marketplace? They sell tickets for dimension hopping there. I've been, and I purchased a bottle of medicine. Whitebeard raised a deck of cards, inviting Sengoku to a game. I've been as well, and I bought Sengoku a bracelet. Carp snatched the cards from Muyang's hands. I haven't been. Sengoku's expression remained impassive, having just figured out how to use the bracelet, and hurriedly ran to find Carp. I usually explore the technology section. Tony commented that he peruses various technological summaries before attempting to create them, seeking inspiration without expense. I haven't paid much attention to other goods. Kurizetsu stated his objective was to lift his mother's seal, leaving him no leisure to wander the marketplace. I only purchase food. Shoha, who amassed wealth by selling chakra, remarked. Muyang replied, all right then. You just mentioned tickets for dimension hopping, correct? Conan Idagawa's expression became nuanced, urging Muyang not to tell him there are scheduled shuttle services between worlds. No, of course not. How could you entertain such a peculiar notion? Muyang gazed at Conan in confusion. No, I mean the ticket you just mentioned. How can it be called a ticket if there's no vehicle? Conan countered. Daegu nodded, agreeing with Conan's statement. The essence of the ticket, you see, refers to the method of crossing dimensions being akin to being struck by a vehicle. Muyang raised a finger to elucidate. Conan, Daiku, others, don't deceive me. I am an intellectual. Does a train ticket mean this? Muyang shook his upright finger. But do not worry about being struck and injured, whether by a train, a dump truck, a lorry, or any other vehicle. You will not sustain any external injuries. Merely a fleeting blurriness before your eyes. Hence, why is it that the means of traversing dimensions involves being struck by a vehicle? A group of individuals grimaced in discontent. You previously mentioned that you have visited numerous worlds. Which vehicles have you encountered, and what was the experience like? Tony suddenly inquired with curiosity. I have not been struck by a vehicle. I purchased a ticket. By casually opening a door, one can access another realm. What on earth is a door ticket? The expressions of Conan and the others darkened even further. Without waiting for inquiries, Muyang perceptively explained that there are many methods of traversal. Train tickets and door tickets are merely 2 of them, along with egg tickets, coal tickets, sleep tickets, computer tickets, toilet tickets, and so forth. Merely hearing those names invoked a palpable sense of malice. The attendees collectively pondered, and Mu Yang's subsequent elaboration confirmed their suspicions. An egg ticket means that if you consume dishes involving eggs, you may choke, lose consciousness, and awaken in another world. A coal ticket implies that one might traverse either by being struck by coal or inhaling coal gas. The method of crossing is related to coal. A sleep ticket involves traversing through slumber, while a computer ticket connects your traversal to a computer, typically involving electrical malfunctions or a swirling screen that draws one in. The toilet ticket links to another realm through the toilet, allowing one to journey to another world by flushing. Who on earth devised these methods of traversal? What a remarkably twisted sense of humor. Tony spat disdainfully onto the ground. Is there not a more conventional means of crossing? Indeed. I just mentioned it. A door ticket. What about the others? Don't tell me there is only one normal method. I haven't paid attention to the rest. As long as there is one usable method, that suffices. Then why do you remember so many bizarre means of traversal? Tony struggled to suppress a smirk. Wait. Conan suddenly appeared to recall something, raising his hand to pose a question. I have one inquiry. Do they speak Japanese in the other world? If you had a silly tuft of hair, your capacity for sarcasm would surely be off the charts. Unfortunately, you have not been transformed into a sarcasm-collecting device. What nonsense are you uttering? That is impossible. Then how can we converse normally? Conan timidly reminded him. Mu Yang raised his left hand, indicating that one of its functions is to understand languages, allowing for seamless communication between people from different worlds. Oh, Conan lowered his raised hand. By the way, after all this conversation, I still do not know your name. What do you go by? Mu Yang inquired of Daiku. Daiku replied, My name is Daiku. Mu Yang mused that the way to awaken the giant of light was to simmer the great bones into broth. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he abruptly turned to Dagu, asking, Do you enjoy drinking bone soup? Dagu, taken aback by the peculiar question, tilted his head for a moment before responding. I quite like it. I'm not particularly picky. Feeling a bit awkward, Mu Yang scratched his head and suggested, Oh, let us go have a meal. I'm feeling a tad hungry, and it seems the activities won't commence for a while. I have no objection to dining out. I too wish to sample the delicacies of this other world, Karp remarked, glancing up at the towering figure of Whitebeard. But what about Newgate? Surely his stature would be considered monstrous in this realm. No worries, a purchase of a disguise or mimicry mask will suffice, Mu Yang proposed. And what about us? Black Zetsu and Shoha raised their hands, or rather claws. Transformation technique, perhaps? Have you both sustained head injuries from fighting? Sengoku inquired, surveying the street below from the building's edge. It's perfectly fine to remain in our current attire, Mu Yang waved dismissively. The group descended the staircase, engaging in light-hearted banter. Their eccentric garb attracted little attention, as all eyes were drawn to Tony Stark. Chapter 65, Kamijutoma. Are they attempting to provoke him? Sengoku remarked, observing Stark surrounded by a throng of admirers. He appears to be quite popular. Tony Stark, one of the wealthiest individuals in this world, frequently graced the headlines. Renowned not only as a playboy but also as a genius scientist, an iconic figure of universal recognition. Mu Yang glanced back at Stark, who was enveloped by an excited crowd, commenting, Most of those women tumbling into Stark's embrace and the ostentatious men are primarily drawn by his wealth, with only a handful genuinely admiring him. Sengoku and the others nodded in understanding. While Stark captivates the attention of the common folk, we should make our escape, Mu Yang suggested, retracting his gaze and observing the students around him, deep in thought. Why are there so many people surrounding us? Shouldn't they be enamored with Tony Stark instead? Following the student's line of sight, Mu Yang tilted his head, catching a glimpse of Sengoku's profile. Sitting next to Whitebeard, Karp and Sengoku's heights were less conspicuous. But among the ordinary crowd, they truly stood out like cranes amidst chickens. Neither Karp nor Sengoku seemed to mind the stares. Indeed, the two prominent figures of the Navy had long grown accustomed to being observed, maintaining an impassive demeanor as they strode forward. Along the way, few dared to obstruct their path. The imposing presence of their physiques commanded respect, thanks to their stature. Mu Yang and the others traversed unhindered to the entrance of the academy. Standing at the street before the academy, they watched as vehicles sped by, their eyes scanning the nearby restaurants, yet finding no upscale dining establishments. The world inhabited by Karp and his companions is one of extraordinary nature, where even the animals are remarkable, and the flavors and textures of ingredients birthed from various potions are incomparable. While high-end dining establishments offer superior ingredients, none are nearby. and Muyang has little interest in wasting time searching for such places. The mall boasts a plethora of culinary delights, rendering distant pursuits unnecessary. Considering the appetites of Carp and the others, Muyang opts for a CAF with private rooms. The CAF presents an array of coffees, other beverages, and desserts. However, the group orders an abundance of sweets rather than drinks. After placing their orders, they proceed down the corridor toward their private room. As they pass a door, Heiju suddenly halts, gazing at the entrance. Is that Obito inside? A familiar face? Muyang feigns ignorance, casually extending an invitation. Shall we invite him to join us? The more, the merrier. After a moment of contemplation, Heiju reaches for the door handle. Very well. The door creaks open, revealing the interior scene to the six of them. Muyang's expression freezes in surprise, while Zhangguo's lips twitch. Carp digs into his nose. Shohei stands with his tail erect. Whitebeard displays a look of appreciation. Conan recalls memories of Shaolin, and Dagu exhibits awe. Inside, Kushina lifts Obito's face with one hand, raising it into the air, her vibrant red hair dancing wildly, exuding a potent aura of intimidation. She slightly turns, fixing her fierce gaze on the newcomers, her voice deep and menacing. Apologies, we seem to have entered the wrong room. Please forgive us. In the face of Obito's despairing gaze, Heiju slowly closes the door. Are you not going to help him? Muyang gestures toward the door. There's no need. Obito is merely reminiscing with an old friend. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Heiju responds decisively. Very well. Muyang refrains from further comments and leads the group toward the private room. On a rooftop somewhere within the academy, two blue lights flicker as two diminutive figures materialize on the deserted terrace. How impressive this other world is. The building is so tall. So many people. What are those fast-moving metal boxes? One of the yellow-haired boys, clad in sportswear, rushes to the edge of the rooftop, exclaiming in awe. Stop looking. We snuck out. Let's leave this place and find somewhere to hide, the black-haired boy shouts. Right. The yellow-haired and black-haired boys dart inside, racing down the stairs. Moments later, another blue light flickers, and a man bearing an exaggerated black sword appears on the empty rooftop. I eagerly anticipate a duel with a swordsman from this other world, he declares, lifting his gaze, his hawk-like eyes surveying the horizon. He strolls to the edge of the building without pausing, his expression unchanging as he steps off, plummeting towards the ground. Due to Tony Stark's appearance within the academy, a crowd has gathered near the teaching building situated at the edge of the campus. Someone is jumping from the building. A piercing scream shattered the vibrant atmosphere, plunging the raucous environment into an abrupt silence. The thud of a heavy object hitting the ground resonated clearly, causing many present to change color in shock. Step aside. Tony pushed through the obstructing crowd, advancing towards the source of the sound. There, standing between two terrified individuals who had collapsed to the ground, was a man with short black hair. Sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, a trimmed beard, and adorned with a black top hat embellished with white fluff. He wore a burgundy-patterned shirt that exposed his chest and abdominal muscles, layered with a black trench coat and white trousers, complemented by black ankle boots. A small cross-shaped dagger hung from his chest, and an exaggerated black sword was slung across his back. Tony's lips twitched. There was a 90% chance that this man was yet another member. Mihawk glanced at the man before him and immediately discerned his feeble limbs and relaxed muscles, indicating a lack of swordsmanship training, thus deeming him unworthy of further attention. Retracting his gaze, Mihawk disregarded the astonished expressions of the ordinary crowd and strode forward. His piercing gaze and commanding presence rendered everyone too intimidated to obstruct his path. It felt as though chaos was about to erupt even before the event commenced. Tony observed Mihawk's retreating figure and retrieved his buzzing phone, answering it. Hello, Stark, I'm nearly at Greyburn Academy. Where are you? Ethan's voice emanated from the device. Wait at the entrance. I'll be there shortly. As Tony spoke, he made his way towards the academy's entrance. As they departed, a flash of blue light flickered from the rooftop. A disheveled young boy with a wild, spiky hairstyle, clad in a pure white short-sleeve shirt and azure casual pants, his feet encased in inexpensive sneakers, gazed at the distant scene with a somewhat dazed expression. Is a spatial ability user or an illusionist playing tricks on me? The boy pondered, ruffling his messy hair in confusion. Abilities that require direct contact to activate pose no threat to Kamijutoma. Yet certain powers do not necessitate direct contact to take effect. Damn the sun. Overwhelmed by frustration, Kamiju instantly turned at the sound of a scream behind him, his eyes widening at the sight of a grotesque figure, gradually disintegrating into ash under the sunlight. What is going on? A scam. Chapter 66. Surviving great calamities brings subsequent misfortunes. In the shadowy depths of a forest, a figure scurried on all fours, reminiscent of a wild beast in a frantic escape. He was a demon, a man-eating fiend thriving in the darkness, concealed within the mountains. He feasted on the villagers at the foot of the hill, living more lavishly than humans, at least enjoying full meals at every turn. However, this bliss was short-lived, as it was disrupted by two passing members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The hunters, devoid of chivalry, assaulted the demon who had only been alive for less than a month. But a good demon knows that revenge is a dish best served cold. He would bide his time to develop for a few years before seeking retribution against those two demon hunters. The physical prowess of demons far surpasses that of humans. Should a demon be resolute in its escape, aided by the cover of night, ordinary demon hunters would find it utterly impossible to pursue a demon intent on fleeing for its life. Thus, the cunning demon, sensing danger, successfully eluded capture and sought refuge in a natural cave deep within the woods. It ventured further into the depths, seeking greater safety. As the demon turned to delve deeper into the cave, a glimmering object in the darkness caught its attention. Approaching the radiant spot and bending down to inspect it, the demon discovered a bracelet, quite exquisite and seemingly valuable. Perhaps it was a lingering habit from its human days or some other inclination. But the demon picked up the bracelet with the intent to tuck it away, only to realize its garments had been torn in battles with the hunters. Consequently, the demon slipped the bracelet onto its left wrist. Moments later, the demon erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Surviving this calamity surely brings fortune. Demon hunters, prepare yourselves. I shall soon exact my revenge. With a few menacing words, the cultured demon activated its teleportation ability, driven by the dual motives of seeking rewards and evading pursuit. I refuse to believe that even in another world, you hunters can find me. As the countdown for the initial teleportation concluded, the demon vanished in a flash of blue light. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly over New York. As the blue light flickered, the demon's figure reemerged. However, the direct rays of the sun enveloped the demon, causing white smoke to rise as its body gradually disintegrated into black ash. Intense pain assaulting its mind and eliciting a wail of anguish. Ah, cursed sun! The bracelet fell to the ground, dissolving into countless specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. What just happened? Was that a scam? Kameho Toma, tousling his disheveled hair, wore a perplexed expression. If it were a scam, wasn't it rather flawed? With nothing left behind. How could one extort money? No, it was not a scam. That individual was perhaps a humanoid monster, with sunlight as its Achilles heel, perishing when exposed to the sun's rays. An explanation resonated in Kameho Toma's ears, prompting him to look towards the source of the voice. There stood a youth with pink spiky hair, the tips black, dressed in a deep blue long-sleeve jacket with a low neckline over a red hooded sweatshirt, and paired with deep blue wide-legged trousers. Hey, noticing Kameho Toma's gaze, the pink-haired youth waved casually. What do you mean by monster? Kameho Toma inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but in a world so vast, it's not surprising that there are light-sensitive monsters, the pink-haired youth replied nonchalantly. A world so vast. Kameho Toma's pupils widened in astonishment. What do you mean? Could it be that I, Kameho, was not the victim of a prank by an esper, but rather have truly encountered a fortuitous adventure and traversed worlds? No, it can't be possible. I can't be that lucky. Kameho Toma cradled his face in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Where's the main point? The pink-haired youth remarked. Impossible, Saori muttered to himself. Hello, can you hear me? The pink-haired youth exclaimed as he bounced toward Toma Kamiju, waving something in front of his eyes. Toma remained unresponsive. The pink-haired youth shrugged, unfazed, and moved past Toma to the edge of the building, gazing at the forest of steel. It feels no different from my world. Is this what an alternate reality is like? Hey, it's entirely different. The pink-haired youth's left cheek split open, transforming into a mouth. You've appeared again? He quipped, then inquired, what's the difference? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. How would I know if you don't tell me? The pink-haired youth retorted. Have you ever read any books on the fundamentals of sorcery? Yuji Itadori, struck down, realized he had never done so. Your face? A recovering Toma gazed at the mouth on the pink-haired youth's left cheek, slightly astonished. Oh, You're awake. Yuji Itadori waved a hand in greeting. I was rude just now. Toma awkwardly scratched his head. It's fine. My name is Yuji Itadori. What's yours? I am Toma Kamiju. Oh, quite a cool name. It sounds like God purges evil, Yuji exclaimed, waving his hands in excitement. Ahaha, really? Toma chuckled shyly. God purges evil, huh? Indeed. It emanates a rather unpleasant aura, he interjected, noticing the mouth's interruption. Don't interrupt. Yuji slapped his left cheek, but missed Sukuna, who had already shifted from the left to the right side. Fool, Sukuna mocked. I was just about to ask. What's the deal with the mouth on your face? Toma inquired. Him? A monster residing within me. Sukuna, the two-faced curse, Yuji explained. Oh, Toma nodded in understanding, easily accepting the bizarre, having been unfortunate enough to encounter all sorts of oddities, save for his own luck. Shall we explore this alternate reality? Yuji suggested enthusiastically. Although this world appeared similar to his own, it surely held differences, and surprises awaited. All right, Toma pondered briefly before not declining. The two set off together. Meanwhile, Rod, deep in thought and gathering information, successfully persuaded the politicians to evacuate the crowd, leveraging General Ross's deployment of troops to capture the Hulk in the bustling city. The success stemmed from emphasizing the Hulk's danger and the enticing sum of money Tony Stark had contributed. Victory through wealth. Rod shrugged. The peril posed by the Hulk served as the pretext for the evacuation orders, while the allure of money motivated their decision, though the authority had issued orders. The evacuation of civilians proceeded at a sluggish pace, primarily due to Ross's apprehension of alarming the Hulk, which hindered the large-scale dispersal of the populace. As dusk fell upon the villa, Tony Stark received a call from Rhodes, causing him to angrily strike the wall, wishing he could tear Ross apart. Calm down, Tony. Rhodes reassured him. Taking a deep breath to steady his fury, Tony inquired, is there truly no other option? Those politicians may crave wealth, yet they would not dare confront Ross directly. Rhodes explained, it seems we must wait until the Hulk is ensnared before Ross agrees to a mass evacuation. With a resigned breath, Tony conceded, then so be it. He ended the call and approached his workbench, resuming the creation of the program enhancement key. Chapter 67. The commencement of activities. The sun descended steadily, inching below the horizon, its golden rays casting a warm glow over the city. On the glittering streets, the melodies from video stores mingled with the announcements from eateries and clothing shops, creating a symphony of sounds interwoven with the chatter of pedestrians, painting a vibrant tableau of urban life. Within a parked private vehicle, the tinted windows obscured the interior, while 4 police officers munched on burgers and chicken wraps, sipping cola. The officer at the wheel glanced outside, while the others idly entertained themselves with their mobile devices. Suddenly, a jeep passed by, followed closely by another. The officer in the driver's seat turned to address his companions. Stop fooling around. The military has entered the city. Notify the others to prepare. What a slow pace, remarked the remaining 3, picking up their walkie-talkies to report to their superiors, alert their comrades, and exchange jokes. Near Greben Academy, military vehicles arrived in succession. Their doors flung open as fully armed soldiers disembarked, each assuming their designated roles, awaiting orders. With a wave of his hand, Ross initiated the Hulk capture operation. Meanwhile, in a different area, outside a casino several streets away from the academy, Hashirama stood defiantly, hands on hips. I've lost it all, he exclaimed, a foolish grin on his face. Tsunade, her expression darkened, replied, indeed. Madara, arms crossed, taunted, you two have not disgraced the title of the fat sheep. Losing 10 million in an hour, and several tens of millions in just a few hours. Unperturbed by Madara's jibes, Hashirama patted his belly and said, I'm hungry. Madara, since you've won so much from me, treat me to a meal. Fine, let us go. Madara raised an eyebrow. On another street, Mihawk, bearing his black sword, was halted. Sir, an evacuation notice has been issued for the nearby streets. Please comply and withdraw promptly, a police officer instructed. Before the officer could finish, Mihawk leapt, scaling the wall in 2 bounds to vanish from view. What? The officer stared blankly at the rooftop. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere. In a coffee shop, within a private booth. A corner was heaped with dishes, the count no fewer than 1,000. Kapu, patting himself, revealed no hint of a protruding abdomen, feeling only 3 parts full. Whitebeard gazed at the plates on the table. The flavors of the dishes were exquisite, yet the portions were regrettably meager. For Whitebeard, A plate measuring 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter was merely a single bite. Sengoku, stroking his braided beard, mused that perhaps it was time to exchange some recipes, allowing the cooks at the Navy base to enhance their skills. Upon hearing this, Kapu raised a thumb in approval, agreeing that it was a splendid idea. The small guardian crane held up a plate, spotless as if it had been washed, exclaiming, "I want more." Conan's glasses had slipped to the tip of his nose, his expression dazed as he was astonished by the terrifying appetites of the four before him, utterly redefining his concept of consumption. Dagu's expression mirrored Conan's, equally stunned into silence by the inhuman quantity of food being devoured. Black Zetsu contemplated the value of exotic species such as slugs, frogs, and snakes, his thoughts triggered by the shocking meal consumption of Kapu and the others. He found himself inadvertently calculating the cost of a meal for the four, only to stumble upon the high worth of certain rare species. Surely, the summoned beasts of the three sacred lands could be classified as rare species? Black Zetsu fell into contemplation. "Let us finish and depart," Muyang declared, rising from his seat. The dishes were of ordinary quality, lacking any special effects, and the expense had been minimal. "Aren't we going to tidy up?" Dagu pointed at the surrounding bowls and plates. Muyang opened the door and stepped outside, dismissively stating, "There's no need. We can leave them for the CAF. I trust they want refuse." The ceramic dishes were valuable, with the count exceeding 1,000. Even as second-hand goods, they represented a considerable income. As the group exited the CAF, night had fallen, and lights illuminated the streets, where police were dispersing the crowd. Muyang glanced toward the academy. Banner was being escorted into a helicopter while Blonsky had knocked out a female officer. The event commenced as Muyang gazed at the starry sky, silently invoking the moment. A crimson light plummeted from the heavens, striking Blonsky within the academy, then radiating outward in a circular wave. Those caught within a kilometer radius of Blonsky were instantaneously transported 1,000 meters away, startling nearby individuals into screams. In the night sky, four columns materialized, descending vertically toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, the towering columns, exceeding 50 meters in height, struck the earth, shattering the pavement and sending cracks sprawling. The ensuing sound resonated like thunder, accompanied by a shockwave that scattered dust and debris. Nearby glass shattered, and car alarms echoed through the desolate streets. A luminous barrier connected the four columns, isolating the inner area from the outside, preventing any reckless individuals from intruding upon the event. "What is that?" The 50-meter-tall ethereal barrier stood prominently amidst the city, strikingly visible even from a distance. Perhaps a product test from a tech company? Nonsense. The four pillars materialized out of thin air, captured in my night shot. How could they possibly be a product of technological experimentation? What do you think happened? How would I know? Throughout the city, speculations and disputes regarding the columns and the luminous screen erupted, with theories of miracles and extraterrestrial beings sprouting like mushrooms after rain. A few intensely curious individuals hastened towards the screen and the pillars. Concurrently, through social networks, videos of the pillars mysteriously descending from the night sky rapidly disseminated, reaching the ears of various governmental departments and renowned organizations. Some nearby entities promptly dispatched personnel to the site of the screen and the pillars, eager to be the first to uncover the truth. In mere moments, chaos ensued. The arena was constructed, and members scattered across the area activated their teleportation to the venue. Players gradually took their positions and entered the scene. Roar! A beastly, furious howl reverberated at the center of the arena, shattering the glass of nearby buildings, which cascaded down like rain. A fearsome creature, cloaked in dark yellow, smashed through a wall and leaped into the street, arms drawn back, chest puffed out, gazing defiantly at the night sky. Its crimson eyes seemed to harbor boundless rage, and its furious roar echoed through the silent streets. Members, distributed in all directions, rushed towards the source of the sound, halting atop the buildings lining the street. Pairs of indifferent or curious gazes silently observed the menacing creature that exuded a fierce aura. The live broadcasting feature had been unlocked, and simultaneously, an additional plugin was added to the bracelet. The World Raid was being spectacularly streamed live. A few members who had opted out of the event gradually entered the live stream to watch. At this moment, the local team, akin to Tony Stark, was navigating towards the event site in a formation of human-machine hybrids. Chapter 68, Beating the Abomination. In the desolate street, the Abomination, marked by a data health bar, had bloodshot eyes, resembling an irrational monster demolishing everything in its path. Walls torn down, vehicles crushed, destruction, destruction, destruction. It sought to obliterate everything. The frenzied aura and destructive desire caused many members to furrow their brows. Ah, how delightful! Destruction, slaughter, and irresistible comfort. Sukuna's lips curled into a mad grin, his tone exultant. Hey, kid, I want now? Yuji Itadori delivered a swift slap to Sukuna's left cheek, silencing his words. Kid, you're really dull. A single eye and mouth emerged on Yuji Itadori's right cheek, mocking him while his gaze remained fixed on the abomination. After a period of observation, someone finally took action. Clad in a black outfit adorned with a crimson cloud, a spiraled masked figure glided through the walls like a phantom, effortlessly reaching the abomination. With his left hand, he gripped a kunai, aiming it at the abomination's neck, which appeared gnarled like intertwined roots. Clang! The attack failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. As Obito's pupils constricted behind his mask, the tip of the kunai was thwarted by the dark yellow skin, failing to penetrate even a fraction. With a roar, the embodiment of loathing gazed down at the diminutive figure before him, the corners of his mouth curling back in a grotesque smile as his right arm crashed down. The howling wind whipping past Obito's ear. With a resounding thud, his fist shattered the pavement as it passed through Obito's form, sending fragments of stone flying in all directions. While Obito was propelled backwards, melding into the building's structure. Simultaneously, a figure wielding an umbrella, the divine Shinkai, charged down the street at breakneck speed, delivering a full-force swing as he reached the side of the embodiment of loathing. The umbrella struck the loathing's waist, unleashing a terrifying surge of strength, sending it soaring into the air like a baseball. In the sky, a halo of golden light emerged, within which stood an elderly man clad in a black and gray celestial robe, his benevolent countenance radiating wisdom. The venerable Master Zhang Jiwei, known for his unparalleled prowess, had fortuitously entered the dimensional shop an hour prior. Today, I shall also experience the thrill of vanquishing demons, he proclaimed as he swung his arms, his body spinning gracefully in midair. Two finely honed beams of golden light swept across the loathing's chest, slicing through its impenetrable skin as if it were mere parchment. A straight incision gushing forth blood as the loathing plummeted heavily to the ground. Landing lightly, Master Zhang Jiwei remarked, the experience is rather lackluster, a bit too firm. Firmness is advantageous. It allows for more cuts. In the shadows, Heitake Sakamo observed, go ahead, Kakashi, that is a prime sharpening stone. Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, executing a swift dash to the loathing's side, wildly slashing in a frenzy. However, he failed to breach the enemy's armor, leading to a moment of exasperation for Sakamo. With a roar, the prone loathing raised a hand, aiming to swat the annoying insect away. Kakashi instantly retreated to his father's side, his expression mortified, slowly rising. The imposing loathing fixed its gaze on Zhang Jiwei in the distance, unleashing an enraged roar that sent a visible shockwave rippling outward from its mouth. With a thunderous crash, the loathing's foot shattered the concrete as it charged towards Zhang Jiwei, its size swelling, strength amplifying, and wounds healing. Zhang Jiwei squinted, surveying the loathing's form. The fractured pavement and its unblemished chest. Does one grow stronger when injured, or does one gain strength through punishment? Contemplating this, the venerable master leaped backwards, soaring like a kite caught in the wind to the rooftop. The loathing, undeterred by the disappearance of its target, barreled through the wall, wreaking havoc within the building. Lacking reason? Onlookers raised their eyebrows, the intelligence tallying anew. In mere seconds, a building crumbled under the loathing's onslaught. Zhang Jiwei leapt to the rooftop of an adjacent structure, observing the loathing's rampant destruction amidst the rubble. The diminished health bar has been fully restored, and the creature's form has not expanded. Thus, it is evident that its size increases only upon sustaining injury rather than from merely receiving attacks. Its strength has also seen a slight augmentation. What could be the cause? Following a brief skirmish, Zhang Jiwei has gathered the following intelligence on the creature. Periodically, its strength increases marginally. Upon injury, its form swells. It loses rationality and will ferociously assault anything in sight. Its regenerative abilities are notably robust, though its limits remain unknown. The data indicates a health bar marked at 100,001,0000. Others have drawn similar conclusions, despite uncertainty regarding the health bar's true meaning. It can be inferred from the slight reduction observed when Zhang Jiwei wounded the creature that it pertains to its vitality. Rational analysis leads to a simple conclusion. The creature must be eliminated before it becomes stronger than the combined might of the group. In essence, there is no need for chivalry. Stand united. Kapu and Sengoku, with one hand each, discarded their obstructive capes and, akin to teleportation, rushed directly toward the creature. Their fists struck the creature's chest with tremendous force. Boom! The shockwave erupted, shattering the creature's torso, while its limbs and head were cast aside by the violent gusts. However, mere centimeters away, tendrils of blood emerged, intertwining, and the torso regenerated within 2 seconds. Its eyes, now a deeper crimson, radiated a sanguine glow, and its form swelled like an inflated balloon, towering over Kapu and Sengoku. The creature raised its arms, prompting the 2 septuagenarians to react with surprising speed, leaving the younger ones in awe. In the instant the creature's hands lifted, both elderly men swiftly retreated at high velocity. As its arms descended, a dark green slash sliced through the air, severing the creature's forearm, yet a new one rapidly regenerated, resuming its previous assault on the ground. The terrifying force emanating from its fists spread outward, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface for dozens of meters, sending shattered concrete flying into the air. Would release, tree world. Hashirama clapped his hands together and uttered in a low voice, yet nothing transpired. Huh, what is going on? Fool. Obito shot a glance at Hashirama before leaping down and racing toward the creature being mercilessly pummeled. However, halfway there, he felt the ground trembling beneath him, and a dark expression crossed his face. Susanoo. A pale blue skeletal form gradually materialized, enveloping Obito. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground, rapidly spreading in all directions. Within seconds, gray-green trees burst forth from the layers of concrete, growing at an astonishing rate, transforming into a lush forest in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the throng of those who loathe, some caught unawares were unexpectedly launched into the air by trees bursting forth from the ground, injuring them in positions both awkward and sorrowful, eliciting melodramatic cries. My apologies. The awkward Hashirama scratched his head, hands clasped against his forehead, sincerely expressing remorse. Chapter 69. The wretched defeated. Most cruelly the ground cracked open, countless saplings emerging from the earth, nourished by an immense influx of chakra, transforming in mere seconds as if decades had passed, growing into towering trees. The skyline of lofty buildings and the smooth pavement were entirely supplanted by the gnarled, intertwining roots and lush, verdant canopies of trees. Amidst the thunderous collapse of structures, the venue morphed into a shadowy forest. What is this? Has the city transformed into a woodland? Outside the event grounds, the ordinary populace gazed in astonishment at the sudden emergence of the forest, some fervently proclaiming miracles, filled with unrestrained excitement. Helicopters circled above the forest, their doors ajar, as photographers aimed their cameras at the verdant expanse, accompanied by the broadcaster's voice. This is breaking news, bringing you reports from Broadway. Meanwhile, other reconnaissance helicopters hovered around the periphery of the forest, gathering information and seeking glimpses into the inner sanctum of the woodland. Within the forest, Uchiha Madara stood atop a prominent root, enveloped in ethereal blue skeletal remains, gazing intently at the wretched ensnared within the trunk. Surrounding him, members either perched upon branches or stood atop the elevated roots, all gazing in awe at the sincerely apologetic Hashirama. Indeed, hidden talents resided among the members, as they effortlessly altered the terrain, executing their skills with mere seconds of preparation, truly astonishing. Unaware of Hashirama's full capabilities, the otherworldly members marveled internally. Once they realized that Hashirama's various skills bore no restrictions and that his basic attacks were essentially ultimate moves, their astonishment would surely intensify. Muyang observed the forest before him with little feeling, yet beside him, Shikaku appeared somewhat rigid, while Konan, expression blank, grasped once more the vast chasm between himself and the denizens of this other world. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu quietly melded into the trees, as this environment proved advantageous not only for Hashirama, but for him as well. As Kurizetsu approached the wretched, utilizing the technique of the mayfly, Hashirama, having completed his sincere apology, reopened his eyes, palms together, and intoned softly, tree binding, eternal burial. The trees that ensnared the wretched immediately twisted in a full 360-degree rotation, compressing the wretched into a pulp of despair. The splattered remnants of the wretched rapidly expanded, giving rise to a new manifestation of loathing. Roar! The excruciating agony shattered the wretched psyche, igniting a furious blaze within, his gaze fixated solely upon Hashirama. Hatred reached its zenith, and loathing surged directly toward the kneeling figure of Hashirama Senju. The wood release technique, wood clone jutsu, manifested as a white hand suddenly emerged from the surface of the roots. Numerous sharp wooden spikes sprouted forth from its arm, extending rapidly to pierce the body of the loathsome entity. Wood release? Hashirama tilted his head in confusion. The hand narrowed its gaze. It was Kurizetsu. Observing the obstructive wooden spikes, the loathing figure swung its arm like a steel whip, effortlessly shattering the spikes and leaving no hindrance to its advance. Would release? The angle of Hashirama's head tilted further in disbelief. The visage of Kurizetsu darkened with embarrassment, retracting its hand back into the roots. At this moment, the loathsome entity was merely 20 meters away from Hashirama. Would release? Would dragon jutsu? Hashirama pressed his palms to the ground, channeling chakra as two trees transformed into ferocious wooden dragons, leaping into the air, breaking through the canopy to soar skyward. The rushing bodies stirred violent winds, causing helicopters to veer off course, while viewers of the live broadcast heard the host's astonished screams, witnessing the chaotic tremors of the video, and the serpentine forms coiling and twisting, their heads gazing down upon the forest, with their tails still entwined within it. The sound of their bodies scraping echoed through the forest canopy as one dragon plunged into the woods, plummeting rapidly and generating another gust of wind, its head colliding forcefully with the advancing loathsome figure, kicking up a cloud of dust. The loathsome being made its dramatic entrance, regenerating at an astonishing rate. Returning to the battlefield, another dragon's head descended, heralding the loathsome figure's return once more. The dragon's head rose and fell, the loathsome entity alternating between its forms. As dust billowed and the treetops were ravaged by the two wooden dragons, the trio of live broadcasters, incentivized by rewards from their superior, cautiously approached the vicinity of the wooden dragons, revealing the dust-laden forest in their broadcast. However, the commotion caused by the two wooden dragons obscured the view, making it impossible to discern the internal scene. Within the forest, Muyang observed as Hashirama directed the two wooden dragons to mercilessly assault the loathsome being, remarking with exasperation that it resembled two chickens fighting over worms. Before he could finish his thought, Uchiha Madara unleashed his own wood dragon jutsu, summoning two additional wooden dragons to join the fray. The cacophony of dust and sound resonated like thunder. Now it resembled four chickens vying for worms. As these words were spoken, an onslaught of attacks surged toward the dust-filled area. Given the current circumstances, if they did not act soon, they would only earn a participation trophy. That simply wouldn't do. My ambition is to place in the top 10. Many shared this sentiment and joined the ranks of attackers. Sakata Jintoki, Hijikata Tushiro, and others, exhibiting extraordinary synchronicity, raised their portable laser cannons, firing wildly into the dust-laden fray. To avoid friendly fire, Sakata Jintoki and the others climbed into the trees, taking positions on the branches to shoot from a vantage point above. Wu Liuqi wielded his scissors with the mastery of Qi, while Zhang Jue swung two shimmering golden whips, and others like Wave Wind and Watergate employed their ninjutsu. These individuals represented relatively conventional forms of attack, yet when it came to the formidable quartet of Whitebeard, Sengoku, Carp, and Dracul Mihawk, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Whitebeard, with a single hand, swung his sword, the Tsung Yun Xia, delivering a straight cut that cleaved through the forest, colliding with an illusory barrier and causing a tremor. Mihawk, with his sword held in one hand, unleashed a dark green slash that similarly rent the trees, striking the phantom screen and eliciting another shudder. Sengoku struck with his palm, while Carp delivered powerful punches, unleashing waves of shock that cascaded to the ground, akin to a rapid-fire Gatling gun-esque bullets, causing the earth to shake violently. Seeing their adversaries' overwhelming strength, Hashirama and Madara ceased their frivolous antics. Would release, would human technique, they declared, as two towering forms, each exceeding 100 meters in height, erupted from the ground, fists clenched as they hammered the earth with fervor. Aura, 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 aura. If not for the confined battleground, Hashirama would have unleashed his true thousands of hands, demonstrating to his rivals what it truly meant to deliver 1,000 blows in a single second. Under the relentless barrage from the circle of monsters, the remaining members wasted no time fleeing, while helicopters in the sky awkwardly veered away from the arena. What a jest! If caught in the fray, they would undoubtedly find themselves in the emergency room. The emergency escape function of their bracelets guaranteed their survival, though it offered no assurance against injury. Each member showcased their unique abilities, darting away with remarkable speed. Those unable to escape swiftly activated their teleportation functions, returning home with a single button press, only to re-enter the live stream and watch others flee. Meanwhile, as the members scrambled for safety, a flash of blue light flickered in a corner of the forest. Chapter 70, Deep Sea Fatty. Thief, halt. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as a colossal beast, crafted from obsidian-like darkness, surged from the earth, sending violent tremors radiating outward. Towering over 100 meters, its ebony skin was adorned with layers of intricate folds. Its foreclaws poised in a menacing grasp, and its elongated head surged forward, generating sonic waves that disturbed the air. Roar! Clearly, this newly appeared monster was also a member. The earthquake failed to capture the attention of the fleeing crowd. After all, the ongoing onslaught from the monstrous entities had already caused considerable tremors. However, the booming roar, akin to a thunderous explosion, drew many back to witness the spectacle. Hiss! What is that creature? Is it a wretched one? It must be a wretched one. What are you talking about? That is clearly not the case. No, look at that dorsal fin. It resembles that of a wretched one. It merely resembles the fin. The rest is entirely different. Rather than engage in baseless speculation, it would be prudent to observe whom Hashirama was targeting. The two disputants shifted their gaze toward the colossal beast. Where the two wood humans continued their relentless assault on the ground, their rapidly swinging arms creating layers of afterimages. To confront the resilient monsters that grow stronger upon injury, one must unleash a relentless barrage of swift and unyielding strikes, preventing them from regaining their humanoid form while depleting their vitality before they become more formidable. It appears that the colossal beast is not a mere abomination. Exchanging glances, the two exclaimed in unison, "It is a member." Ah, truly, the dimensional shop is remarkable. The variety of member races continues to expand. By the way, can it comprehend human speech? The bracelet possesses a built-in linguistic capability, allowing it to understand human language. However, whether it can discern the clarity of your words remains uncertain. As Mu Yang glided swiftly upon a floating sand mound, he passed by the bewildered individual and casually responded. While speaking, Mu Yang glanced back at Godzilla, scrutinizing it closely. Once he finished speaking, he accelerated towards the distance, leaving that person struggling to leap through the forest. Though his speed could not compare to Mu Yang's, he was still quite swift. It is worth considering that those who dared to linger in the vicinity were no ordinary individuals. Each was capable of shattering rock with bare hands, racing like the wind, and traversing any terrain with ease. The small superhumans displayed their unique abilities, swiftly covering a distance of 1,000 meters to reach the edge of the venue. Does anyone wish to exit? I can assist, Mu Yang announced, still floating on the sand mound. Kushina was the first to raise her hand, followed closely by Chio, with more individuals gradually joining in. When Hashirama and Madara employed the wooden person technique, the situation had already shifted. Those lacking flight capabilities, levitation skills, or mid to long-range attack abilities were no longer suited to remain on the battlefield. The appearance of the mountain-sized beast exacerbated this predicament, as those bouncing on the ground were easily at risk of being trampled or struck by area attacks. To avoid potential hospitalization due to friendly fire, many individuals voluntarily raised their hands, preparing to watch from the spectators' area. Yet, some with special abilities chose to remain, such as the flying Nagato and Deidara, Itachi, Shursui, and Fugaku, who possessed the Sharingan and could utilize Susanoo, and Akimichi Choji, who could double his size. After tallying the numbers, Mu Yang waved his hand, conjuring a number of sand mounds equal to the number of participants, gently lifting everyone upward at a steady pace. Just as they were about to ascend beyond the light barrier, a series of metallic figures suddenly soared overhead, the raucous sounds of external loudspeakers reaching the ears of the crowd. Hey, Uncle Tony has arrived. Oh my, truly a sight to behold. Such a large frame. Upon hearing Tony Stark's words, the expressions of the crowd became somewhat peculiar. A hint of speculation lingered, prompting many to turn and glance back. Just as they suspected, Tony Stark was not heading towards the abomination, but rather towards Godzilla, who was staring blankly at his feet. Flight formation, attack mode, Stark commanded, and 20 mechanical suits promptly produced their transformation devices. Transform, Hellrock Phoenix. Amidst dazzling special effects, 20 hellish rock vultures, composed of intricate data lines, spiraled gracefully through the air before plunging headlong towards the mechanized puppet. Enveloped in radiant light, their sharp, piercing cries echoed throughout the night sky. Knights adorned with steel wings, their hues a mesmerizing blend of deep purple and black, floated majestically above. The sound of their ultimate move resonated, as the wings unfurled to reveal a brilliant display of colors. The 20 rock vulture knights struck a flying kick posture, with a gentle flap of their wings. They shot through the night like arrows released from a bow, leaving behind vibrant trails of light. As they spun in midair, a brilliant whirlwind encircled the knights, forming a spiral force akin to a rotating drill. The thunderous barrage of over 50 powerful flying kicks unleashed a venom potent enough to corrode flesh, causing Godzilla's nostrils to cave inward with the intensity of the assault. The excruciating pain surged through Godzilla's mind, forcing it to violently shake its head and emit a low growl to express its torment. Yet, given Godzilla's colossal stature, even its softest growl resonated like the roar of thunder. Is this for real? Tony Stark, encased in armor, marveled at the seemingly unscathed monster. That was a kick force exceeding 50, a strength capable of effortlessly piercing through tanks. And it was a 20-hit combo. Not a drop of blood was shed. It was utterly absurd. Godzilla's skin was remarkably thick and resilient, able to withstand assaults from assault rifles, missiles, naval gunfire, and even nuclear strikes. A mere 50 in kick force could not breach Godzilla's dermal defenses, but it was sufficient to elicit a sensation of pain. Meanwhile, the once passive deep-sea behemoth was now enraged. Having merely stood by to watch the spectacle, he had been ambushed and struck 20 times on the tip of his nose. Revenge must be sought. The beast's eyes locked onto the 24 circling insects in the sky, its head bobbing in sync with their movements, while its robust tail swept across the ground, uprooting trees in its wake. The hate is firmly established. Tony chuckled, content with the current situation, knowing that drawing aggro was essential. Tony, I must remind you, came a voice from within the armor. Ethan cautioned, the one you just struck is not the abomination. It is a store member, meaning you've just attacked an ally. Steve and Bucky, nestled within the rock vulture knight armor behind Tony, nodded in agreement, having received similar alerts from their comrades in the group. Tony chuckled awkwardly, gazing up at Godzilla with a hint of concern. Do you think it's too late for me to apologize? I sense flames igniting beneath Ethan's feet. We should make our exit. The remaining 3 hastily followed suit. Roar. Upon realizing that those who had struck it were attempting to flee, Godzilla bellowed in fury, stomping forward with thunderous steps in pursuit of Tony and his companions. Chapter 71. Godzilla. Unforgivable, unless invited. What scene unfolds when a colossal beast, towering over 100 meters and weighing more than 90,000 tons, dashes forward? One word suffices to encapsulate the earth-shaking tumult. What emotions swirl within the prey pursued by such a terrifying creature? Tony Stark aptly summarizes it with a single term: sheer terror. The oppressive aura emanating from this apex predator envelopes one like a tangible liquid, suffocatingly dense, rendering breath difficult and inducing a slight sense of asphyxiation. 24 vibrant beams of light streak across the night sky, dazzling and lingering, as if deliberately guiding Godzilla, who follows the luminous path. Coincidentally, this radiant trail encompasses the likes of Pillar and others. With a thunderous rumble, the hefty figure sprints, sending mud and debris swirling into the air as the ground quakes violently, akin to the intense tremors of a magnitude 6 earthquake radiating in all directions. The howling winds rustle the branches, stirring up clouds of dust. The vibrations persist with a rhythmic cadence, resembling a rugged melody. As the drumbeat draws near, Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Mihawk deftly maneuver in a moonlit dance, evading the oncoming Godzilla while continuing their assault on the abomination. Yet, there exists a disparity between multitasking and absolute focus. As they move and attack, their strike frequency and accuracy wane slightly. Meanwhile, the towering Godzilla, as he passes, stirs up fierce winds, granting the abomination a fleeting opportunity to escape its predicament. Transforming back from abomination to its true form, it harnesses the energy accumulated from the blows endured, rapidly expanding into a dark yellow giant towering over 100 meters. With a resounding roar, it announces its return. Oh dear, this has become troublesome. Garp remarks, suspended in midair. Indeed, it is troublesome. Sengoku gazes at the towering abomination. What once seemed manageable now presents a significant challenge, as exemplified by the monstrosity before them. When it was smaller, the abomination endured a relentless barrage of high-frequency strikes, remaining in its diminutive form, unable to retaliate. Yet, as it now looms like a mountain, the notion of it enduring incessantly, without countering, becomes implausible. Continue. Madara's expression remains unchanged, as the patterns in his eyes whirl with frenetic speed. The pale blue chakra flickers in the air, resembling flames, as illusory bones emerge from it. Sinister skeletons rise, swiftly enveloped by flesh and sinew, armor manifesting piece by piece as they grasp razor-sharp blades. Draw the blade and strike. Madara, emotionless, controls his Susanoo, wielding the sword to unleash a tempestuous wave, the keen edge slicing toward the abomination. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The four-headed wooden dragon surged from the ground, its jaws clamping down on the abomination's limbs, effectively restraining its movements. The wooden warrior was deftly manipulated to deliver a powerful punch to the abomination's head. The combat styles of Carp and Sengoku were rather straightforward. Whether throwing fists or slapping, they unleashed waves of impact. Despite the simplicity of their attacks, the force behind them was formidable. Similarly, Whitebeard and Mihawk wielded their blades with finesse, executing sweeping cuts that were uncomplicated yet brimming with might. The abomination, now bolstered in strength, no longer exhibited the same feebleness as before. With unmatched brute force, it broke free from the grasp of the wooden dragon and retaliated with a punch aimed at the wooden warrior and another at Susanoo. The collisions were thunderous. The wooden fists, harder than steel, shattered, just as the flesh of the abomination did. However, the abomination possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability, allowing its broken fists to swiftly regain their former state. Continuing its assault, the abomination directed a weakened blow towards the wooden warrior's visage, sending splinters flying as the wooden figure staggered back, creating deep craters in the ground, its once mighty countenance marred by cracks. Meanwhile, Susanoo's sword descended, slicing diagonally from the abomination's right shoulder, cleaving it in two. Regrettably, aside from a minor reduction in the abomination's vitality, the wound healed almost instantaneously. The abomination's powerful fist then struck Susanoo's chest, resulting in a resounding crack as Susanoo stumbled backward. The attacks from Sengoku and his companions landed on the abomination in succession, horrific wounds appearing only to heal within the blink of an eye. I detest foes with such formidable recovery abilities. It is utterly repugnant. Were it not for the gradual decline of the blood bar above the abomination's head, Carp would have believed their efforts were in vain. Agreed, the others echoed in unison. In the distance, Tony and his companions had escaped to the outskirts of the battlefield, but Godzilla remained thwarted by an energy barrier, roaring in frustration. A glint of menace flashed in its eyes as its serrated dorsal fins lit up in a stunning azure glow, radiant energy coalescing within its maw. High-intensity energy detected. High-intensity energy detected. The display screen was inundated with crimson exclamation marks as Ethan stared in astonishment at the luminous energy orb. Is this real? Even without the intelligent assistance, the others could discern that the entity in Godzilla's mouth spelled disaster. Trouble. Tony cursed under his breath, summoning 20 rock vultures, which soared skyward, trailing brilliant light. Godzilla, fixating on its fleeing adversary, kept its gaze locked on Tony Stark, unwilling to lose sight of him. Atomic breath. Portions of the mechanized puppets were obliterated as a searing beam shot skyward, thickening before tapering off and vanishing into the clouds. The dorsal fins glimmered once more as Godzilla recharged its energy. Can such a terrifying attack be unleashed in rapid succession? Despite the Hellrock Vulture's swift flight, Tony felt no confidence in his ability to evade the breath each time. Human stamina is finite. Then there is no choice but to negotiate. Due to the inability to locate the source of the sound, Tony Stark had no choice but to soar to the vicinity of Godzilla's eye, bellowing through a megaphone. Monster brother, allow me to treat you to a meal. Shall we settle our previous grievances? Godzilla's gaze flickered momentarily, as if engaged in deep contemplation. After a brief interval, he tilted his head back and expelled a breath, raising his right claw to display 3 fingers, growling softly. Roar, roar, roar. 3 meals, to satisfaction. The translated words reached Tony Stark's ears, and a subtle emotion flickered briefly. Very well. Without haggling, Tony Stark acquiesced immediately. The hefty figure nodded, forgiving the villain who had struck his nose. With the crisis averted, Tony Stark exhaled in relief, reflecting on the thrill and absurdity of the encounter. Suddenly, a warning cry from Ethan echoed in his mind. Tony, be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, trusting in Ethan's instincts, Tony ascended into the air. Yet, in the very next instant, a tree came hurtling through the air, striking Godzilla's head. Godzilla exhaled a cloud of steam, turning to face the source of the disturbance, his beastly eyes locking onto the figure wielding the tree with malice, a glint of menace flashing within. With a low growl, the hefty figure charged forth. Chapter 72. Assemble and Strike. In a certain office within the Trident Tower, the air conditioning expelled cool air, rendering the room uncomfortably chilly. Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, sat at one side of the conference table, his elbows resting on the surface, fingers interlaced in an arch that concealed half of his face, with his thumbs propping up his chin, quietly observing the television screen across from him. Beside him, Coulson sat upright, his expression serious as he focused intently on the screen, while Natasha lounged with her legs crossed, appearing to watch a film. And Clint maintained a straight posture, his face devoid of expression. Coulson, please elaborate on the current situation. Nick Fury straightened his back, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the hefty figure charging, colliding, tail whipping, and overpowering the yellow giant with relentless ferocity. According to the intelligence gathered by the action team, it is known that the monsters in the live footage, along with the luminous barrier and cylinder that ensnared them, appeared abruptly. Prior to their emergence, a red light swept across the area, teleporting all living beings within to the outside. The apparent objective of these monsters seems to be the encirclement and annihilation of the yellow giant. Additionally, beyond the monsters, the action team has also discovered some unusual humans. At this juncture, Coulson distributed photographs to Natasha and the others. The images depicted a range of individuals. Some appeared as ordinary humans, while others were half black and half white. Concealed within a pitcher plant, there were also creatures resembling raccoons, and bizarre beings with a mouth and an eye on their profile. As Natasha and Clint examined the photographs, Coulson continued, these individuals may possess special abilities. Natasha mused, observing the scenes captured in the images, depicting a multitude of people soaring through the air atop clumps of sand, silently reflecting. Upon viewing the photograph, Natasha turned to Nick Fury and inquired, are you suggesting that I should engage with these individuals? No, Nick Fury shook his head. It was inconceivable for him to send Natasha to interact with strangers, particularly those who might very well be extraterrestrial beings. If anyone were to be dispatched, it would be mere cannon fodder for reconnaissance. It is to make contact with Tony Stark. Nick Fury picked up the tablet resting on the table, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it to Natasha. As Natasha accepted the tablet and lowered her gaze, she discovered a video. While she was engrossed in the footage, Nick Fury continued, since Tony Stark's return from his disappearance, I have arranged for personnel to protect him. The video depicted Iron Man soaring through the skies. Those bodyguards had been seen on several occasions, and it was certain they were creations of Stark himself. Understood, Natasha interjected before Nick Fury could finish. Iron Man is connected to Stark and is acquainted with those mysterious individuals. Thus, standing beside Stark could potentially unveil their identities. When do I depart? Natasha inquired earnestly. Nick Fury regarded the screen and replied, after this matter concludes, you will act. For now, just watch the spectacle. At that moment, the vicinity had been entirely evacuated, leaving only a few drones equipped with live streaming devices. They were free to create a commotion. Within the arena, Godzilla showcased his remarkable combat skills, predominantly relying on his immense weight to unleash terrifying impacts as he assaulted the abomination. However, Godzilla had no intentions of cooperating. He persisted in his own way, often obstructing the paths of others, making it impossible for them to strike. Gradually, the abomination's health had dwindled to below 2/3, yet it showed signs of recovering back to 3/4. Unable to endure any longer, Godzilla executed the wood release binding technique. He charged straight toward the abomination. And as he advanced, a tangle of roots burst forth from the earth. Unaware of the roots, Godzilla inadvertently kicked them, causing him to lose his balance. The hefty creature tumbles. Boom. A tremor reverberated through the ground as dust billowed, and Godzilla slid forward due to inertia. Now, seeing that the disruptor had been subdued, the figure roared, controlling the Susanoo to deliver a decisive cross-slash, tearing through the abomination's form. The wooden figure swiftly dashed before the abomination, delivering an uppercut that sent it soaring into the air. In the sky, Whitebeard gripped the hilt of his weapon with both hands. Pivoting to unleash a devastating arc of his blade, the tornado cut, crashing down upon the abomination's crown. The impact reverberated within the abomination. Akin to a porcelain vessel filled with water being crushed, fissures appearing across its surface as blood erupted along the cracks. The massive form of the abomination plummeted rapidly, while its damaged body began to mend, and both Sengoku and Garp delivered powerful punches, creating openings within its flesh. At the edge of the battlefield, several onlookers, after observing for a while, sprang forth toward the position of the abomination. Members of the Uchiha clan, while sprinting, swiftly summoned their Susanoo, unleashing their ocular prowess to its utmost, extravagantly displaying 3 Susanoo of varied hues as they plunged into the fray. Akimichi Chosen multiplied himself several times, transforming into a colossal figure that thundered toward the chaos, joining the melee. Deidara rode upon a clay dragon, hurling explosive clay toward the abomination, while Pain floated above, switching to the realm of Azura, unleashing a barrage of concentrated fire. Tsunade and Jiraiya summoned their spirit beasts, one a toad and the other a slug, into the fray. Muyang entered complete tailed beast transformation, morphing into a one-tailed Shikaku, eager to partake in the excitement. The entire battlefield resembled a chaotic clash of titans, a veritable dance of demons. In the audience, Shikaku pointed at Muyang and exclaimed, "Ah, my other half. Are you certain it's your other half, and not 9/10?" Rasha inquired. "If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute," Shikaku retorted with a fierce grin, revealing sharp teeth. "The battle is truly intense. My fists itch with anticipation." The blood of the combative Yato surged, urging Shinho to engage in the fight. "You cannot fly. Stay out of there. You might get squashed." Sakata Jintoki quickly restrained Shinho by the shoulder. "If you wish to fly, purchase the relevant items in the mall," Katsura Kotaro advised. No sooner had the words left his mouth than those eager to join the fray dashed into the mall to acquire flying skills or equipment. Haha. Shinho, enveloped in a pure white aura reminiscent of flames, concentrated energy, and let out a low shout, the white energy erupting with a powerful thrust, propelling him forward like a cannonball. This technique was derived from the Dragon Ball series flight technique. Ha, ha, ha. With each low shout, those who had purchased the flight technique soared into the sky towards the battlefield. Sakata Jintoki raised his hand like a blade, commanding a barrage of fire. Members of the Shinsengumi, the return group, and the Odd Jobs team each took up laser cannons, unleashing dazzling beams like a torrential downpour, relentlessly targeting the abomination. The abomination's health rapidly dwindled. Wow, it's just like playing a game. Muyang, transformed into a large raccoon dog, grinned widely and waved his hands. "Everyone, heed my command, and let us resolve this swiftly. First, those skilled in control techniques, join me in using our abilities to ensnare the abomination." With that, Muyang pressed his claws to the ground, causing endless yellow sand to surge forth. Sand binding. Chapter 73, Stealing the Kill. The yellow sand erupted forth like a dam breaking, rapidly spreading in all directions, engulfing the forest littered with broken tree trunks and constructing quicksand traps that continuously flowed toward the center, consuming the abomination's shins and binding it within, rendering it immobile. The abomination struggled vigorously to free its legs, but was unable to escape the quicksand's grasp, letting out a furious, impotent roar. Indeed, ensnaring the target to prevent its escape was a commendable strategy. Within the brow of Susanoo, Uchiha Obito, arms crossed, floated amidst the scene, offering gentle commendations to Muyang. His expression remained impassive, yet he proclaimed with an arrogant tone, "No one can command Uchiha Obito." However, the nearby individuals paid him no heed, engrossed in their own endeavors. The members hovering in the sky were singularly focused on the abomination, utterly disinterested in anything else. Upon witnessing the creature ensnared, They either raised their weapons or unleashed their skills, launching a frenzied assault. Ignoring all else, they were oblivious to Obito's words. As the meager energy acquired from purchasing the sky dance technique could not sustain their flight for long. Would release, dragon binding. Senju Hashirama casually crafted the name of his technique, as 4 wooden dragons leapt into the air like koi breaking the surface of water. 2 of the wooden dragons clamped their jaws onto the abomination's wrists, pulling them apart, while the remaining 2 coiled around its arms like sinuous serpents. Roaring in defiance, the abomination would not remain passive as its limbs were restrained. Its fingers curled slightly, muscles bulging with a power that was indescribably immense. As it slowly yet resolutely advanced forward, the entwining wooden dragons emitted a painful creaking sound, fine cracks beginning to appear across their forms. However, Hashirama was no stranger to challenges. He anticipated that mere 4 wooden dragons would not suffice to hold the abomination. Thus, more wooden dragons surged forth from the sands beside the creature, layered and entwined around its arms, forming shackles the size of mountains. Now Obito attacked together. Hashirama pressed his palms together, continuing to conjure the name of his technique. Would release. Multi-armed wooden man technique. The wooden figure's ribs shifted, rapidly sprouting 5 pairs of arms. A total of 12 arms poised to strike. Aura, 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 aura. Obito commanded Susanoo to wield its blade. Wait, Mr. Obito. Did you not just say that no one can command you? Why then do you so readily follow Hashirama's orders? Muyang observed with bemusement as Obito swung the blade with unperturbed conviction, refraining from uttering unnecessary words lest he provoke Obito's wrath. Retracting his gaze, Muyang resolutely unleashed a tailed beast ball. Beside him, a golden chakra-formed fox likewise prepared its tailed beast ball, while others in the air launched their full assaults. The bound abomination, unable to retaliate, let out a furious roar of impotence. The yellow sands spread, consuming more forest, as the titanic beings clashed, stirring a tempest that swirled dust and debris. At the edge of the battlefield, beneath the canopy of a tree, Naruto and Sasuke sought refuge. Positioned at the periphery, they had largely escaped the tumult, remaining concealed in the treetop as they observed the battlefield, now on the brink of transforming into a swirling quicksand. They were on the verge of losing their foothold and lacked sufficient funds to procure flight skills or equipment. Shall we return home, Sasuke? Naruto inquired, gazing at Sasuke. With his head held high, Sasuke replied no. He had boasted in front of his companions that he would etch his name into the annals of this event, and he certainly would not retreat in disgrace. However, Naruto pointed towards the sprawling desert. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke declared, "It's fine, we have a plan." He recalled having purchased a secret technique from Boss Mu earlier, and now was the perfect moment to employ it. Sasuke shared his idea with Naruto, who did not object. The two slid down the tree trunk to the ground, seeking a flat expanse. They assumed peculiar postures, stepping in an unusual rhythm, their arms swaying gently. Executing entirely opposing movements, they gradually drew closer, their fingertips brushing against one another. Merge. A brilliant radiance burst forth, an ethereal wind materializing from thin air. A visible milky white vortex swirling around the luminous sphere. As the orb shattered, the cyclone surged outward with tremendous force, causing the branches to sway violently and rustle fiercely. From the luminous sphere emerged a boy with golden spiky hair, cascading to his waist, resembling a thick cloak. A pure black fringe hung over his forehead, and he stood at approximately 5 feet tall. Dressed in a robe with a white base and black patterns, he floated in midair with a stern expression. His Rinnegan eyes sparkled with resplendent purple light, short horns on his forehead emanating a sharp, cold gleam, while 9 pitch-black orbs hovered behind him. I am the boy suddenly faltered, frowning and falling silent for a long moment, murmuring to himself. Vortex Sasuke, Uchiha Naruto, Uchiha Vortex Naruto, Vortex Uchiha Sasuke. None of these sound quite right. Supporting his left arm with his right hand, he mused, with such prowess, I must have a name that exudes grandeur. I shall be called Six Paths Naruto Sasuke. The legendary ninja, the sage of 6 paths, surely his title would reflect his greatness. My first battle must be striking. A true display of my might. Naruto Sasuke's gaze shifted towards the fierce battlefield, his magnificent Rinnegan brimming with overwhelming ocular power, far surpassing Uchiha Madara's Susanoo as it rose from the ground. At that moment, the malevolent entity, having struggled for so long, continued to roar in impotent fury. its health bar nearing the critical threshold. Once its health fell below the killing line, the malevolence would enter a second state, briefly surging in power and accelerating its health recovery. A single arrow to take the enemy's head would suffice to demonstrate my strength. Naruto Sasuke resolved to claim the kill. The Susanoo raised its arm, drawing back its bowstring as the truth-seeking orb morphed into an arrow, aimed at the malevolent being's head. With unwavering focus, he observed the diminishing health bar. The moment of execution is nigh. Release. The Susanoo let go, and the arrow sped forth. Humph. Uchiha Madara grunted lowly as the Susanoo formed hand seals, invoking the technique, heavenly disruption of the stars. A meteor plummets from the heavens. The art of wood style, the wood clone technique, manifests with thousands of hands transforming into the Buddha. 4 towering wooden figures, each reaching heights of over 100 meters, raise their arms to support the colossal base of the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara. The air trembles as the myriad hands move in unison. Warriors from the Warring States era, including Carp and Mihawk, join the fray, clamoring for the kill. Damn! The ordinary folk mutter curses, swiftly turning to flee. Muyang gazes upward, watching 5 warplanes streak across the low sky, a multitude of missiles wobbling as they descend. Muyang exclaims, "What the hell?" Chapter 74. Who will claim the first kill? A thunderous roar erupts as a searing mushroom cloud rises within the battleground, gray-black smoke enveloping the entire area. Fortuitously, I fled early. Had I been caught in the blast, I would surely have met a grim fate. Xiao Dao Ding pats his plump, soft chest, trembling with residual fear. Being a mere mortal, he lacks the resilience of certain individuals. Had he been engulfed in the explosion, he might have been cooked to a medium-rare, nearly charred state. Just as I escaped, I caught a glimpse of several warplanes soaring overhead. Whose are they? Deidara scans the crowd, inquiring with curiosity. As an artist who perceives explosions as a form of art, he frequently roams marketplaces seeking various explosive-related items, hence his recognition of the aircraft. I didn't purchase any. One by one, the surrounding individuals respond, considering warplanes rather trivial. Some hail from worlds of advanced technology, capable of acquiring weaponry far superior to mere aircraft and missiles. Others originate from extraordinary realms, where personal combat prowess rivals that of living missiles, rendering the purchase of planes and missiles a wasteful endeavor. The remainder are simply impoverished, lacking the funds to procure such luxuries, or unwilling to spend money on superfluous warplanes and missiles. If it's not you, then could it be the brilliantly illuminated city in the distance? Deidara ponders thoughtfully. Most others share Deidara's sentiments, speculating that the earlier aircraft belong to the military of their world. They intend to eliminate us. The members draw a simple yet profound conclusion, feeling no surprise. It seems entirely natural. If a group of strangers were to intrude upon your home, wreaking havoc, your instinct would be to expel them. Their actions are far more egregious than mere chaos. It evokes a scenario of bandits invading one's home, with the owner arming themselves in defense. Yet, comprehension does not diminish the fact that they nearly met their demise. This grievance demands retribution. A multitude of individuals squint, concealing their malevolent thoughts. If beings from another realm can conceive such notions, how could Tony Stark remain oblivious? Given his understanding of politicians, the likelihood of those curly-haired baboons dispatching troops to continue their assault is exceedingly high. It seems I cannot prevent it. Ugh, a headache. Tony Stark furrowed his brow. There was no need to expend his precious mental energy on matters he could not control. His thoughts leapt to the issue of his identity being exposed, as he had never contemplated the idea of concealment given his ostentatious nature. How troublesome. Tony Stark grimaced, foreseeing the myriad of inconveniences that awaited him in the coming days. Undoubtedly with a throng of individuals eager to pester him. It was indeed a case of failure at every turn. Having attended the event, not only had he merely secured a participation prize, but he had also squandered a meal in the process. Speaking of which, what did the creature consume? A subtle expression flickered across Tony Stark's face. If the culinary preferences were mundane, such as chicken, duck, fish, apples, or pears, then that would be manageable. However, if his dietary habits inclined towards the bizarre, recalling the creature's previous halting at the mention of food darkened Tony's countenance. Clearly, it was ravenously hungry. Suddenly, Tony felt he had spoken too casually before and should have given the matter more thought. However, the die was cast, and the rice was cooked. At this juncture, further contemplation was futile. He could only proceed step by step, hoping for a more conventional menu that would not lead to a significant depletion of his finances. He gently tapped on his visor, dismissing one worry only to confront another: how to deal with the myriad of organizations that would undoubtedly inundate him with various forms of annoyance. First and foremost, Pepper must become a member to ensure safety. Beyond that, there was no second step. He could only feign indifference or fabricate excuses. Tony Stark nodded slightly, donning a mischievous grin. Yes, it was all about spinning tales and toying with those individuals. Considering all these factors, he had his reasons for not speaking the truth. It was time for some playful deception. As a multitude of minds buzzed with thoughts and fanciful imaginings, time flowed slowly. The wind carrying smoke that had once thickly enveloped the venue now dwindling to a mere wisp, revealing the scene within. Whether it was the attendees or those watching the live stream from afar, everyone was fully engrossed, their eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Armored giants in hues of blue, green, and red stood stoically in the desert, their imposing figures unmarred by any visible damage. The surface of the thousand-armed cannon appeared somewhat darkened, with numerous cracks visible and several arms shattered, indicating significant deterioration. The golden nine-tailed fox had vanished, replaced by a remarkably solid golden fox head. Godzilla's eyes blazed with crimson fury, his rage escalating once more. The others, though bearing various degrees of wear, had successfully withstood the explosions without sustaining harm. Mu Yang stared vacantly at the horizon, slowly parting his lips to expel a plume of black smoke. The exhilarating sensation of missiles detonating nearby was simply beyond verbal expression. In essence, it was splendid. Well done. I shall remember you all. Prepare for my retribution. The remaining individuals in the venue temporarily overlooked the source of the missiles, instead fixating on their shared disdain. After what felt like a prolonged yet not particularly arduous struggle, the battle continued on. The abomination has been successfully vanquished. Slowly dissipating into black ash, a sound chimes in the mind, announcing the release of the activity rankings. Members eagerly check the leaderboard, where the top position is held by Monkey D. Luffy, his name accompanied by an avatar on the left and a score on the right. Gazing at the avatar, images of an elderly man hovering in the air, fists moving with blinding speed, flood the minds of the onlookers. Each strike possesses the power to shatter mountains. Indeed, a well-deserved recognition. Following him in the rankings are formidable figures: Warring States, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Dracula Mihawk. All are terrifyingly powerful beings. The members momentarily set aside their curiosity about the subsequent rankings to ponder the identity of the one who had slain the abomination. Although there are no rewards for the kill, curiosity prevails. During this inaugural event, the first collective hunt, everyone is eager to discover who achieved the first kill. Switching pages to view the slayer, an unfamiliar name emerges: Krebron. Who is he? Does anyone recognize him? Rasha inquires of those nearby. No one seems to know him. Jiraiya, who often frequents the group, asserts that this person is not mentioned there. No such person exists. Black Zetsu feels a dreadful premonition. Deidara suddenly recalls the beautiful explosions and remarks. Could it be that the explosion is indeed formidable? This implies that the first kill has been claimed by an unrelated individual. A wave of confusion sweeps through the crowd, akin to a flock of bleeding sheep rushing through their minds, entangling everything in chaos. It feels quite frustrating, akin to a group straining to seize an item, only for a passerby to effortlessly obtain it. Chapter 75. The event has concluded. Boom. Brilliant fireworks erupt in the sky, as all aircraft are destroyed, marking the end of the event. Each participant engages in a celebratory match against an aircraft. Steve, transformed into Kamen Rider, soars through the night sky like a diligent bee, rescuing pilot after pilot. Uchiha Madara, having just downed several aircraft, crosses his arms and smiles at Hashirama, saying, "Hashirama, I rank higher in this event, thus I am the victor. Congratulations. Shall we celebrate with some drinks?" Hashirama laughs heartily, having participated in the event purely for enjoyment, not caring much for winning or losing. If he were short on funds, he could spend a day in hell battling monsters. With a bit of luck, he might even gather enough for a revival. TSK. Madara clicks his tongue in annoyance. Hashirama's nonchalant demeanor diminishes his sense of triumph, dampening his spirits. "I'm going home." He activates the teleportation, returning home with a single click. "Hey, wait for me, Madara." Hashirama exclaims in surprise, following suit. "Sure sway, Itachi." and Fugaku gazed at the distant, unfamiliar Susanoo, reflecting on the wealth of the affluent. The unfamiliar visage, not belonging to the Uchiha clan, yet capable of wielding Susanoo, could only have acquired such power through purchase from the marketplace. With a quiet sigh, the Uchiha members vanished amidst beams of light. Namake's Minato claimed his ranking reward, a mid-tier skill customization voucher, aptly named for its ability to create skills based on the user's desires, albeit with certain restrictions. Minato had no immediate plans for skill customization. He pocketed the voucher and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Kushina's side, and together they returned home. In the distance, the uniquely shaped Naruzas observed the rankings, noticing that the name of Six Paths Naruto was absent. He focused intently on the names of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, which lingered near the bottom of the list, his expression revealing a vague discomfort. His parents and brother were moving swiftly, likely unaware that they had missed the two names at the end of the list. Otherwise, they would have lectured him relentlessly. Alas, it seemed his pocket money was destined to dwindle once again. Despite having no regrets about sneaking away to participate in the event, he lamented the thought of his diminishing allowance. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, I have no pocket money. Why should I be concerned? It's none of my business. The ones deducting from his allowance were Naruto and Sasuke, not him. As Susanoo gradually dissipated, Naruzas stood atop the yellow sands. The reprimands would be left to them. Good luck, he said, as he released the fusion, leaving Naruto and Sasuke in a state of bewilderment, exchanging silent glances. The remaining participants, feeling a mix of frustration, took to the battlefield to vent their emotions before departing, much to Tony Stark's chagrin as he observed their unruly behavior. Muyang reverted to his human form, sitting cross-legged in the desert while calculating the event's profit and loss. Having relied solely on his own abilities rather than the marketplace, he incurred no expenses for the various enhancements and the venue creation. The reward for securing first place was not a product from the marketplace, but rather a resurrection coin crafted by Muyang himself. Although its quality did not match that of marketplace items, it was not subpar either, falling into the category of standard, acceptable products. The rewards for the second and ninth places comprised a mix of marketplace purchases and Muyang's creations, with additional expenses for other rankings and participation prizes. Upon calculating the expenditures, he turned to assess the income. The costs incurred from purchasing skills or equipment prior to the event, combined with the purchase of aerial techniques during the event, led to a deficit. A deficit? Muyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Organizing an event that had not cost him much, yet still resulted in a loss, was completely contrary to his expectations. He had anticipated a bountiful profit, but reality almost reduced him to financial ruin. Truly, life has a way of imparting lessons. A loss is a loss. I'll consider it a tuition fee, he mused, reclining backward, propping himself up on the sandy ground while gazing at the crescent moon above. Having calculated the gains and losses, Muyang returned directly to the shop. He needed some solitude. As he departed, the surrounding barrier and cylindrical structure disintegrated into particles of light and dust. As the members gradually returned to their respective worlds, only Godzilla remained in the vast desert, his corpulent form sinking into the yellow sands up to his knees. He attempted to lift his leg, feeling a palpable resistance, yet it could not deter his progress. With measured steps, Godzilla trudged through the arid expanse. Ethan patted Tony Stark on the shoulder, the metallic clank resonating sharply as the creature approached us. Yes, I see it, Stark replied, with a brilliant flare. The iron wings illuminated, and energy surged forth as Tony Stark soared towards Godzilla, landing upon the beast's left shoulder. What would you like to eat? He shouted through the built-in amplifier of his armor. Roar, set meal. Godzilla bellowed repeatedly. Roar, roar, scraps with 2 rounds. Apologies, Tony exclaimed. Your voice is rather thunderous. My ear seems to be malfunctioning. I could have sworn I heard something about rounds. Haha. Just to be sure, could you repeat what you'd like to eat? I didn't quite catch that. Taking a deep breath, Tony inquired once more. Roar, set meal. Roar, roar, scraps with 2 rounds, Godzilla reiterated. Tony sighed heavily. The world was indeed vast and filled with wonders. Mr. Stark was astonished to encounter a creature that feasted on nuclear energy. Fortunately, Uncle Tony could create a nuclear reactor. Otherwise, he would have to rely on the marketplace, saving quite a sum. Wait here for a moment. I shall fetch your meal, Tony instructed, halting Godzilla's advance. Given Godzilla's size, entering the city would be akin to a calamity. Godzilla had no objections. As long as he could eat his fill, he was content to dine anywhere. Preferring not to walk, Tony returned to the villa to construct the reactor, while the automaton was tasked with delivering the food, Godzilla with consumption, and Ethan with relaying Godzilla's words. Steve observed Godzilla as he devoured box after box of reactors. Turning to Ethan, he inquired, "How many has he consumed?" "Several hundred. I believe. All the materials Tony had stored are gone, and now he is eating what we purchased from the marketplace, courtesy of the automaton." Ethan shrugged, adding, "Every half hour or so, another box arrives. Such an appetite." Steve marveled. "Stop gawking. We have company." Bucky pointed towards a sleek black SUV approaching. "I'm not quite adept at engaging with others," Steve murmured as he and Bucky approached the vehicle. In the realm of Silver Soul, within a dimly lit bedroom, Silai Yadaman suddenly awoke, startled from his slumber. "Oh no, an event!" Silai exclaimed, scrambling from his bed to access the activity page, where large letters greeted him. "The event has concluded." "Huh." Silai's expression turned blank, quickly shifting to one of alarm. "Wait." Chapter 76. The Tale of Tony Stark in the World of Pirates, New World, aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard surveyed the chaotic scene on the deck, where cups and plates were strewn about, and drunken pirates lay sprawled in disarray, much as he had left it. Marco, upon seeing his father return, grinned and asked, "Father, was the other world entertaining?" Whitebeard squinted his eyes, reminiscing about his experiences, and replied with a smile, "There were sights I had never encountered before. Yet I find myself preferring the comforts of home." His gentle gaze swept across his family on the deck, rather than venturing into a world filled with strangers. He yearned to quietly safeguard those he loved. "Marco," Whitebeard suddenly called out. "What is it, father?" Marco inquired with a puzzled expression. "We set sail for the doldrums." In order to protect his family effectively, he realized that his current strength was insufficient. He needed to grow stronger. To achieve that, he must earn money. And the most suitable method for him at the moment was hunting rare and exotic beasts. The vast ocean concealed countless strange creatures, with the doldrums serving as a lair for many monsters. Exotic beasts, in this context, referred to those creatures that deviated from the ordinary, with the sea kings of the doldrums standing out as prime examples, remarkable and valuable in their uniqueness. As for the challenge of capturing them, it posed no difficulty for the strongest man in the world. "Set sail," Marco shouted, and the pirates who had not succumbed to intoxication pulled out their transponder snails to notify the brothers aboard the other ships of their departure. One by one, the vessels glided smoothly with the wind. In the first half of the Grand Line, at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku observed Garp playing with a coin. In a cold tone, he warned, "If that coin shatters under your grip, I shall ensure you will never indulge in donuts again." Garp, startled, quickly grasped the coin and clarified, "Don't be too tense. A resurrection coin only shatters if the holder confirms its use. It might not break if dropped, right?" Sengoku replied. "Can you be a bit more confident in your assertions? What do you intend to do with the resurrection coin?" Garp opened his palm to reveal the dark golden coin resting quietly there. "I have no one in mind to resurrect, so I plan to give it to someone in need." "Who?" Sengoku pressed. "Zeph," Garp said, clutching the coin and shrugging lightly. "I think he could really use it. I'll contact him shortly." It was not surprising that Sengoku could reach out to Zeph, who had long departed from the Navy. Old friends always maintain methods to stay in touch. "And what about you now?" Sengoku continued. "I have a question for you. Who do you intend to give the remaining spot to? Normally, members of the store could recommend 2 others to join. I haven't decided yet," Garp said, absent-mindedly picking his nose. "How about Dr. Vegapunk?" Sengoku suggested. "Knowledge is wealth. We must draw him into our ranks." "Fine. I have no objections," Garp replied. "I'll pass the spot to you. You can find an opportunity to meet Vegapunk." Agreed. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, the protagonist pondered the pretext for meeting with Vegapunk. In the Marvel Universe, amidst the bustling streets of New York, the reverberations of a world-shaking event had subsided. Yet the winds it stirred continued to blow. Previous live broadcasts, coupled with videos recorded by various individuals, spread widely, creating exceedingly troublesome aftershocks. Spies from around the globe gradually converged upon New York, and it was certain that such agencies would be exceedingly busy for a time. Nevertheless, despite their frantic schedules, these departments would not neglect to send representatives to pester Tony Stark, given Stark's elevated social status and myriad other reasons. All they could manage was the occasional visit to exchange trivialities that served only to irritate him. Those who could be dismissed were sent away, while those who could not were reluctantly entertained. "Excuse me, what agency did you just mention?" Tony Stark inquired, raising a hand. He suspected that the individual had stumbled over the name of the organization. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Mr. Stark," Coulson replied with a smile. "Oh." Stark nodded slightly. "Let's change the name. It's too cumbersome to remember." "We will certainly take your suggestion into account," Coulson said, his smile unwavering and devoid of any irritation. "Ugh." Tony Stark grimaced. He found such individuals most exasperating, always grinning, as if they were incapable of anger, which rendered the interaction utterly tedious. "Speak freely of your purpose in seeking me. I shall disclose what I can. Before I forget my fabrications, I will tell you promptly to avoid discrepancies with what I might relay to other departments." "Very well." Coulson beamed at Stark's willingness to cooperate. The two engaged in a dialogue, with one narrating and the other recording. Stark spun a tale, asserting that the individuals in question were extraterrestrials who had settled on Earth long ago, their exploits now woven into various widespread myths, albeit distorted by the passage of time. To lend authenticity to his narrative, Stark meticulously correlated these beings with their corresponding legends: the nine-tailed fox from Chinese mythology, Guanyin from Chinese lore, the armored giant from Japanese mythology, the portly giant from Chinese tales, and the sea monster from Greek mythology. In summary, Tony Stark's elaborate fabrications were both coherent and convincing. Steve and Bucky nodded in agreement, recognizing the logical intricacies of his tall tales. Had they been unaware of the true circumstances, they would undoubtedly have believed him. Truly impressive. Tony Stark. A clever mind can weave a tale, much like Howard. Ethan, who had heard this narrative numerous times, stood nearby, ensuring no inaccuracies slipped through Stark's discourse. After a half-hour of conversation, both parties felt satisfied. "Thus, we shall conclude for today. Thank you for your cooperation," Coulson remarked as he put away his recording device and notebook. "Not at all," Tony Stark waved dismissively. Coulson led his team in retreat, casting a long, contemplative gaze at Steve Rogers, a flicker of doubt glimmering in his eyes. Yet, he chose not to voice his inquiries, merely nodding slightly at Rogers before guiding his team through the door. At long last, the ordeal was over, and exhaustion washed over him. Tony Stark suddenly leaned back, colliding with the back of the armchair, and remained motionless, sprawled on the sofa like a despondent fish. The relentless engagement with the endless onslaught of the espionage organization was a physical toll, while the expenses incurred in appeasing Godzilla inflicted a mental strain. Given time, he could amass sufficient resources to satiate Godzilla's appetite, but the situation arose too abruptly. Godzilla, with an insatiable hunger, returned home content after a hearty meal, leaving a forlorn Tony Stark behind. At the entrance of Stark's villa, Coulson picked up his phone and dialed. "Director, what is it?" he inquired. "Politicians nationwide have taken to the streets to perform the Hydra dance. Could you investigate?" Coulson responded. "Are you jesting, Director?" Chapter 77. What on earth is happening? Regarding the viral Hydra dance videos circulating on various major video platforms, reporters rushed to the scene to verify the authenticity, so please stay tuned for the live broadcast. Crowds densely packed the sidewalks, wielding their phones to capture videos or take photographs, while vehicles remained gridlocked in the street, each car surrounded by individuals recording the spectacle. At the epicenter of the commotion stood a middle-aged Caucasian in a sharply tailored gray-black suit, performing an eccentric robotic dance. "Follow my left hand, right hand, in slow motion. Left hand, right hand, slow motion replay. This song brings you joy," he sang, waving his hands and shaking his legs, his entire body moving in a mechanical rhythm. The infectious dance prompted the onlookers to join in, tapping their feet in unison. "This is an extraordinary event," Coulson observed the middle-aged man, utterly absorbed in his dance, oblivious to the world around him. The incident commenced at 8:30 a.m. Whether politicians were already working in their offices, commuting, or at home, they all seemed to receive the same peculiar message simultaneously, breaking into the Hydra dance in unison. The phenomenon was widespread and devoid of any forewarning, with the sole connection among the individuals involved being their high-ranking positions. "Director, how shall we proceed?" An SHIELD agent approached Coulson for guidance. "First, we need to make him stop," Coulson directed, pointing at the dancing politician. "Understood." A swarm of SHIELD agents parted the crowd, advancing toward the dancing politician. However, they were unexpectedly flung aside by the politician's sudden and terrifying strength, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. "This is troublesome," Coulson muttered, watching the politician continue to dance, seemingly unfazed. Inside the dimensional store, Muyang gazed out at the unfolding scene, waved his hand, and beamed. "Troubles? How splendid! My enemy's troubles are my delight." Gu Yi remained speechless, expressing his suspicion that Muyang harbored intentions to undermine the nation, a belief supported by ample evidence. With a smile, Muyang waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming it absurd to accuse him of such treachery. He merely intended to impart a minor lesson, while concurrently adding a touch of amusement to the world. Gu Yi, disinterested in engaging in a debate with Muyang's nonsensical reasoning, directly inquired about the duration of his planned punishment for those individuals. "Not for long at all," Muyang replied cheerfully, noting that since it was their first offense, he only intended to impose a punishment lasting a lifetime. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow, questioning. "A lifetime does not seem very long. Indeed, for beings of eternal life, a few decades may not be perceived as significant." Gu Yi probed further. "Do you plan to have them jump indefinitely?" "Certainly not," Muyang replied, a look of concern for public order on his face. "Some of them are positioned right in the center of the road. Allowing them to jump continuously would obstruct traffic. 3 hours a day shall suffice, serving as a form of exercise for those privileged individuals. Those in high positions must maintain good health to serve the people effectively." Gu Yi rolled his eyes, stating, "Had you not dispatched those demons to harass the officials, I might have almost believed you." The brain demons, a lower form of demon, emitted a peculiar aura that amplified human desires. Yet, when such desires reached a certain magnitude, intelligence waned, resulting in foolish actions. "I never expected you to believe me," Muyang replied, aware that Gu Yi had come to remind him to conceal those demons. The mage's order was tasked with defending against invasions from other dimensions, particularly from hell. Demons were familiar adversaries to the mages, and upon encountering one another, they would inevitably clash. At that moment, a mage temple stood in New York, capable of monitoring the local area. Should demons appear, an alarm would sound to alert the mages of their presence. The fact that the demons remained unbanished likely indicated that Gu Yi was providing cover for Muyang. However, with Gu Yi's tenure as supreme mage dwindling to just over a month, he could not perpetually shield Muyang. "Ah!" Muyang exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration. "This is quite troublesome. I must reinforce those demons to prevent them from being expelled by the mage order." With that, he vanished in a flash, and Gu Yi, having achieved his objective, departed the store and returned to Kamartosh. After providing the brain demons with additional concealment, Muyang refrained from wandering aimlessly and returned to the shop. As the proprietor of a dimensional store, his daily tasks were exceedingly monotonous, involving either recruiting clients from alternate worlds or awaiting their arrival. The unsuccessful event had left him disheartened, diminishing his desire to seek out clients in other realms, so he opted to remain in the shop, waiting for clients to come to him. However, spending time alone in the store was quite dull, prompting Muyang to engage in group chats to pass the time. To address the issue of speaking freely, he utilized the account named Mu Long Tsunade with the low-level skill customization voucher. "I have crafted a skill that guarantees a roll of 6 points. I've struck it rich at the casino, ha ha ha. Mu Long, Jiraiya, the others, truly. You are remarkable, Tsunade. Zhonghua, is there a method to obtain a quota?" Mu Long, currently, there are 4 ways to acquire a quota. First, the 2 recommendation slots that come with you. Second, seeking out the scattered unclaimed quotas. Third, the red envelopes from Boss Mu in the group. Fourth, a chance encounter with Boss Mu when he is in a good mood, which may lead to him granting you a quota. Zhonghua, 3 out of the 4 methods rely on luck. Is there no stable way to obtain a quota? Senju Hashirama, Little Tsunade. You should refrain from visiting the casino. Cheating is not advisable. Tsunade, if I don't go to the casino, wouldn't the skill I specifically customized be wasted? Humph. I won't heed your advice. After losing for so many years, I must win it all back. Suriya Doman, I envy you so much. If only I hadn't overslept, perhaps I could have secured a position. With a stroke of luck, the reward could be a skill customization voucher. Customizing a skill that guarantees success in charming women would surely allow me to pursue Krista. Ah, what a fool I am. Why did I oversleep? No, wait. Why did I sleep at all? I should have stayed up all night. Suriya Doman, filled with regret, is currently in his residence. He clutches his head with both hands, writhing in agony and rolling about on the floor. Meanwhile, two Onmyoji pass by his abode, witnessing his strange antics through the unlatched door. They observe him banging his head against the ground, rolling around, and screaming. What is Lord Doman doing? Is he having a hemorrhoid attack? One Onmyoji inquires. That must be it. He is rolling on the ground in pain. The other Onmyoji speculates. At noon, dozens of boxes of hemorrhoid medication are piled at the entrance of Surya Doman's residence. Surya Doman, what is going on? Chapter 78 Monkey Long. Does the enemy camp have shop members? They must be eliminated. 1225. The Shield Cafeteria. As an organization capable of international operations, the cuisine within is, unsurprisingly, exceptional. The chefs prepare dishes from various countries, including Chinese, Japanese, Korean, American, British, and French cuisines, all of exquisite flavor. At a table in the corner of the cafeteria, Nick Fury and Coulson sit across from one another, with several nearby tables notably empty. Before Nick Fury lies a hamburger and a cup of cola. He holds the hamburger in his hand and remarks, "Mythical tales and extraterrestrials? It is indeed possible. But it could also be mere fabrications by Tony Stark." After taking a bite of the hamburger, he continues while chewing, "Document that. And inform Natasha to prepare for infiltration into Stark Industries. Her identity is ready." He takes another bite of the hamburger and adds, "You are responsible for investigating the mythical tales to determine if they align with Tony Stark's assertions." Understood. Coulson grasped a metal spoon in his right hand, savoring each bite of the sweet and sour fish-flavored pork over rice, relishing the delightful taste. The mention of Tony Stark brought to mind the man he had encountered at Stark's villa, who bore a striking resemblance to Captain America. Intrigued, he decided to discreetly investigate further. With elegance and swiftness, he finished his meal and carried his plate toward the return station. 10880 Malibu Street, Tony's villa. A sudden sneeze escaped Steve Rogers, startling Tony and Ethan, who instinctively leaned back, wary of any spittle landing in their food. Bucky entered the living room, balancing a bottle of wine in his left hand while clutching 4 glasses in his right, observing the peculiar stance of the three with a look of confusion. "What are you all doing?" he inquired. Tony maneuvered around the sofa, pointing at Steve, who was rubbing his nose with his metal spoon. "Just sneezed. You all are being overly dramatic." Steve rolled his eyes at Tony and Ethan, who had retreated to a safe distance. "I have no desire to consume your saliva," Tony retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Bucky settled beside Steve, placing the 4 wine glasses on the coffee table and pouring the wine. "What caused the sudden sneeze? Caught a cold? Do super soldiers even get sick?" Ethan, slurping noodles, returned to the sofa with a puzzled expression. "I don't know," Steve shrugged. "Ever since I became a super soldier, I've not fallen ill. Besides, sneezing doesn't necessarily mean a cold. Indeed, it's likely someone is cursing you," Tony commented as he settled back onto the sofa, waving his spoon emphatically. "You've repeatedly ambushed Hydra's bases, inflicting significant losses upon them. It's only natural to receive backlash." Steve gazed at Tony in disbelief, who wore an expression that seemed to say, "You must trust me. I speak the truth." Bucky ignored their banter, pushing the wine glasses towards them before heading to the mall to purchase a chicken cutlet meal, quietly enjoying his food. The living room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional sound of Ethan slurping his noodles. How tranquil. In the shop, Muyang rested his face on one hand, stirring his tonkatsu ramen with chopsticks, feeling the solitude of dining alone. Just then, the doorbell chimed, and 2 individuals entered the room. One was clad in a deep green coat with a hood, obscuring their figure entirely. The other wore a green bodysuit, sporting thick eyebrows and a kappa hairstyle. So much green," Muyang mused, glancing down at his ramen, wondering if it was a hint that he was indulging too much in greasy food and should incorporate more vegetables. "Dimensional shop. Oh, youth," Mike Guy exclaimed passionately, his fists clenched as if flames ignited in his eyes. As a ninja from Konoha, Mike Guy was well aware of the existence of the Dimensional Shop and the Dimensional Merchant, though he had yet to find a way to engage with them. To celebrate his entry into the Dimensional Shop, he resolved to perform 1,000 push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Mike Guy's palms pressed against the ground, propelling himself up and down with such speed that he drew shadows in his wake. The hooded figure cast a glance at the peculiar individual at his feet, but uttered no words, instead choosing to stride past him towards the counter. Once seated before the counter, the hooded figure lifted his hand to grasp the edge of his hood, pulling it back to reveal his concealed visage, a fierce man with a tattoo on his left cheek, slicked back dark hair, and devoid of eyebrows. I wish to inquire. Yet before the sentence could be completed, Mu Yang slid a bracelet across the counter towards Meng Qilong. What you seek to know lies within that. Read more. Books serve as illuminating beacons, guiding your path forward. Books? Meng Qilong furrowed his brow slightly, his confusion palpable but unvoiced. As he donned the bracelet and proceeded to navigate the hidden messages, entering the marketplace to utilize the search function for desired items. A plethora of books flooded Meng Qilong's vision, and as he perused the titles and their descriptions, the meaning behind Mu Yang's earlier statement crystallized in his mind. He selected several books and attempted to purchase them. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. Upon accessing the recharge page, he opted to exchange for currency using the Navy's 6th style. This skill has already been redeemed. There could be a Navy member or perhaps an affiliate from the organization who had become a store member. Meng Qilong's gaze sharpened as he contemplated how to eliminate the Navy or any store members affiliated with the organization. By the way, can members of the store engage in mutual combat? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. I have not imposed restrictions on member versus member combat, though it is a rare occurrence. Mu Yang replied. Generally, when one becomes a member of the dimensional store and gains such an extraordinary opportunity, they aspire to develop quietly, fulfill their dreams, or rectify past regrets, rather than seek conflict with fellow members. Store membership symbolizes boundless potential. To oppose those with infinite possibilities is quite daunting. However, Meng Qilong's question hinted at his awareness of the presence of members within the Navy or organization. The notion of store members within enemy ranks was nothing short of a chilling tale. They must be eradicated. But that is your father. Mu Yang's expression shifted subtly, revealing a hint of peculiarity. Meng Qilong noticed Mu Yang's bemusement. Is my inquiry peculiar? Filial piety? Once Meng Qilong entered the group chat and spotted Karp's name, he would likely abandon that foolish notion. Indeed, Meng Qilong redirected his focus to the marketplace, considering other martial techniques for currency exchange. He purchased books, read a few pages, then closed the tome. Bowing slightly towards Mu Yang, Meng Qilong turned and made his way to the door. A few minutes later, having completed 1,000 push-ups, My Guy rushed to the counter to retrieve his bracelet. However, the forbidden technique he had studied, the Book of Seals, had already been redeemed, as had ordinary ninjutsu. Yet, My Guy remained undeterred, clenching his fist and exclaiming with fervor as he dashed away, "Excellent! I shall stand once more at the starting line with Kakashi and challenge him again." The fervor is palpable. Mu Yang gazed down at the now-cold tonkatsu ramen, snapping his fingers as an invisible energy enveloped the bowl, reducing it to mere powder. Chapter 79. The Grand Opening of Tony Stark's Private Boutique, 10880, Malibu Street. Coastal Cliff Villa. On the villa's balcony, beneath a sunshade, Ethan, Steve, and Bucky were napping in reclining chairs. Inside the living room, Tony Stark held Pepper's hand, adorning her wrist with a bracelet. Upon reading the thoughts in her mind, Pepper was taken aback, her wide eyes seemingly asking, "Tony, is this your prank?" Regrettably, Tony failed to decipher the question in Pepper's gaze. Perhaps he understood all too well, but found her astonished expression endearing, choosing to feign ignorance as he continued speaking. "I'll transfer some money to you, Pepper, so you can buy something you fancy. I plan to sell humanoid dolls or other items in the group. You'll be in charge of communicating with the buyers." At this juncture, Tony seemed to recall something. Get yourself acquainted first. I have errands to run." With that, he vanished like a shattered soap bubble, leaving no trace behind. Pepper pinched her right cheek, the sudden pain jolting her awake. It was not a dream. After a few moments of shock, Pepper entered the marketplace, her eyes lighting up as she beheld an array of beauty products. The spacious shop was enveloped in tranquility, the bright yellow lights casting a gentle glow, while the subtle fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Mu Yang leaned on his hand, gazing out the window. Outside, the majestic Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, squatting in a horse stance and delivering powerful punches, each strike resonating with formidable weight, sending shockwaves across the sea. If one were to inquire about his activities, he was engaged in fishing. With each punch, the earth quaked, and the surface of the ocean shattered. Giant sea kings, comparable in size to islands, were launched into the air, their terrified roars echoing like 1,000 thunderclaps, stirring the air and creating tumultuous waves. However, such terrified cries seldom lasted long. Whitebeard's relentless punches transformed the sea into a chaotic whirlpool. with the Sea Kings colliding like items in a washing machine, each succumbing to unconsciousness. Once a sufficient number of Sea Kings lay incapacitated, Whitebeard would cease his punching, switching to wielding his sword, dispatching one Sea King at a time, subsequently selling them to the marketplace. It is noteworthy that these Sea Kings were indeed quite valuable. Through his hardcore fishing methods, Whitebeard swiftly amassed wealth. The ringing of a doorbell broke the tranquility, and the scene outside blurred as Mu Yang turned his gaze towards the entrance, where Tony Stark entered with a flourish. "Ah, Boss Mu," Tony greeted warmly, his exuberance lending an odd impression. "Hello, what would you like to purchase?" Mu Yang's expression bore a hint of peculiarity. Generally speaking, store members tend to shop online rather than frequenting physical stores, which leaves him with ample leisure time. Aside from the occasional venture into another world to select clients, he spends his remaining hours gazing through the arbitrary window at the scenery of different realms and the daily lives of the members. Why does this feel reminiscent of Yukari Yakumo? For a moment, Mu Yang's expression turned strange, as he fancied the idea of forming a voyeuristic duo with Yukari Yakumo. Speaking of which, Jinsokyo is rather intriguing. Mu Yang's gaze gradually became unfocused, his thoughts wandering. Tony Stark, who was intently observing Mu Yang, found himself momentarily dazed. Is it possible to become distracted while conversing with someone? Should I commend this skill? The unspoken tension within Tony Stark's heart eased slightly. Boss Mu? Boss Mu? Tony Stark approached the counter, gently rapping on the surface. Mu Yang returned to his senses, looking at Tony Stark. I intend to leverage the group chat to sell some automaton figures. Tony Stark conveyed his thoughts to Mu Yang. That sounds great. Mu Yang replied with a cheerful tone. There were individuals wishing to operate private shops, and Mu Yang felt no inclination to hinder them. Regardless of how much one earns through a personal boutique, the dimensional marketplace remains irreplaceable. Ultimately, your earnings will inevitably become my earnings. Indeed, it is I, Mu Yang. How delightful. Tony Stark's expression was subtle. He felt that his previous anxiety had been unwarranted. After chatting with Mu Yang for a few more moments, Tony Stark took his leave to prepare for his private shop. Ding. As soon as Tony Stark exited, the doorbell rang once more. Mu Yang assumed he had forgotten something and returned, only to find it was not him. Standing there was a middle-aged man, stern-faced, clad in a striking red Western-style armor, with gray-silver hair slicked back and a lock falling over his forehead, holding a cross-shaped shield. After staring for a while, Mu Yang found no semblance of recognition and could not discern who he was, so he accessed the marketplace for information. Heathcliff, also known as Kirito Kaiba. As Mu Yang absorbed the information in his mind, memories long buried began to resurface. A man who conquered 100 floors. The floating castle Aincrad. A person devoted to his dreams, yet cold-hearted. His boundless aspirations allowed him to swiftly embrace the most peculiar of phenomena. Any dream can come true. Dreams. Kirito Kaiba's serious demeanor gradually shifted to excitement, only to cool once more. Money. The wealth sufficient to realize my dreams. Where shall I acquire it? To transform a soaring castle, 100 stories high, with an expanse beyond imagination, into a tangible reality amidst urban landscapes, forests, and prairies. Inhabited by mythical creatures and skilled swordsmen, an astronomical sum is undoubtedly required. What to do? What to do? The cross-shaped shield fell to the ground, dissipating into data. While Kiba Kahiko clutched his head, his pupils trembling. Just moments ago, the floating castle of the virtual world had brought him satisfaction, yet now, he yearned for a version that aligned more closely with his ideal image. Within the shop, Kiba Kahiko's murmurs echoed, akin to a litany. As he immersed himself in his own world, Mu Yang withdrew his gaze, intending to converse with Kiba Kahiko once he regained his composure. In the interim, he decided to explore the landscapes and transformations of other realms. Following the collaboration between the Rain Ninja Village and the Sand Ninja Village, the south-to-north water diversion project commenced. The Sand Ninja Village was tasked with constructing a pipeline leading directly to the Rain Ninja Village, designed with a dual-layered structure to withstand the desert's monstrous threats. The outer layer consisted of cement and rock, while the inner layers were composed of plastic and alloy. Additionally, small shelters were erected every mile, housing ninjas from the Sand Ninja Village, specifically Chunin and retired ninjas still possessing combat prowess, to mitigate the dangers of the wilderness. In the Rain Ninja Village, residents of the lower floors of the tower have relocated to the mid to upper levels. Bridges connected the buildings, while platforms were constructed between several towers. with some staggered across multiple floors, although such platforms became increasingly rare at higher altitudes. Part of these platforms served as ecological domes for cultivating fruits and vegetables, while others functioned as a marketplace for villagers to trade. The once desolate ground was now covered with steel, channeling rainwater into reservoirs, marking a rapid transformation in the aesthetic of the Rain Ninja Village. Chapter 80. The Stark private shop officially opens. Returning to the villa, Tony Stark gazed at the 18-year-old beauty in the living room, a wry smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Pepper?" he uttered. The radiant smile of the 18-year-old girl confirmed her identity. "You look so youthful. How will you manage the office tomorrow?" Tony Stark's words jolted Pepper from her reverie, leaving her momentarily stunned. Navigating around the frozen Pepper, Tony Stark made his way to the laboratory. Inside, 3 rows of humanoid machines stood neatly against the wall, their black and white visage exuding a peculiar aura that, after frequent exposure, began to feel familiar. Tony's gaze swept across the cluttered table, strewn with materials for constructing reactors, evoking a grimace at the memory of Godzilla's terrifying appetite and the fleeting coins. With a sigh, he wearily waved his hand, instructing, "Clean this up." The outermost row of machines promptly stepped forward in unison, collaborating efficiently to tidy the laboratory in mere minutes. In these fleeting moments, Tony Stark remained industrious, approaching the locker to retrieve the hellish creature compendium disc he had purchased days prior, and proceeded towards the adjacent laboratory. Beside the laboratory lay a storage room, filled with various materials and other items, among which the most striking were 10 humanoid automatons. The automatons in the storage room differed from those in the laboratory. The latter housed Model 1, a civilian type, characterized by relatively modest combat capabilities, primarily utilized in various aspects of daily life. Inputting culinary knowledge enabled the automatons to function as chefs, while household knowledge allowed them to serve as caretakers, and medical knowledge transformed them into doctors. However, integrating these automatons into society posed significant challenges, including their price and the jobs they would occupy. Fortunately, Tony Stark had no immediate plans to market the automatons. The automatons in the storage room were Model 2, designed for support, constructed from high-density materials, with reinforced limbs that allowed for rapid movement and exceptional dexterity. This design took into account the harsh environment of Hell, as well as the operational duties of the support models. Perhaps a customization service for their appearances could be added. Within the realm of automaton technology lay the means to create lifelike skin. However, for Tony Stark, the primary purpose of these automatons was to assist in combat, rendering the lifelike skin technology inconsequential. While it held no utility for him, it could be of great value to others, such as certain lovesick individuals seeking to woo their crushes. Tony Stark recalled Jiraiya, who frequently sought his advice on romantic pursuits, and silently nodded, feeling that his idea was indeed brilliant, serving a dual purpose. He picked up the disc and uploaded the data from the hellish creature compendium into the automatons, then entered the group chat to announce his venture. "Mr. Stark's little shop is now open. Currently available are support model automatons, civilian model automatons, and customization services. For purchases, please contact Ms. Potts. Jiraiya. Sakata Jintoki. Tsunade." A flurry of exclamation marks flooded the chat, reflecting the members' overwhelming astonishment. The audacity of someone daring to compete with Boss Mu was indeed impressive. Zhang Jiwei inquired, "Mr. Stark, does Boss Mu have any objections regarding your competition?" Tony Stark replied with calm assurance, "I have already discussed it with Boss Mu. He has no objections to members running their private shops." Upon hearing this, many in the group felt a stir of excitement, contemplating potential products to sell for profit. Idagawa Konan asked, "What about the transportation issues? How do you plan to resolve that?" The group comprised individuals from various worlds, with no means for inter-world delivery, raising the question of the practicality of opening a shop. As Tony Stark's ellipsis lingered, a sudden chill swept through the chat, plunging the atmosphere into a frosty silence. Kemiju Toma cautiously asked, "Mr. Stark, have you perhaps not considered this issue?" Kushina Uzumaki observed his silence, sensing that he had not contemplated this matter. Yuji Itadori remarked, "If that is the case, the idea of a private shop is utterly absurd." A group notification chimed. The teleportation function has been unlocked. Boss Mu is peering in again. A string of words floated through the minds of the group members, leaving them speechless. Kurizetsu noted, with the teleportation issue resolved, operating a private shop poses no further obstacles. The teleportation fees will be calculated based on volume and weight. Express delivery. A plethora of courier company names flitted through Tony Stark's mind. Some members of the group began to reconsider what to sell, while others were intrigued by the products offered by Tony Stark, privately messaging Ms. Pepper for information. Confused by the inquiries, Pepper hastily rushed to Tony Stark to obtain the product information book, distributing copies to the questioning members in turn. Upon viewing the products Tony Stark was selling, the crowd erupted in joy. Some were thrilled because the humanoid automatons could liberate them from the unending drudgery of labor. Others were excited about the customization feature, their cheeks flushing with anticipation as they envisioned the possibilities. It felt as though Jiraiya would soon be confined to the hospital in Konoha for a time. In the blink of an eye, orders surpassed 10, with members purchasing the support-type automatons returning to the group to promote them, leading to a surge of additional orders. Observing the chat, Conan fell into deep thought. If only he had a humanoid automaton resembling Shinichi Kudo, he could use it to meet Ran, thereby concealing the identity of Adagawa Conan and avoiding exposure. With this in mind, Conan resolved to inquire with Ms. Pepper about the total cost for the automaton and customization. As he entered the private chat interface, he suddenly remembered that he was utterly broke. Coming from a humble background, he bid farewell. Closing the group chat, Conan gazed quietly out at the overcast sky, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. Simultaneously, he thought of another individual who could assist in concealing his identity. Daiku asked Pepper about the total cost for the automaton and customization, looking at the string of numbers she sent him. The price was reasonable, yet he found himself devoid of funds. Daiku recalled the enigmatic skill list of Tiga. If only he could replicate that knowledge, it would undoubtedly make him a wealthy man. He then considered the various monsters, pondering that their flesh could also be sold, providing a stable source of income. Hello. I would like to purchase a humanoid automaton and a customization service, Daiku stated during a video call with Pepper, specifying that the customized appearance should be his own. What skills should the automaton possess? Pepper inquired. None are necessary, Daiku replied, shaking his head. The technological disparity between the two worlds was significant. Once the automaton arrived, he planned to personally purchase skill data disks for shooting, driving, and the like, to upload the data into the automaton. Very well. The goods will be shipped tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Please be mindful of receiving them, Pepper remarked. Dagu replied. Chapter 81, Kiba Akihiko, I require a loan. Pepper exhaled in relief, rubbing her somewhat stiff smile, and made her way toward the laboratory. Inside, the humanoid robot Model 1 was methodically assembling humanoid robot Model 2, while Tony Stark stood before the holographic projection device, contemplating the projected image of the masked rider armor. Tony, here are the orders, Pepper said, handing him a sheet of paper filled with writing. Tony took the paper, glanced over it briefly, and set it aside on the edge of the projection device, continuing to fixate on the floating image, occasionally muttering as he attempted to modify the rider armor. Pepper cast a few glances at the projection, but soon shifted her focus to other matters. Tony, what should I do about my face? She inquired, touching her youthful, radiant visage at the age of 18, feeling a twinge of frustration. Overnight, she had seemingly rejuvenated by several years. Even claims of cosmetic enhancement would likely be met with disbelief. Given her role, which required her to meet people daily, her current appearance would lead anyone to question her identity. She could declare herself Pepper, yet perhaps none would believe her. Tony's gaze remained fixed on the projection as he replied in a calm, measured tone, No worries, I will specifically create 2 humanoid robots resembling you and me. They will take our places at work and manage company affairs, while you will solely be responsible for handling team members' orders. All right, Pepper exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a gentle smile. With the work issue resolved, her worries dissipated, and she turned to return to the living room to try out the items she had previously purchased. Among the goods Pepper had acquired, only a small portion pertained to beauty enhancement, while the remainder included breast enhancement, detoxification, waist slimming, and body shaping. Observing Pepper's ever-changing appearance, Ethan and the others, who had just awoken from their afternoon nap, exchanged glances filled with surprise. Do you think Tony will recognize Pepper when he comes up? Bucky asked, stroking his chin with curiosity. Had he not witnessed Pepper's gradual transformation firsthand, he would undoubtedly fail to identify her. I reckon he might not recognize her. But perhaps he could guess, Steve speculated, considering there was only one woman in the villa. Indeed, Ethan concurred with Steve's sentiments. As the trio conversed, they returned to the balcony, gazing out over the sea, feeling far less occupied than Tony Stark. Time flowed like a rushing stream, quietly slipping away regardless of their activities. As the sun descended behind the mountains, its afterglow bathed the landscape, casting golden-red reflections upon the waters of the White River, while the clouds on the horizon blazed like fire. The layered mountains transformed into shades of purple-brown, brushed across the skyline. The residents of Yinsen village, after a busy day, gradually returned home, with wisps of smoke rising and mingling with the wind and rain. Observing this, Muyang recognized that it was time for him to have dinner. To speak candidly, Muyang found himself rather bored, observing others engrossed in the task of home renovation with keen interest. With his left hand resting upon his right shoulder, he moved his right arm, directing his gaze forward, where he beheld the still-dazed figure of Kaiba Akihiko. Ah, truly remarkable, still caught in contemplation. Muyang snapped his fingers, the sound rippling across the air like gentle waves upon a lake, the subtle noise reverberating in Kaiba's ears as if it were the deafening toll of a bell. Startled, Kaiba stumbled back 2 steps, glancing about before fixing his gaze upon Muyang, striding purposefully to the counter, pressing his palm against the tabletop, his body leaning forward. Boss Mu, how can I realize my dreams? I suggest you first reincarnate as an immortal being, gradually accumulating wealth over time. Surely, there will come a day when your aspirations are fulfilled. Although Kaiba did not explicitly state his desires, Muyang understood his intent, offering sincere advice. How long will it take? Kaiba pressed further. That depends on your earning capacity and the scale of the aerial castle you wish to build, Muyang responded. Kaiba fell silent, taking a seat to ponder the means of generating income, mentally duplicating his knowledge to sell as initial capital, contemplating how best to utilize those funds. As he browsed the marketplace, his thoughts were absorbed in reflection. Muyang, respecting Kaiba's contemplation, entered the marketplace to purchase a bowl of noodles. For he had an affinity for various noodle dishes, such as dumplings, wontons, fried sauce noodles, and ramen. Holding the bowl of noodles, Muyang savored each bite, chewing thoughtfully, not inquiring how a being of data might partake in a meal. Boss Mu, do you offer loans here? Kaiba's sudden inquiry startled Muyang, causing him to nearly shove the noodles into his nostrils. Pardon, what did you just say? Muyang set the bowl down on the table, pointing his chopsticks at Kaiba. Boss Mu, do you offer loans here? Kaiba repeated, his expression unperturbed. Young man, you certainly have ambition. Muyang chuckled, intrigued by the first individual to suggest loans for the purpose of fulfilling dreams before him. The notion of financing one's aspirations sounded rather audacious, evoking an instinctive desire to critique. In response to Muyang's teasing, Kaiba displayed no change in demeanor, maintaining an exceptionally serious countenance, patiently awaiting Muyang's reply. Suppressing his amusement, Muyang inquired, "What do you intend to do with a loan? Build an aerial castle?" As he spoke, Muyang was suddenly struck by a realization. Kaiba's behavior seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Upon deeper reflection, clarity dawned. Goodness, was this not akin to taking out a loan to purchase a home? Utilizing another's funds to secure residence, then gradually repaying the lender. The phrasing of the previous dialogue now seemed rather peculiar. The floating castle in the sky is my dream, and I wish to construct it piece by piece. Kaiba Akihiko shook his head, explaining that his desire for a loan stemmed from a lack of initial capital. At present, I exist merely as a collection of data. Upon leaving this establishment, I will dissipate. To earn money, I must restore my physical form while simultaneously enhancing my abilities. Kaiba Akihiko elaborated earnestly. Yet my funds are utterly insufficient for my corporeal restoration. Have you considered robotics? Muyang inquired. Robotics, Kaiba Akihiko replied with an impassive expression, is prohibitively expensive. He refused to become a soldier of finance. When borrowing from me, one must repay with interest. How much do you wish to borrow? After a moment of contemplation, Muyang was unconcerned about the likelihood of repayment. I desire to possess a physical body while retaining the strength of my data form. What is the minimum amount required? Kaiba Akihiko asked. Muyang scrutinized him, perceiving the intricate structure within, a mass of data enveloping a fractured soul. Extracting the essence of the soul. He contemplated the process of corporeal transformation, soul restoration, and the infusion of skills based on data analysis. A few minutes later, Muyang regarded the bare Kaiba Akihiko and declared, "Let us settle on 700,000. Sign here." Muyang placed a diabolical contract before him. Chapter 82. Players who lack appreciation, whether it be corporeal transformation, soul restoration, or skill infusion, Muyang relied solely on himself, without recourse to the marketplace. This meant that through the repayment scheme, he could earn nearly 1 million. As he placed a hand upon his chest, he silently mused, "My heart seems a tad dark." However, Kaiba Akihiko did not perceive any malevolence in Muyang. Whether returning to the realm of the living or acquiring extraordinary skills, both were unfathomable opportunities. Although the price of 1 million was somewhat steep, Kaiba Akihiko deemed it worthwhile. Yet, the soaring power akin to a rocket made it difficult for him to maintain control. Frowning at the torn short-sleeve shirt in his hands, he noted that while ordinary clothing was rather inexpensive in the marketplace, costing only a trivial sum, he was reluctant to waste it. Fortunately, as he was currently attired in nothing, he staggered to the counter, seated himself, and carefully read the diabolical contract. Upon confirming its terms, he inscribed his name and pressed his handprint. Subsequently, he entered the marketplace to seek suitable clothing, armor, and weapons. What do you intend to do with the virtual world you have created? At this point, Kaiba Akihiko had regained his physical form and could no longer return to the realm of data, yet the virtual world he had crafted continued to operate. I plan to release all those trapped within while retaining the game itself, Kaiba Akihiko replied expressionlessly. The floating castle Aincrad served as the blueprint for the floating castle he constructed in reality, and it must be preserved. The concept of the spatial gate is one of entry and return. However, you now inhabit a corporeal form, rendering you incapable of returning to the virtual realm. Muyang reminds Kaiba Akihiko that, in essence, you cannot traverse the spatial gate back to the world you once inhabited unless you procure a ticket for passage. Kaiba Akihiko harbors no nostalgia for his former world and responds straightforwardly, requesting Muyang to release the individuals confined within the game. How much will it cost? 5,000. I have a particular fondness for the number 5. After a moment's contemplation, Muyang acquiesces, and in that instant, Kaiba Akihiko's account is debited by 5,000. These are comrades with whom you have fought side by side for a time. Do you have any words for them before you depart? Muyang inquires of Kaiba Akihiko. Comrades. Kaiba Akihiko chuckles oddly. Should his identity be revealed, comrades would swiftly transform into adversaries. Nevertheless, Muyang's assertion holds merit. They indeed shared a period of coexistence in the virtual realm. I suppose I could offer a few parting words. If parting words were to be spoken, Kaiba Akihiko recalls the seeds of the world he left behind in the digital domain. Boss, if I were to conceal a treasure in some location, how might I convey this to others? He seeks counsel while elaborating on the treasure's function and whereabouts. A treasure, you say? Muyang muses, stroking his chin. Reminded of a rather iconic phrase, entrust it to me. I shall ensure its safekeeping. Is there anything else? Muyang probes further. Kaiba Akihiko shakes his head. His intention is to prevent his magnum opus from languishing in obscurity due to a lack of heirs. Beyond that, he has little he wishes to convey. And those individuals likely do not wish to see him either. By the way, boss, could you assist me in bringing Aincrad here? Kaiba Akihiko suddenly adds. I am willing to compensate. Very well, I shall fetch it for you. No charge, Muyang replies. As he gradually rises, his form begins to blur and gradually becomes transparent. February 18th, 2023. It has been over 3 months since Aincrad transformed into a death game. The players trapped within the game initially believed they would soon be rescued. However, as time has passed, few maintain faith in their salvation and have gradually adapted to life within the game. Today, the player's existence unfolds as usual. The strategy group deliberates on plans. Frontline players venture into the labyrinth to level up and gather intelligence, while logistical players manage their shops. And rogue players roam the wilderness in search of prey. Suddenly, across the cleared floors of Aincrad, the azure sky becomes shrouded in dark red data blocks, casting a shadow over the realm. Players scattered throughout the virtual world instinctively lift their gazes, recalling the day over 3 months prior, as a tumult of sorrow, fear, anger, and hatred swells within their hearts. A mechanism within the virtual realm was triggered, drawing players scattered across the various floors of Aincrad into a luminous gathering at the plaza of a single floor. Once all players had been transported to the square, the ethereal half-figure of Kaiba Akihiko manifested above. Kaiba Akihiko. The players in the plaza gritted their teeth, their gazes filled with either hatred or fury directed at him. Some hot-headed players seized their weapons, hurling them into the air. Kayaba Akihiko, Muyong, remained expressionless, waving his hand to transform the dazzling array of weapons back into mere data. Having transcended the boundaries of life, Muyong could transform energy into flesh and vice versa. Thus, entering the realm of data posed no challenge for him. With his hands in his pockets, Kayaba Akihiko, Muyong, gazed down at the players in the square with indifference. Esteemed players, the time of march has arrived. His tone was flat and devoid of emotion, the coldness of his voice eliciting frowns among the players. What does he mean? What is this time of march? What does he intend to do? The players murmured among themselves. None dared to disregard the words of a man bold enough to trap 10,000 players in a deadly game, especially when the notion of march sounded ominous. There is a conspiracy, a grand conspiracy. The players eyed the expressionless Kayaba Akihiko with suspicion. However, Muyong paid them no mind and continued. I shall embark on the floating castle of Ainkrad towards a new world, while you shall attain your freedom. What did Kayaba Akihiko just say? Freedom? The players were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the apparition above. Ignoring the dazed players, Muyong continued reciting his lines. I have also prepared a small gift for you. Kayaba Akihiko, Muyong, suddenly spread his arms wide, proclaiming in a resonant voice, Do you desire my treasures? If so, go forth and seek them. When you find them, you shall gain wealth and fame. They are hidden deep within the networked world. The players regarded Kayaba Akihiko with bewildered expressions, their gazes brimming with a mixture of concern and pity. Muyong retracted his hands, his face stern. Leave. The command resonated like a decree of the universe, and the players' consciousnesses were abruptly thrust back into reality. Honestly, none of them seemed capable of appreciating the grandeur of my lines. In the networked world, Muyong held two luminous orbs. The sphere in his left hand contained all the data of Ainkrad, while the sphere in his right hand was. He would toss it along with a data-encoded bracelet into the depths of the networked world, leaving behind a trail of clues, hoping that a fortunate soul would uncover them. Chapter 83. Kayaba Akihiko settles in marvel. Back in his shop, Kayaba Akihiko, clad in a pure black short-sleeve shirt and matching casual pants, sat in a chair, perusing the virtual screen displaying the marketplace. Muyong reclined in his chair, placing the data orb upon the table. Here is the Ainkrad you requested. Thank you, said Kayaba Akihiko with gratitude. Have you decided on which world to migrate to? The chair gently swayed as Muyong lazily inquired. Not yet. I have little knowledge of alternate realms, Kayaba replied hesitantly. Would you like me to offer some suggestions? Free of charge, Muyong grinned, his pearly white teeth gleaming like jade. The brilliance of that smile dazzled Kayaba, prompting him to close his eyes and ponder for a few moments before reopening them. May I first visit the world you recommend? No problem, replied Muyong, clapping his hands. The space shifted, and they were instantly transported into the air, as if standing on a transparent floor, providing Kayaba with a sense of groundedness. The chair continued to sway gently as Muyong gazed at the azure sky and addressed the dazed Kayaba. Look down. That is the world I recommend. A realm where magic and technology coexist, inhabited by extraterrestrials and all manner of beings. Upon hearing this, Kayaba glanced down, his gaze first meeting a layer of gossamer-like milky clouds, drifting lazily with the wind. Next, his eyes fell upon neatly arranged skyscrapers, bustling streets filled with traffic, and wide rivers dissecting the city, with a golden desert nestled at its heart. Kayaba stared at the desert in the modern metropolis, his mind swirling with questions. However, recalling Muyong's assertion that this world harmonized magic and technology, his confusion dissipated. Perhaps it was conjured by a great sorcerer. He mused, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Enchanted by the floating castle above, he envisioned a fantastical world, intrigued by the concept of magic. Thank you, Muyong. I shall choose this world, Kayaba declared. Excellent. Muyong straightened his posture, revealing the data orb with a flourish, tossing it into the air. Although Kayaba was puzzled by Muyong's actions, he remained silent, observing quietly. The data orb twirled gracefully before plummeting towards the ground. Moments later, it flickered, and the ethereal floating castle abruptly materialized amidst the clouds. I have integrated a game into your bracelet, allowing you to project Ainkrad. The areas you construct within the game will synchronize with reality, Muyong explained, gesturing towards the bracelet and the illusory castle above. Once you fully complete a level, you can activate the teleportation function to enter Ainkrad. Thank you, Muyong. Kayaba expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Muyang waved dismissively and inquired, "Now that you've decided to settle here, what identity do you wish to assume?" After careful consideration, Kaiba asked, "Will there be a fee?" "Yes," Muyang replied, his expression unchanged. After a brief moment of hesitation, weighing the cost of future expenditures, Kaiba inquired, "Are there any free options?" "Indeed," Muyang affirmed. Muyang gazed at Kiba Akihiko for a brief moment, yet Kiba, being an adult, remained unfazed by Muyang's scrutiny, maintaining his characteristic expressionlessness. "I shall introduce you to an individual who will facilitate your acquisition of a legitimate identity in this world." As the words fell, the surroundings shifted once more, transforming from the misty heights into the opulently adorned interior of a villa. The creaking of a lounge chair echoed in the stillness of the villa. Gathered around a coffee table, 5 individuals paused mid-meal, Steve's eyes igniting with fervor, Bucky's lips curling in a frosty demeanor, Ethan shifting his bowl away from the source of the sound, while Pepper turned to gaze at the newcomers, spotting 2 unfamiliar faces. Pepper remained silent as she observed the strangers, but Tony Stark, taken aback for an instant upon seeing Muyang, glanced at Kiba Akihiko beside him and inquired, "Mr. Mu, what brings you here?" "He intends to settle in New York. Please assist him with his identity and accommodation," Muyang said, giving Kiba a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Certainly, no problem at all." A flicker of confusion briefly crossed Tony Stark's features as he appraised Kiba Akihiko, planning to engage him in a more in-depth conversation later. With the objective achieved, Muyang returned to his establishment. Tony Stark turned to Kiba Akihiko. "My friend, would you care to introduce yourself?" "I am Kiba Akihiko." Hailing from an ordinary world, Kiba succinctly introduced himself. "Very well." Tony did not press further, knowing a name sufficed. "Regarding your new identity, do you have any particular preferences?" "Something modest," Kiba Akihiko replied after a moment of contemplation, then inquired, "What is your standing in this world?" Judging by the villa's decor, he surmised that the person before him was affluent, though the extent of that wealth was difficult to ascertain. "My standing?" Tony Stark chuckled, snapping his fingers and commanding, "Jarvis, enlighten our friend from another realm about my accomplishments." "Of course, sir." Jarvis proceeded to detail Tony Stark's myriad achievements and societal status to Kiba Akihiko. Due to the sheer volume of his accolades, Tony Stark lost interest in listening from the sidelines and returned to the sofa beside the coffee table, resuming his meal. Having a modest appetite, Pepper, who had finished her meal earlier, approached Kiba Akihiko. "Hello, Mr. Kiba. Would you like something to drink?" "Just some plain water, thank you." Upon hearing Pepper's inquiry, Kiba Akihiko glanced at her and nodded in gratitude. Pepper poured a glass of water for Kiba Akihiko, who held the glass quietly, attentively listening to Jarvis recount tales of the past. During this time, Kiba would occasionally pose questions to better comprehend this world. Half an hour later, Kiba Akihiko had garnered a preliminary understanding of this realm. On the surface, its history bore a certain resemblance to the world he had previously inhabited. However, upon delving into the details, he discerned that, whether in historical context or other aspects, it diverged significantly from his former existence. If one were to liken the history of his former world to a pot of plain white rice, then the history of this world would resemble a sumptuous Yangzhou fried rice, replete with an abundance of ingredients, perhaps excessive, yet undeniably intriguing. A smile danced upon the lips of Kiba Crystal. "Hey!" exclaimed Tony Stark as he approached Kiba, having just finished his meal. "Whatever identity you desire, just inform Jarvis, and he will make it happen." "I understand," Kiba nodded. "But before that, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "I would like to propose a collaboration," Kiba stated. "In this extraordinary realm, it is imperative to adopt multiple strategies for generating revenue, particularly to amass the funds necessary for constructing a floating castle in the sky." Chapter 84. The collaboration between Tony and Kiba Crystal Stark Industries announced its foray into the energy and gaming sectors, with a press conference scheduled in 3 days. According to information disclosed by Stark Industries, the products to be unveiled will possess epic-making significance. Major news media outlets fervently reported on Stark Industries' announcement, offering a myriad of interpretations, ranging from pessimistic critiques to enthusiastic endorsements, as well as earnest analyses. Companies within the energy sector instinctively felt a wave of apprehension upon learning of Stark Industries' entry into their domain. In the past, they might have been wary but not overtly anxious at such news. However, the current context, with Tony Stark's recent entanglement with extraterrestrial beings in New York heightened their fears. What if Tony had acquired some revolutionary technology from those aliens that could render their existing energy sources obsolete? Would they not face bankruptcy? No, this cannot happen. It is imperative to ascertain what new energy Stark Industries plans to unveil. Should it pose a threat to our interests, it must be eradicated. Although Stark Industries is formidable, a coalition of energy firms is no trifling matter. Commercial spies, like flies drawn to a scent of blood, buzzed around Stark Industries, employing every conceivable tactic to gather intelligence. The gaming companies employed similar strategies, hiring numerous spies to glean information. Yet, compared to the giants of the energy sector, the smaller entities in gaming were significantly weaker. Even combined, they posed no real threat to Stark Industries. They were as restless as ants on a hot skillet, anxiously awaiting news from their spies. However, the spies returned empty-handed. In a mere half-day, despite employing threats and temptations, they gleaned no useful intelligence. And some were deceived by a few greedy ordinary employees of Stark Industries, losing a small fortune in the process. It was an impossibility for the employees of Stark Industries to remain tight-lipped. The only plausible explanation is that Tony Stark had concealed his products exceptionally well, revealing not a whisper of information. Reflecting on Stark Industries' recent inexplicable maneuvers, such as suppressing stock prices and repurchasing shares, only deepened the intrigue. The proprietors of various companies and corporate spies have come to realize that it is Tony Stark who is purging internal corruption and opportunism within his organization, reclaiming shares to enhance his influence in preparation for a product launch. Truly remarkable, Tony Stark, exclaimed a multitude of corporate leaders and spies. However, the ordinary populace remained oblivious to these machinations. Their attention was not drawn to new energy sources, which had been heralded for years without tangible results. Furthermore, even if such innovations were introduced, their relevance to the common man was minimal. Conversely, the allure of gaming was much closer to their everyday lives. A game, regardless of its cost, could hardly be prohibitively expensive. Should Stark Industries produce an engaging game, they would not hesitate to spend a little to indulge in it. Thus, fervent discussions erupted on forums and various websites regarding the nature of the games being launched by Stark Industries. As for the game in question, it was speculated to be fully stealth. Muyang habitually stroked his chin, deep in thought. Yesterday, he had introduced Kiba Crystal to Tony Stark, and today Stark Industries announced its foray into the gaming realm. Muyang found it hard to believe that this progression could occur without Kiba's involvement. He harbored a certain interest in the concept of fully stealth, reminiscing about the joy he had found in tank battles during his childhood. A simple game that never lost its charm despite repeated play. The game was also known as the Second World due to its high level of realism. I find it quite intriguing. What are your thoughts? Muyang inquired, glancing at Gu Yi, who had once again come to his shop for a chat, seemingly devoid of any pressing business. Is the Supreme Sorcerer truly this idol? Generally speaking, Gu Yi replied nonchalantly, if I wished, I could construct a dreamscape accommodating tens of thousands, allowing those ensnared within to believe they had traversed worlds. Once they acquired some knowledge, I could return them, creating an illusion of transference. You seem rather bored, Muyang remarked, his expression reflecting disbelief. To be honest, I have not been bored lately, Gu Yi smiled gently. It appears that Mephisto has been stimulated by some impetus, as he has been tirelessly attempting to infiltrate the real world in recent days, leaving me, an elder on the brink of retirement, quite busy. Do you suppose it has anything to do with someone who enjoys creating trouble while running a shop? The phrase on the brink of retirement was emphasized by Gu Yi, especially as he spoke it while gazing at Muyang with a smile. You might as well read my ID card. Muyang conjured a cup of tea, taking a sip, and it seemed evident that Gu Yi was indeed quite vexed by Mephisto's incessant meddling. His temper was escalating. Is old Mo all right? Am I concerned about a devil's affairs? Muyang paused, then regained his composure, replying coolly, I believe it is inconsequential, a mere coincidence. Mephisto's desire to slip into the real world could stem from two possibilities. Either he has discovered a significant congregation of rare souls from other realms. As the formidable demon king, Mephisto possesses a refined taste, relishing the collection of unique souls. When an influx of exceptional otherworldly souls materializes, his excitement is palpable. Another possibility arises. Perhaps Mephisto has discerned some turmoil within the realm of reality, speculating that it may intertwine with some of the experiences of Ancient One. He considers seizing the opportunity to slip into the real world for a brief respite, all the while gathering a few more souls. Regardless of which scenario prevails, both hold significant relevance to him. However, there is no need for acknowledgement, especially since Ancient One has no intention of pursuing accountability, merely expressing a few complaints. With a roll of her eyes, Ancient One remains silent. Muyang conjures another cup of tea and offers it to her. She drinks it in silence, downing it in one go. Observing her bold manner of drinking, reminiscent of a toast, Muyang inquires about her visit, cautioning her not to claim it is merely to complain. Just as I expected from you, Boss Mu, Ancient One replies with a smile, hitting the nail on the head. Indeed, Muyang thinks to himself, somewhat speechless. He asks once more, is the Supreme Sorcerer truly this idol? Witnessing Mu Yang's expression of disbelief, Ancient One's mood brightens, and the two share a moment of silence, the room enveloped in quietude. Suddenly, the chime of a doorbell shatters the stillness, and both individuals turn their gaze towards the entrance, where a figure steps inside. Under the intense scrutiny of the two formidable beings, the newcomer feels an overwhelming pressure, causing him to freeze in place. What is happening? Zhang Xian's forehead beads with sweat. He perceives that he has not entered a wondrous establishment that grants wishes, but rather has fallen into the lair of a fearsome dragon, akin to a timid little rabbit caught in the dragon's gaze, so pitifully weak and helpless. Chapter 85. Like-minded companions. Oh dear, you seem quite nervous, young man. A melodious voice, laced with a hint of amusement, resonates from behind him. The sound is enchanting, instantly dispelling Zhang Xian's trepidation. Unfortunately, due to the language barrier, he cannot grasp the meaning of her words, which sound somewhat like Japanese. Curiosity piqued, he turns to look over his shoulder, but sees no one. A glance downward reveals the same emptiness. Considering this shop's reputation for connecting infinite dimensions, the presence of a ghostly customer would not be particularly surprising. Zhang Xian, well-versed in such matters, thinks this to himself. Yet, when he turns back, he finds an additional person at the counter. A petite girl with shoulder-length hair as white as snow and two small, jet-black horns adorning her head sits at the counter. She is clad in a kimono of black adorned with blue trim and lace. Her slender legs, encased in pure white stockings, gently sway. A kimono-clad girl? Coupled with the earlier language that resembled Japanese, Zhang Xian nods slightly, concluding that she must be the one. A dimensional shop, more advanced than the one I work at. He muses, as the thoughts whirl in his mind. Thank you for your compliment, she replies. Muyang conjured a cup of tea and presented it to Bayeka. Bayeka, the most formidable star spirit wielding dominion over the sun and the night, had once been a fierce adversary of the Demon King during humanity's ultimate trial. Heavenly Movement. After suffering 3 defeats, he joined a vast commercial consortium, ascending to a position of leadership within it. This consortium was not merely of any rank. It boasted branches in various realms and had even expanded its operations beyond the confines of the box garden. While this may appear extravagant, it is indeed quite remarkable. Yet it pales in comparison to the dimensional shop, which offers an unparalleled array of goods. With a confident posture, Muyang exclaimed, "Oh, this maid outfit is truly alluring. Oh, the armor set of St. Joan is exceedingly enticing. Oh, the subtle temptation of Skathaka's cloth armor. Medusa's black ensemble and knee-high boots are quite splendid as well." The sound of his ecstatic laughter echoed through the quiet room, resembling a sharp needle piercing Muyang, causing his previously inflated ego to deflate instantaneously. He gazed speechlessly at the chuckling Bayeka, sensing that her remarks were influenced by the seductive garments in the shop. The notion that the dimensional shop could triumph due to such risque attire felt utterly devoid of sophistication, leading to a sudden plunge in Muyang's spirits. Oh. They even sell photo collections of Black Rabbit, Bayeka exclaimed with delight, giving Muyang a thumbs up. Although he felt he should be disheartened, her words stirred a tumultuous wave of emotions within him, prompting him to raise his right hand in agreement, his thumb extended in affirmation. Bayeka seemed to receive a signal, her eyes sparkling ever more brightly as she solemnly extended her hand. Muyang reciprocated, gripping her hand firmly and gently shaking it up and down. The essence of humanity is shared by all, even by non-humans. Observing Muyang and Bayeka's interaction, Gu felt a slight headache as she pinched her temples, sensing a premonition that these two would undoubtedly cause a myriad of troubles in the future. Zhang Xian watched the unfolding scene with a sense of disorientation, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Noticing Zhang Xian's bewilderment, Mu Yang tossed him a bracelet and continued discussing which garments to purchase for Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit, Achu. I have an ominous feeling about this. The costume change game is a must for every manly player. To be frank, the outfits in Miracle Nikki are truly beautiful. Gazing at the bracelet in his hand, Zhang Xian remained perplexed. Gu Yi glanced at Mu Yang, who was engrossed in conversation with Bayeka, sighed, and beckoned Zhang Xian. Taking on the role of the explainer, Mu Yang pointed at a set of clothes displayed on the virtual screen, exclaiming, I find this outfit of Artemis to be quite splendid. Oh, how alluring. The White Knight demon uttered a small exclamation, then shook her head, declaring that it was too overt. The Black Rabbit would never wear such attire. We need to select garments that appear quite conservative yet possess an alluring charm. She stated earnestly, well aware of the Black Rabbit's personality. How about a ninja's fishnet attire? Mu Yang suggested, using the search function to find such clothing. Seeking White Knight Demon's opinion. Excellent, she replied with a serious expression, but to ensure the Black Rabbit dons this outfit, it must be paired with other garments. After discussing for a while, Mu Yang suddenly proposed, let us host a comic exhibition. It is far too slow for two individuals to deliberate on each piece. This makes sense. The realm where White Knight Demon resides connects to numerous external worlds, some of which are modern urban landscapes rich in comic exhibition culture. Although she had never ventured into the outside world, she had gleaned some understanding of it. Where shall we hold this comic exhibition? White Knight Demon inquired with enthusiasm. Games and comic exhibitions complement each other splendidly. Mu Yang exclaimed, waving his hand decisively. Let us seek out venue providers. The two of them rushed out of the shop like a gust of wind, leaving Gu Yi with a furrowed brow. Hey. We have a total of 2 customers here. Your service attitude seems rather lacking. The dimensional shop's status remains unassailable, even with poor service. No one would cease to enter or purchase from it. Shaking his head, Gu Yi also exited the dimensional shop. Observing the empty establishment, Zhang Xian followed suit. Pondering how to report this matter upwards and how to allocate the 2 recommendation slots. Speaking of which, 2 is far too few. The distribution of these 2 slots is bound to provoke a tumult. What a headache. Wait, why am I giving myself a headache? I already possess a slot and need not quarrel with anyone. With this realization, Zhang Xian's mood lightened considerably as he reported via the encrypted line of the Divine Spear Bureau. Simultaneously, Mu Yang returned to Tony Stark's villa. A comic exhibition? Tony Stark's lips twitched, his ears doubting their own reliability. Lately, I often question if I am mishearing. Is it my problem? A flicker of contemplation crossed Tony Stark's eyes. Indeed, it is a comic exhibition, Mu Yang affirmed. It should feature many beautiful young ladies. White Knight Demon added. Tony Stark's lips twitched again in contemplation. The transformation of Boss Mu is remarkable. Does a man's growth truly occur overnight? In just one night, your change is so profound. Could this be what is referred to as the exposure of one's true nature? Interactions among strangers may be restrained for various reasons, but once familiarity is established, what lies hidden will gradually unveil itself before you. Chapter 86, White Knight Demon, Loki. On a renowned social networking platform, Tony Stark's private account announced an extraordinary event. Since it was a game-related conference, it had to be spectacular. The inaugural Stark Expo would be held on the day of the conference at the venue itself, where attendees could experience groundbreaking new games ahead of time. The top 10 competitors would receive lavish prizes, with the first-place winner awarded a Ferrari. Observing Tony Stark's announcement, individuals from the political, business, and military spheres found nothing unusual. After all, Tony Stark was known for his capricious and self-indulgent nature, and his eccentricities were entirely expected. However, the opportunity to experience new games was enticing. The owners of gaming companies were contemplating sending representatives to glean insights and see if they could emulate the innovations. While the allure of experiencing new games was tempting, the rewards for the top 10 competitors were even more irresistible. The grand prize of a Ferrari for the first place was a significant motivator. Within a minute, hundreds, if not thousands, of people pledged their commitment. In his villa, Tony Stark clapped his hands, satisfied with the arrangements. Now, how should the expo venue be decorated? Bayacha pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. Tony waved his hand, conjuring images of the expo in midair. It appeared quite plain, merely an empty room filled with stalls, a rather uninspired setup. Tony Stark stroked his stubble, clearly dissatisfied. How could the illustrious Tony Stark settle for such mediocrity? Distinctiveness was imperative. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony snapped his fingers. Create a Stark Expo website. Moments later, a mechanical, resonant voice echoed through the room. Completed, sir. The application portal for stalls has been established. Tony continued issuing commands. Based on the layout of the venue, project a design that incorporates elements of pirates, ninjas, futuristic technology, Japanese, Chinese, and European architecture. Goodness, are you creating a mashup? Muyong interjected. How large is your venue that it can accommodate such a plethora of elements? Be cautious not to end up with a grotesque amalgamation. As blue light flashed, the holographic projection solidified in midair. Tony gazed down upon it, while Bayacha maintained a level gaze at the hologram, remaining silent. It's hideous, remarked Kiriyama Akihiko, dressed in an all-black suit. Go focus on your game design, Tony Stark retorted dismissively. If the conference fails to showcase a game, I shall hold you accountable. I've already got it sorted. Kiriyama Akihiko responded in a rather mundane tone, despite the grandiosity of his words. I can create and manage a small software environment, encompassing everything from essential operations to game development tools. With just 3 items and a server, the environment can be established. The software was meticulously crafted by Kiba Akihiko himself, and reprogramming merely requires time. I have already provided you with the design blueprints. When will you commence mass production? Are you prepared with the servers? Kiba Akihiko's retort came without hesitation, as it was not in his nature to endure insults silently. Constructing a simple gaming console is a task that can yield 100 or 200 units within 3 days, relying solely on manual assembly for the time being, as production lines have yet to be established. As for the servers, can a monetary solution truly be considered a problem? The two individuals, having failed to inflict harm upon one another, stared intently, their sharp gazes seemingly igniting ephemeral sparks. Humph! Both let out a disdainful snort. Turning their heads away from each other, Jarvis, change to another design blueprint, Tony Stark commanded. The holographic projection blurred momentarily before crystallizing into a brand new form. As he gazed at the fresh projection, Tony Stark's brow furrowed even deeper. Why does it still look so unappealing? Ugh, truly hideous. Kiba Akihiko seized the opportunity to mock. Veins bulged on Tony Stark's forehead as he retorted, if you have the capability, then why not do it yourself? Kiba Akihiko chuckled derisively. With the immense computational demands of artificial intelligence, if it failed to produce an aesthetically pleasing design twice, would I be foolish enough to fall for your provocations and risk embarrassment? The venue is too small, remarked the observer, Bayacha. Do you require assistance in providing a venue? Bayacha raised the gift card. Tony and Kiba Akihiko glanced at the card, not doubting Bayacha's words. Yet they both thought, it can't be that serious. It's just a comic convention venue. Is it truly a challenge for me, Tony Stark? If we follow your plan, the number of agents blocking my door will only increase. Wait a moment, there are always a multitude of agents lurking around my home. The thought of Kiba Akihiko suddenly appearing in my residence darkened Tony's expression as he foresaw a future surrounded by agents wherever Kiba might materialize. No need, he replied, his face grim, waving his hand dismissively. I will choose a larger location for the convention. You previously selected the largest venue in New York, did you not? Where else can you possibly choose? Kiba Akihiko questioned. The desert. Tony Stark shot a sidelong glance at Kiba Akihiko, his eyes shimmering with pride. The recent store event had obliterated several nearby streets. Such an expansive area would certainly suffice as a venue. How do you intend to transport that vast expanse of sand? How will you repair the shattered ground within 3 days? And how can the structures you envision be completed in such a short time? Kiba Akihiko posed a barrage of inquiries, each one deepening the scowl on Tony's face. Moreover, do you believe you can secure the rights to that area? Tony Stark's ship was sinking. As a battleground for extraterrestrial conflicts, the desert region has been cordoned off by numerous governmental departments, prohibiting ordinary citizens from approaching. Within its confines, a multitude of researchers diligently study the sands. Leave the matters of the site to me, proclaimed the White Knight Demon, brandishing a gift card with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Observing the seemingly formidable lowly before him, Tony Stark reluctantly nodded, uttering words that contradicted his usual persona. Don't be overly dramatic, let us keep it low-key. Primarily, the incessant presence of agents was bothersome, and he certainly did not wish for 300 operatives to be lurking in his vicinity in the future. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down Tony Stark's spine. Perhaps I should establish a secret base, he mused, stroking his stubble, his thoughts wandering. The White Knight demon whispered the words "keep it low-key," reminiscing about the myriad gaming venues and chaotic gifts in her collection that aligned with that very notion. Meanwhile, the free-spirited Mu Yang lounged on the sofa, sipping tea and browsing through the beautiful photographs of young ladies provided by Jarvis. After encountering the White Knight demon, Mu Yang's suppressed powers suddenly surged forth. Chapter 87. Vegapunk's desire to escape in the Naval Experimental Base, Vegapunk's laboratory. Vegapunk gazed intently at the bracelet on his left wrist before abruptly raising his right arm, knife in hand. The nearby Sengoku was taken aback by Vegapunk's sudden movement, his heart racing. "Mr. Vegapunk, what do you intend to do?" he inquired, alarmed. "Oh, nothing much, just wishing to study this bracelet," Vegapunk replied with an air of nonchalance. The technological sophistication of the bracelet intrigued him, promising insights and advancements. Why wield a knife to study the bracelet? Sengoku cautiously inched closer to Vegapunk. "Naturally, to dismantle it. Wearing it complicates my research," Vegapunk responded matter-of-factly. "This bracelet is practically glued to my wrist and cannot be removed without some external assistance." "Do not dismantle it," Sengoku exclaimed, swiftly snatching the knife from Vegapunk's grasp, his voice tinged with urgency. "What do you mean, do not dismantle it?" Vegapunk turned, his expression one of confusion as he regarded the agitated Sengoku. "Neither the hand nor the bracelet should be tampered with." Sengoku continued to shout, exasperated. "Can you just chop off your hand at will? Is the bracelet something you can disassemble carelessly?" In that moment, Sengoku resembled a frantic mother discovering her child wielding a fruit knife against a valuable notebook worth over 10,000. "What a waste. Fear not, if I lose a hand. I can craft a mechanical one. My skills are exceptional, and those who have used my creations have sung their praises," Vegapunk replied with his characteristic calmness, tilting his head back to avoid the spray of his companion's spittle while maintaining an unflappable demeanor. "But that isn't the issue," Sengoku groaned, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Consider all the technology and blueprints available in the marketplace. If you dismantle that bracelet, they will all be lost." Sengoku felt as though he were trying to reason with a child. "I cannot be by your side all the time." As soon as Vegapunk opened his mouth, Sengoku immediately understood what he intended to say and responded without hesitation. The fervor of their research gradually dissipated, and Vegapunk began to revert to a more rational state of mind. "You make a valid point. We must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. There was no need to dismantle one's own resources. I will inquire within the group to see if anyone is willing to sell a light brain." The bracelet, formerly known as the bracelet-type light brain, is also referred to as a membership quota for the dimensional shop. Such a precious item. It is hard to believe that anyone would be willing to part with it. Sengoku shook his head, harboring little hope for Vegapunk's request. Upon returning, "We must issue a daily task within the Navy to seek out the bracelet." Lost in thought, Sengoku was suddenly interrupted by Vegapunk's voice of surprise. "I found someone willing to sell." "What?" Sengoku exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be true that someone was indeed willing to sell? Who? Who is this fool ready to part with it? "Allow me to see the name of this imbecile." Sengoku leaned forward inquisitively. "Shiroyasha, if you win first place in the competition, I can sell you a quota." "What does that mean?" Vegapunk tilted his head back against Sengoku's braided beard, gazing into his nostrils. Sengoku pondered for a few moments, his expression serious. "I do not know. You should have said so earlier. What a waste of time." Vegapunk straightened up, fixating on the group chat interface, inquiring, "What does that mean?" Sengoku replied, "Within the group, there are members who reside in the modern world," and immediately, someone responded to Vegapunk's query. "Sakata Jintoki. Essentially, it involves role-playing, embodying popular characters from films and anime. The world inhabited by Sakata Jintoki boasts a flourishing entertainment industry, with a plethora of films and comics. Yet amidst the chaos, the culture has failed to develop." Vegapunk asked, "Films? Anime? What are those?" Sakata Jintoki replied, "In the mall. There are books and films. You can utilize the filtering function to search and find works from various worlds. Do not be surprised if you see your own name and experiences reflected in those books or films. After all, it is a mall that offers everything, including biographies of your life, which is not unusual at all." "Ha ha ha ha," Jiraiya remarked, "Young one, you have piqued my interest." Suddenly, he was eager to see his own life experiences and whether he would eventually win Tsunade's heart. Uchiha Madara commented, "Life experiences? I sense impending doom. Kurizetsu added, life experiences? A premonition of pills. Shimura Danzo expressed, I have a strange feeling that I am about to be beaten. Idagawa Konan said, I am somewhat curious to know if I will revert to Kudo Shinichi in the future, yet I worry about being spoiled regarding cases. What a dilemma. Hesitation. Uncertainty. Yorizia Daikyu mused, is it possible to know the future enemies and crises in advance? In the wake of a barrage of ellipses flooding the group chat, a profound silence ensued as everyone eagerly flocked to the marketplace, each in search of their own future. Sengoku was no exception. He swiftly utilized the search function to uncover his personal biography. Upon purchasing an antiquated tome imbued with a sense of history, he pondered, why is it an old book? The fleeting moment of confusion dissipated as he began to peruse the pages. The biography succinctly chronicled the individual's life events, eschewing trivialities in favor of significant occurrences. For instance, a month hence, a confrontation was scheduled between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, culminating in the legendary Marineford War. Sengoku closed the book with a decisive clap. If it were the elderly and frail Whitebeard, engaging in battle might be feasible, with a high probability of victory. However, to contend with Whitebeard in his prime, Marineford would be lost. Moreover, with Portgas D. Ace surrendered to the world government, there was no possibility of avoiding a confrontation with Whitebeard. It was an inevitability. The lamentations of a working man. To be candid, Sengoku harbored no desire to battle against a being whose power far surpassed that of Whitebeard in his zenith. Regardless of the outcome, Marineford was assuredly doomed. The mere contemplation of the ensuing repercussions of war sent waves of pain coursing through Sengoku's mind. How he longed to deliver a sound thrashing to that foolish boss. Covering his face, Sengoku peered through the gaps between his fingers at Vegapunk, who was engrossed in a book. Had Vegapunk also acquired his own biography? As this thought crossed his mind, he directed his attention to the pages, where various illustrations caught his eye. What is this peculiar sight? Why are there drawings? Sengoku inquired. Comics, Vegapunk replied without lifting his gaze. Sengoku was taken aback and subsequently asked, are you perhaps intending to participate in that competition? Please no. The alternate world is fraught with peril. If you were to go missing, it would incite a tremendous uproar. The Navy and the world government would scour the globe in search of you. It's fine, Vegapunk assured him. I purchased a life-sized automaton resembling myself from Mr. Tony. Before I venture out, I will inform the others not to disturb me. I can easily remain incognito for a day. There's no need to worry about my safety. I have a decoy that is quite effective and sufficient to protect me. Such a thorough plan for sneaking out. Chapter 88. Black Zetsu. Money has blinded my eyes, rendering me fearless. A quarter of an hour had elapsed since the group chat had fallen silent. Jiraiya, how unfortunate I am. Even in my heroic sacrifice, I could not win Tsunade's heart. Is it my fate to never pursue Tsunade successfully? Jiraiya, Nagato-sensei, I require comfort. You understand? Treat me to a drink. You, the instigator of this chaos, shall not escape. I will not forgive you for all the countless feasts you have indulged in, dear teacher. Nagato, no problem, teacher. In a few days, I welcome you to the Rain Village, where I shall personally pour you a drink in atonement. The dragon returns to the sea. If the sea does not welcome me, I shall go nonetheless. A phrase involuntarily flashed through my mind, causing Jiraiya's expression to falter. How could I dare to go? After replying to my own teacher, Nagato addressed two others, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Do you have nothing to say? Uchiha Madara, the strong dominate the weak. What is there to discuss? Senju Hashirama interjected. That may be so, but Madara, you have been quite deceived by the weak as well. Accustomed to Hashirama's interruptions, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed, merely stating, let us battle at a chosen location. Should you survive my onslaught, I shall overlook your deceit. If you do not survive, the ground you choose shall be your grave. Kagaya, how could I dare to speak? With two formidable beings of the ninja world focused on him, Kagaya dared not utter a word and swiftly vanished from sight. In summary, escape first, the rest can be dealt with later. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, I will slay you. If someone challenges me, I shall fight, declared Uchiha Madara. Obito, I await you in the forest outside of Konoha. Minato Namikaze, if there is fighting, count me in. Kakashi Hitaki, I wish to join as well. Senju Tobarama, Shimura Danzo, come to my laboratory. I have matters to discuss with you. Shimura Danzo, good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. The cycle of heaven is just. If you do not believe, look up to the heavens. Who has ever escaped its judgment? The reckoning shall come after autumn. I thought I could keep this from my teacher, but alas, I was overly naive. If given another chance, I would confess early, for fleeing the scene only compounds my guilt. Amid Danzo's sorrow and Hiruzen Sarutobi's relief, Senju Tobarama continued, Monkey, I know you are eavesdropping. You should also come to my laboratory. The eavesdropping Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer muster a smile, feeling a surge of despair. After all these years as Hokage, am I to relive the punishments of my teacher? What a disgrace. If I had known, I would have been completely honest, without hiding any truths. In an instant, Konoha and those connected to it were abuzz with either discussions or challenges, creating quite a commotion. Tsunagakur, Konoha is so lively. How enviable. Let us sit back and enjoy the show. Chiyo and Rashi secretly monitored the location of Uchiha Madara's duel, preparing to observe with their sand eye. Wow. The group chat is so lively. Members from other realms gleamed with excitement, for I adore watching others fight. What a pity I cannot witness it firsthand, such disappointment. I yearn to witness it, yet I am reluctant to expend funds traversing worlds. Sakata Jintoki remarked, Boss Mu, I too wish to live stream. Although the world event featured live streaming, the actual functionality remained locked, rendering the group members unable to utilize it. In reality, the White Knight demon nudged Mu Yang with his elbow in the ribs, prompting someone in the group to call out to him. Mu Yang cast a sidelong glance at the White Knight demon, stating, I am merely spectating. I have seen it. Then why do you not speak? The White Knight demon exclaimed, wide-eyed. Silence implies my disapproval. Mu Yang shot a sideways glance at the White Knight demon, inquiring, why are you so agitated? How could I not object? The White Knight demon retorted, slapping the couch in frustration. How can you disagree when I can see others fighting? Although it is somewhat regrettable that it is not a battle between beautiful women, the clash of strong warriors is equally captivating. Not to mention, perhaps in the future, there will be live streams featuring charming ladies. He wiped the drool that had escaped from his mouth due to his fanciful musings. Despite his effort to maintain a serious demeanor, he could not help but appear somewhat ridiculous. Do you not wish to see it? Mu Yang replied, you truly are remarkable. White Knight Demon, I cannot compare to you. The White Knight Demon, a celestial spirit of the sun and the White Knight. One of the three notorious troublemakers in the realm who perplexed even the deities of the Box Garden, was unabashedly lecherous, openly expressing her desires. It is essential to emphasize, a troublemaker and lecherous. I do not wish to watch, Mu Yang stated with an expressionless face, but considering your desire, I shall unlock the live streaming feature. Tony and Kirito, among others, cast subtle glances at Mu Yang. Boss Mu, your integrity has fallen. Mu Yang, catching sight of their expressions, instantly understood the implications behind their gazes. He chuckled inwardly at the thought. With a multitude of individuals from the world of Gintama present, along with the White Knight Demon, did they believe their integrity could endure for long? Let us all descend into depravity together. Let us all lose our integrity. Perhaps when he first became the proprietor of the dimensional shop, Mu Yang had been somewhat reserved, striving to maintain the dignity of an interdimensional merchant. However, as time passed, one understands, does one not? To offer a small analogy, it is akin to attending a job interview. In the initial days of employment, one is undoubtedly diligent and cautious. Yet, as time elapses, that fervor gradually dissipates, transforming one into a seasoned veteran. The White Knight Demon remained unaware of Mu Yang's rich inner thoughts. Upon receiving his response, she turned her attention to the group chat. Group live streaming has been unlocked. The White Knight Demon urged, quickly, those who wish to duel, initiate a live stream. Yet, no one commenced a live stream, and her words were met with collective disregard. We are to engage in a battle of life and death. Can you not be serious for once? If you continue to cause chaos, do you not believe we will gather to find you first? Is no one available? The White Knight Demon queried. I hereby offer a reward for the recruitment of a war correspondent, with a salary of 500,000 gold coins. Should one meet their demise during duty, a resurrection service will be provided. The crowd exclaimed, Are you not a wealthy individual? Enough said. I shall take on this task. Before others could finish their words, Black Absolute had already concluded his statement. The remaining individuals gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, You are quite daring. Are you valuing wealth over life? In the face of relentless pursuers, you still dare to approach them? Huh. If resurrection is guaranteed, then I shall fear nothing. Black Absolute replied, Let us first sign a contract. When wandering alone in the world, one must exercise caution when seeking employment. It is vital to verify authenticity to avoid encounters with reckless individuals, thereby preventing both loss of life and fortune. White Nightshade interjected, "No problem." The eyes of Uchiha Madara and others glistened with malice. "Excellent. We shall first sacrifice the photographer. Each one shall be devoured in turn." Chapter 89. 2 letters. As day transitioned into night and night into day, 2 fleeting days passed. During this time, the board members of the group occupied themselves by watching the live broadcast of the Ninja World Bloodwind Chronicles. While the narrative lacked substance, the combat scenes were exceptionally riveting. Uchiha Madara, wielding the formidable Susanoo and the elusive Shadow of the Wheel, faced off against Nagato and the other victims who formed the Avengers. One against several, and yet he held the upper hand. Throughout the broadcast, the highly elusive Black Absolute went unnoticed by Uchiha Madara and his companions. However, some members harboring grievances against Black Absolute deduced his location through the camera angles and environment, discreetly relaying messages to Uchiha Madara and others. Consequently, during the initial phase, Uchiha Madara and his allies exhibited an uncanny synergy in launching surprise attacks directed at the same spot. Yet, Black Absolute's survival skills were remarkably adept. Even sudden assaults failed to strike him. After experiencing 1 or 2 surprise attacks, Black Absolute quickly grasped the situation. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara and his allies were unable to land a single blow on him, much to the dismay of those eager to capture a collection of Black Absolute's flamboyant demises. Once the broadcast concluded, Black Absolute vanished without a trace, his exceptional stealth evading all detection, leaving Uchiha Madara and his companions infuriated yet powerless. Old grudges rekindled with new animosities. Had Black Absolute been captured by Uchiha Madara and his cohort, his fate would be beyond grim. Compounding Black Absolute's predicament was White Nightshade, the instigator, who at that moment stood upon a golden beach. The time was 9:25 a.m. This beach, a private acquisition of Tony Stark, boasted a crescent-shaped coastline, with a gentle sea breeze wafting through the air while the waves surged, creating frothy white crests. "Are you planning to set the comic convention here?" Tony Stark, donning sunglasses, gazed out at the undulating sea, his slightly curled black hair dancing in the wind. For reasons unknown, he found his vision somewhat blurred, as if Coulson were standing upon the surface of the sea, waving at him. "Indeed, I yearn to behold the beach in all its bikini-clad splendor." The White Knight Demon spoke candidly, without a hint of reservation, his forthright demeanor drawing the attention of Tony and the others, who couldn't help but express their admiration. "Truly, you are remarkable, White Knight Demon." The passage of 2 days had allowed Tony and the others to gain a preliminary understanding of a fraction of the White Knight Demon's character, an individual who harbors no pretense. As for why such insight could be garnered in merely 2 days, it was simply due to the White Knight Demon's unmasked authenticity. Concurrently, Tony and the others also came to know a bit more about Mu Yang, particularly his occasional lapses in decorum. "I too wish to see." Tony Stark silently agreed. Retrieving his phone from his pocket while addressing the White Knight Demon, "Hold off on revealing the venue for now. Let me summon someone." "Very well," the White Knight Demon replied, gazing serenely at the sea, not declining Stark's request. Once the call connected, Tony spoke with familiarity. "Rhodes, are you free? Come enjoy my private beach." This succinct invitation jolted the drowsy Rhodes awake, keywords igniting a flurry of beach-related thoughts in his mind. "I'm available. I'll be there shortly," he exclaimed, hanging up, swiftly dressing and grooming himself, then hurrying into the garage. With a press of the accelerator, he raced towards Tony Stark's private beach. Upon arriving at the seemingly deserted beach, a flicker of confusion crossed Rhodes' eyes. Was the party yet to commence? His uncertainty dissipated as he spotted Tony Stark waving at him, prompting him to approach. On his way, he noticed Tony leaning into converse with a young girl clad in a kimono. Before he could ponder the identity of the kimono-clad girl, a dazzling light shot into the sky, tracing a graceful arc before plunging into the sea. As the radiance touched the water, a magnificent palace, seemingly crafted from gemstones, suddenly materialized. The brilliance of the light momentarily dazzled Rhodes, leaving him slightly disoriented. Recalling a few days prior when he had been tasked by Tony Stark to handle certain matters, only to find himself embroiled in an extraterrestrial incident, he reflected on how, as both a key witness and a friend of Stark's, he had been summoned by multiple agencies for inquiries. despite being deemed ignorant of the events in question. He had subsequently been left alone, receiving a 3-day reprieve in compensation. When he received the call, he had assumed it was Tony, acknowledging his arduous efforts with a reward. Yet, little did he expect. Rhodes' gaze began to drift, foreseeing the days of interrogation in a small, dimly lit room. Tony Stark, you have no heart. Apologies, Rhodes. A dead comrade does not mean a dead monk. You shall suffer in my stead. I shall compensate you. Tony Stark could not bear to gaze at the dazed Rhodes, and instead squinted towards the gem palace. What was the palace constructed from? He could not recall, had it not been for his recent exploration of the storage room. He would have been oblivious to its existence. The white nightshade uttered extravagant remarks, and the overwhelming aura of opulence left Kiryu Kyuka and the others momentarily breathless. Never did he imagine a day would come when he would feel impoverished. A fleeting wave of complex emotions passed over him, and Tony suggested, let us explore the palace. We should devise a design blueprint based on its internal structure. No need, replied the white nightshade, shaking his head. This palace can change its appearance at the behest of its possessor. You need only describe your envisioned convention center, and I can manifest it. Tony and the others pondered. What limits my imagination? The beach fell silent for a moment, save for the sounds of the wind and the waves. After a brief interval of 2 to 3 minutes, Tony Stark asked, are there limitations to your control over the palace's transformation? For instance, distance, size, mass, and the like? There are limitations, the white nightshade answered. To manipulate the palace's form, one must physically touch its surface. The conservation of mass applies, and one cannot conjure matter from thin air. Upon hearing the white nightshade's response, Tony Stark declared, let us return to the villa and utilize the holographic projection device to create the design. The group had no objections, and they set off back to the villa, with a brooding Rhodes trailing at the rear, sighing heavily. At the same time, approximately 1 to 2,000 meters from the beach, an unremarkable van came to a stop on a slope. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, who was peering through binoculars at the gem palace floating on the sea. It had been confirmed that the 3 individuals who had inexplicably appeared at Tony Stark's villa were extraterrestrial beings. These 3 aliens had summoned a palace on Stark's private beach. Listening to the middle-aged man as he narrated, a younger man in a black suit inside the vehicle swiftly typed on a keyboard, dispatching emails to his superior, one to S.H.I.E.L.D. and another to the 90 Chapter Eve. When Alexander Pierce received the report, he was savoring a rich cup of coffee in his office. Regarding Stark's ramblings about aliens and mythology, he held a greater degree of belief than Nick Fury, about 70 to 80%. This conviction stemmed from Hydra's acquisition of the cosmic cube from Norse mythology, which had enabled them to fabricate a plethora of advanced technological weapons. Such verifiable history led Pierce to believe that other myths might also conceal treasures or information. Thus, upon receiving the report of 3 extraterrestrials near Tony Stark, he ordered an increase in surveillance personnel and instructed a special operations team to remain on standby. Should the opportunity arise, Pierce would not hesitate to capture an alien. On the other side, Nick Fury had also perused the contents of the email. He contemplated dispatching someone to engage directly with the extraterrestrials, but upon recalling the desolate urban landscape, he quickly dismissed the notion. In the absence of sufficient understanding, he deemed it prudent to forego direct contact for the time being, opting instead to observe and gather intelligence on the personalities of the targets, and to create opportunities for serendipitous encounters. Establishing a friendly rapport with an alien, if the occasion arose, would be the most advantageous course of action. Proceeding step by step seemed the most sensible approach. With this in mind, Nick Fury augmented the number of agents surveilling Stark's villa, leading to a further increase in the hidden operatives in the vicinity. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the villa remained largely oblivious to the number of individuals concealed nearby, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Bucky and Steve engaged in one-handed handstand push-ups, training their physical fitness. Every little bit contributed to their strength. Meanwhile, Kiba Shinger, Tony Stark, and the White Knight Demon deliberated on the design of the comic convention venue. The White Knight Demon, having lived for centuries, was well-versed in various architectural styles, while Kiba Shinger had previously researched an ideal floating castle, possessing considerable knowledge of diverse designs. In light of the extensive architectural expertise of the two, Tony Stark's aesthetic sensibilities faced harsh critique, causing the conversation to veer slightly off course. Rhodey stood nearby, amused by the verbal sparring directed at Stark. Pepper had created a separate group chat for the women, where they discussed makeup, skincare, and fashion. Mu-Yong and Ethan, each cradling a cup of tea in one hand and casually resting a comic book on their laps, leisurely enjoyed their reading while propping the pages open with one hand. Time seemed to fly when engrossed in a particular activity, and before long, it was noon. After several hours of spirited debate, the trio finally finalized the design blueprint for the convention. The White Knight Demon jotted down the holographic projection model, teleporting into the palace, where with a gentle touch, he manipulated the walls to transform the palace's appearance. The gem-like structure shimmered like melting ice, morphing into a semi-transparent, soft liquid floating on the sea. Soon after, the pliable liquid appeared to respond to an unseen force, gradually coalescing into various semi-transparent solid structures and furnishings, glistening brilliantly under the sun's rays. As a final touch, a spectrum of colors, red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, and violet, swiftly spread across the translucent buildings, rendering the entire complex a vibrant tapestry. The work was complete. The White Knight Demon clapped his hands and teleported back to the villa, just in time to see Tony posting the time and location of the convention on social media. Glancing at the group chat, he noted that Tony had not mentioned the details within it. Without a moment's hesitation, the White Knight Demon announced, "Attention! Friends planning to attend the comic convention. I shall reimburse my travel expenses. The comic convention is scheduled for tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at this address." Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the villa became decidedly delicate, as Tony and the others cast peculiar glances at White Knight. Should one commend your audacity and exceptional skill? Just a few days prior, you had provoked a multitude within the group, and now you extend invitations. Are you beckoning those irritable fellows to the convention to create chaos? Tomorrow's comic event promises to be rather intriguing. Concurrently, the ambience within the group grew increasingly peculiar, with a throng of individuals replying to White Knight with words that were ambiguous in their friendliness or mere politeness. Uchiha Madara, rest assured, I shall arrive on time. Prepare your neck to be washed clean. The latter part of his statement remained unshared in the group, as he feared it might frighten White Knight. It was merely a thought spoken in his mind. Nagato, fear not, I shall arrive on time. Minato Namikaze, fear not, I shall arrive on time. The two of them did not harbor the same intensity of murderous intent as Uchiha Madara. They merely intended to teach White Knight a lesson. Shimura Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen, fear not, I shall arrive on time. Having received a scathing reprimand from their mentor, they harbored a pent-up frustration. And congratulations to you for crossing paths with them. They would take their anger out on you. Kakashi and Obito expressed their preoccupation with battling monsters in the underworld to amass wealth, leaving them no leisure to engage in frivolity. Vegapunk, fear not, I shall arrive on time. My goal is to secure first place in the competition. Kapu, fear not, I shall arrive on time. I shall serve as Vegapunk's bodyguard. Others, eager to witness the spectacle, echoed the sentiment of attending punctually, intending to observe the show up close. Of course, there were those who wished to exploit the opportunity for free travel to another world, such as the rather idle Zhang Zhuwei, the leisurely Yuji Itadori, and the opportunistic Toma Kamaho, who planned to mooch food and drink at the venue. Additionally, there were participants aspiring to compete, like Shoha and Wu Liqui. Perhaps even Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, provided they could persuade their respective mothers or sneak away once more. Observing the responses from his comrades, White Knight nodded in satisfaction, hoping for a lively comic convention tomorrow. Rest assured, it shall indeed be bustling, though not in the manner you anticipate. Tony and the others mused silently. Simultaneously, Tony's remarks on social media swiftly caught the attention of many, stirring a breeze of excitement. A multitude, enticed by the allure of competition prizes, approached with a mindset of why not give it a try, perhaps I shall win, setting forth in their attire, be it by car, airplane, or train, toward the convention's address. Concurrently, those drawn to Tony Stark, either for his physique or intellect, were also making their way to New York, preparing to attend the comic convention. Their intentions unspoken but evident. Alongside the comic convention, a conference in the energy and gaming sectors was also to be held, and attendees from both spheres would naturally participate, keen to grasp pertinent information promptly and devise strategies accordingly. Enterprises from other fields, driven by a desire to witness the spectacle and glean insights into other sectors, would also send representatives to the venue to observe the unfolding events. As various factions converge, a storm of excitement brews at the comic exhibition. While the phrasing may seem peculiar, the sentiment is unmistakably clear. Beyond this, there may be an even greater number of individuals, each with their own ulterior motives, infiltrating the venue under the guise of attending the event. In summary, tomorrow promises to be a bustling day. Chapter 9. A gathering of diverse parties. Time fast forwards to the evening. Merchants who have applied for booths have arrived at the venue. Gazing in awe at the palatial structures rising from the sea, their minds echoing a singular thought. How wealthy. How extraordinarily wealthy. Poverty has constrained my imagination, rendering it difficult to fathom the thought processes of the affluent. A throng of people approaches the palace, their expressions ranging from dazed, anxious, to exhilarated, each individual reacting uniquely to the same circumstance. Connecting the palace to the beach are three broad, straight avenues. One is a cobblestone path adorned with European charm, flanked by decorative stone sculptures. Another is a Chinese-style stone archway bridge, its black-tiled roof complementing the gently arched bridge, reminiscent of a black dragon emerging from the water, the neatly arranged tiles resembling dragon scales. The third is a bluestone path, marked at the entrance by a torii gate, with stone lanterns lining its sides. Within the palace, the architecture is divided into 5 distinct areas based on stylistic themes. The futuristic zone serves as the venue for energy and gaming unveilings. The Japanese, European, and Chinese sections accommodate the comic exhibition, and the remaining area is a resting space prepared by Tony Stark for group members. The entrance area boasts European aesthetics, where a crowd gazes up at the towering support columns, the walls adorned with wall sconces and oil paintings, while a fountain graces the center of the spacious room, exquisite and tasteful, devoid of any hint of shoddy craftsmanship. You could never imagine the activities of the wealthy while you toiled diligently, silently critiquing. The ordinary citizens who applied for booths follow the directional signs to set up their spaces, preparing for the day ahead. Meanwhile, those agents who have also applied for booths do not immediately head to their designated spots. Instead, they wander throughout the palace, gathering intelligence, busy until 7 or 8 o'clock. The crowd gradually makes its way home. Upon awakening, the dawn of a new day has arrived. Compared to the desolate beach of yesterday, today's shore is abuzz with life. Firstly, the fringe of the beach is teeming with mobile vendors selling snacks such as fried noodles, barbecued fare, and milk tea. Whether orchestrated by Tony Stark or simply a spontaneous gathering seeking profit remains uncertain. Secondly, the throngs of people are densely packed, shoulder to shoulder. A glance reveals a kaleidoscope of vibrant hair colors, perhaps complemented by an array of helmets, feathers, and hats, an extravagant spectacle that defies encapsulation in a mere idiom or phrase. Upon the rooftop of the palace, Mu Yang and Bai Yi Cha gazed into the distance, surveying the slowly surging crowd entering the venue, in search of charming young ladies among them. Suddenly, Bai Yi Cha covered his eyes and lowered his head slowly, uttering in a voice laden with anguish, "My eyes." Witnessing this, Mu Yang's expression shifted drastically. Images of a bearded magical girl and a muscular blood platelet flashed through his mind, prompting him to hastily divert his gaze to other areas, desperate to avoid the sight that had afflicted Bai Yi Cha. Yet, some matters are inescapable. "My eyes." Mu Yang, too, shielded his eyes, bending forward as a painful croak escaped his throat. 2 individuals were gravely injured. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, warriors, mages, robots, orcs, and agents in dark suits and sunglasses from S.H.I.E.L.D. mingled seamlessly alongside enthusiasts of certain cinematic spies, creating an atmosphere devoid of dissonance. Inquiries arose about whether the target had been spotted or if any members of other organizations were visible, spoken openly as if rehearsing lines. Passers-by merely took them as casual banter, paying little heed. Coulson navigated the aisles of the venue with 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents flanking him, their professional demeanor often drawing requests for photographs. However, how could agents possibly pose for pictures with ordinary folk? Coulson and his companions waved off the requests, fortunate that no one persisted in their entreaties. Occasionally, the wireless earpiece crackled with reports from various S.H.I.E.L.D. teams, such as sightings of department agents, wanted criminals, or surveillance of specific individuals. Coulson remarked with mild curiosity that he was eager to see what peculiar characters Stark's convention would attract, noting that even fugitives had been lured here. It was likely that those wanted persons were not attending the convention for its own sake. Their singular purpose was to pursue Tony Stark. Let us seek out Tony Stark, Coulson resolved to alert Stark. However, after only a few steps, he paused for several seconds. Inquiring of the other agents, "Does anyone know where Tony Stark is?" Responses of ignorance echoed through his earpiece, none able to provide information on Stark's current whereabouts. "Then we shall wait for him to come to us," he decided, proceeding towards Area 4, the section themed around futuristic technology, heading directly to the product launch venue. Tony Stark was expected to preside over the event, and by remaining at the launch site, Coulson would have the opportunity to intercept him. Others were also aware of this information, and those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly converge at the launch as well, allowing for dual surveillance of their movements. As he pondered, Coulson had yet to exit the European-style section. At times, the sheer scale of the venue posed a challenge. In such a vast venue, according to reports from the monitoring agents, it was constructed by an extraterrestrial in mere minutes. The disparity in technology is truly astounding, Coulson mused inwardly, noting that the simplest of tasks reveal the greatest differences. Navigating through Areas 1, 2, and 3, Coulson arrived at Area 4, which featured a particularly straightforward design, a stage at its center surrounded by seating for the audience. On the stage lay several technological devices, their purpose unknown, and no one dared to approach the stage to investigate, as a few humanoid automatons stood guard at its edges. At that moment, the audience was already seated, comprising a mix of individuals, some likely journalists, others representatives from various companies attending the conference, ordinary spectators, and a few suspicious figures donning hats to conceal their identities. Coulson feigned interest in his surroundings while discreetly observing these individuals, who appeared quite vigilant. He was apprehensive about alarming them, thus refraining from overt scrutiny. At this juncture, Ivan Vanko, clad in a hooded sweatshirt and jeans, entered the venue. He paused by a column, leaning against its surface, chewing on a toothpick and squinting as he surveyed the sparsely populated hall. Although Tony Stark's experiences had diverged from the original narrative, Ivan's father had nonetheless recounted to him the grievances involving the Stark family. This time, Ivan was not seeking confrontation. Rather, he aimed to gather intelligence. After all, to defeat Tony Stark, one must first uncover his vulnerabilities. Chapter 92. Captain's 2 plans. The time was 8:35, and the weather was splendid. The location was a bustling venue filled to capacity. As a confluence of 2 product launches and a comic convention, the gathering of people was extraordinarily large and remarkably diverse, creating a cacophony of noise. The sounds of conversation, ringing phones, and families engaging in cheerful discussions mingled with the playful banter of children and the indulgent words of parents, alongside the exasperating clamor of unruly youngsters. The calls from various stalls were not deafening enough to drown out all other sounds. Yet a constant buzzing akin to a swarm of flies persisted, creating an atmosphere of distraction that hindered focus. Moreover, wandering through the comic convention was akin to a whirlwind tour, and the combination of these factors made it all too easy to overlook certain details. For instance, amidst the exuberant exploration, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly noticed the absence of his companion. He had lost track of Sasuke Uchiha, who had somehow fallen behind. Although Naruto was eager to search for his friend, upon turning to face the throngs of people, he was met with a surge reminiscent of a flood. It would be effortless to flow with the current, but attempting to swim against it posed significant challenges, not to mention, it would undoubtedly inconvenience others. And the impenetrable wall of bodies was enough to deter any attempt. As if navigating a one-way street, the only course available to you is to move straight ahead. It is not that you lack the desire to pursue other paths. Rather, the circumstances do not permit it. What are you doing here, little one? Did you get separated from your parents? Suddenly, Naruto felt a heaviness in his head. He discerned that a palm was pressing down upon him. Almost immediately, an unstoppable force began to rock his head from side to side. After a brief period, the hand withdrew, leaving Naruto somewhat dazed and unable to respond to the earlier question. After a few seconds, as the dizziness subsided, Naruto tilted his head to identify the one who had tousled his hair, and a familiar face came into view. Ah, it's the formidable Grandpa Garp. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as a vivid image flashed through his mind. The old man laughing heartily while throwing punches, the sound echoing like thunder, shaking the very heavens. You recognize me? Garp leaned down, scrutinizing the small figure before him. After observing Naruto for a moment, he confirmed he did not know him and inquired, "Are you a member?" Yes, yes. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Grandpa Garp," Naruto replied with a cheerful smile, hands clasped behind his back, standing upright with his chin raised. "Uzumaki Naruto? I seem to recall something," Garp mused, pressing his index finger to his forehead as he furrowed his brow in thought, striving to unearth any relevant memories. The only information he could retrieve was, "Uzumaki Naruto is a member." Scratching his head, Garp seized the collar of Vegapunk, who was being swept along by the throng, pulling him back to his side amidst a comical complaint that he should not be treated like a cat. Returning to the original question, Garp asked, "What are you doing here? Did you lose your parents?" In response, Naruto shook his head. "I didn't come with my parents. I came with Sasuke. But while we were wandering around, Sasuke just disappeared." Garp surveyed the bustling crowd around them, understanding the plight of a child who might easily become lost. In such a situation, your chances of finding him are quite slim. It would be better to send him a message and agree on a meeting point, Garp advised. Naruto glanced at the impenetrable wall of people surrounding him and recognized that locating Sasuke would indeed be an arduous task. He nodded in agreement. "All right." After a moment's contemplation, Garp inquired, "Would you like to come with us?" Without hesitation, Naruto responded, "Sure." "Then let us set off," Garp declared, lifting Naruto onto his left shoulder while supporting him with his left hand to prevent him from falling. From a perspective that had only afforded him a view of legs, Naruto was suddenly elevated to a vantage point overlooking the surroundings. He erupted into delighted exclamations, his gaze darting between the shops lining the road and the beautiful young ladies along the way, lost in exuberance until the notification tone for private messages jolted him back to reality. It was then that Naruto remembered he had forgotten to message Sasuke. Upon entering the private chat interface, he was met with a barrage of reprimands that instantly dampened his spirits. Kapu, oblivious to Naruto's transformation, was wholly focused on Vegapunk. "Vegapunk, is it possible for you to create a perfect replica of someone?" Kapu inquired earnestly. He had received troubling news the previous day. His beloved grandson Ace had been captured by Blackbeard and delivered to the world government in exchange for a position as a warlord of the sea. Furthermore, Ace had been sentenced to death, and discussions regarding the execution time were underway. This dire situation had caused Sengoku to tear out his own hair in frustration. The burden of facing a foe with power that far surpassed even the peak of Whitebeard was indeed overwhelming. Two Marine officers wore expressions of deep concern. Yet the decisions of the world government would not waver due to the distress of a couple of Marine generals. Thus, Sengoku and Kapu resolved to seek alternative solutions. The first plan that Kapu conceived was the false Ace scheme, for which he sought the expertise of Vegapunk, a scientist renowned for possessing intellect surpassing human comprehension by 5 centuries. "It's quite simple. We just need to clone him," Vegapunk replied nonchalantly as he walked beside Kapu. He explained that the initial cloning process would take approximately 2 months, while subsequent clones could be produced in about a month. However, Kapu's fleeting joy was shattered by Vegapunk's latter statement, prompting a resigned sigh. There isn't enough time. The false Ace plan was doomed to failure. The scheme to entrap Blackbeard with a counterfeit Ace, thereby implicating him in deceiving the world government, was also rendered futile. In light of this, they would have to initiate a contingency plan to venture into the depths of hell, battling foes to accumulate funds for a resurrection coin. Given his position, retrieving Ace's body post-execution would pose no issue, allowing him to subsequently revive Ace with the coin. The only concern in executing this plan would be the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard prioritized the safety of his family above all else and was known for his unwavering loyalty. In essence, he was deeply protective of his kin. While it was unlikely that the entire Whitebeard crew would mobilize, Whitebeard would undoubtedly come alone to confront them. Even if Ace were to emerge unscathed, Whitebeard would still arrive. For he could not forsake his son in peril. That old fool, Newgate, would certainly think this way. In summary, war was inevitable. However, regardless of victory or defeat, Ace would remain unharmed. Thus, he would face the conflict without fear, prepared for battle. Chapter 93, Vegapunk. "I want match" as the conversation unfolded. Kapu was swept away by the throng of people. In a shop to the left of the corridor, Muyang lifted his head, his gaze following the distinguished figure of Kapu, who stood out amidst the crowd, watching quietly. Generally speaking, when ordinary individuals hear the conversation between Garp and Vegapunk, They tend to associate it with the whimsicality of youth, engaging in discussions about game narratives or the plots of films and novels. However, is Muyang merely an ordinary person? By observing Karp's expressions and his few uttered words, as well as considering the intelligence he possesses, one can unleash their imagination to surmise the source of Karp's distress, likely the imminent execution of Ace, who has been captured. After all, Karp is a figure who can steadfastly face even the most peculiar and challenging situations with a smile, making moments of sorrow exceedingly rare for him. Nearby, the White Knight Scythe stands before the neatly arranged shelves of a store, her gaze flitting across the boxes of stockings on display. Should one ponder why there exists a shop selling stockings at a comic convention? It is simply a matter of certain vendors capitalizing on the allure of stockings modeled after popular female characters from films and comics, hoping to profit from the occasion. After glancing around, the subpar quality of the stockings failed to capture the interest of the White Knight Scythe. Just as she was about to beckon Muyang to explore other areas, she chanced upon his lingering gaze. "What are you looking at? Have you stumbled upon something amusing?" she inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Then, as if struck by a thought, her eyes sparkled with a radiant light. Indeed, they twinkled like the starry-eyed effect often employed in animation to convey a character's excitement. Being a celestial spirit of the sun, it was effortless for her to add such a sparkle to her eyes. "No, I merely recalled a place abundant in beauty," Muyang replied, retracting his gaze without revealing his speculation. His succinct response doused the flickering flame of excitement that had ignited within the White Knight Scythe, causing the luminous sparkles in her pupils to recede. Yet, the subsequent words he uttered reignited her fervor, and her eyes shone as brightly as searchlights, breaking free from the confines of her eyelids and soaring towards the horizon. However, such exuberance would undoubtedly draw the attention of passers-by. Muyang, disinterested in the effort of altering the memories of numerous witnesses, swiftly delivered a slap to the White Knight Scythe's face, effectively retracting the radiant beam back into her eyes, along with the words she was about to utter. "Calm yourself," he commanded, his fingers gently pinching her delicate face. Having been slapped and subsequently pinched, the White Knight Scythe's initial excitement dissipated into nothingness. Swatting Muyang's hand away, she rubbed her soft cheeks and grumbled with annoyance. "How dare you silence a beautiful girl with your hand? You'll never find a girlfriend." "What a pity, if I desired a girlfriend. It would be a matter of mere moments," Muyang retorted, shaking off his hand and disregarding the White Knight Scythe's minor curse as he stepped outside the shop. Observing this, the White Knight Scythe hastily pursued Muyang, and together they disappeared into the bustling crowd. For certain extraordinary individuals, the mere emanation of thoughts can influence those around them. At this moment, Muyang and Bayeka stroll leisurely through a bustling crowd, akin to fish gliding effortlessly through water. The subtle thoughts they emit brush against nearby individuals, causing them to unconsciously shift aside, parting the way, while simultaneously rendering the presence of the two almost imperceptible. "You just mentioned a place bustling with beautiful women. Where might that be?" I ponder the reasons behind Bayeka's somewhat lascivious nature. Yet, upon reflection, many tales of demigods abound in mythological lore, often stemming from the plethora of deities who bear such titles, like Zeus, Apollo, and Poseidon. Why is it that my mind immediately drifts to the Greek pantheon? Perhaps it is due to their eclectic nature, leaving a profound impression. Compared to the Greek deities, other mythologies may not be as extravagant, yet they too boast a number of alluring legends. In summary, those we interact with in daily life are all individuals. So it is hardly surprising that Bayeka has been influenced, much like a popular image circulating among groups, where a singular member clad in vibrant yellow joins a predominantly white ensemble. That vivid hue acts as a dye, transforming the entire collective into shades of yellow. Moreover, Muyang's journey mirrors the depiction in that image. Originally a pure novice, he was forcibly pulled into the fray by seasoned veterans, who welded the doors shut, imparting wisdom through both word and deed, nurturing him into a fledgling driver. Reflecting on the groups that were often disbanded in the past, Muyang gently ruffled Bayeka's soft, silky hair, reminiscent of the finest silk, and tenderly remarked, "You have it tough too. In a world where one is surrounded by an array of omnivorous deities, merely developing a penchant for beauty is quite fortunate." Bayeka retorted, "What in the world is with that gentle tone? It feels as though you've conjured up something rather inappropriate. And who gave you permission to touch my head? Most importantly, you should answer my question." Fuming, Bayeka chased after Muyang, who had merely patted his head and fled, intending to press on with his earlier inquiry. However, their conversation veered off course as they traversed the crowded passageway, making their way towards a spacious exhibition hall that, despite the throngs of people, felt open and accommodating. The venue was structured as a series of segments, flanked by shops, leading to expansive exhibition areas. At the heart of the exhibition hall stood the arena for competitions, surrounded by striking models striking poses for photographs. Upon entering the hall, Bayeka recalled his purpose, casting his gaze upon the elegantly attired ladies. If any attire caught his eye, he intended to venture into the marketplace to procure an outfit, hopeful for an opportunity to engage in a dress-up game with Haitu or other captivating women. As for Muyang, he followed by Yicheo, wandering along the path while quietly critiquing the figures of the young ladies in his mind. Whenever he encountered particularly beautiful or graceful women, he would raise his futuristic ultra-high-definition camera to capture their images. To be frank, the charisma of Tony Stark is truly formidable. The number of stunning ladies who transcend dimensional barriers is quite considerable, providing Muyang and Bai Yicheo with a visual feast. Much appreciated. In another part of the same exhibition hall, Vegapunk, whose purpose for attending was to secure first place in the competition, was flexing his limbs, preparing for an ambitious endeavor. Vegapunk, what are you planning? I read in the comics that a man's romance lies in mechs, so I intend to create a mech. Chapter 94. A complete restoration. The term mech refers to mechanical power armor, specifically akin to Ethan's iron battlesuit. As members of the same group, Carp and Naruto had a preliminary understanding of Vegapunk's ambitions, and when Vegapunk mentioned his desire for a mech, images of an iron battlesuit parade emerged in their minds. This selection seems quite astute. Carp pondered, noting that Ethan's iron battlesuit appears to have garnered some fame in this world. If you were to acquire it, you would indeed have a solid fan base that could benefit you in the competition. Although Naruto did not comprehend Carp's words, he nodded in enthusiastic agreement, feigning understanding and wholeheartedly endorsing Carp's sentiments. What are you talking about? Vegapunk asked, his expression one of surprise, as if he was taken aback by Carp's remarks. Oh, is that not the case? Carp responded, equally astonished. When it comes to mechs, Vegapunk spoke with an air of certainty, asserting, it must be the mobile suit. The two, completely perplexed by the term mobile suit, promptly sought assistance from the marketplace. The search function was activated, revealing an array of products related to mobile suits. Carp's gaze swept over the humanoid mechanical weapons, each averaging a height of around 18, and a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Vegapunk, are you perhaps suggesting? Before Carp could finish his thought, Vegapunk eagerly interjected, indeed, I shall enter the competition with a mobile suit. Are you suggesting buying a mobile suit? Carp's trailing question emerged. Vegapunk's enthusiasm faltered as he cast a curious glance at Carp. Do I look like someone who needs to purchase a mobile suit? I, Vegapunk, a scientist whose intellect surpasses humanity by 5 centuries. Do you truly think I am incapable of constructing a mobile suit? Vegapunk raised his right hand, and the vertical patterns on the back of his hand shimmered momentarily. These markings signified a storage space. By the way, establishing a storage space requires 1 unit of currency. With an initial capacity of 2,225, the cost for subsequent capacity enhancements increases by 1 for each unit of length, width, and height. A sudden, formless wind emerged, swiftly radiating outward and propelling those near Vegapunk further away, clearing a space. Thud! The muffled sound of a heavy object striking the ground resonated. Oh! As a flash of silver white invaded his vision, Carp chuckled inwardly, soon followed by Vegapunk's voice. Behold! This is the mobile warrior, Bear, which I crafted over 2 days. Its overall appearance closely resembled the Gundam, yet its color scheme was a monotonous metallic hue. Due to the pressing timeline, the quality was somewhat lacking, with its combat capability merely reaching that of a lieutenant commander, and it was armed solely with a laser cannon. Truly, the prowess of a scientist is remarkable. I only wish your movements could be a tad slower. By the way, Vegapunk, it seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. You are creating props, not weapons. Carp inwardly grumbled, yet he was too disinterested to remind Vegapunk of such trivial matters. The sudden cacophony instantly captured the attention of the entire exhibition hall. The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing the mobile warrior Gundam standing majestically upon the ground. Hundreds, if not thousands, of gazes roamed over the Gundam's sharply defined mechanical form. So tangible it was not merely a projection. In other words, The robot before them had materialized out of thin air, enveloping the hall in a profound silence. From any perspective, the sudden appearance of a colossal robot felt unsettling, especially following the recent alien incident. Was this occurrence another harbinger of chaos? 1, 2, 3, run. It was as if someone had shouted a rallying cry. In the third second of the hall's silence, those gripped by fear instinctively fled toward the exits, their expressions frantic and disoriented. It is worth noting the design of the venue, a single path that led in both directions, whether entering or exiting. Consequently, those attempting to escape collided with those entering, creating a bottleneck. The throng of newcomers was so substantial that even if the individuals at the front wished to retreat, they could scarcely take a step back. Meanwhile, those wishing to leave found themselves confronted by the inexplicably materialized giant robot. And those who had experienced the bizarre event were singularly focused on their escape, unwilling to yield. Thus, the two groups pressed together, teetering on the brink of a stampede. An invisible wave swept through the exhibition hall, and the panicked crowd suddenly regained composure, marching steadily and orderly back to their previous positions, alleviating the congestion and chaos. What on earth are you all doing? Muyang stared incredulously at Vegapunk and his companions, closely followed by Bayacha, who wore a similarly bemused expression. Oh, I forgot I was in another world. My apologies, Vegapunk remarked with a hint of contrition, acknowledging that he had been so engrossed in conversation that he momentarily lost track of his surroundings, realizing only after summoning the mobile warrior Gundam from his storage space. Such occurrences are not uncommon. It is entirely normal to forget other matters when engaged in spirited dialogue. Be attentive, Muyang offered a brief reminder, then chose to say nothing further. At this moment, they had returned to their previous positions, resuming their delightful or alluring postures, while the visitors continued to capture photographs. Everything proceeding as usual. Subsequently, those entering the exhibition hall through the passage bore expressions of normalcy, with no mention of the earlier chaos, seemingly having forgotten the incident as though it had never occurred. Wow, such exquisite robots. Take a picture. Take a picture. The chorus of astonished exclamations suddenly erupted within the exhibition hall, as the crowd that had discovered the robots gradually moved toward Vegapunk. In an instant, Vegapunk switched modes, deactivating the apology setting and activating the competition mode, swiftly climbing into the cockpit of the mobile warrior. The onlookers gazed at Vegapunk in bewilderment, uncertain of his actions. Pilot identity authentication successful. Mobile warrior bear activated. The deep voice of Tyrant Bear reverberated within the cockpit, as Vegapunk grasped the joystick and began to maneuver the mobile warrior. Wow, it's moving. Incredible. The fervent cheers intensified, crashing like waves, each swell more powerful than the last. The thunderous exclamations echoed within the enclosed space, reverberating down the passage and attracting more spectators. Commander! Commander! Emergency situation. Among the crowd was A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who stared in astonishment at the colossal humanoid weapon and immediately contacted the commander. Stay calm, Coulson, present at the product launch, said with his index finger pressed against the wireless earpiece. Don't panic. Tell me what you've discovered. Before the agent could respond, two more voices joined in. Commander, emergency situation. Commander, emergency situation. Chapter 95, Transition. Do not rush, speak one at a time. The venue was a blend of chaos and excitement, and Coulson was not in the least surprised by the unexpected occurrences. Indeed, he had anticipated them. Because of this, his tone was imbued with a sense of steady confidence, which gradually calmed the anxious agents, dissipating their tension. Following this, 3 agents reported their findings in the order of their speaking. Commander, my situation involves a tall, slender middle-aged man controlling a robot approximately 10 meters in height, performing a demonstration. From my observations, that robot is not merely ornamental. It possesses a certain degree of combat capability. However, the agent could not specify the extent of the robot's combat capabilities, as he was merely a combat operative, and explaining something that was evidently high in technological content was a considerable challenge for him. Sir, the situation here involves a wanted criminal who inadvertently entered the venue and was recognized by a visitor. At this juncture, the agent paused for a brief moment, and after approximately 10 seconds, spoke in a peculiar tone. Then that wanted criminal was swiftly subdued by a throng of individuals. When the criminal was discovered, he bore a fierce countenance, brandishing a butterfly knife to threaten those nearby, seemingly intent on fleeing, but was obstructed by the dense crowd. Generally speaking, it is a natural reaction for ordinary individuals to feel fear when confronted by an assailant wielding a bladed weapon. However, there are exceptional circumstances. For instance, in a crowd of many, hundreds of eyes silently observed the frenzied assailant, akin to spectators at a circus. Furthermore, some among the audience were armed, wielding props and merchandise, plastic swords, wooden blades, or perhaps even metal replicas, with a hint of youthful bravado, particularly in the presence of attractive individuals. In a matter of moments, they collectively overwhelmed the assailant, rendering him in need of hospital care. Simultaneously, the brutal display served to intimidate other wanted criminals hidden within the throng, instilling in them the realization that they were indeed the weaker party in this vast sea of humanity. Coulson was momentarily taken aback, yet found it unsurprising. After all, the ordinary populace subduing criminals was not an uncommon occurrence, and he had grown accustomed to such spectacles. Soon after, the report from the third agent arrived. "Sir, the situation here is rather complicated. To put it simply, the wanted criminal's identity was exposed, and in a desperate attempt to escape with a hostage, he chose an individual who was far from ordinary, a child of approximately 1 meter in height, who effortlessly subdued a 2-meter-tall giant with mere punches and kicks, which cannot be categorized as typical behavior." Coulson nodded slightly in agreement and instructed, "Focus on gathering intelligence regarding any anomalous events or individuals. There is no need for intervention." Although he stated there was no need for intervention, it was, in fact, a matter of inability to do so. The communication channel fell silent once more, and Coulson sighed. In the area designated for attendees to rest, the space was divided into numerous independent rooms and a comprehensive area capable of accommodating several hundred people. In one of these rooms, Tony Stark reclined on a sofa, legs crossed, as he swiped his fingers across the screen of a tablet, surveying the happenings throughout the venue. Creating small, flying surveillance devices posed no challenge for Tony whatsoever. On the screen, Jarvis focused on an individual with a targeting frame while simultaneously annotating their name and basic information in the adjacent space. Observing the names, Tony jested, "My charisma is quite formidable." Raising his right hand, he lightly tapped the air, prompting the humanoid figures standing silently in the room to illuminate their electronic eyes, marching in unison toward the doorway. Given the event's occurrence, it was imperative to ensure security. Both the humanoid robots and the drones possessed the capability of flight, allowing them to navigate through even the most crowded of throngs with ease, swiftly reaching various locations within the venue, serving as formidable tools for neutralizing threats. The surveillance equipment scattered throughout the event serves as the vigilant eyes of Jarvis, ensuring that no criminal act escapes its scrutiny. As the humanoid robots take action, the wanted fugitives and disruptive gang members concealed within the venue are swiftly incapacitated by electric stun guns, promptly lifted and transported to the makeshift police station at the entrance. Given the overwhelming numbers, these fugitives are akin to rats scurrying across a street. It is improbable that they would risk attending a comic convention en masse. Perhaps 1 or 2 could be tempted, but dozens would be inconceivable. While adjusting his collar, Tony Stark strides out of the room, suspecting that these wanted individuals and troublemakers were likely hired by certain parties to create chaos. Such tactics are common and rather elementary, yet they prove to be effective. The identity of the instigator remains elusive. It could be individuals from the energy or gaming sectors, or perhaps provocateurs from other fields. Having nearly fallen into a trap, Tony cannot remain indifferent and is determined to retaliate. After the press conference, he will arrange for an investigation. If the culprits can be identified, that would be splendid. If not, he will resort to purchasing information from the marketplace. The 5th zone is off-limits to the general public. Thus it is less congested than the others. As he proceeds along the spacious, empty corridor, Tony Stark enters the 4th zone, characterized by futuristic technology, which is the site of the press conference. This area was the first to be cleared by the humanoid robots, leaving no criminals behind, rendering the efforts of Coulson, who was surveilling, somewhat futile. Ascending to the center of the stage, Tony Stark begins to manipulate the equipment before him. The holographic projection system activates, displaying high-definition visuals that play introductory animations, warming up for the forthcoming press conference. Concurrently, the arenas and other exhibition halls resonate with mechanical synthesized voices announcing the impending competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that the contest is about to commence. Kindly prepare yourselves. Upon stepping onto the stage, please introduce yourselves. as the system will record your information. Failure to introduce oneself will be deemed a forfeit. Oh, the competition is about to begin. In the cockpit, Vegapunk's eyes light up as he connects to the external speakers, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, clear the way, for I am about to participate in the contest." His resounding voice reverberates through the exhibition hall, parting the crowd like Moses parting the sea, creating a clear path leading straight to the arena. The mech warrior strides heavily toward the stage, the ground vibrating noticeably with each step. In this competition, the mech warriors and strikingly attractive individuals vie for popularity, presenting a rather unique spectacle. Muyang is quite curious as to how well the robot will perform, so he remains in place, while Bayacha opts not to wander elsewhere, knowing that the competition will be recorded and photographed, allowing him to review it at leisure afterwards. As time flows, the competition and product launch commence simultaneously. Chapter 96. The ongoing transition of the contest. To encapsulate the chaotic scene, one might employ the idiom of a dance of demons. Perhaps due to the allure of lavish prizes, the participants are an eccentric assembly, comprising individuals of all ages and sizes, from the diminutive to the corpulent. One can witness the dark elves of elderly women with round faces, plump and fair-skinned elves, alongside a myriad of other spectacles that could obliterate one's retina. Their brilliance akin to flashbangs, capable of searing human eyes and eliciting anguished cries. In the initial moments of the competition, the participants appear relatively conventional. However, following the entrance of a female contestant, the atmosphere shifts dramatically towards the bizarre. What began as a parade of handsome and beautiful individuals quickly devolves into a series of retina-destroying displays. The onlookers, overwhelmed by the grotesque sights, hastily shield their eyes and scatter, colliding with one another in a frenzied escape, plunging the exhibition hall into chaos. Upon witnessing the first retina destroyer, Mu Yang and Bai Yacha immediately resort to spatial displacement, burying their heads within the icy embrace of Antarctica. Their eyes, engulfed by the searing flames of the sun and the divine power of 8 colors, radiate a formidable energy and intense heat that rapidly vaporizes the glacial ice. This is the consequence of encountering something too blinding to behold, resulting in a tumultuous upheaval of their inner energies and the destruction of their vision. Simultaneously, the product launch event descends into its own tumult, provoked by the shocking revelations announced by Tony Stark. The first piece of news pertains to the arc reactor's foray into the renewable energy sector. Should the arc reactor truly be the clean energy source Stark claims, the repercussions for the energy industry will be monumental. Established conglomerates in the energy sector will undoubtedly mobilize to counter Stark Industries, setting the stage for a protracted battle between the two. The second announcement introduces a fully immersive technology, reminiscent of virtual reality. Humanity stands on the precipice of entering a virtual realm, a revelation that casts an even more profound impact than the previous one. Following the product presentation, the experience segment unfolds. While the arc reactor cannot be physically experienced, the audience is granted a glimpse of it, guarded by robotic sentinels, ensuring that no one dares attempt the foolish act of seizing it, lest they be sent flying by a single punch. As Ivan Vanko advances in line, he approaches the glass display case housing the arc reactor. His eyes narrow slightly, and his lips seem to curl into a silent smile. As he moves away from the display, he acknowledges that part of his mission has been accomplished. In contrast to the quiet observation of the arc reactor, the area designated for the headsets buzzes with excitement. Those who have experienced the virtual reality eagerly congregate, engaging in animated discussions, each person brimming with exhilaration. On one side, a desolate silence prevails, while on the other, there exists a fervor akin to flames. The stark contrast between these two extremes deepens the furrow in Tony Stark's brow, as an unsettling sense of inferiority to Kiba Shinjiro looms over him. Simultaneously, through the rapid dissemination of news and online chatter, the revelations regarding the helmet and the arc reactor spread like a gust of wind across a tranquil lake, creating ripples of excitement. The stock of Stark Industries surged accordingly, its steep trajectory resembling a precipice. Online forums buzzed with inquiries directed at Stark Industries' official website, eagerly anticipating the commencement of helmet sales. In reality, the company's customer service line was inundated with calls. Numerous executives from rival companies reached out to Stark Industries, subtly probing about the helmet and the arc reactor. Yet the employees and management within Stark Industries were utterly oblivious to these innovations, leaving the Inquirers frustrated and fuming. Without delving into the tempestuous external circumstances, once the helmet had been adequately tested, Tony Stark reemerged to announce that in 6 months, he would officially release 10,000 units. Selecting a fortunate few to participate in the world's inaugural virtual reality game trial. The method of selecting these fortunate individuals was straightforward. The first 10,000 purchasers upon release would become the trial players. With the press conference concluded, Tony, having fulfilled his obligations, meandered through the convention, seeking to pass the time by admiring the glamorous attendees. The experience, however, proved overwhelming, as he found himself besieged by the glaring attention, prompting him to retreat to his villa. As members from another realm arrived at the convention, some were left reeling from their direct encounters with the unseen, rendered incapacitated and chaotic. Others, however, contacted Byako under the guise of gratitude, luring her into their midst. Upon encountering Byako, their true intentions were unveiled as they sought to teach her a lesson, asserting that wealth does not grant one the liberty to speak recklessly. Coincidentally, Byako had recently gazed upon the unseen, causing her alignment to shift from lawful good to chaotic evil. Without hesitation, upon hearing the provocations from Uchiha Madara and his group, she produced a gift card. The world shifted, and reality transformed. Madara and his companions were abruptly transported into a realm characterized by pale snowfields, undulating mountains, and stars in horizontal motion. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. When Madara and his group re-emerged into the sight of others, it was already the following day. They appeared as if they had participated in a battle for survival, disheveled and battered. Missing the latter half of the convention did not trouble Byako. She found the event too terrifying, akin to Pandora's box, harboring a myriad of monsters within. In a brief span, the White Knight demon lacked the courage to return to the comic convention. Once the event concluded, the palace was reclaimed by the White Knight demon, who, still bearing the scars of her trauma, was recuperating alongside Mu Yang. Their therapeutic regimen involved 3 sessions each day, primarily consisting of viewing beautiful photographic collections. Initially, both intended to indulge in substances to erase the haunting memories, but their formidable wills rendered typical remedies ineffective. Those that might prove effective were prohibitively expensive, leaving them reluctant to squander such funds. While the duo leisurely recuperated, Tony Stark and Kayaba Akihiko were ensnared in a whirlwind of activity. Kayaba plunged into the depths of hell, combating foes, accumulating wealth, and renovating his abode. Having perused a personal biography, Tony Stark glimpsed fragments of the future and resolved to undertake several initiatives. Foremost was the renovation of Stark Tower, followed by the establishment of a factory dedicated to humanoid robotics, and ultimately, the research of more potent armor to enhance his own strength. In another realm, Uchiha Madara similarly vowed to attain greater power. Having beheld the vistas from the mountain's summit, how could he possibly refrain from the climb? I shall grow stronger, robust enough to vanquish the White Knight's Demon King. Chapter 97. Trivial matters. The time was at dawn. The setting was the balcony of the villa at 10,880 Malibu. Beneath the sunshade rested 2 wicker chairs, crafted from serene Bodhi and carefree vines, designed to dispel melancholy, resentment, and other negative emotions, serving as a talisman to help cultivators fend off inner demons and facilitate their training. In Mu Yang's hands, it was a trinket for emotional stabilization. The disparity between them was akin to the perception of a luxury vehicle as merely a grocery getter in another's eyes. Seated in the wicker chairs, cradling tea, Mu Yang and the White Knight demon gazed vacantly, their unfocused pupils fixed upon the fog-laden sea. In stark contrast to their leisurely demeanor, Tony Stark was exceedingly occupied, besieged by an array of responsibilities. While the follow-up award ceremony from the competition was entrusted to Pepper, relieving him of that concern, matters such as the initial foray into the energy sector, the placement of a colossal reactor, and the redesign of Stark Industries headquarters demanded his direct intervention, keeping him in a perpetual state of busyness. Ethan and his companions wished to assist, yet their intentions were thwarted by their own limitations. Unable to identify a single task they could effectively tackle, this seemed entirely reasonable to them. The trio felt no surprise nor dismay, for among them were 2 relics from 6 or 7 decades past, out of touch with contemporary society, and the remaining individual possessed only an array of peculiar scientific skills. Given their inability to aid Tony Stark, Ethan and his companions could not bear to exist in a world where they felt they were squandering time. They conferred and resolved to form a team to venture into hell, battling monsters to amass riches. By midday, Kaiba Akihiko returned from his foray into hell, his expression somewhat dazed. It resembles the experience of a gaming expert being taught the ways of humility, casting doubt upon the very fabric of existence. Kazuto Kirigaya refrained from recklessly venturing into the depths of hell to confront monsters. Instead, he devoted several days to meticulously gathering information from Ethan and others regarding the various circumstances within hell, subsequently formulating a comprehensive strategy demonstrating ample preparation. However, reality often proves to be absurd, far exceeding one's imagination, and plans invariably falter in the face of unforeseen changes. During his inaugural hunt, he encountered a colossal blue warrior, towering over 100 meters, wielding a blade that cleaved through the volcanic landscape, causing molten lava to surge forth and the ground to fracture. He was not powerful enough to disregard the lava and hastily retreated. In his second hunt, he faced trees that grew at an alarming rate, tearing apart the earth and pulverizing rocks, as a lush forest sprang forth in an instant, with blooming flowers releasing toxic pollen. Once again, he lacked the strength to ignore the toxins and fled in haste. On his third hunt, an elderly man casually picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it into the distance, the speed and destructive capacity of the thrown stone rivaling that of a naval artillery shell. The explosive force generated by the impact could be felt for miles around. As he reveled in the chaotic winds, to avoid being accidentally harmed, Kazuto Kirigaya swiftly distanced himself from the scene. Continuing onward, he encountered numerous players employing area of effect skills to dispatch monsters, causing the very ground to tremble and fracture. It suddenly dawned upon him that the strategy was of little utility. For a novice, the pressing concern was not whether they could conquer the monsters, but rather how to evade the devastating attacks of seasoned players. The absurdity of a novice sharing the same map with a veteran was palpable. Throughout the morning, Kazuto Kirigaya spent the entirety of his time running through the map, managing to slay a few monsters along the way, yielding meager rewards. As evening approached, upon the return of Ethan and his companions, they were met with Kazuto's grievances. With a comforting pat on his chest, they assured him, "Join us, and you shall reap abundant rewards." Seated comfortably, the seasoned players took the lead. At the entrance of the camp, formidable players continued to spawn monsters. The white-bearded figure and Uchiha Madara sought to grow stronger, while Carp aimed to purchase resurrection coins. After exiting, Ethan and his companions did not proceed forward. Instead, they circled along the camp's wall to the rear. The area before the main gate was a battleground rife with chaos. Conversely, the region behind the camp became a haven for mid to low-tier warriors. In a single night, Kazuto Kirigaya amassed a fortune of 10 to 20,000 gold coins. The prospect of repaying debts loomed near, and the dream of purchasing a home was within reach. Clenching his fist, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, the light of aspiration. The following day, at noon, Tony and Pepper remained engrossed in their work, while Muyang and Bayacha leisurely sipped tea as they gazed at the sea. Ethan and his companions searched high and low for Kazuto Kirigaya, intending to invite him to join them in hell for profit. However, upon finding him sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless fish, devoid of dreams, they were taken aback. Yesterday, a spirited young man was full of life, yet today he has transformed into a mere salted fish. Suddenly, I grasped a poignant reality. With a sideways glance, Kiba Akihiko gazed vacantly with his lifeless eyes and spoke in a tone devoid of vitality. What happened? The other three were filled with curiosity regarding the event that had so thoroughly disheartened Kiba. The difficulty of purchasing a home, he muttered, his eyes devoid of focus. Earning 20,000 in a single night, amassing 1,000,000 in just 50 days was indeed not overly challenging. However, since Muyang did not calculate interest on a daily basis, Kiba resolved to first complete the exterior construction of the floating castle before repaying the debt. Thus, 20,000 coins were invested in Aincrad, transforming into 10 bricks on the castle's outer wall. Each brick cost 2,000 coins. The exorbitant housing prices left Kiba breathless. At that moment, a young dreamer succumbed to despair, becoming a mere salted fish. Indeed, it was quite a daunting challenge. Ethan and the others were equally intimidated by the staggering prices, unsure how to console Kiba, and could only offer motivational platitudes. Though it is difficult, do not give up. Perseverance is victory. Exactly. You must believe in your fortune. Just imagine. You encountered opportunities like the dimensional shop. What if one day you stumbled upon a treasure worth over 100 million while walking down the street? Yes, that's right. As Rod entered the villa, he was met with the sight of Ethan and the others fervently pouring encouragement upon Kiba, leaving him momentarily speechless. Choosing not to intrude, he tiptoed over to Tony and quietly inquired, "What are they up to?" "Who knows?" Tony, engrossed in his work, paid no heed to the commotion. He rose and walked toward the laboratory, beckoning Rod to follow. The two entered the lab, where Tony pointed to a steel suit of armor positioned in the corner. "That is a gift for you, a form of compensation," he silently added in his mind. "For the remainder of your life, please take care of me, my professional scapegoat." To acquire the steel suit, one must endure 2 scapegoat moments and spend time in 2 dark rooms. What a lucrative deal. Rod gazed at Tony with excitement. "You're not joking, are you?" Tony, uninterested in Rod's trivialities, approached the armor and asked, "Do you wish to install those weapons?" Without hesitation, Rod replied, "Of course. Let us equip every weapon that can be installed." "Very well." Tony did not refuse, casting a sidelong glance at the gleaming steel suit. The mobile war fortress was on the verge of being born. Chapter 98, Limited Time Event. Faction War. During this limited time event, members may choose between the Navy and pirate factions. Throughout the event, members will gain faction visibility. Members of the Navy faction will be able to see the criminal values of pirates. The higher the value, the more heinous the deeds, while a lower value indicates lesser wrongdoing. A negative value signifies that one has committed more good deeds than misdeeds. Members who defeat or eliminate pirates with negative values will receive points equivalent to those values, while points will be deducted for eliminating pirates with positive values. Members of the pirate faction can observe the justice values of the world government members, which represent the opposite of the evil values. Members who defeat or eliminate world government members with negative values will gain points equivalent to those values, whereas points will be deducted for eliminating members with positive values. The event will commence tomorrow at 8 o'clock and conclude 2 weeks later at 2000 hours. The side with the highest points at the end of the event will emerge victorious, and rankings will be determined based on the points earned. During the event, transportation to the pirate world will be complimentary. Rewards for the event rankings will be announced 1 week later. Abruptly capturing the attention of Uchiha Madara and others who lead a routine life of eating, sleeping, battling, conducting research, and gambling. Upon seeing the word event, members hastily skipped to the rewards section. The first place reward consists of 2 resurrection items. The second place reward includes 1 resurrection item, and the third place reward is a mystery. The 11th prize is a unique ability called a smile that captivates the city, while the 12th prize is an ability known as timeless beauty. The 21st prize consists of 3 terminals, and the 22nd prize includes 2 terminals. In an instant, the members from various worlds felt a weight in their breaths. Those in need of money, such as Kiba Kuroha, stared intensely at the cash rewards, while those lacking resurrection items fixated on the resurrection rewards. Members eager to recruit others, like Sengoku, cast their eyes upon the terminals. Female members collectively gazed fiercely at the rewards for the 11th and 12th places. The effect of a smile that captivates the city enhances charm and attractiveness, while timeless beauty allows the user to select and fix their appearance at any desired age. With the option to change it once a day, the allure of becoming more beautiful is a temptation few women can resist. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the Admiral, Sengoku rubbed his temples while observing the conversation in the group chat. He was already troubled by the execution of Ace, and now the announcement had thrown the situation into chaos, rendering his thoughts futile. Let us just lie flat. Carp chuckled while munching on senbei, expressing his disdain for the Navy scoundrels who act as pirates under the guise of justice. I have no objections to cleaning out the pests in the Navy. Disdainful of the naval scoundrels, Sengoku did not contest Carp's words. Rather, his apprehensions lay elsewhere. The real concern was that the pirate faction could strike at the very heart of the world government. The world government is an international organization comprising over 170 member states, wielding control over intelligence agencies, the Navy, underwater prisons, judicial islands, and scientific divisions. Among these, the most troublesome were the Celestial Dragons, a group whose moral depravity exceeds 90%. What are the consequences of such rampant wickedness? Naturally, it becomes a magnet for the members of the faction. Sengoku's mind raced ahead to a scenario where the celestial dragons were slain, igniting the fury of the world government. The justice index would plummet, prompting Admiral Akainu to deploy, only to be overwhelmed by the members, an unfortunate end. Quickly, Sengoku halted his spiraling thoughts, striving to salvage Akainu's life. As a longtime comrade, Carp easily discerned the underlying implication in Sengoku's concerns. Indeed, the members would likely target the celestial dragons. He felt compelled to offer them a warning to avoid capture. Sengoku mused, a traitor is lurking among us. Yet he did not deter Carp's intentions. He too had harbored resentment towards the celestial dragons for quite some time and would not object to their demise. With fewer celestial dragons, the world might find a semblance of peace. Ahem, after all, they were rivals. Best to tread lightly and say no more, Sengoku advised. A traitor is indeed myself. In the group chat, Carp announced, I have a message for all members. Those who wish to join the pirate faction may assassinate the celestial dragons. Their malevolence is exceedingly high, but upon their demise, make haste to flee, for the admirals will be dispatched in response. Obito Uchiha responded, thank you for the information. Immune to most skills, he brandished a kunai, ready for the hunt. The time for the hunt has come. Nagato added, thank you for the notice. A single Shinra Tensei. A full-screen assault, and then I shall escape. Minato Namikaze expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the information. After one strike, I shall retreat 1,000 miles. Black Zetsu remained silent in the group, internally reciting, insect technique, a moment's journey of 1,000 miles. Merging with the trees to conceal my presence. I am a born assassin. Celestial dragons, your end is nigh. Madara Uchiha inquired. Carp, is a powerhouse of your caliber more prevalent among pirates or the navy? Without a moment's hesitation, Carp replied, more pirates. Then do not bring calamity upon the navy while you wreak havoc on the pirates for the sake of world peace. Madara stated, very well, I shall join the navy. There are two paths to strength. One is through monetary investment, and the other is to battle against equals or those slightly superior. Monkey D. Dragon observed the conversation unfolding in the group and silently joined the pirate faction. As a skilled supporter, he was acutely aware of his role, detaining the enemy's highly mobile warrior, Kizaru, to buy time for our assassin to infiltrate the tower. I fervently wish for the extinction of the Tenryubito. Senju Hashirama, I shall also join the navy. Concerned for my dear comrade, I have decided to act alongside him. Others in the group eagerly signed up, choosing to align with either the navy or the pirate faction based on personal preference. Some sought to participate in the activities, while others were motivated by the prospect of a free excursion and participation rewards, as not everyone relishes in violence. Once aligned with their factions, I inquired with Whitebeard and others about the fundamental aspects of the pirate world. It was merely basic information, and Whitebeard and the others did not refuse to respond, providing a brief explanation to the group. Uchiha Madara, so, you are the strongest pirate? Whitebeard instantly grasped Madara's implication, responding, I shall not engage with you. I am preoccupied with saving my son. Do not bother me. Whitebeard, I recommend you seek out Kaido and Big Mom. They are both formidable and resilient. Whitebeard employed the tactic of misdirection. Uchiha Madara, very well. I shall first challenge the other emperors of the sea, and after overcoming them, I will fight you, the strongest. The misdirection was successful. Chapter 99. Sengoku Whitebeard's subtle maneuver. Observing the conversation in the group, Sengoku contemplated deeply. He had witnessed Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in action, their every movement capable of causing cataclysmic upheaval. The magnitude of their might and destructive potential was undoubtedly at the level of an admiral. Moreover, he believed that what he witnessed that day was not the full extent of their power. Two individuals potentially possessing strength that surpassed even that of an admiral were now seeking to confront the four emperors. From any perspective, this constituted a splendid opportunity, a chance to eradicate the four emperors' pirate crew. This world harbors many malignant entities, such as the Tenryubito and certain decaying noble families, with the four emperors' crews being among them. He had contemplated eliminating these bothersome blights, yet it remained merely a thought. To speak candidly, the navy, when fully committed, could indeed vanquish a four emperors' crew, but engaging in battle with them involved numerous complexities. Foremost among these was the world government's disapproval, followed by the interference of other four emperors' crews. Thus, Sengoku did not intend to inform the world government of his subsequent actions. He planned to proceed quietly. He would rendezvous with the three admirals, the admiral candidates, and elite vice admirals to launch a surprise attack alongside Uchiha Madara and others. Even if spies embedded within the four emperors' crews reported their actions to the Gorosei, Sengoku did not intend to retreat. After all, opportunities such as this are fleeting. One may not encounter another chance to assemble a force of over a dozen admiral-level warriors. Once the four emperors' crew is eliminated, I shall resign without hesitation. I have already composed my resignation letter. Although the inner theater of Sengoku's mind has fast-forwarded to the moment of submission, there remain two unresolved matters. The first is the collective disappearance of the fleet admiral and the vice admirals, a situation that cannot be concealed within the naval headquarters for long. It will be exposed within a day. Without addressing this issue, launching a surprise attack on the Yonko pirate crew would be a mere jest. The second matter involves persuading the senior officers to join him in this assault on the Yonko, yet the thought of those middle-aged individuals, each with their own eccentricities, gives Sengoku a headache. It seems that the task of persuasion is a long and arduous journey. Well, there is no use in overthinking at this moment. He decides to set aside the daunting challenge of convincing such a complex group and instead focus on resolving what he can. He enters the group chat and privately messages Mr. Black Absolute, expressing his desire to discuss a business proposition. Since Tony Stark began managing his private shop, other members have also opened small stores, selling local specialties or accepting commissions. For instance, Black Absolute offers but one product in his shop, the wrist-mounted personal terminal. Muyang has previously tossed these terminals into countless worlds, many of which have landed in the Naruto world, where most have been collected by the White Absolute dispatched by Black Absolute and placed for sale in his store, each priced at 35. It is worth noting that each terminal accommodates 3 users, requiring only a payment of 2, while Black Absolute charges an exorbitant 35, nearly doubling the cost. His greed is as evident as the color of his skin. Consequently, within a single day, Black Absolute has earned the nickname from his peers, the Heartless Profiteer. Additionally, Black Absolute's shop accepts commissions, limited to one type, impersonation. The cost for impersonating an individual is 200 per day, and should the White Absolute perish during the task, the client is obliged to compensate with 1. Terminal commissions? Black Absolute replies instantly. With his mother's rescue yet to be accomplished, he must continue to earn. Sengoku hesitates, uncertain of how many naval officers he can take with him. After a brief pause, he states, I require a batch of White Absolutes, no less than 10, and potentially exceeding 100. Naturally, he intends to take all the admiral-level combatants, deceiving them if necessary. As for the other officers, he will leave it to chance. It would suffice to retain some vice admirals at headquarters, if all the officers stationed there are mere impostors masquerading as White Absolutes. They could be rendered helpless in the face of unexpected events. Black Absolute readily agrees, inquiring when they will be needed. In the coming days. I will notify you when the time arrives. After concluding the private conversation, Sengoku picks up the Den Den Mushi and instructs the messenger to convene a meeting for all officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above. Meanwhile, in the New World, somewhere within the waters of Whitebeard, the Moby Dick sails quietly onward. The world government has yet to announce Ace's capture and the impending public execution. However, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are already aware of Ace's imprisonment in the deep-sea prison and are clamoring to rescue him. The reason for this urgency is not that Whitebeard has glimpsed the future through prophetic tomes, but rather that Marco, following the guidance of the life paper, was en route to deliver good news to Ace, specifically, the restoration of Whitebeard's health, when he noticed that the life paper had begun to smolder. Realizing that Ace was in peril, he hastened to reach Ace's location, navigating several twists and turns before ultimately arriving at the deep-sea prison. Marco refrained from storming the facility and instead returned to the Moby Dick to relay the news. Upon receiving Marco's report, Whitebeard immediately accessed the marketplace to acquire intelligence regarding the situation and became informed about the battle at Marineford. Had I not become a member of the store, the grim fate of Ace and me descending into the abyss might very well have materialized. However, as a member, I shall not allow such a future to exist. Ignoring the noisy protests of his sons, Whitebeard furrowed his brow in contemplation of how to rescue Ace. Recalling the conversations among his crewmates, a plan began to crystallize in his mind. The plot to assassinate the celestial dragons would undoubtedly attract the attention of both the organization and the Navy. Simultaneously, the world government remained oblivious to my knowledge of Ace's capture, let alone his confinement in Impel Down. I could exploit this information gap to catch the world government off guard and rush into Impel Down to save Ace. Nevertheless, this plan presented two pressing issues. Firstly, Impel Down, an imposing tower-like prison submerged in the sea, posed the risk that should I exert too much force, I might shatter the prison, transforming it into a sunken ruin. In such a scenario, the likelihood of Ace drowning would be nearly absolute. To mitigate this risk, I procured potions to negate the side effects of the devil fruit, along with 2 portable oxygen tanks. The second issue involved Sengoku. As a fellow Storm member, Sengoku would possess the same information I did, raising concerns that he might orchestrate some targeted countermeasures. However, I had a strategy to ascertain whether Sengoku had made any arrangements. Whitebeard entered the group chat and privately messaged Garp. Aware that Garp is Ace's grandfather, I was certain that inquiring him would yield reliable intelligence. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. I am Ace's father, and Garp is his grandfather. Damn, I've been outmaneuvered. Chapter 99. Sengoku Whitebeard. A subtle maneuver observing the dialogue in the group. Sengoku appeared contemplative. He had witnessed the prowess of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, whose every move could cause mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. Such might and destructive capability were undoubtedly on par with that of an admiral. Moreover, he felt that what he witnessed that day was not the full extent of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's power. 2 individuals, potentially possessing strength that transcends that of any general, were set to confront the 4 emperors. From any perspective, this presented an excellent opportunity, a chance to eradicate the 4 emperors' pirate crew. This world is rife with malignancies, such as the celestial dragons and certain decaying noble families, and the 4 emperors' pirate crew is undoubtedly one of them. He had contemplated the idea of eliminating these troublesome blights, but it remained merely a thought. To speak candidly, the Navy could indeed defeat a 4 emperors' pirate crew if they exerted their full strength. However, engaging in battle with the 4 emperors involves numerous complications. Foremost among them is the undeniable fact that the world government would not permit it, followed closely by the potential interference from the other 4 emperors' crews. Consequently, Sengoku planned to keep the ensuing operations from the world government and intended to proceed discreetly. He aimed to rendezvous with Uchiha Madara and others, accompanied by the 3 admirals, the admiral candidates, and elite vice-admirals, to launch a surprise attack. Even if spies embedded within the 4 emperors' crew reported to the Gorosei, Sengoku had no intention of retreating. After all, opportunities like this are fleeting and may never present themselves again. This might be the only chance to gather such formidable power, and once the 4 emperors were eliminated, he would promptly resign. He had even contemplated how to draft his resignation letter. Although Sengoku's internal monologue had fast-forwarded to the moment of submitting his resignation, 2 significant issues remained unresolved. One was the collective disappearance of the fleet admiral and the admirals, which would be impossible to conceal at Navy headquarters and would be exposed within a day. Without resolving this issue, a surprise attack on the 4 emperors would be a farce. The second challenge was persuading the senior officers to join him in the assault. But the thought of convincing that eclectic group of middle-aged individuals, each with their own distinct personalities, made Sengoku's head ache. He realized that the task of persuasion would be arduous. Nevertheless, dwelling on such matters was futile at present. He decided to address what he could resolve first. He entered the group chat and privately messaged Mr. Black Zetsu, expressing his desire to discuss a business proposition. Since Tony Stark had opened his private shop, other group members had gradually followed suit, establishing their own small stores to sell specialties or accept commissions. For instance, Black Zetsu sold only one item in his shop, the wristband personal terminal. Muyong had previously dispatched numerous wristband personal terminals across countless worlds, many of which landed in the Naruto universe and were retrieved by White Zetsu, who then placed them for sale in the shop, each priced at 35. It is important to note that a single terminal accommodates 3 users and costs only 2, yet Black Zetsu charged 35, nearly doubling the price. As dark as his complexion. Consequently, within a mere day, Black Absolute earned the moniker of the unscrupulous middleman from his associates. Furthermore, Black Absolute's establishment also accepts commissions, albeit limited to a singular type, disguise. To impersonate an individual incurs a fee of 200 per day, should the task be interrupted by the demise of White Absolute. The client must compensate with 1. Terminal commissions? Black Absolute responds instantaneously. Although the quest to rescue his mother remains unfulfilled, he must persist in his pursuit of wealth. The commission I yearn to vocalize remains unuttered. Sengoku is unaware of how many naval commanders he can acquire. After a brief pause, Sengoku articulates his need for a contingent of white absolutes, numbering no fewer than 10 and potentially exceeding 100. Undoubtedly, he must secure all the admiral-level combatants, ensnaring them by any means necessary. The remaining commanders shall be left to fate. Retaining some vice admirals at headquarters could suffice. If all the commanders there are mere impostors masquerading as white absolutes, any unforeseen circumstances could lead to chaos. Black Absolute readily consents, inquiring when the need arises. In the coming days, I will notify you when the time comes. Concluding their private conversation, Sengoku picks up the transponder snail, instructing the messenger to convene a meeting of officers at the rank of Vice Admiral and above. Simultaneously, in a certain location within the New World, the Moby Dick sails serenely. The world government has yet to disclose the news of Ace's capture and impending public execution. However, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are already aware that Ace is imprisoned in the depths of the sea and are clamoring to rescue him. The impetus for this urgency is not due to Whitebeard's foresight, but rather because Marco, following the guidance of the Paper of Life, was en route to deliver the good news regarding Whitebeard's recovery when he observed the paper igniting mid-flight. Realizing Ace was in peril, he hastened towards Ace's location, navigating several twists and turns, ultimately arriving at the underwater prison. Marco refrained from trespassing and returned to the Moby Dick to relay his findings. Upon receiving Marco's report, Whitebeard immediately entered the marketplace to procure information regarding the situation, thereby learning of the events surrounding the Marineford War. Had I not become a member of the store, the grim future of accompanying Ace to the afterlife would indeed have been a possibility. However, as a member, I shall not allow such a fate to transpire. Disregarding the raucous outbursts of his sons, Whitebeard furrowed his brow, contemplating how to rescue Ace. Recalling the discussions among his comrades, a plan began to crystallize in his mind. The attempts to assassinate the celestial dragons would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of both the organization and the Navy. Simultaneously, the world government remains oblivious to my awareness of Ace's capture, and even more so to the fact that I know Ace is imprisoned and impelled down. Utilizing the information gap between the two, I can catch the world government off guard and storm into Impelled Down to rescue Ace. Nevertheless, this plan presents two issues that require resolution. Firstly, there is the towering prison submerged in the sea. Should he exert excessive force, he could potentially shatter the prison, transforming it into a mere ruin beneath the waves. In such a dire scenario, the likelihood of Ace perishing would escalate to a certainty. To counteract the adverse effects of the devil fruit, 2 portable oxygen tanks were procured as a precautionary measure. Whitebeard, seeking to mitigate potential issues, made purchases of appropriate items from the marketplace. The second concern pertains to Sengoku. As a fellow member of the marketplace, whatever information I possess, Sengoku is equally privy to, which raises the fear of targeted manipulations on his part. Nevertheless, I have devised a method to ascertain whether Sengoku has made any pertinent arrangements. Whitebeard entered the group and initiated a private conversation with Garp. Aware that Garp is Ace's grandfather, consulting him would undoubtedly yield reliable intelligence. However, a troubling thought crossed my mind. I am Ace's father, while Garp is his grandfather. How unfortunate it is to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 100, Hashirama, Madara. I comprehend your aspirations. There remain 14 hours and 50 minutes until the event commences. In the ninja realm, the last rays of the setting sun cast their golden hue as birds serenade their return home. A golden veil envelopes the flourishing town where pedestrians hasten along the bustling streets. Within a certain corner of Konoha village, at Hashirama's residence, he and Madara sit cross-legged on cushions, facing the courtyard, with a small tea table adorned with teaware and a plate of sunbae placed between them. Gazing at the tranquil courtyard with its small bridge and flowing water, Hashirama spoke. Madara, I understand your urgency to grow stronger is driven by the looming threat of the Tsutsuki clan. However, there is no need for such haste. We have ample time to prepare. You need not bear this burden alone. I will assist you, and you must also learn to trust the younger generation. As he spoke, Hashirama turned his head slightly to the left, his expression earnest. Wait, what is Hashirama saying? I find myself slightly perplexed. What Tsutsuki clan? Now I recall. Those arrogant yet utterly inept extraterrestrials. Those sheltered beings who have never faced the harsh realities of society dare to trouble me. Uchiha Madara? Surely, this is a jest. Yet, the notion of strengthening for the future of the ninja world sounds far more noble than doing so for mere self-interest. Therefore, Hashirama speaks wisely. His words are irrefutable. Anyone who dares contradict Hashirama positions themselves as my adversary. Though my thoughts may drift aimlessly, my expression remains steadfast and unchanged. Indeed, possessing a stoic demeanor can be advantageous, preventing others from discerning my inner musings. Unlike certain individuals, whose expressive faces betray their thoughts, leading them to unfortunate predicaments. Oh, I see now. Uchiha Madara remained expressionless, nodding coolly. That's good. I will strive to grow stronger, so as not to be cast aside by you, Hashirama replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Due to a lack of information, Hashirama was unaware of the recent thrashing Madara had received at the hands of the White Knight demon. Naturally, those who had been beaten were too embarrassed to speak of their humiliation, who would willingly divulge their shame. Moreover, the individuals involved were renowned or formidable figures within the shinobi world, and they were even more protective of their reputations. The crux of the matter lay in Madara's desperate desire to become stronger after perusing texts that foretold the future of the shinobi world, which was the primary cause of Hashirama's misunderstanding. However, as fate would have it, although Hashirama misjudged the reason behind Madara's urgency to strengthen himself, his own misguided assumptions provided him with a rationale for his own growth, to protect his homeland and his friends, much like they had done together many years prior during times of turmoil. In the courtyard, Hashirama lifted his teacup and took a sip, moistening his parched lips. Madara, this upcoming event presents an opportunity for us to cultivate promising juniors, such as Might Guy, who might one day hold their ground against you. Hashirama mused, considering that the Otsutsuki clan, despite its dwindling numbers, would still have dozens, if not hundreds, of members, while the shinobi world had only a handful of individuals at the Kage level. Given the myriad of challenges they might face, he intended to mentor the next generation. Yet, the only flaw in Hashirama's reasoning was his choice of words. Madara crossed his arms, his expression unchanged, but his gaze was as piercing as 1,000 sharp blades. What do you mean by holding the upper hand against me? That was merely an opportunity one granted him to showcase his prowess on the stage. As the words left his lips, Madara's demeanor grew ever colder, enveloped in an aura of chilling pressure. Everything is the same. Do not dwell on trivial details. Hashirama dismissed Madara's frosty expression with a wave of his hand, smiling as he continued. If Might Guy can gain an advantage over you, it signifies his potential for growth. Wouldn't you agree? Well acquainted with Madara's temperament, Hashirama knew how to temper his ire. Upon hearing Hashirama's praise, Madara's anger dissipated significantly, and he remarked earnestly, Might Guy is indeed a master of taijutsu. After becoming a member of the store, the side effects of the 8 gates can be easily mitigated. However, he possesses the capability to grow stronger independently. He does not require your guidance. Indeed, Hashirama scratched his head. Then, selecting Uchiha, his sentence was cut short as Madara interjected. There is nothing to teach regarding the Sharingan. What about Naruto and Sasuke? Hashirama cautiously broached the subject of the legendary children of prophecy. Madara cast a sidelong glance at Hashirama. Are you considering bringing children into the battlefield? Then whom would you choose? Hashirama deferred the decision to Madara. I do not know. Madara replied nonchalantly. In the presence of Uchiha Madara's gaze, Hashirama offered a faint smile. Reclining slightly as he supported himself with his hands on the ground and tilted his head toward the room, calling out, Izuna, quickly take care of your brother. He is intentionally provoking me. Upon hearing this, Madara widened his eyes in indignation, exclaiming, Is it merely a matter of exchanging a few harsh words? How could you resort to informing our parents, or rather, complaining to my younger brother? What? At the sound of Hashirama's voice, Izuna poked his head out from the kitchen, a look of confusion adorning his face. Uchiha Izuna had been resurrected 5 days prior and was currently embroiled in a dispute over kitchen dominion with Uzumaki Mido. It is worth noting that Hashirama and Madara's homes were adjacent, and they typically dined at Hashirama's residence, with cooking duties alternating between Mido and Izuna. On days when it was Izuna's turn to cook, Tobirama would refrain from returning home for dinner, as the relationship between him and Izuna was notably strained. Although Izuna would never resort to poisoning Tobirama's meals, he often included peculiar ingredients, such as castor beans and mustard. By the way, Hashirama inquired. When can we expect to eat? Uchiha Madara stood to block Hashirama, swiftly placing his left hand behind him to cover Hashirama's mouth, effectively silencing him, while he quickly dismissed his brother Izuna and shut the door with a swift motion. While it was evident to Izuna that his elder brother was concealing something, he had no intention of pressing further and merely shrugged before retreating back into the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. Hashirama, having brushed off Madara's hand from his mouth, gasped for breath and rubbed his reddened face, grumbling, "I suspect you wish to tear my mouth apart. The evidence is irrefutable. Rest assured, I do indeed wish to silence you," Madara replied nonchalantly, nodding in agreement that Hashirama's suspicion was not unfounded. "At your age, still resorting to childish complaints. How utterly embarrassing." "Embarrassment? What does that even mean, as long as it serves a purpose?" Hashirama retorted, shifting back to the main topic. Their discussion continued until nightfall, culminating in the selection of participants for their endeavor. Given the myriad of martial arts experts within the pirate realm, they ultimately decided upon Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Might Guy, forming what could be termed a physical enhancement class. It is notable that Might Guy would serve as their instructor rather than a student. Chapter 101. At the barbecue restaurant, with 11 hours and 30 minutes remaining until the event commenced, in the hidden leaf village of the ninja world. The night sky sparkled with stars, a cool evening breeze sweeping through the brilliantly illuminated streets. The barbecue restaurant was bustling with life, indistinguishable from the daytime. Within a private room of the establishment, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya sat gathered around a low barbecue table. Tsunade occupied the seat by the window, allowing the breeze from outside to carry away the ash, effectively preventing any choking from the smoke. Jiraiya sat on the left, casting a complex glance at Orochimaru across the table. The small gaze, imbued with a blend of joy and excitement, yet muddled with a plethora of chaotic emotions that could only be elucidated through a pie chart, sent shivers down Orochimaru's spine. Without uttering a word, he swiftly drew a kunai. The dull thud of the kunai striking the wooden board resonated, as a few pale strands of hair danced in the wind before falling into the charcoal, turning to ash. "You want to kill me?" Jiraiya roared, each word punctuated with fury, embodying a state of utter exasperation. Had I been even a fraction slower, that kunai would have pierced my head. "Damn you, Orochimaru. How unfortunate." Orochimaru, with a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and placed it on the grill, speaking in a hoarse and deep tone. "What did you say?" "Damn you, Orochimaru." Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, flames of anger igniting within him. "I said," Orochimaru replied, locking his gaze on Jiraiya, "considering your lackluster abilities, the speed and force with which I threw the kunai were just sufficient for you to evade." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's anger subsided, and he stared intently at Orochimaru for a moment, falling silent. Suddenly, he snatched the chopsticks and, with the speed honed over decades of solitude, grabbed the piece of meat that Orochimaru had just placed on the grill, shoving it into his mouth and chewing triumphantly before Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru observed Jiraiya quietly, a cold smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. "Childish. Both of you are being reprimanded by Tsunade, yet despite being decades old, you behave like mere children. Can you not exhibit a modicum of maturity? Can you not be a little steadier?" Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade launched into a lecture, her words evoking the sensation of a mother chastising her children, leaving Jiraiya and Orochimaru momentarily stunned. "Your immaturity leaves me in a state of concern. During the mission, you will follow my lead and heed my commands." The true intention was laid bare, and the two, listening in silence, muttered to themselves, "I have no objections." Jiraiya did not expose Tsunade's ulterior motives, readily agreeing, feeling reassured by teaming up with familiar comrades, even if it meant venturing into another world. "Excellent." Tsunade's gaze towards Jiraiya held a hint of approval, her satisfaction with Jiraiya's awareness of the situation evident. "I refuse," Orochimaru stated expressionlessly. "What?" The air was suddenly crushed by Tsunade's bare hands, the dispersing currents ruffling Orochimaru's dark hair. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Tsunade, with a smile, raised her delicate, fair fingers as if admiring their beauty. Yet, in light of the preceding scene, even a fool would not believe she was merely admiring her fingers. It was a threat, an unmistakable threat. "Do not forget who provided you with your terminal." Following the display of physical intimidation came a verbal threat. "I will join." Considering the consequences of negative resistance, the astute Orochimaru chose to join the team. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed the official establishment of the legendary Three Ninjas team, with the objective of attaining the rewards for the 11th and 12th positions. Indeed, Jiraiya and Orochimaru thought simultaneously in their hearts. After a moment, Orochimaru inquired about which faction they would align with. The Navy, he replied, following in the footsteps of his grandfather to reap the benefits from behind. Orochimaru nodded slightly, refraining from further questions, and quietly engaged in grilling meat, conversing, and drinking. Meanwhile, in another private room of the barbecue restaurant, Kakashi and Obito sat facing each other, enveloped in a silence that lingered between them. Although it was already known that Obito had been exploited, a mere acknowledgement of being used could not absolve him of his sins. The wrongs committed could not be undone. Thus, both Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei had not forgiven Obito, who had never expected to be forgiven himself, seldom venturing into the village of Konoha to avoid being a nuisance. The only person he frequently communicated with from Konoha was Kakashi. Extending his right hand with an open palm, Obito said, "Lend me your eye for a few days, and I shall return it once I am done." The moment the words left his mouth, Obito felt a sense of discomfort, sensing something was amiss. "Are you planning to contend for the first and second places?" Kakashi did not respond immediately. "Yes," Obito replied in a subdued tone, intending to atone for his past and resurrect those innocents who perished because of him, limited to the innocents. Upon receiving the answer, Kakashi asked, "Shall I give it to you now?" "Yes," Obito continued in a muted nasal tone. "I have prepared a substitute eye for you." With that, he retracted his right arm, reached into his pocket, and produced a glass vial the size of a soda can, within which floated an eye. "It's a 3-tomo Sharingan. Although it may not be as good as my own, it will suffice," he boasted while explaining. Since Obito had made the best preparations, Kakashi readily agreed, stating, "Then I shall find a medical ninja to replace my eye right now." "No need. I am quite experienced in eye replacement. It will be done in a matter of seconds," Obito said, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder to prevent him from rising. "You?" Kakashi's gaze was filled with skepticism. "Replacing an eye requires finesse and practice," Obito asserted, lifting Kakashi's forehead protector, securing his grip, and removing the eye. He then opened the glass vial, extracted the eye within, and inserted it into Kakashi's tear-streaked eye socket. With a swift motion, he connected the optic nerves. "You can see, right?" Obito asked Kakashi. Kakashi blinked, his vision clear, without a hint of issue. Tossing the discarded eyeball into the glass vial and sealing it tightly, Obito returned to the barbecue table, grasping his chopsticks to eat meat. Observing Obito's actions, Kakashi felt a twinge of confusion. "Aren't you going to replace your own eye?" "Don't change. I'll go back and ask Rin for help," said Obito with a smile. Rin Noera, recently resurrected by Obito, now resides in the Hidden Rain village. Kakashi instantly grasped Obito's intentions, feeling momentarily speechless before inquiring about Rin's well-being. "Rin, how have you been lately? Why do you ask this?" Obito's expression was akin to that of a guard on high alert. "It's perfectly normal to show concern for a teammate," Kakashi replied, feigning indifference. "I've been doing quite well," Rin responded. Seemingly realizing that his earlier demeanor was excessive, Obito proactively began discussing mundane matters, mentioning that Rin had recently taken up gardening. The conversation flowed smoothly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 102. Countdown. 10 hours and 05 minutes remain until the event begins. In the tallest tower of the Hidden Rain village, a meeting room on the top floor. Around the round table sat 8 individuals: Yahiko, Konan, Kaku, Deidara, Kisame, Haiden, Sasori, and Nagato. Obito was absent, enjoying barbecue with Kakashi in Konoha. Regarding the arrangements for the faction war event, Nagato surveyed the members of the Akatsuki present and stated, "Obito and I will head to Mariewa to assassinate the celestial dragons. Kakazu, Deidara, Kisame, Haiden, Sasori, and several from the Sand Village will rendezvous there, with our target being the 7 warlords of the sea. We will also take the opportunity to raid some naval bases along the way." The 7 warlords, while bearing the title of pirates and engaging in piratical activities, are indeed one of the subordinate organizations of the world government. "Sasori, you are responsible for coordinating with the Sand Village to establish the meeting location." Sasori, having regained his flesh and blood due to his parents' strong insistence, nodded to indicate his understanding. The others in the organization were accustomed to following orders and did not voice any objections, save for Deidara, who complained a bit. "What a pity. I've heard that Mariewa is renowned as a holy land." I was hoping to see if it would explode differently. As soon as Deidara spoke, a look of realization crossed Nagato's face, and he added, Deidara, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using area attacks. Kakuzu, keep an eye on him. Remember, the faction war is score-based, and any friendly fire will incur penalties. If Deidara acts carelessly, it could lead to negative points. Just as Deidara began to voice his dissent, he was ensnared by several dark tendrils. Rest assured, from this moment on, I shall not let him out of my sight. When it comes to money, Kakuzu was particularly serious, and his fierce demeanor silenced Deidara, causing him to swallow his unspoken words. How terrifying. Having arranged matters concerning Deidara, Nagato turned his attention to another troublesome individual, Haiden. Kakuzu, you and Haiden keep a close watch on him. Make sure he doesn't kill indiscriminately. Understood. Haiden, who had been reveling in mischief, froze momentarily, staring blankly at Nagato. What about me? What should I do? As everyone finished speaking, Yahiko pointed to the tip of his nose and inquired if, as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he too would have a mission. Nagato, observing Yahiko's hopeful gaze, hesitated for a moment before continuing, suggesting that he and Conan travel to the Four Seas to find some naval bases for practical training and to gain combat experience. Initially intending to advise Yahiko to stay home and study the knowledge a leader should possess, leaving the fighting to them, Nagato found himself unable to resist the allure of Yahiko's eager expression and changed his mind. All right, leave it to me, Yahiko declared, patting his chest. The meeting is adjourned. With that proclamation, Nagato stood up first and walked over to Yahiko, advising him to be cautious. Tonight, you will sleep with me, Kakuzu said, dragging Deidara toward the door. While Deidara's protest echoed along the way, Kisame and the others followed Kakuzu, amused by the unfolding drama. Scorpion engaged in a private conversation with his grandmother, agreeing on a time and place to meet before indulging in some casual chatter. The next day dawned bright and clear, with only 56 minutes remaining until the event commenced. In the residence of Hashirama in Konoha, the excitement was palpable. Who would have thought that one day I would be personally invited into the team by the first Hokage? Truly a youth-filled moment. The Kappa, dressed entirely in green, shed tears of joy, his fists clenched in exhilaration. Beside him, Hinata appeared flustered, while Niji maintained a seemingly stoic expression, though internally tense to the point of rigidity. Rock Lee, equally thrilled but less flamboyant than Might Guy, perhaps due to still being a student under him and yet to grasp the essence of youthful exuberance. Hashirama chuckled heartily, finding Might Guy quite amusing, while Madara wore a frown, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. With only 46 minutes left until the event, at the entrance of Sunagakure, the clay bird carrying the 5 members of the Akatsuki landed, and Scorpion was immediately besieged by his parents, grandmother, and uncle with marriage proposals, leaving him bewildered amidst the cacophony. The remaining 4 single nobles of the Akatsuki, arms crossed, stood with Rasha and SH-10, watching with amused smiles, showing no intention of coming to Scorpion's aid. With 36 minutes remaining, in a pavilion at the Tiansha residence of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jue sighed as he looked at the terminal in his hand. After healing his junior's limbs a few days prior, he had been able to walk normally after a period of rehabilitation. He had intended to invite his junior to the other world, but upon understanding the implications of the terminal, his junior had resolutely refused, insisting that it be given to a younger person. Younger person indeed. But to whom? Zhang Jue pondered. With only 26 minutes left until the event, on the rooftop of Da Bao Hair Salon on Chicken Island, with the hood of his sweatshirt drawn, Chicken Da Bao cradled little flying chicken, gazing at Wu Liuqi's head and asking, Achi, how much do you think the local specialties from the other world should sell for? Relying on the sale of transformative eggs and employing the art of manipulation, Achi managed to amass a modest sum, sufficient to purchase both a terminal and medication for amnesia. However, Wu Liuqi chose not to acquire the amnesia remedy. Instead, he opted to peruse his memories as a mere observer, thus recovering his recollections while retaining his current personality. The sole dilemma remained the loss of his abilities. Yet, matters solvable through financial means are hardly dilemmas at all. Selling an increased quantity of transformative eggs would enable him to gather enough funds to restore his powers. Wu Liuqi cast a retrospective glance at Jida Bao and earnestly remarked, even if you claim that it is a relic from another world, others are unlikely to believe it, and thus it will not fetch a substantial price. My dream of being a dual-world trader has been shattered from the very beginning. Jita Bao sighed in response. With just 16 minutes remaining until the event commenced, at 2 Chome, 22 Banshee, Mahanko, Tokyo, Conan Adagawa meticulously checked his equipment. The price of 4,869 was somewhat steep, yet the inventions of Professor Agasa also held considerable value. With a bit of thrifty accumulation here and there, he had managed to save enough. Nevertheless, mindful of the black organization, he refrained from purchasing the antidote for the time being, choosing instead to amass further funds to eliminate the organization before addressing other matters. Since Professor Agasa did not possess an endless supply of inventions to sell, Conan contemplated leveraging the rewards of the upcoming event. With only 6 minutes to go, Sakata Jintoki had already settled into a small spacecraft, silently praying for the means of transportation to be successfully transmitted. As the countdown dwindled to 5 minutes, Kamijutoma stood before the refrigerator, gazing at a box of eggs that had slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the floor, lost in deep contemplation. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the room, laden with anguish. With just 1 minute left, the countdown reached 59, 58, 57. Chapter 103. Nagato. Since we're here as the countdown reached 0, a map unfurled within the minds of the group members, revealing the world map of the pirate realm. In the upper right corner of the map, a compass was depicted, with various islands labeled. Though most remained shrouded in gray, only 6 were illuminated, representing the islands available for descent, the 4 seas, and the first half of the Grand Line, as well as the New World, which members could choose as their landing sites. In gaming terms, these equated to selectable starting locations. Those intent on competing for victory and rankings naturally gravitated towards the Grand Line, specifically the islands of Twin Cape and Dressrosa. Meanwhile, those merely seeking rewards opted for the relatively safer East Blue, particularly Windmill Village. As each member finalized their selections, the glow of transportation began to illuminate the surroundings. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, tumultuous events unfurled one after another, each more astonishing than the last. Not long ago, the news of the attack on Judicial Island sent ripples of shock and trepidation across the globe, stirring panic among the populace. However, there existed an exception, the kingdom ruled by Doflamingo, a realm imbued with love, passion, and the whimsicality of toys, Dressrosa. Perhaps due to Doflamingo's adept management of his public persona and other factors, the citizens of Dressrosa placed their unwavering trust in him, believing he would safeguard their kingdom. Consequently, within the realm, there was a conspicuous absence of anxiety, as life continued in its serene rhythm. It was indeed a beautiful nation. Standing upon the mushroom-shaped rock at the island's edge, Hashirama gazed upon the panoramic view of Dressrosa, unable to suppress a quiet admiration. My guy, meanwhile, fixated on the mushroom rock wall, appeared eager to scale it. Humph. Uchiha Madara scoffed, successfully diverting the attention of both men. Do not squander time, Hashirama. Promptly contact Sengoku and inquire about our rendezvous point. Guy, reach out to those 3 youngsters and ascertain their status. Understood, Hashirama replied, immediately initiating a private conversation with Sengoku. Might Guy also shifted his gaze from the mushroom rock and contacted Rock Lee for an update. Hinata, Niji, and the 3 second-year ninja students were, of course, not meant to accompany them into the fray of the battlefield where top-tier combatants clashed. Madara had assigned the 3 young ones to handle wild beasts in the Windmill Village and engage with minor pirates, all while casually participating in the rewards. Safety was assured, as Hinata's storage space was filled with the clones of himself, Hashirama, and Might Guy. The communication was brief, and in an instant, Sengoku informed them that they were to wait at the isolated island of Greenbit, located to the north of Dressrosa, as they would arrive shortly. Looking toward the north, Madara could faintly discern the silhouette of an island. At that moment, Might Guy reported that everything was proceeding smoothly on Hinata's end. They had begun training under the guidance of the 3 clones. Since there are no issues, let us depart. As the words echoed, a radiant light of teleportation enveloped them, and the figures of Nagato and Obito emerged from the brilliance. Their gazes interlocked, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Killing intent. Might Guy's expression hardened as he assumed a combat stance. The frigid atmosphere momentarily faltered and gradually dissipated as the 3 men passed each other with stoic expressions. The Uchiha trio advanced northward, while Nagato and Obito veered southward. According to the intelligence I gathered from Mr. Dragon, the king of Dressrosa is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As they traversed the mushroom rock, Obito suddenly pointed towards the distant palace, exclaiming, "Is a pirate truly a king of a nation?" Nagato frowned, visibly astonished. "Indeed," Obito affirmed, indicating he had neither erred nor fabricated, and that Monkey D. Dragon would not disseminate easily refutable falsehoods. This confirmed that the king of Dressrosa was, in fact, one of the warlords. "Should we eliminate him on our way?" Toby made a gesture of decapitation and inquired, "Since we have fortuitously encountered each other, let us resolve this matter along the way." Nagato, in a tone that suggested he had come all this way, directly instructed Toby to point towards the royal palace. "You create a commotion to scare off the civilians, and I shall proceed to the palace." Nagato interrupted Toby's words and ascended into the sky. Toby shrugged and replied, "As you wish." The kaleidoscope in his eyes slowly revolved as the azure Susanoo rose majestically from the ground. Upon their arrival, Minato, Itachi, Shursui, and Fugaku beheld the towering Susanoo, their heads filled with a multitude of questions. "What is this? Do you intend to take us on 4 against 1? Minato and the others contemplated the adage that the first to strike would prevail, and as they prepared to charge forward, they heard Toby call out loudly, "Teacher, can we not engage the 7 warlords?" If one were to inquire how Toby discerned the allegiance of Minato and his companions, it was simply through the pirate titles they bore, serving as markers of their faction, much like the navy that Hashirama and Madara represented. "Wait, you're not attacking me." Minato and his companions felt a moment of embarrassment, relieved they had not acted impulsively. Subsequently, they grasped the keywords, 7 warlords points. "Let us fight." The 4 readily agreed, asking, "How do we proceed?" "Teacher, you go assist Nagato. Itachi, you and I will create chaos, driving the civilians to the island's edge." "No problem." Once again, 3 towering figures ascended. In the midst of the pirate faction's actions, a solitary head of black Zetsu, peeking from the ground, contemplated for a moment and chose not to intervene. It was not out of fear that Nagato and Toby might abandon their pursuit of the 7 warlords to target him instead, but rather because he believed that intervening would yield little gain against 4 kaleidoscopes and a Rinnegan. Thus, instead of entangling himself in this laborious and thankless endeavor, he resolved to seek out the celestial dragons in Mariewa to exert his influence over them. With this thought, Black Zetsu gradually submerged into the earth. However, before that, he contemplated a visit to Marineford, considering the transaction with Sengoku, which was the most lucrative commission he had received. In the Marineford conference room, the officers preparing to join Sengoku in confronting the 4 emperors numbered 45, all of whom were persuaded by Sengoku's eloquence, starting from the rank of Rear Admiral. "When shall we depart, Mr. Sengoku?" inquired a rather impatient Rear Admiral. Sengoku replied, "I have arranged for substitutes. The disappearance of 45 high-ranking officers will undoubtedly cause a stir, necessitating a cover-up. Once the substitutes arrive, we shall set off." As he spoke, a notification chimed on his terminal, prompting Sengoku to check his private messages. "Black Zetsu, I have arrived at Marineford. Your substitutes have arrived." Sengoku stood up, stating, upon exiting, "Disperse and regroup at the civil port." As the generals heard the announcement, they rose one after another and exited. Chapter 104, produced by Vegapunk, a guaranteed masterpiece. Marineford, as the island where the Navy headquarters is stationed, is divided into 2 sections. The front is occupied by naval facilities and military ports, while the rear comprises the living quarters for ordinary citizens and civilian ports. Most residents in the living area are families of naval personnel and related individuals running various shops. There are also other inhabitants, such as merchant sailors. Consequently, numerous merchant ships dock at the civilian port, and many warehouses are located nearby. Utilizing the technique of rapid movement, Black Zetsu landed on the hill adjacent to the far left side of the warehouse upon reaching Marineford. The side of the hill facing the ocean features a steep cliff with an incline close to 70 degrees, while Black Zetsu trod upon a pristine white rocky beach, shaped by the relentless waves, with a chaotic cluster of reefs beyond. In a flash of golden light, a tall, slender middle-aged man donned in a yellow and white striped suit appeared. Are you the one providing us with the substitute?" Indeed, the swift yellow monkey, as expected, was the first to arrive. "Correct," Black Zetsu nodded, his white half writhing before swiftly splitting into a white Zetsu. "Touch it," he instructed, pointing at the newly formed white Zetsu. After systematic adjustments, members can utilize their skills normally in this alternate realm. Borsellino, eyeing the peculiar pure white figure, hesitated to follow Black Zetsu's command, seemingly apprehensive. After a brief moment, he extended his hand to touch the white Zetsu. Upon contact with the skin of white Zetsu, Borsalino felt a slight sting at his fingertip, akin to a needle prick, prompting him to retract his hand immediately. Simultaneously, white Zetsu began to undulate, its form elevating and gradually morphing into Borsalino's likeness. After approximately 11 or 12 seconds, a replica of Borsalino stood before them. "Wow, that's truly impressive," Borsalino exclaimed, his expression and tone exaggerated, leaving one to wonder whether his words conveyed genuine admiration or were a sarcastic taunt. Black Zetsu, however, paid little heed to Borsalino's remarks. His goal was profit, not argument. Whatever the client wished to express mattered little, as long as the money flowed. After a minute or two, as Borsalino meticulously examined his replica, Akiji Kazan arrived, cycling across the water. "Can you guess which one of us is real?" The two Borsalinos faced Kazan, engaging in a game of identifying the genuine article. Upon landing, Kazan, with one hand gripping his bicycle, scrutinized the two figures before him. After a moment of careful consideration, he pointed at the right Borsalino. "You are the real one." "Bravo." Borsalino clapped his hands. "Congratulations on your correct guess. How did you discern my true identity?" How Kazan managed to distinguish between two identical figures remained a mystery. Kazan meticulously organized his thoughts, remarking that your smile possesses a unique charm, an essence that is difficult for the average person to replicate. "Is that so?" Borsalino touched his own face and then glanced at Kazan, who responded with a quirky grin. Rather unappealing, yet oddly endearing. Borsalino fell silent. One by one, others began to arrive at the location. Although they attracted the attention of some residents along the way, it did not elicit excessive curiosity, as such gatherings were commonplace. After completing 45 stand-ins, Black Zetsu received a day's earnings, amounting to 452,009,000. How long this could be concealed depended on when the members would execute the assassination of the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded in understanding. The 4 members of the Uchiha clan were busy ambushing the 7 warlords. Even after their skirmish, it would take some time for them to reach Mariewa. This indicated that as long as I refrained from taking action against the celestial dragons, I could at least accumulate another day's worth of funds. Black Zetsu contemplated this, deciding to hold off on any immediate action and focus on preparations instead. As he gradually melded into the rocks, he observed the departing White Zetsu and cautioned him, noting that White Zetsu's combat prowess was rather low, advising him to be vigilant. Despite his eagerness to collect compensation, Black Zetsu still reminded Sengoku of the importance of maintaining commercial credibility. "Thank you for your reminder," Sengoku replied. "The role of the stand-in is merely to indulge in leisure within the confines of a room, devoid of any need for conflict. Besides, I do not require the stand-in to remain concealed for long." Sengoku had made prior arrangements. Should an unexpected situation arise, someone would be ready to handle it. The stand-in merely needed to stay quietly in the room, doing nothing, for a day or two until the celestial dragons were eliminated or the Yonko pirate group was ambushed by the Navy, after which they could retire successfully. Black Zetsu ceased speaking, fully merging into the rock. Sengoku withdrew his gaze from Black Zetsu and turned towards the sea, where the seabird-like pattern on the back of his hand shimmered momentarily, revealing a metallic aircraft suddenly emerging on the surface of the water. The expressions of the commanders varied, ranging from curiosity to astonishment. "That was the amphibious aircraft recently crafted by Vegapunk," Sengoku explained with a nuanced expression. To be honest, Sengoku had not anticipated Vegapunk's prowess. First, he constructed the towering mechas, and now he had developed aircraft, showcasing a remarkable productivity. Vegapunk interjected, "Do you think I lack technology? Knowledge? No, what I lack is inspiration. And manga provides me with that inspiration. What shall I create next?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the expressions of the commanders returned to normal. After all, this was Dr. Vegapunk. So it was understandable. "What on earth? Is that what we wanted to ask? Mr. Sengoku, how did you conjure the aircraft?" A multitude of thoughts roared within them. "Let us proceed," Sengoku said, leading the way into the cockpit and taking his seat at the controls. One by one, the others followed, settling into their seats. "Buckle your seatbelts," Sengoku's voice echoed within the cabin. Upon hearing this, Karp fastened his seatbelt, and the others followed suit, securing themselves one by one. The aircraft operated with a foolproof simplicity, one steering wheel, one throttle, and one brake. Off we go. With a firm press on the accelerator, the aircraft gradually submerged into the ocean. Upon reaching a certain depth, a resonant hum echoed throughout the plane as an immense volume of water was drawn in. The transformation was instantaneous, and the aircraft surged forth like a released arrow, slicing through the water with remarkable speed, obliterating any fish or shrimp in its path. Even the formidable Sea Kings were cleaved in twain. Remarkably, the aircraft sustained not a single scratch, epitomizing durability. The violent thrust pressed against their backs, forcing Borisellino and the others to firmly adhere to their seats, mentally lamenting the rapid pace. It seems a bit too swift, they thought. Similarly, in the cockpit, Sengoku shared this sentiment, having spotted a Sea King just a moment ago and prepared to steer clear. He was taken aback to witness it being sliced in half in the blink of an eye. Now that they had distanced themselves sufficiently from Marineford, it would be prudent to ascend into the skies. Flying above would at least alleviate concerns of inadvertently colliding with an island. Chapter 105. Enemies like moles fast forward in time to the kingdom of Dressrosa. The colossal Susanoo, soaring at a height exceeding 100 meters, drew the gaze of countless onlookers below. The winds it stirred swept through the town, lifting lightweight toys from the streets into the air, while women clutched their skirts in surprise and shrieked. "What is that flying giant?" murmured some, their voices tinged with confusion and astonishment. As one of the world's renowned races, the residents of Dressrosa were familiar with the giants, with some having even seen them in person. The average height of a giant is around 10 meters, making the recently seen flying giant incomparably taller. Although one could not measure its height at a glance, it was evident that this airborne giant surpassed the typical giants by a considerable margin. Thud, 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 thud. On either side of the royal heights, Itachi, Shursui, and Fugaku landed in succession. Obito escorted Minato into the royal heights before gently descending, crushing the stone path beneath their feet. Witnessing such towering giants approaching, the nearby populace wasted no time in fleeing, fearing that they might inadvertently become victims of a careless step. Considering the imminent threat of battle that loomed over the royal heights, Obito and his companions diligently ushered ordinary citizens away while casually demolishing some unoccupied structures. As they beheld the towering giant striding towards them, capable of obliterating sturdy buildings with a mere gesture, the common folk had no courage to linger. Each ran faster than the last. The ballroom cleared in an instant, leaving only Mu Yang and Bayeka, cameras in hand, gazing at the fleeing dancers. Within the royal heights, members of the Don Quixote family also caught sight of Obito and his trio. At the heart of the palace, beside the swimming pool, the 7 warlords had yet to be summoned, allowing Doflamingo to remain within the confines of the Dressrosa Palace. Doflamingo Toribol glanced at Doflamingo, seeking his counsel. Doflamingo, adorned with sunglasses, reclined on a beach chair, gently swirling a glass of wine in his left hand, chuckling softly. "Pika, you shall handle the 4 outside the palace, while you, Diamante, will take care of the 2 within." Upon hearing this, Pika gradually melded into the ground, while Diamante stood up, ready to speak, only to witness Doflamingo abruptly rise, snapping his fingers to unleash a multitude of threads that wove into an impenetrable net, enveloping the nearby families. In the next instant, the black net, imbued with haki, resembled a wall of obsidian steel. The thunderous echoes of explosions erupted in succession, causing the wall to tremble violently, leaving many within the net wincing in discomfort, their brows furrowed. A few seconds later, the cacophony of explosions outside the black net ceased. As it seemed, the assailants realized they could not breach the enemy's defenses and chose not to waste further artillery. Doflamingo waved his hand, dispersing the protective web, and cast his gaze towards the crimson cloud adorned in a black cloak hovering above, fury surging within him, his blood coursing with urgency, and veins bulging on his forehead. "Ha ha ha ha." Doflamingo chuckled softly, covering his face, the anger boiling within him, prompting laughter. With decisive intent, he swept his hand forward, retracting his other fingers and pointing his index finger at the figure draped in the crimson cloud. A slender thread extended from his fingertip, shooting forth like a bullet aimed at the cloaked figure, yet it failed to achieve its mark. Earlier, Nagato had discerned that attacks such as the bizarre rocket could not penetrate the enemy's defenses, and thus he had been amassing chakra. As soon as the enemy lowered their guard, he unleashed a mighty Shinra Tensei. The visible repulsive wave rapidly expanded outward, distorting the very fabric of space along its path, crushing everything in its vicinity to rubble. The thread could not breach the barrier formed by the repulsive force and was instead drawn back towards Doflamingo, sensing the imminent danger. The members of the Don Quixote family hastily retreated. In an instant, the opulent palace was reduced to ruins, with the royal plateau losing 2/3 of its land, leaving behind a deep, bowl-shaped crater, dust swirling to obscure the remnants of the royal high ground. Hearing a commotion behind them, the group led by Obito recognized that Nagato had made his move, and with the area around them now clear, they turned to approach the royal plateau. As Obito took his first step, the ground suddenly heaved, coalescing into a stone fist nearly 20 meters wide. A rising dragon punch struck, lifting Susanoo into the air, cracks appearing on its surface. Fuyuki, standing beside Obito, gasped in shock and immediately drew his sword, effortlessly severing the stone arm of Susanoo. In the next moment, the ground before Fuyuki rose again, and another stone fist erupted from the earth, delivering yet another rising dragon punch that sent Susanoo flying. As the colossal Susanoo, having crushed several buildings, rose once more, the traces of destruction had already mended. Was it a devil fruit user capable of manipulating earth and stone? With a fundamental understanding of the pirate realm, Obito and Fugaku quickly deduced the assailant's abilities, contemplating strategies to counter the threat. To confront a foe that could control soil and stone while burrowing underground like a mole, remaining on the ground was certainly not an option. Fortunately, the complete form of Susanoo possessed the ability to fly. With a powerful thrust from its feet, Susanoo launched into the air, stirring up a tempest. Two arms, forged from earth and stone, erupted from the ground, pursuing the two Susanoo figures that extended skyward, attempting to grasp their legs and drag them back to the earth. However, the arm's extension was sluggish, utterly incapable of catching the swiftly ascending Susanoo. Obito and Fugaku deftly evaded the enemy's lethargic assaults while searching for the opponent's whereabouts. Yet, regrettably, their efforts yielded no immediate results. Itachi and Shursui also struggled to devise a method to unearth the enemy hidden beneath the soil, opting instead to ascend towards the Heights of Kings to assist Lord Minato. At that moment, on the fringes of the Heights of Kings, Minato wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Had he not left a flying thunder god mark at the landing site, he would likely have fallen victim to friendly fire, ending up in the hospital, teeming with individuals who indiscriminately employed area of effect attacks as regular strikes was undeniably perilous. A sharp, piercing whistle suddenly sliced through the air as a robust line pillar materialized, hurtling towards Nagato at breakneck speed. The Rinnegan bestowed exceptional dynamic vision upon Nagato, allowing him to effortlessly discern the trajectory of the attack and sidestep to the left, narrowly avoiding it. The mistline whip struck the ground, effortlessly slicing through rock and carving a deep gash into the earth. It was fast and powerful. Nagato furrowed his brow. A single hit could spell his severe injury and subsequent exit from the fray. Steady now, he murmured, as a pattern on the back of his hand flickered, summoning 6 puppets to materialize for free fall. Meanwhile, Nagato clapped his hands together, summoning a mystical bird to soar in the sky, diligently controlling the 6 puppets. Simultaneously, Susanoo soared above the Heights of Kings, the winds it generated scattering the dust that cloaked the ruins of the palace, before landing at the edge of a bowl-shaped crater. Itachi and Shursui arrived at the battlefield, observing several members of the Don Quixote family from several hundred meters away, across the pit. Minato dashed through the ruins at high speed. Chapter 106, Uchiha Assault. Within the pit, the 6 puppets formed a triangular formation, advancing towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. After 2 probing attacks, Nagato gleaned some foundational attributes of Doflamingo, the ability to manipulate fine threads for both defense and offense, with speed and strength that were formidable. If the distance is too close, he may not be able to evade Doflamingo's attack. However, there is no need to adhere to any sense of chivalry with the enemy. He can simply summon his allies and engage in a collective assault. With this thought in mind, Nagato privately messaged his temporary teammates. In the midst of their conversation, the distance between the 6 Paths puppet and Doflamingo dwindled to merely 100 meters. I have truly been underestimated. Doflamingo tilted his head, fixating his gaze upon the 6 Paths puppet. Under his scrutiny, the puppet's movements faltered, rendering it motionless. A few strands of light flickered through the air, and the puppet could vaguely discern the threads binding its companions. Without granting the 6 any opportunity to break free, Doflamingo swung his robust thread whip, cleaving the 6 Paths puppet in half. Witnessing the puppet's abrupt exit, Minato fell momentarily silent, contemplating how his senior brother seemed intent on providing comic relief. One moment, he exuded an aura as fierce as a tiger. The next, his skills were non-existent. When attacking allies, every strike was a critical hit, yet when confronting foes, he merely provided them with an easy escape. Truly a pitiful representation of failure, just as they had arranged their collaboration. How could Minato be expected to place his trust in him? With a sigh, he dashed toward Doflamingo, whispering as he ran, Weapon Forge. Weapon Forge is a skill that Minato customized with a skill voucher, consuming minimal energy and allowing the user to transform chakra into various weapons according to their desires. Weapons crafted from different elemental chakras possess distinct effects and functionalities. For instance, a kunai forged from non-elemental chakra, once branded with the Flying Thunder God seal, can serve as a Flying Thunder God kunai. A short sword crafted from wind element chakra, when infused with chakra, generates a high-frequency rotating wind along the blade's surface, enhancing its sharpness. With a series of thuds, several kunai embedded themselves into the ground beside Doflamingo. A sudden sense of danger surged. Acting on instinct, Doflamingo leapt backward. In the next moment, Minato appeared above the kunai, gripping a buzzing, sharp short sword in his left hand. His body twisted midair, and the blade descended from the upper left toward the right, grazing Doflamingo's right leg as he leapt, tearing through his floral shorts and leaving a slender crimson line on his dark, hairy calf. Thud! As Doflamingo landed on the ground, he glanced at the minor injury on his right leg, then looked up at Minato, who stood poised with his blade, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Even a sudden attack could be evaded. His reflexes are impressive. Minato furrowed his brow slightly. The effectiveness of a surprise attack is highest during the initial strike. After that, the opponent becomes wary, increasing the difficulty considerably. After a brief moment, Minato's tightly knit brow relaxed as he entered the Radiant Nine-Tails chakra mode, executing the instantaneous technique with great finesse, engaging in a fierce struggle with Doflamingo. Doflamingo, utilizing his observation haki, could keenly sense the surrounding atmosphere, allowing him to anticipate the attack of Minato and deftly evade it, while simultaneously launching a sharp counterattack. Minato, a remarkable individual with reflexes that could keep pace with spatial teleportation and dynamic vision beyond human capability, perceived Doflamingo's counterattacks with clarity, narrowly evading each one as if dancing upon the edge of a blade, exuding a breathtaking beauty amidst the peril. The clash between the two was fraught with tension, leaving no room for even the slightest error. Doflamingo manipulated his strings with a speed and ferocity that could result in grievous injury or worse. Minato flickered like a continuous flash of yellow light, his attack frequency alarming, able to slash down in rapid succession, appearing 3 to 5 times from 5 distinct angles and heights. The trajectory was elusive and nearly impossible to defend against, compelling Doflamingo to remain utterly vigilant, with no inclination to relax. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Itachi and Shursui dispelled Susanoo and charged towards the other members of the Don Quixote family. The members of the Don Quixote family, eager to assist Doflamingo, showed no intention of engaging in one-on-one combat, instead swarming forward en masse. Itachi and Shursui had no objections. Hypnotizing one individual bore little difference from ensnaring a group. In the ninja world, it is said that when battling a member of the Uchiha clan, one should not meet their gaze. Once eye contact is made, it signifies the end of one's life. However, the members of the Don Quixote family were blissfully unaware of this principle, fearlessly locking eyes with Itachi and Shursui, all of them falling into the world of Jinjutsu without exception. Being newcomers, they were uncertain of the resistance to Jinjutsu in this realm, thus it was prudent to exercise caution. The fiery Susanoo surged skyward, its armored form fully equipped, the right hand gripping a red gourd while the left removed its stopper, unleashing a torrent of liquid that transformed into ethereal blades. The 10-fist sword swept across the ground, ensnaring all members of the Don Quixote family within the gourd, sealing them in a dreamlike world of intoxication. What are you doing? Return my family. Doflamingo, witnessing Itachi's actions, was instantly consumed by rage, discarding his engagement with Minato. In the blink of an eye, he moved beside Susanoo's arm holding the gourd, his black right leg, enveloped in haki, raised high, akin to a battle axe poised to strike down. A thunderous impact resonated as Doflamingo's kick connected with Susanoo's arm, fracturing it and sending shards flying. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. While Susanu's defensive capabilities were formidable, they were not without limits, and it was understandable to breach them. After all, what significance did shattering a piece of armor hold? The windmill within the pupil spins, the power of the eye surges, a small fragment of the Susanu's arm rapidly mends, while the other arm swings from left to right, akin to swatting a mosquito next to the right arm of Doflamingo. Doflamingo, visibly displeased, curls his lip and leaps backward. His body suspended in midair when the water gate suddenly appears beside him, the blade descending. With no means of evasion while airborne, he decides against avoidance. His right fist, now shrouded in an inky darkness, twists as he delivers a kick toward the knife entwined with the whirlwind. The two collide, producing a brief, piercing sound reminiscent of a chainsaw cutting through steel. A tremendous force surges along the blade, causing Watergate to feel a jolt in his palm, the blade slipping from his grasp. The pitch-black toe of Doflamingo's foot swiftly magnifies in his vision. Without hesitation, he employs the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Just then, the space behind Doflamingo warps into a vortex, from which two figures gradually emerge. Sensing the anomaly, Doflamingo does not hesitate. He attempts to flee. Yet Uchiha Shursui suddenly appears in his line of sight, locking eyes with him. Chapter 107, Watergate. Eradication of Evil. All must pay for their sins moments earlier. Upon receiving a private message, Itachi, Shursui, Obito, and Watergate unanimously agreed to form a team without a moment's hesitation. For ninjas, team operations are commonplace. Engaging in one-on-one skirmishes or overwhelming adversaries is routine. After a brief discussion, Watergate and Nagato's 6 paths of puppetry were assigned to entangle Doflamingo, while Itachi and Shursui would clear the remaining members of the Don Quixote family, and Obito would accompany Nagato's main body to scout for an opportunity to strike. Although Nagato initially faltered, the efforts of Watergate and the others ensured that the plan remained intact. Returning to the present, Genjutsu can bewilder the senses, ensnaring its victims in a world of illusion. In essence, it disrupts the mind and manipulates thought. The stronger one's mental fortitude, the more potent the Genjutsu one can cast. Conversely, those with greater mental strength exhibit heightened resistance to such illusions. Notably, the Conqueror's haki bears a relation to mental will, which is why Doflamingo does not succumb to the Genjutsu like other members of the Don Quixote family, but rather strives against its encroachment. Standing still, in a daze, caught between dreams and wakefulness, Doflamingo's resistance to the Genjutsu does not evoke any surprise from Shursui. In the ninja world, not only is it possible to withstand Genjutsu attacks, but one can also reflect ninjutsu attacks. Since individuals from his world can achieve this, it stands to reason that those from another realm can as well. Such is the simplicity of his reasoning. To be candid, Shursui is quite curious how long it will take this individual from the alternate world to break free from the constraints of the Genjutsu. Unfortunately, this desire is destined to remain unfulfilled. Given the current circumstances, it is undoubtedly impossible for Don Quixote Doflamingo to break free from the illusion and return to reality within a minute. Several seconds are more than sufficient to accomplish numerous tasks, such as Obito and Nagato utilizing space-time jumps to appear behind Doflamingo. For instance, Nagato, suspended in midair, could press his palm against Doflamingo's head. The human path technique would then extract his soul. In that fleeting moment, Doflamingo would break free from the constraints of the illusion, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, swirling uncontrollably as if liberated from his brain's command, drool escaping the corners of his mouth, resembling a shattered marionette. The ethereal blue soul would be grasped by Nagato, drawn out of Doflamingo's being as though pulling a stubborn carrot from the earth. The accompanying control skill of the human path renders Doflamingo immobile, akin to a cat whose fate is grasped by the nape of its neck. The instant Doflamingo comes into contact with Nagato, the battle reaches its conclusion. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, and Minato, with an expressionless demeanor, pointed toward the sparsely populated town of Dressrosa. The others comprehended instantly and transformed into Susanoo, soaring toward the town. Within the palace, only a fraction of the Don Quixote family officials were present, while others dispersed throughout the kingdom. The eradication of evil is paramount. Every single one must be dealt with. Obito and his companions ascended into the sky, observing Fugaku still engaged in a game of chase with the rock arm. exchanging bemused looks before redirecting their efforts to assist Fugaku. The combined might of the four Susanoo was astonishingly effective. The verdant Susanoo wielded a power drill, effortlessly shattering the rock arm, as the fragments were ignited by Itachi and Fugaku's Amaterasu. Obito hurled shuriken infused with Kamui toward the ground, carving out sections of earth. However, their collective endeavors bore no fruit. An island of such vastness makes it exceedingly difficult to locate someone who can merge with the rocks if they truly wish to hide. Minato gazed at his companions unleashing a barrage upon the ground. His expression darkened with frustration, opting for silence. He executed the shadow clone technique, dispatching dozens of clones to eliminate the remaining members of the Don Quixote family on the island. On the rooftop of a two-story villa, Muyang watched the four Uchiha, recklessly expending their ocular power, a flicker of exasperation crossing his eyes. Having a system is indeed advantageous. There is no concern for exhaustion. One can play as they please. It is impossible to halt for the time being. My suggestion is to switch islands for a change of scenery. Muyang scrolled through the images stored in his camera, remarking that the dancer had also been photographed extensively, rendering further delay unnecessary. How unfortunate. I still wish to stroll, sip tea, and enjoy cake with the beautiful dancer. Experiencing her warm embrace, the expression of Bayacha appeared slightly regretful. The sentiment of regret lingered for a fleeting moment before vanishing entirely. As Bayacha resumed a beaming smile, gently leaping onto Muyang's back, her left arm draped around his neck, her right hand grasping his right arm. Resting her chin upon his shoulder, her gaze fixated on the camera screen. "Show me the pictures you've taken." Muyang held his breath, attentively sensing his surroundings. However, his back offered no trace of softness, instead feeling uncomfortably rigid. Suddenly, Bayacha's gaze shifted to Muyang's profile, her suspicion lingering that he might be speaking ill of her. The sixth sense of a strong person, particularly that of a woman, is notably acute. "No," Muyang replied calmly, seamlessly redirecting the conversation. "Something is flying over." With that, he looked skyward. Although Bayacha suspected Muyang was evading the topic, her curiosity got the better of her, and she followed his gaze to the heavens. What they beheld was akin to a meteor plummeting, a fiercely imposing aircraft, resembling a ship's anchor, crashing into the monstrous bird. The flesh-and-blood creature, with its mere corporeal form, was no match for the aircraft made of special alloys. It was struck and exploded into a shower of crimson fireworks. "Should I say that was beautiful?" Muyang inquired. "No, you ought to say it was disgusting," Bayacha replied with a stoic expression. With their keen eyesight, even from a considerable distance, they could observe the entire spectacle with crystal clarity, as if in 1080p resolution. "I want to see the lady wash her eyes. You caused this mess, you lead the way." "All right," Muyang agreed without hesitation. Rather than witnessing a brawl among rough men, he preferred to behold a beautiful lady. How about a bikini warrior? In Dressrosa, Muyang naturally thought of a certain girl, clad lightly and possessing a remarkable figure, who seemed to dispense visual delights with every battle. "Excellent." Bayacha's eyes sparkled. She trusted Muyang's judgment. "Then let us depart." With Bayacha on his back and a camera in hand, Muyang made his way toward a corner of the town. In the sky, as they observed the monstrous bird being shattered, Sengoku displayed no emotional response. The aircraft's speed made it difficult to control, resulting in a trail of destruction in its wake. Fortunately, they had arrived at their destination, and further flight was unnecessary, as Sengoku contemplated suggesting to Vegapunk the aircraft's velocity. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the plane plunged into the shore, sending waves and soil into a murky blend of sludge that surged outward. Obito and Hashirama. Chapter 108. White Zetsu. How should I transform into light? Grass, a type of plant. As the muddy tide approached, Obito and Hashirama silently exchanged warm greetings in their hearts. Without hesitation, they swiftly evaded the scene. Might Guy escaped even earlier than the duo, for he had not indulged in idle thoughts, allowing him to act with greater swiftness. At that moment, the coastline had vanished. The aircraft's brutal descent had obliterated the shore, sending everything sliding into the sea along with it. After a brief moment, the aircraft burst forth from the ocean, piercing straight into the lush forests of the island. The piloting skills exhibited were beyond what even the most seasoned roadman could describe. Moments later, a private message notification echoed in the mind of Hashirama. Sengoku urged him to enter the cockpit. Recalling the previous two mishaps, Hashirama grimaced, feeling no inclination to venture into the cockpit. How could he proceed? He relayed Sengoku's words to Uchiha Madara, who likewise grimaced, equally disinterested in experiencing such reckless piloting. He informed Sengoku that he would remain airborne, while Hashirama would navigate. The pale blue Susanoo lifted the aircraft, with Hashirama and Might Guy perched upon its shoulders, soaring into the sky under Sengoku's guidance, heading directly towards Cake Island. As Uchiha Madara and Minato Namikaze set their plans in motion, the others were equally industrious. Prior to the commencement of the operation, Whitebeard had already taken to the skies on his flying carpet, hovering above Impelled Down and awaiting further developments, while periodically checking in with Marco to ensure no dangers had arisen. The terminal Marco was using had been provided by Whitebeard 7 or 8 hours prior, intended for ease of communication. Marco's responses consistently indicated that no peril had been encountered. The Whitebeard pirate ships were all coated and submerged 1,000 meters beneath the waves, moving with the currents, making the task of locating them in the vast ocean akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Having confirmed his son's safety, Whitebeard continued to wait until he received a message from Garp. Garp informed him that he and Sengoku had taken the majority of the Navy's high-ranking combatants to rendezvous with Uchiha Madara and others in Dressrosa, with plans to proceed to Cake Island thereafter. Upon reading Garp's message, Whitebeard paused momentarily, then offered a silent prayer for Lean's safety. He hoped for her well-being. His hands pressed together in supplication. After 3 seconds of solemnity, Whitebeard's expression hardened as he maneuvered his flying carpet towards Impel Down. Due to his ability to fly, he bypassed the entrance entirely, soaring directly to a window, shattering the wall with several powerful strikes to widen the entryway, and gliding inside. Stowing away the carpet, Whitebeard sped down the corridor, unbothered by the exposure of his form to the gaze of the surveillance snail. In the monitoring room, prison guards beheld Whitebeard on the screens, their faces contorted with growing terror. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm resonated throughout the first-floor corridor. An urgent announcement blared. Emergency notification. Intruder alert. The intruder is the Yonko Whitebeard. Repeat, the intruder is the Yonko Whitebeard. The guards on the floor, upon hearing the announcement, were rendered utterly flustered. The name Whitebeard was not merely a title, but a symbol, the embodiment of the world's strongest man. Just as a small pirate would tremble and weaken at the sight of an admiral, so too would the lesser navy and minor jailers quail in fear before the 4 emperors, rendered helpless and uncertain. Even as Whitebeard raced through the corridors, he heard the resounding announcement echoing throughout the entire level, yet he paid it no mind, hastening deeper into the prison. Encountering jailers along the way, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Those of lesser rank among the guards were utterly incapable of withstanding the intimidation of his haki, promptly rolling their eyes back and fainting. From the first floor above sea level to the first floor below, Whitebeard made the journey in a mere 2 minutes. The brevity of this time was due to his disregard for the conventional stairway. After spending a minute or two reaching the center of the first floor above the sea, he struck the rock floor with a powerful punch. The force imbued with tremor shattered the floor, and Whitebeard plunged down into the first subterranean level. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. Whitebeard has breached the first floor above sea level and has entered the first floor below, confirmed in the corridor before cell number 3. Hurry, stop him from advancing further. The guards below, upon hearing the broadcast, internally cursed. It's easy to say, but if you have the courage, why not face him yourself? After all, that is Whitebeard. The prisoners in their cells were left in stunned silence, their shock immeasurable. In one cell, Buggy, shackled with ordinary restraints, listened intently to the announcement. Upon seeing the guards and blue gorillas drawn away by Whitebeard's presence in the corridor, his eyes suddenly lit up. This was an opportunity for escape. When the corridor was clear, Buggy approached the bars, silently reciting the name of his skill, Split Escape. His body divided into dozens of pieces, slipping through the gaps in the bars, only to reassemble in the corridor. Goodbye? Buggy waved, laughing maniacally as he made his getaway, but soon returned, pursued by a swarm of blue gorillas. Whitebeard's objective was clear. He aimed for the 6th subterranean level and would not linger on other floors. After crashing down to the first underground level, Whitebeard delivered another punch to the floor, shattering it once more as he descended to the 2nd underground level. The guards and blue gorillas had missed their chance, suffering minimal losses, while Buggy, in his frantic escape, found himself chased by groups of blue gorillas. Upon reaching the 3rd underground level, Whitebeard once again smashed the floor with a fierce blow, dropping down to the 4th underground level. This 4th level was unlike the previous 3. It resembled a vast iron cauldron, the temperature soaring as a boiling pool of blood filled the center, surrounded by a sea of flames, leaving little room to stand, with the floor engulfed in fire. Thus, Whitebeard opted to ride a flying carpet down the stairs to the next level. By this point, approximately 11 or 12 minutes had passed since Whitebeard's incursion, and news had spread throughout the various levels of Impel Down. The management was well aware of the situation, rushing towards the 6th subterranean level, preparing to lie in wait, while also gathering the prison's elite forces, determined to confront Whitebeard head-on. With no desire to defeat Whitebeard, the objective is merely to delay until the warden emerges from the restroom. Warden Magellan, renowned as the mightiest man within the prison, possesses the powers of the venom fruit. With his formidable strength, he might withstand Whitebeard for a time, allowing for the arrival of naval reinforcements. Indeed, the moment Whitebeard was detected, personnel in the surveillance room had already contacted the Navy for assistance. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, White Zetsu, received the news and assured that reinforcements would be dispatched promptly, urging them to hold on a little longer. After ending the call, Sengoku contemplated sending Borsalino, White Zetsu, to provide support, given his speed as a light fruit user. It seemed a reasonable decision. The only dilemma remained: how would White Zetsu transform into light? Chapter 109. The Straw Hat Pirates. Pucci? Upon encountering an issue, the snail phone contacted Sengoku. He received the news without any surprise. He had anticipated Whitebeard seizing the opportunity to create chaos, easily conjecturing his intentions. It was merely an attempt to exploit the distraction caused by the Celestial Dragon's attack, drawing the Navy's elite forces away to seize the isolated opportunity to rescue Port Gasti, Ace. The only problem being that Mariehua had not yet encountered any trouble. Sengoku found himself exasperated that old coot Whitebeard, despite his age, remained so impatient, only complicating matters for me. Among those in Impel Down, the only individuals who could pose any challenge to Whitebeard were Magellan and Shiryu. Together, they could potentially delay Whitebeard for a moment, but the actual duration would depend on how much gold Whitebeard had invested. If he had invested heavily, Sengoku suspected that Shiryu and Magellan would be swiftly defeated. If not, the two might manage to exchange blows with Whitebeard for a few rounds. The difference between being defeated in an instant and engaging in several exchanges was a matter of mere seconds versus minutes. After some contemplation, Sengoku declared, "Send Kazan and Borsalino." A confrontation was out of the question. Since Whitebeard dared to attempt a prison break, he must possess confidence in succeeding before Borsalino's arrival. In other words, arriving a bit earlier or later would make little difference. Concluding the brief conversation, shortly thereafter, Borsalino, White Zetsu, and Kazan, White Zetsu, set sail with 2 ships full of elite troops towards Impel Down. Since a call for aid had been received, a semblance of formality was certainly required, along with tidying up the aftermath of the situation at Impel Down. Meanwhile, in the perpetually fog-shrouded waters known as the terrifying Delta, the mystical triangle, Chio and Kakazu, among others, rode upon a clay dragon, soaring into the hazy expanse. Their ability to locate the mystical triangle was largely thanks to the map provided by Mu Yang. Upon entering the otherworld, the previously envisioned map within their minds did not fade away. Once the members silently recited the map, it would materialize in their consciousness, with their locations marked by small arrows, akin to a gaming map. Gazing at the surrounding dense fog, Kisame felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of returning to the hidden mist village. Chio and Kakazu, both seasoned individuals, silently nodded at Kisame's remark, acknowledging that the fog was indeed comparable to that of the hidden mist village. Curious and inexperienced, Deidara inquired, "Is the fog in the hidden mist village this thick?" "Indeed," Kisame responded. "The fog there is so characteristic that it stands out in its own right. How could it not be dense?" He chuckled. "How does it compare to here?" Deidara pressed further, eager to know just how thick the mist of the hidden mist village truly was. "Not as exaggerated as this," Kisame replied. Upon hearing this, Deidara was about to ask more, but was abruptly halted by Kakazu, who grasped his shoulder with a low voice resonating from behind. "Deidara, we've flown too far. We must return." "All right." Deidara's expression stiffened. The clay dragon altered its course, flying back a distance. Before long, a colossal sail adorned with a skull motif came into view. "Goodness, an island ship." Kisame exclaimed in a hushed tone, clearly impressed by the shipowner's creativity. The others mirrored his astonishment. It was evident that the concept of using an island as a vessel had taken them by surprise. After circling the island, Deidara sought the opinions of his companions. "Where shall we land?" "Let us aim for the island's edge," Kakuzu suggested. "We should first gather some intelligence before devising a plan to confront Gecko Moria. The information we've received from the likes of the Warring States and Abido is rather superficial, merely introducing an individual's identity and status with scant details regarding their combat capabilities, reduced to mere titles like Warlord and Sea Pirate, practically useless." Since the assassination attempt on Hashirama Senju, Kakuzu had resolved never to engage in unprepared battles. Information must be gathered, no matter how minimal. Moreover, given their arrival in this unfamiliar world, vigilance was paramount to avoid severe injuries that could lead to disqualification. The terminal's protective mechanism would activate, teleporting the wearer home if a fatal injury was imminent. "I have no objections," the others nodded in agreement with Kakuzu's assessment. With no dissent among the group, Deidara guided the clay dragon towards the ship anchored at the island's edge. As the dragon descended gradually, the crew on deck caught sight of the approaching white figure. "What is that?" Luffy, holding a net and a small cage, tilted his head, gazing at the white apparition above, utterly perplexed. "Is it a ghost?" Imagine a particularly imaginative yet timid Usopp, trembling in fear, his eyes rolling back in what might be a feint or merely an act, collapsing to the ground. Upon hearing Usopp's exclamation, the equally timid duo, Nami and Chopper, instinctively huddled together, shrieking in terror, tears streaming down their faces. Robin, observing the white silhouette in the sky with her long neck and limbs, remarked in a calm tone that it bore some resemblance to the dragons of legend. "A ghostly dragon." Zoro, intrigued by Robin's words, gripped the hilt of his sword and unsheathed it slightly, contemplating the taste of dragon meat. Sanji inhaled deeply from his cigarette, pinching it between his fingers, and urged, "Green algae head, if you plan to strike, do it swiftly. I wish to see how you prepare it afterward." "Stop it." In a flash of anger, Nami dashed to the rear of Zoro and Sanji, delivering two powerful punches that sent them sprawling to the ground. Hearing a voice akin to a demon's whisper, Nami turned to see Luffy eagerly twirling his right arm. "No." Nami cried out in alarm. "No." Usopp and Chopper rushed towards Luffy, attempting to thwart his reckless endeavor. "Pistol." However, Nami's earnest plea could not deter Luffy, and Usopp and Chopper were unable to grasp Luffy's errant right hand, which propelled toward the white figure in the sky with its elastic rubber arm. With a thud, Luffy's fist plunged into the clay giant dragon. The Straw Hat Pirates, hearing the peculiar sound, paused in terror, tilting their heads in confusion. At that moment, the clay giant dragon had approached the Thousand Sunny closely, and thus, Luffy exerted little force, inflicting minimal damage, yet it caught the attention of its controller, Deidara. "Who dares to attack me?" Deidara, noticing the assault on the clay dragon, leaned forward from its shoulder and bellowed downwards. "Is someone there?" The Straw Hat Pirates exclaimed in surprise. A few minutes later, upon the deck of the Thousand Sunny, the crew stood before the cabin, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, vigilance, fear, and calmness. Opposite them stood Chio and Kakuzu, their faces uniformly expressionless. Deidara raised his right hand palm upwards, and with a loud bang, the clay giant dragon exploded 3 meters above the deck, a cloud of white smoke enveloping the area. As a palm-sized clay dragon descended into Deidara's outstretched hand. "Impressive," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Is he a devil fruit user?" Zoro, Robin, and the others pondered, not just guessing but affirming that the golden-haired youth was indeed a user of extraordinary abilities. "Indeed, I am quite formidable," Deidara boasted, flipping his hair with pride upon hearing Luffy's admiration. Hey, can you transform into other things?" Luffy excitedly inquired as he approached Deidara. "Of course. I can transform into numerous forms," Deidara replied with pride, tilting his head back. "Can you turn into a rabbit?" Luffy asked eagerly. Deidara did not respond. Instead, he stuffed some explosive clay into his mouth and began to chew. "Wow, you have a mouth in your palm too. That's amazing," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with envy. The prospect of having an additional mouth meant one could consume more in the same amount of time. What could be more enviable for a foodie than that? Deidara continued to ignore Luffy, chewing the explosive clay for a while before infusing it with chakra. The mouth in his palm expelled the clay, and Deidara formed a hand seal. With a bang, A plume of white smoke erupted, and an abstract little rabbit leaped out, bouncing around Deidara on the deck. That's incredible. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper gazed at the white rabbit with wide, starry eyes. Can you create more? Encountering someone who appreciated his art brought Deidara joy. And to satisfy his fans, he conjured some clay spiders and flying birds to entertain Luffy and his companions. The trio, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper, watched in bemusement, while Kakuzu's gaze swept over the Straw Hat Pirates, unable to discern who their leader was. He ultimately chose to address the calmest woman among them. Hello. I would like to inquire about the information regarding this place. In the past, Kakuzu would never have spoken so politely. He would have demanded, "Tell me everything about this place," and then decide whether to kill the person based on his mood. Kakuzu's words inadvertently conveyed a piece of information. They were outsiders as well. This is the Ghost Island, the terrifying three-masted ship. Robin disclosed the information she possessed. After waiting for a moment without further elaboration, Kakuzu cautiously asked, "What else?" "That's all I know," Robin replied honestly. "Are you familiar with Gecko Moria?" Kakuzu changed his question. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Robin's answer was as succinct as ever. This time, Kakuzu did not wait as long. Upon seeing the woman fall silent, he asked, "Is that all?" Robin nodded slightly, and, to confirm her suspicion, inquired, "Why do you ask about Gecko Moria?" "The owner of the terrifying three-masted ship is Gecko Moria," Kakuzu admitted, unsure whether the woman genuinely lacked further information or was feigning ignorance. Regrettably, indiscriminate attacks on non-targets would incur penalties. Had the woman been a member of the Navy, acquiring information would have been far simpler. Direct interrogation. Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Nami gasped in shock. Zoro and Sanji's expressions grew serious. Robin, in a contemplative manner, remarked that perhaps the abilities of Moonlight Moria are intertwined with shadows. He possesses the power to seize the shadows of others, leaving those devoid of their shadows unable to bask in sunlight. A nemesis to the Nara clan. Upon hearing the description from the woman before him, Kakuzu could not help but recall a particular phrase, a sentiment echoed by Chiyo and her well-informed comrades. "Thank you for the intelligence," Kakuzu said with a slight nod. Turning to face Deidara. "Enough of the games. It is time to undertake our mission, Deidara." "Hey, are you guys leaving?" Luffy's voice elongated with curiosity. "This place is perilous. You should make your exit post-haste." Considering that the individuals before him had provided valuable information, and mindful that their involvement in the ensuing conflict could potentially lead to penalties, Kakuzu offered a rare moment of kindness in his warning. As they spoke, Deidara had already retracted his clay birds, a spider and a white rabbit, while preparing their means of transportation. 2 giant dragons. As Kakuzu and the others leaped onto the clay dragons, ready for takeoff, they were halted by Luffy's call. "Wait, I want to go too." Turning to Sanji, he exclaimed, "Sanji, adventure bento." "Luffy." Nami rushed forward, gripping his collar with urgency. "Did you not hear what we just discussed? This is the territory of the 7 warlords. We must leave quickly." "No, I want to seek adventure," Luffy resolutely declared. "I advise you to depart at once. Do not jest with your life." Kakuzu's tone turned grave. "No, I am strong." Luffy stubbornly gazed at Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Chiyo's eyes darted around as she played the peacemaker. "Mr. Kakuzu, there is no need for anger. You may test his strength, or perhaps summon others to do so." After this suggestion, Chiyo silently mouthed the words "free labor," which Kakuzu comprehended, leading to a dramatic shift in his demeanor. "If you can defeat Haiden, I shall allow you to accompany me." Kakuzu decided to send forth the least formidable, yet most resilient Haiden. "Huh, where are they?" Nami was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate her disbelief at Kakuzu's sudden change of heart. "Let us go." Luffy assumed a fighting stance, his face etched with seriousness. Haiden's scythe and extendable spear were seized by Kakuzu, and with a disgruntled expression, he approached Luffy. "Kid, I'll tell you, rubber pistol." Before Haiden could finish his sentence, Luffy's fist struck Haiden squarely in the face, sending him somersaulting through the air, landing hard on the ground and rolling away a distance. "Ow, that hurts," Haiden groaned, clutching his nose. "I win," Luffy declared triumphantly, turning to Kakuzu. "No, that was a sneak attack. It lacks honor." The onlookers stood in stunned silence, with several internally muttering their disbelief. "That doesn't count. I will be your opponent." As Kakuzu formed hand seals, a thick white smoke billowed forth, and from within it, a Kakuzu emerged, landing directly before Luffy. "Incredible. What is this? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. This is the shadow clone technique, a ninjutsu capable of creating tangible duplicates, Kakuzu's clone replied. Ninjutsu? Are you a ninja? Luffy inquired eagerly. Indeed, I am Kakuzu, a ninja from the village of Rain. Consider me your comrade, he declared, the request surprising everyone. Chapter 111. Kakuzu. I offer you a chance to reorganize your words upon hearing the term ninja. A dazzling light flickered in Luffy's eyes, and an invitation slipped from his lips without a moment's thought. I refuse. Just as Luffy's words reached the ears of those nearby, Kakuzu's response followed swiftly. What a quick refusal, Nami and the others thought to themselves. In stark contrast to Brook's enthusiastic acceptance, Luffy's rejection was immediate and resolute. Nami and Sanji pondered more deeply than the rest. Luffy's face fell, displaying his reluctance. I want you to be my companions. I refuse. I have my own comrades. Kakuzu replied, his expression impassive. Are they your companions too? Are they ninjas? Luffy asked, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at Deidara and the others. Kakuzu nodded, about to speak when Luffy's exuberant voice interrupted. Then let us all be my companions. I refuse. The chorus of Chio and the others echoed Luffy's unreasonable demand. They were high-ranking members of the ninja village, not foolish enough to become companions of a mere pirate. I insist you all become my companions, Luffy asserted, his resolve unwavering. I stand by my previous statement. I refuse. As Kakuzu's clone began forming seals once more, he added, what you should consider now is not how to make me your companion, but how to pass my test. If you succeed, then you may call yourselves my comrades. I've passed your test. Therefore, you shall be my companions, Luffy clarified. Kakuzu chose not to respond and continued with his seals. Invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique. The sea beside the sailboat surged, a torrent of water spiraling upwards to a height of 30 meters. Its sinuous form resembling both a question mark and a serpent rising. The water flowed steadily, suddenly crashing onto the deck of the sailboat, sending sprays of water into the air as a dragon's head emerged, roaring silently, its sinuous body diving downwards. Just before colliding with the deck, the dragon veered sharply, its water-formed fangs parallel to the deck, charging towards Luffy with ferocity, as if intent on rending him with its sharp teeth. A chilling gust swept through the water dragon's passage, stirring the wind that tousled Nami and the others' hair, their faces tightening in response to the icy blast. Luffy gazed calmly at the approaching water dragon, his right fist tightly clenched, the slender muscles of his arm gradually bulging, veins resembling coiling dragons, radiating an aura of strength. With a sudden thrust, his left leg advanced forward, the heavy stomp resonating on the deck like thunder, causing the ship to sway slightly. Luffy twisted his waist, raising his right arm in harmony with his body's motion, and brought it down with force. Bang! His fist struck the tip of the water dragon's snout, unleashing a powerful force that rapidly spread from the point of impact, enveloping the entire creature in an instant. Boom! The water dragon exploded, scattering droplets in all directions. Nami and the others stood drenched, with water cascading onto the grass below. I never claimed that passing the test would guarantee your companionship, Kakuzu remarked, his expression unchanged. Though internally, he felt a surge of irritation. He perceived the individual before him as obstinate, incapable of heeding the words of others, firmly fixed in his beliefs, making him a troublesome character. Without forming any seals to execute a ninjutsu, the ability to disperse the water dragon technique with a single punch indicated his strength exceeded the minimum requirement, ensuring his self-preservation was secure. What will it take for you to become my companion? Luffy persistently inquired. I am affiliated with an organization. If you desire my inclusion in your pirate crew, you must obtain my boss's approval. Kakuzu deflected the question, his patience waning, nearing the brink of frustration. In his former self, he would have charged towards Luffy, offering him a complete set of elemental ninjutsu techniques without hesitation. Who is your boss, and where can I find them? Luffy asked earnestly. However, Kakuzu's gaze shifted to a corner of the deck as he posed a question. Let me ask you, does anyone in your crew possess the ability to become invisible? The Straw Hat Pirates collectively redirected their focus. Invisible. Sanji furrowed his brow, an ominous feeling creeping over him. No. Nami shook her head in response to Kakuzu's inquiry, as did the others. Upon hearing this, a shadow clone swiftly appeared at a certain spot on the deck, seizing hold of a semi-transparent figure. The reason for the term semi-transparent was apparent. The figure had been drenched, and its outline was faintly visible. An invisible person? Nami and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Thud, thud, thud. Sanji fell to his knees, pounding the grass with his right fist, tears streaming down his face. How could this happen? Sanji, what's wrong? Luffy asked, bewildered, as did the others, wearing expressions of confusion. My dreams have been shattered. You found it. It is another aspiration of mine. I once perused the compendium of devil fruits and learned that, under the gaze of the multitude, Sanji articulated another dream of his, a dream that would render women speechless and thrill men. The outcome of this revelation was a forceful retribution delivered to him by Nami's iron fist. Kakuzu, however, paid little attention to the antics of the Straw Hat Pirates. As Chio and the others gathered around the transparent figure ensnared by Kakuzu's tendrils. If he is not a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, then he may very well be from that island. Chio mused aloud, analyzing the situation in a manner unexpected by Luffy and Haiden. Upon concluding her analysis, she sighed, lamenting the absence of a ninja from the Yamashiro clan in their midst, for otherwise, acquiring intelligence would have been a simple task. The ancestral ninjutsu of the Yamashiro clan possesses the ability to read others' memories, making the gathering of information exceedingly straightforward. Since obtaining intelligence cannot be easily accomplished, a time-wasting approach shall be adopted instead. Kakuzu solemnly instructed Haiden, this individual is in your care. Play with him as you wish, as long as you do not kill him, until he is willing to divulge information. Haiden promptly declined, asserting, I would not dare, nor would I offer a sacrifice to the malevolent deity. I refuse to squander time. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed ominously. I shall grant you the opportunity to reorganize your words. Should you fail to utter what I wish to hear, you shall not sacrifice a soul to your dark god during this endeavor. I, Kaku, am a man of my word. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Garlic, you fiend. I yield. Haiden remained silent, feeling that words could not encapsulate his resolve, thus deciding to express his stance through action. In a fit of rage, he seized the retractable black spear and thrust it into Absalom, licking the blood from the spear's tip before inscribing a magical array upon the deck. Chapter 112. A grand firework display in honor of Moria during the torment of Absalom. Kakuzu and the others did not make an effort to conceal their actions. The Straw Hat Pirates observed the gruesome spectacle with clarity. The bloody scene failed to intimidate the crew, for they were seasoned pirates, each with their own tales of hardship. They were not easily frightened by a mere display of bloodshed, though there were exceptions, such as the trembling Usopp and Chopper, who hid behind him. The rest remained unfazed, merely furrowing their brows as they observed Haiden's self-inflicted wounds. Yet their reasons for concern varied. For instance, Robin's furrowed brow stemmed from the fact that Kakuzu exhibited three distinct abilities: a physical doppelganger, water manipulation, and the transformation into tendrils. It is known that an individual can consume only one devil fruit, thus possessing a singular ability. While certain devil fruits may have multiple applications, such as the float fruit, which allows for the manipulation of water, earth, and air, these are merely variations of a single ability and are entirely different from Kakuzu's case of doppelgangers, water control, and tendrils, which are unrelated. What is the true nature of his power? Robin pondered, contemplating whether there truly exists a method to consume multiple devil fruits without suffering fatal repercussions. Despite an overwhelming curiosity, Robin recognized that it was evidently someone else's secret. She had no reason to jeopardize her relationships by probing further, particularly with at least 3 capable individuals present. As her thoughts drifted, the interrogation persisted. However, no matter how much Doflamingo tormented Absalom, the latter remained steadfast, revealing not a single fragment of information regarding Moonlight Moria, proving himself to be as tight-lipped as a clam. The loyalty of individuals like Absalom elicited both admiration and disdain from Chio and her companions, the reasons for which were self-evident. Acknowledging Absalom's unwavering allegiance to Moria and the difficulty in extracting information from him, Kakuzu decided to halt Doflamingo's relentless torture and instead intended to provoke Moonlight Moria through Absalom. Anger could cloud judgment, and diminished rationality often leads to errors. If Moria were indifferent to Absalom's fate, it would merely be an experiment. As they had already secured their points, Kakuzu hoisted Absalom onto the back of the clay dragon, followed closely by the others, while Nami and her companions relied on the ladder constructed by Robin. The dragon soared into the air, heading towards the eerie island strewn with ruins. After a brief while, the dragon descended at what appeared to be a port, for Kakuzu had not abandoned his quest for information regarding Moonlight Moria. I refuse to believe that every soul on this island is unwaveringly loyal to Moria. With a few attempts, I am sure to find one with divided loyalties, Kakuzu remarked. As they traversed the dilapidated path, the group encountered various peculiar creatures, including a three-headed dog and zombies, yet they gleaned little useful information until they stumbled upon some survivors, desperately clinging to life on the island, finally acquiring some valuable intelligence. There are few crew members, Kakuzu mused thoughtfully. Deidara, fly around the island and see if there are any with positive values. Understood, Deidara replied, ascending into the sky on his clay bird, meticulously circling the island to scrutinize whether any world government members with favorable values resided within. Once Deidara had taken to the air, Kakuzu turned to Lola and inquired, "Can you contact other victims on the island?" "Yes, but why do you ask?" Lola responded, a hint of confusion in her voice. Those deprived of their shadows by Moria had banded together for warmth, finding it somewhat easier to survive amidst the zombie-infested island. It's essential that we can reach them. Notify those individuals to move towards the island's perimeter. As he spoke, Kakuzu gazed towards the distant castle. I am preparing to deliver a gift to Moria. The implication in Kakuzu's words was clear. They would soon confront Moria, and remaining on the island would entangle them in the ensuing chaos. I will inform them immediately, Lola declared, swiftly vanishing with her subordinates. Shortly thereafter, a throng of individuals rushed past Kakuzu, heading directly towards the edge of the island. Simultaneously, Deidara confirmed that there were no individuals with a positive numerical value scattered across the island. However, a lively skeleton was racing towards the castle. Deidara privately messaged Kakuzu, I have completed my reconnaissance. Kakuzu replied, then utilize your most powerful ninjutsu to inform Moria of our arrival. Deidara glanced down at his chest, shaking his head. He had not yet lived enough and was reluctant to meet the Sage of the Six Paths so soon. Unable to employ his ultimate technique, he resolved to use a lesser ninjutsu instead. Thus, he summoned his clay giant bird and soared around the dilapidated castle, releasing one puppet after another, with each descending clay figure gradually swelling in size. Such a blatant display was swiftly noticed by the zombies within the castle, who promptly reported to Moria, Perona, and Hogback. The trio, upon witnessing Deidara's actions, immediately recognized the threat, with Moria and Perona swiftly attempting to thwart him. A swarm of dark bats and translucent phantoms surged towards Deidara in the sky. They discovered me rather quickly, Deidara remarked with a smirk, longing to unleash more clay puppets to let his artistic brilliance shine even more vibrantly. Yet, if he did not detonate the puppets promptly, he risked being dealt with by the enemy. Nevertheless, the radiance of his art was preferable to its absence. Deidara formed hand seals and declared, explode. With a series of thunderous blasts, the detonating puppets in the air began to explode one after another, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion powerful enough to obliterate entire villages. The hemisphere of flames expanded rapidly, surging outward with terrifying force. The shockwave intermingled with unimaginable heat, annihilating everything in its path, be it buildings, trees, rocks, or zombies. All were consumed by the unparalleled inferno, reduced to mere ashes. Deidara maneuvered the clay giant bird to ascend, avoiding the impending explosion, while softly admiring the spectacle, exclaiming, "What a beautiful sight, truly magnificent, it is worthy of my artistry." A scorching wind swept across the island's edge, causing a group of onlookers to lean back, their hair billowing in the breeze, their mouths agape in astonishment at the cataclysmic explosion at the island's center, followed by a shiver of dread. Can this explosion kill Moonlight Moria? Kakuzu inquired, observing Lola's expression of sheer terror. Upon receiving the question, Lola regained her composure, contemplating for a moment before responding. I cannot say for certain. I am unaware of Moria's true strength. However, I estimate that if Moria is prepared, this explosion may not necessarily prove fatal. While Lola's power may have been lacking, she was, after all, the daughter of the Yonko Charlotte Lin, and her perceptiveness was undeniable. Chapter 113, Orochimaru, do you need assistance? Indeed, as Lola had predicted, Moria survived the explosion unscathed. Years ago, he was a formidable adversary who clashed with Kaido in the New World. Though his strength has diminished due to various circumstances, he remains no mere trifling opponent. Setting aside the question of whether Moria possesses the ability to perceive the flow of haki, the instinct for survival honed through years of combat has waned, but not entirely vanished. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the ever-expanding clay golems, Moria swiftly placed Perona and Hogback into the shadow box and sprinted toward the island's edge, clutching the box tightly. In the throes of middle age, the once svelte Moria has succumbed to a more rotund physique that hinders his speed. As explosions reverberated around him, Moria steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he bent his arm backward, leaning his body back and exerting force through his waist and arms, propelling the shadow box forward as if hurling a solid sphere. The box spun through the air, while Moria continued to run with all his might, the searing flames hot on his heels until he was engulfed by the inferno. Near the edge of the island, a dark box plummeted from the sky, shattering several branches before landing in the desolate woods, rolling across the ground until it collided with a rock and came to a halt. In that instant, the shadow box disintegrated into a swarm of bats, revealing Hogback and Perona seated back-to-back within, their eyes swirling in confusion. The flurry of bats coalesced into a shadowy figure, which the next moment transformed into a vibrant, albeit severely burned, Moria, now standing next to Perona. Were it not for his ability to swap places with the shadow, Moria would likely have perished in the flames today. This matter is far from over. Despite his bravado, the severely injured Moria had no inclination to engage in battle with his ambusher. Firstly, his injuries had drastically weakened him. Secondly, his foe could fly, while he could not. After catching his breath, Moria hoisted Perona in one arm and Hogback in the other, making his way toward the shore in search of a safe haven to heal and recuperate. Simultaneously, he dispatched a shadow warrior, transferring one of his eyes to it, instructing it to seek out Absalom and investigate the situation on the island. High above, on the back of a bird, Daedara suddenly recalled the mechanical voice of the system announcing that he had defeated Moria, earning points. Moria's retreat was deemed a concession by the system. Having secured his points, Daedara ceased his aerial search for Moria and returned to join Kakuzu and the others. How did it go? Kakuzu inquired succinctly. Points are secured, Daedara replied just as tersely. Meanwhile, the explosion had devastated nearly 2/3 of the island, annihilating the zombies within, causing the shadows bound to them to return to their original hosts. Though not all of them, Brooke and several others found themselves anxious as they observed the return of shadows belonging to others, while their own remained absent. The expressions of those individuals conveyed an unmistakable message, due to the nature of their dealings. They indicated that the ones lacking their shadows should venture into the island to seek them out after having defeated Moria. Upon hearing this, some individuals dashed towards the island like untamed stallions. The Straw Hat Pirates divided into two teams, with Luffy and Zoro accompanying Brook in his quest to retrieve his shadow. Meanwhile, Robin expressed a desire to explore, prompting Nami to join her in a search for treasures. With two stunning beauties united, Sanji eagerly volunteered as their bodyguard. Chopper and Usopp assessed the dangers on both sides. Recognizing that Luffy's group was merely seeking a fight, they promptly chose Robin's team. Frankie, on the other hand, gathered those who remained to repair a ship. Moria had only been defeated, not killed, and time was of the essence to construct a vessel for their escape. While creating a ship from scratch was impractical, mending a damaged one could be accomplished within a day, especially with hundreds working together. The only nearby vessel was Brooke's dilapidated ghost ship, which Frankie set out to inspect for repairs while the others ventured into the forest to gather timber. Observing the departing individuals, Kaku exchanged knowing glances with the others. If they did not leave now, when would they? Seizing the moment while Luffy was momentarily distracted, Kaku urged the others to hasten their departure. Boarding the high-speed Daedara aircraft, the group vanished in the blink of an eye. In Dressrosa, through the tireless efforts of the Shadow clones, Minato reaped substantial rewards, selling the confiscated artificial devil fruits for a considerable sum while uprooting the Don Quixote family, amassing points in the process. Pika, the most resilient of the Don Quixote officers, was ultimately provoked by Nagato using Doflamingo's corpse, leading to his defeat by Shusui's hypnotic illusion. After dismantling the Don Quixote family and leaving chaos in their wake, Minato and his companions set forth. Meanwhile, the citizens of Dressrosa, having regained their memories, were keenly aware of the Don Quixote family's numerous atrocities and sincerely wished to express their gratitude to their saviors. However, their benefactors had already departed into the sky. leaving the citizens to lament whether their gratitude reached the ears of those who had rescued them. At the edge of the island, atop a mushroom-shaped rock, stood the three ninjas and several others. Jiraiya engaged in a private conversation with Shursui, requesting a ride. Shursui replied, "I am truly sorry, Lord Jiraiya, but I cannot comply. You are aligned with the Navy, while I am with the pirates. I cannot act against my own." As he spoke, Susanoo figures soared past the three ninjas, soon vanishing into the distant white clouds. Jiraiya gazed blankly, seemingly struck by the revelation. Orochimaru, however, found nothing peculiar about the situation. Yesterday's ally could easily become today's adversary. While Shursui possessed a kind temperament, he was not foolish enough to assist a rival. He turned his attention to Tsunade, suggesting, why not purchase a flying carpet? They are quite affordable and not slow in speed. After a moment's contemplation, Tsunade agreed. All right, Jiraiya, let us procure a flying carpet. Naturally, Jiraiya had no objections and intended to enter the shop to make the purchase. Observing the two, Orochimaru sighed and approached Jiraiya, leaning in to whisper, "If you do not confess your feelings soon, the opportunity may slip away." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya stiffened for a moment before regaining composure. "I understand, but I am at a loss for words. Do you need assistance?" Orochimaru inquired. Jiraiya cast him a puzzled glance. "What can a single man like you offer? I could disguise myself as you and confess to Tsunade." Orochimaru chuckled softly. Jiraiya smiled faintly and replied, "Get lost." Chapter 114. Arrival at Cake Island. As they watched the trio depart on their flying carpet, Itadori Yuji turned to Satoru Gojo. "Teacher Gojo, where are we headed? I would relish a chance to battle the top-tier warriors of this world, but alas, I have no knowledge of their whereabouts." Although one could purchase information from the shop, acquiring mundane intel for a fee seemed rather unwise. Gojo seized Itadori's collar with one hand, declaring, "For now, we shall accompany our companions and act as mere spectators." A gust of wind howled as Gojo lifted Itadori straight into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, he abruptly halted, pivoted 90 degrees, and swiftly flew alongside the trio on the flying carpet, moving gracefully as if strolling in the air, synchronizing with the carpet's speed. "Ah, greetings." Gojo raised his free hand in a friendly wave. "The journey is rather dull. Shall we engage in conversation? What do you wish to discuss?" Jiraiya inquired. Gojo tilted his head in thought and suggested, "How about we talk about desserts? What are your favorites?" As the group journeyed towards the holy land of Mary Geos or the Sabeti archipelago, Madara had already reached the waters near Cake Island. Cake Island, a stronghold of one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was constructed from layers of cake and cream, resembling a towering confection. The island was inhabited not only by pirate crews, but also by ordinary citizens. The castle within Cake Island served as Charlotte Linlin's residence, home to her children and the officers of her pirate crew. This castle was the destination for Sengoku and his companions. The formidable Susanoo descended slowly from the sky, neither crashing into the castle with the speed of a meteor to ambush Charlotte Linlin, nor landing outside the island to employ transformation techniques for a surprise attack. In the words of Uchiha Madara, I, Uchiha Madara, disdain the act of ambushing others. Let us not even broach the subject of Uchiha Obito's ambitions, which are to seek an adversary of equal prowess, not merely to augment his combat experience, but also to pursue breakthroughs in the heat of battle. Thus, he declined the suggestion of a surprise attack from the Wano country. The proposal having been rebuffed, Wano bore no ill will. After all, it was Uchiha Obito who would engage in combat with Charlotte Linlin, and he naturally possessed the prerogative to dictate his own course of action. The Susanoo descended gradually to the ground, causing the cobblestone path to crack underfoot, fissures radiating outward. An aircraft was casually tossed by the Susanoo onto a nearby pastry shop as Wano and his companions emerged from the cabin. Once all had disembarked, Wano retracted the aircraft into his storage space. As Wano and his companions made their appearance, the pirates, initially unperturbed by the towering Susanoo, were suddenly engulfed in a profound dread, illustrating the formidable deterrent of the Navy's elite forces. Amidst the pirates' mounting panic, an unusual laughter resonated, soothing their frayed nerves and instilling a semblance of courage. A statuesque woman, rotund in stature, adorned with vibrant lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, donned a pirate hat and a pink dress, emerged from the castle, gazing down upon Wano and the others standing before the pastry shop. "Long time no see, Wano. What brings you here?" she inquired. I shall respond to that. A voice echoed from above as the Suzanu's left foot lifted, stirring up a tempest that swept across the vicinity, causing those nearby to squint against the swirling dust. We have come to engage you in battle. Upon uttering these words, the foot of the Susanoo crashed down towards Charlotte Linlin. Attempting to crush me? Charlotte Linlin retorted with a menacing grin, brandishing her pirate hat transformed into a blade. I shall reduce you to mere fragments, you foolish navy brat. Impact wave. A colossal strike, infused with tremendous power despite lacking prior buildup, descended upon the foot of the Susanoo. With a resounding thud akin to the beating of war drums, Wayno and his companions sprang into action, their bodies slicing through the tumultuous winds that spiraled around them. The swiftest among them, Borisolino, trailed closely behind Uchiha Obito, launching his attack as he transformed into a streak of light soaring into the air. With his index fingers and thumbs poised, as if grasping something intangible, he unleashed a dazzling brilliance between his fingers and swept his hands outward. Yada no Kagami. Countless luminous projectiles cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour. Kazan parted his lips slightly, exuding a frigid aura as frost began to coalesce around him. Ice Age. An intense chill erupted from Kazan, the frost rapidly spreading from beneath his feet. The prepared Navy admirals leapt into action the moment Kazan uttered the name of his technique, ensuring they would not be inadvertently harmed by their ally. Akainu raised his arms, transformed into molten lava, gazing skyward at the shimmering brilliance. Volcanic meteor. The searing lava fists were unleashed towards the heavens, cascading down like a meteor shower. The trio's timing was nearly simultaneous, yet the speed of light prevailed, resulting in Kazuru's assault striking the ground first. Countless light projectiles ravaged the town, reducing its structures to mere ruins in the blink of an eye, while the pirates desperately defended against the torrential downpour of luminous attacks. Foreseeing the future, Katakuri awakened his powers, transforming the surrounding area into a glutinous mass, with dozens of sticky rice-like arms reaching out to grasp some of the weaker siblings. Subsequently, a wall of glutinous rice rose from the ground, forming a closed semicircle, dyed pitch black with armament hockey. The remaining pirates, possessing considerable strength, showcased their abilities to fend off the relentless barrage of light. Fortunately, the town was devoid of ordinary civilians, comprised solely of members of the pirate crew, alleviating concerns about collateral damage. As the ruins lay in silence, a chilling wind swept through, ushering in a world of ice and snow, freezing everything within the town and enveloping it in a pervasive cold. The fiery lava fists descended into the icy town, splattering molten rock and transforming the landscape into a surreal blend of ice and fire. The sound of shattering ice echoed as Charlotte Linlin broke free from the icy confines, her rage igniting her eyes with a crimson hue, her roar resonating through the air. The terrifying sound, potent enough to rupture eardrums, mingled with the conqueror's hockey, spreading outward. Flames trembled in response to the sound, while the ice shattered in its wake. How frightening, Poliusolino remarked, pouting as he transformed into a flash, obliterating a frozen pirate before darting towards his next target. For those lacking sufficient strength, a mere kick sufficed for Kazuru. Leave the small fry to me. Today, Kazuru continues to excel in his leisurely approach, he declared. Humph. Sakazuki scoffed, frowning as he moved toward one of the four admirals. Yar, Kazan scratched his head, also making his way to one of the four admirals. Sengoku and Garp headed towards the remaining admirals. Peach Rabbit and Tashigi exchanged glances, leading the commanders to clear away other pirates. Zephyr, Crane, and Hashirama observed the spectacle from atop a wooden figure. Chapter 115. Uchiha Madara and Charlotte Linlin. The sound of cracking ice echoed as the spiky hemispherical surface shattered, revealing an unscathed Katakuri and the siblings he protected. BRLE, take the siblings away, Katakuri commanded, his gaze fixed on the leisurely approaching Kazan, without turning back. Understood, brother, BRLE replied, casting a worried glance at Katakuri before leading the siblings into the mirror world. Kazan made no effort to hinder their escape, quietly proposing, shall we change the venue for our battle? Katakuri nodded slightly, transforming the chaotic melee into a duel between two. He succinctly replied, agreed. After a brief exchange of questions and answers, the two individuals moved towards the outskirts of the town. Sakazuki, lacking the gentleness of Kazan, accelerated with a swift motion and soon stood before Charlotte Courage. Courage possessed a formidable physique, adorned with a helmet embellished with vertical manes, featuring horn-like projections decorated with biscuit bases. His rugged visage was accentuated by a long, pointed beard. Clad in armor of a brown and white pattern, he wielded a sword, donned a cape, and bore a biscuit shield on his back. As one of the 4 sweet commanders, Charlotte Courage, though not as powerful as Sakazuki, was not easily vanquished by a single blow. With a shield steeped in the ominous hue of haki, he successfully deflected Sakazuki's molten fist aimed at his head. Although he managed to block the attack, the immense force transmitted through the shield caused him to stagger backward. Humph! With a cold grunt, Sakazuki seized the moment to press his advantage. His arm, transformed into molten lava, rapidly expanded, and as Courage struggled to regain his balance, he was seized and hurled towards the town's periphery. The town was on the verge of becoming a battlefield of colossal proportions, and Sakazuki had no desire to become embroiled in the clash of these titans. Thus, contemplating this, he pursued Charlotte Courage with a graceful moonwalk. Simultaneously, Garp and Sengoku moved in unison, delivering a punch to the abdomen of Charlotte Smoothie and Charlotte Snack, rendering them temporarily unable to retaliate. Then, with a swift motion, they grasped their opponents' faces and propelled them towards the outskirts of the town. Hashirama, too, did not linger within the town but guided his wooden golem outward. Observing this scene, the other vice admirals acted instinctively, hastening towards the town's exit. Uchiha Madara, within the brow of his Susanoo, cast a glance at the retreating navy and then directed his attention to the commotion. Dance now? Crack! The ice that had encased Susanoo's left leg shattered, and the airborne foot descended, targeting Charlotte Lingling. With her eyes gleaming a sinister crimson, Charlotte Lingling shifted to the side and swung her sword diagonally upward. A colossal slash was unleashed, aimed directly at the side of Susanoo's left calf. Boom! The collision erupted like an explosion, and the ferocious winds bent the surrounding flames. The point where Susanoo was struck swiftly began to heal, revealing a distinctive gash. The ability to breach Susanoo's defenses indicated one was worthy of engaging in battle with it. Thud! As her left foot landed, the ice shattered, sending fragments soaring. Charlotte Lingling leaped into the air, with the thundercloud Zeus beneath her feet, ascending on a cushion of white clouds. Her pink hair, engulfed in flames, writhed and twisted, and the blade of her sword was entwined with roaring flames. Uchiha Madara remained silent, observing as Charlotte Lingling approached him. The arm of Susanoo, wielding a sword, swung towards the airborne Charlotte Lingling. Despite Susanoo's massive stature, its movements were anything but clumsy. The piercing sound of slicing air resonated as a blade, enveloped in intense wind pressure, swiftly approached Charlotte Lingling. The Emperor's sword pierced through. The thought of evasion did not cross Charlotte Lingling's mind. She brandished her sword and struck. The clash of blades sent Charlotte Lingling hurtling through the air, crashing directly into the ice house, sending countless shards of ice swirling and obscuring her figure. Mother! Zeus, suspended amidst the storm clouds, exclaimed in alarm. Fire from above. Amidst the swirling ice shards, a furious roar erupted. Accompanied by the roar, a ball of flames burst forth from the ice debris, soaring into the sky before transforming into a raging sea of fire that descended upon Susanoo, illuminating Uchiha Madara's face in a fiery glow. Humph! Mere trifles. Susanoo's dual swords crossed, their gleaming edges effortlessly cleaving the inferno into 4 parts, while the fierce winds generated by the sword strikes blew the flames outward. Prometheus! Grow in size. Charlotte Lingling, sensing her opportunity for a decisive strike, hurled Prometheus and charged towards Susanoo, intending to flank him. However, halfway through her advance, she witnessed the fiery sea being divided into quadrants. All right, mother. The inferno remained, and with the utterance came a blazing fireball. A mass of flames rapidly expanded, its anthropomorphic visage grinning wickedly, maneuvering its form towards Susanoo. The escalating temperatures created an oppressive heat, causing the ice and snow to gradually melt, while Uchiha Madara's black hair curled under the intense heat, rendering him as if ensconced in a furnace. Should this continue unchecked, Uchiha Madara felt he would soon meet his demise, for there were elements that Susanoo could not defend against, such as air or temperature. As the heat persisted, Susanoo swung his sword, effortlessly cleaving through Prometheus's fiery form, yet failing to inflict any harm, as flames, being elemental in nature, were immune to physical damage. Ineffectual, ineffectual. Your slashes cannot harm me, Prometheus grinned, baring its teeth. Excellent. Now we have the semblance of a battle. Uchiha Madara reciprocated with a smile, while simultaneously maneuvering Susanoo to ascend and evade Prometheus's onslaught. Standing still and unilaterally assaulting someone hardly constituted a battle. It was only when compelled to evade that Uchiha Madara felt even a semblance of combat. Engagement necessitated reciprocity. Don't run. Seeing Uchiha Madara soar into the sky, Prometheus shouted in haste. Prometheus, pursue him. Charlotte Lingling leaped atop Prometheus, entering a riding mode, soaring on a fireball approximately 100 meters in diameter, chasing after Susanoo. Zeus. Riding Prometheus, Charlotte Lingling held Zeus aloft with her left hand. All right, mother. Zeus, the god of thunder, unleashed bolts of violet lightning directed at Susanoo. Naturally, the speed of the lightning far surpassed that of Susanoo's flight, and all of Zeus's bolts struck their target. However, these mere commonplace lightning strikes were insufficient to breach Susanoo's formidable defenses. Although they were akin to mere scratches, Uchiha Madara was not one to refrain from counterattacking. Enduring blows was not in his nature. While in flight, Madara and Susanoo simultaneously formed hand seals. Celestial obstruction, quake of the stars. In the 116th chapter of Pirates, the Marines lack martial virtue. A colossal meteor shattered the clouds and plummeted to the earth, its sheer size capable of blotting out the sun. In an instant, the light dimmed as the heavy meteor compressed the air, visible currents swirling around its surface. Mother, this is bad. A meteor is falling. Zeus exclaimed in a panicked tone, gazing at the sky. Shall we cleave it? Napoleon, transformed into blade form, inquired. No need. Charlotte Linlin replied, gently patting Prometheus. Prometheus, evade. Though the meteor could be split, it was deemed unnecessary and overly laborious. As Prometheus soared out of the meteor's shadow, sunlight graced him for mere seconds before darkness enveloped the sky once more, the familiar rumble echoing in their ears. Zeus glanced upward again, his heart racing with trepidation as he exclaimed, Oh no, another meteor. What shall we do, mother? Prometheus, continue to evade, she commanded. The blazing Prometheus pressed onward, escaping one meteor's domain only to encounter yet another. Observing Charlotte Linling's evasive maneuvers, Madara contemplated and decided against summoning more meteors. Striking was futile and devoid of purpose. With wings unfurled, Susanoo soared and swung its blade towards Charlotte Linlin. She, riding Prometheus, charged at Susanoo, brandishing Napoleon, imbued with the conqueror's haki, to meet the descending sword. With a resounding clash, the blades collided, their ringing echoing through the heavens, and a circular wave of energy radiated outward. In the distance, a region split between frost and glutinous rice. Kazan and Katakuri halted in unison, gazing skyward at the meteor shower, crowding one corner of the sky. Hey, this is ridiculous, Kazan remarked, staring at the meteors in disbelief. While he was aware that such monstrous confrontations would be extravagant, the scene before him surpassed even his wildest expectations. Katakuri withdrew his gaze from the meteors, taking a swift step towards Kazan, firmly gripping his trident as he lunged at him. Clang! The trident, enveloped in armament haki, collided with Kazan's icy blade, producing a sharp sound of friction. Don't sneak attack. Kazan turned to Katakuri, feigning exasperation. Katakuri, disinterested in conversation, leaped backward as dozens of his machi fists, imbued with haki, swiftly extended at various angles towards Kazan. Kazan raised his left hand, from which numerous ice spikes erupted, rapidly growing and their tips darkened by haki, each meeting the oncoming machi fists. The battle between the two reignited. In another realm, a lake of lava flowed quietly, exuding clouds of heat. At the center of the magma lake stood a castle constructed from cookies. The cookie fortress, under the scorching blaze of the molten rock, rapidly turned to charcoal. Yet with each piece that burned, a new cookie emerged to take its place. Atop the castle stood Kazuru, having shed his disguise. Cookie soldiers, charge. The castle gates swung open, revealing a series of cookies forming a path that led directly to the towering lava giant in the lake. A battalion of rugged cookie soldiers, brandishing shields and blades, marched in unison towards the lava giant. A futile struggle. The lava giant bellowed, swinging its magma-dripping fist down upon the cookie soldiers. Yosh! Observing Akainu intently smashing cookies, Kizaru clenched his right fist against his chest and pulled down with determination, a look of triumph on his face. Now was the time. Another series of cookies emerged, laying down a path. Kizaru jumped onto the trail, maintaining a serious expression as he synchronized the movement of his arms and legs. Sprinting along the steaming route. Run. Engaging the enemy in an advantageous environment was the act of a fool. I, Kizaru, am no fool. Not to mention, the Admiral is stronger than I. If I do not seize this opportunity to escape, I will soon find myself trapped. Don't run. Dog bite Red Lotus. The dog-head-shaped lava rapidly extended, snapping at the fleeing Charlotte Kizaru. Startled. Although Kizaru's observation haki was not as extravagant as Katakuri's, it was still remarkable. After all, he despised pain and had exerted effort to enhance his evasion skills. Sensing Akainu's intent to attack, Kizaru abruptly leaped sideways. Just as the lava dog had passed through the position he had occupied a moment before, a series of cookies appeared, creating a straight path leading out of the magma lake. Kizaru landed on the path and continued his frantic sprint. Kizaru was solely focused on escape. Meanwhile, at another battlefield, Garp held Charlotte Snag's head in one hand, while his fist, akin to a rapidly spinning Gatling gun, unleashed a barrage of afterimages. Bang, 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 bang. Snag's body trembled like a rag in the wind, consciousness fading with each shudder. Point secured. He relaxed his fingers, allowing Snag to drop to the ground. Kapu's hand reached behind him, retrieving a pair of sea-stone handcuffs, which he promptly secured around Snag. Grasping the chain connecting the cuffs, he dragged Snag forward. Among the four emperors, Snag was regarded as the weakest, yet he found himself pitted against the physically formidable Kapu. As they advanced, Kapu arrived at the battlefield where Sengoku and Charlotte Smoothie were engaged in combat. At that moment, Sengoku had yet to overcome Smoothie. Kapu cast Snag aside and joined Sengoku in confronting Smoothie. Enjoying the privileges of an emperor, Smoothie quickly succumbed, obtaining a new set of sea-stone handcuffs as a token of defeat. The two captors then proceeded towards the battlefield occupied by the vice-admirals. It must be said, the majority of those who could truly survive in a conflict with the vice-admirals were none other than Charlotte Linlin's offspring. As Sengoku and Kapu approached the battlefield of the vice-admirals and their children, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The reason was evident. In a skirmish dominated by seasoned vice-admirals, the formidable quartet of Black Arm Zephyr, Senju Hashirama, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pig were executing a decisive and overwhelming assault. Not to mention that these four warriors displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. The four formidable admirals coordinated their efforts to besiege a pirate of mere vice-admiral strength. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. The remaining pirates were ensnared by the vice-admirals, unable to escape or receive reinforcements. They were defeated one by one, with no hope of victory or possibility of flight, leaving the pirates in a state of utter despair. They gazed skyward, yearning for their mother's assistance. However, in the sky, golden and blue lights danced aimlessly, colliding with one another, while circular shockwaves erupted in various directions. The clouded seas enveloping the island had long since dissipated, replaced by the resounding echoes of combat. Charlotte Linlin and Uchiha Madara were locked in a fierce struggle, oblivious to the plight of their children, who were on the verge of being captured by the Navy. Chapter 117. Abito. I suggest an assault on Mariawa. It appeared that the conflict above would not cease anytime soon. Sengoku glanced at the sky and then turned to Tsuru, inquiring about Borsellino's whereabouts. He has gone to the other islands of the world government to eliminate the pirates, Tsuru replied softly. The world government, officially known as the Tato Land Kingdom, is centered around Cake Island, surrounded by a constellation of 34 islands, each governed by one of the 34 ministers within the pirate crew. Among these ministers, few could contend with Borsellino and emerge unscathed, especially considering that the most powerful members of the crew remained trapped on Cake Island. Let us resolve this swiftly. I shall lend my assistance, Sengoku declared, intending to assign Borsellino a task as he soared away in an aircraft. Meanwhile, Kapu showed no inclination to bully the younger ones. He merely purchased a bag of rice crackers and a bottle of green tea from the marketplace. Care for some? Kapu inquired, tearing open the plastic bag and offering it to Tsuru. He, with a graceful demeanor, glanced at the celestial rice cracker and reached out to take a piece. After several days of furtive behavior, you have finally decided to speak. Ha ha ha, Karp exclaimed, holding the cracker and laughing heartily. Indeed, you could not conceal anything from you. Dear Zio, decades of friendship have made us too familiar with each other. Although she did not explicitly state it, Her subtle insinuations hinted that she was aware of your intentions. Moreover, strange occurrences have been rather frequent lately. While she did not articulate her thoughts directly, the implications were clear. Whether it was the sudden return of Zephyr to the Navy, his face brimming with excitement as if life had rediscovered its purpose, or Sengoku's unexpected announcement of finding allies to eradicate 2 of the Yonko pirate crews, these were indeed peculiar events. Not to mention, today's encounter with a horde of pure white humanoid beings capable of transforming into anyone. There's really nothing to explain. In due time, you will understand. Karp waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting a reluctance to elaborate. Then I shall bide my time, Zio replied, refraining from further inquiries. A testament to the mutual understanding shared between old friends. Meanwhile, within the aircraft, Sengoku was engaged in a private conversation with Black Zetsu. Sengoku, I would like to purchase 2 terminals. Black Zetsu, payment first, then delivery. Sengoku transferred the funds, and Black Zetsu provided the goods. Through spatial transmission, 2 bracelets landed in Sengoku's hands. Upon receiving the terminals, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction and piloted the aircraft to seek out Borisolino. That fellow's speed is perfect for accumulating points. The Navy's score relies on him. The bustle of today and the following days shall serve as his penance for years of idleness. Black Zetsu, having earned some money, was equally pleased, drawing closer to rescuing his mother. No, to be precise, the successful rescue of his mother was imminent. Truly, the world nobles possess an abundance of treasures, devil fruits, technological marvels, rare artifacts, wealth beyond measure awaited discovery. If one were to inquire how Black Zetsu knew, it was because he had controlled a celestial dragon and taken a tour through that dragon's treasury. Merely raiding a celestial dragon's vault had considerably enriched Black Zetsu. If he could empty the entire treasury of Mariawa celestial dragons, he inhaled sharply, thinking, Mother, your son shall finally liberate you. With this thought in mind, Black Zetsu immediately created multiple white Zetsu avatars, instructing them to monitor all celestial dragons. Once that dragon is eliminated, he would claim the inheritance. When the owner perishes, their possessions become forfeit. With individuals like Minato and Nagato drawing attention on the surface, he could operate with greater ease in the shadows. Minato, Nagato, do hurry. Black Zetsu genuinely hoped for their swift arrival. Standing in the verdant palm of Susanoo, Watergate suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Lord Watergate, are you cold? Shizushui, having allocated a portion of his attention to the trembling Watergate, swiftly commanded Susanoo to raise another hand, shielding Watergate from the wind. Thank you, Shizushui, Watergate expressed his gratitude. Teacher, we can already see the red earth continent. The azure Susanoo flew to the side of the verdant Susanoo and called out. What shall we do? Shall we storm into Mariehua and create chaos? Obito, there's no need to shout. Just relay it in the operation group, came the response. In the temporary group chat, Obito proposed, I suggest we charge straight into Mariehua and catch them off guard. After all, we can all fly. We can attack and then escape. Watergate replied, I'm afraid I cannot fly, my dear teacher. Don't worry, teacher. You can leave a flying thunder god coordinate in the Kamui space, and when the time comes, you can teleport directly into the Kamui space, Obito reassured him. You've thought this through quite well. Nagato interjected, Obito's plan seems a bit reckless. Let me refine it. Our shadow clones will charge into Mariehua and create chaos, while the real bodies blend in with the confusion. Once inside Mariehua, the real body will select assassination targets to be executed by the clones. Safety is paramount. Having perused Doflamingo's memories, Nagato understood that Mariehua was anything but ordinary and required utmost caution. I can use illusion techniques to control a celestial dragon. We can disguise ourselves as his guards and use him as cover, Shizushui suggested. Then let us proceed according to this plan, Watergate agreed. As they spoke, Mariehua was already drawing near. Obito led Watergate and the others into the Kamui space, while a few shadow clones remained outside, with Fugaku sustaining Susanoo and using his palm to carry the others towards Mariehua. Meanwhile, soldiers within Mariehua, upon spotting the red giant in the sky, were taken aback. What is that? It's coming this way. Quick, notify the commander. In an instant, Mariehua sprang into action, with some celestial dragons being escorted to safety and troops being summoned. During this commotion, even the shadow clones possessed game-like awareness, directing Fugaku to high-scoring areas. Boom. The fiery orange giant descended amidst the buildings, its imposing visage sweeping across the structures, revealing some troublesome targets. "Leave this to me," Shizushui declared, swiftly diving into the crowd. Employing illusion techniques and swift blade arts to showcase the deadly artistry of a ninja. "I'll head over there." Itachi leapt from Susanu's palm, landing atop a building and swiftly navigating between rooftops to distance himself from the area. "I'll find a place to release the real body." The water gate leaped several times, racing towards the distance. "Thus, I shall proceed to cleanse the nearby support." Uchiha Fugaku commanded the Susanoo to turn, striding forward while simultaneously unleashing Amaterasu to ignite the nearby structures. The blazing, pitch-black flames resembled the fires of hell, and the Susanoo, traversing through the flames, appeared as a demon from the inferno. Chapter 118. The Forgotten Matters of Uchiha Fugaku Attack. The personnel stationed in Mariewa, alongside the Navy and the Celestial Dragon's guards, either hefted mortars, brandished flintlock guns, or wielded blades to unleash slashing strikes, employing every conceivable method to obstruct the advance of the Susanoo. Bullets ricocheted off the Susanoo's form without so much as a ripple, while cannon fire erupted upon impact, sending plumes of gray-black smoke mingling with flames. The slashing strikes met the Susanoo with a resounding clang. Nevertheless, none of these efforts inflicted any harm upon the Susanoo, let alone hinder its relentless progress. With each step taken, soldiers attempting to thwart the Susanoo's path were occasionally sent soaring into the air, propelled outward by the force of their own failed evasions. Uchiha Fugaku, his gaze fixed on the ground, scrutinized the throng of people, searching for any with a positive value. If none were found, he would take another step forward, kicking away the points at his feet, while igniting the path and buildings behind him. The dark flames roaring with vigor. "Thieves, surrender at once." From a distance, a sudden, fierce shout rang out, as a figure leaped across the rooftops, swiftly approaching the Susanoo. Following the sound, the fiery orange Susanoo slowly turned, its visage resembling a fearsome, dignified Tengu, with eyes aglow like flickering flames. Fixating on the approaching figure clad in black, it observed his movements without defense. Moonwalk. The figure in black, treading upon the air, ascended into the sky. Raising his right arm, fist clenched, muscles swelling, nearly straining against his tailored suit. Armament Haki. The armament Haki enveloped his right arm, gradually staining it a deep black, akin to metal, glinting subtly under the sunlight. Having previously witnessed the armament Haki of Carp and Doflamingo, Uchiha Fugaku felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing it again. This skill, capable of enhancing both attack and defense, left a profound impression on him, for it could breach the chakra armor of the Susanoo. "I must give it my all." With a solemn expression, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, a surge of ocular power directed towards the Susanoo, solidifying its form. Composed of pure chakra and ocular energy, the Susanoo emanated a weighty sense of oppression into the surroundings. With a swift stride and a twist of the waist, the figure turned, raising a fist to strike down upon the man in the black suit. "Die!" The man in black roared, employing both the moonwalk and the shave technique, instantly traversing a distance to evade a punch from Susanoo. He arrived at the center of Susanoo's brow, delivering a powerful blow imbued with the color of armed Haki. The pitch-black fist magnified within the pupil, hurtling towards his visage. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Fugaku's mind raced, a carousel of thoughts flickering within. I am about to exit the stage. By the heavens, am I truly the first to leave? To think I would depart before my son. What has become of my dignity as a father?" Suddenly, the carousel of thoughts came to a halt, and Uchiha Fugaku's gaze hardened with resolve. "I must struggle a bit longer, endeavor to sustain my injury, and not exit the stage." Crack! How could it be so close? Lost in thought, the pitch-black fist had already made contact with Susanoo's surface. A realization struck. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened as he recalled his waning authority. "There is something crucial I seem to have forgotten." His expression turned grave. A few seconds later, Fugaku maintained a stoic demeanor, gazing beyond the transparent barrier, observing the astonished expression on the face of the man in black as he slowly descended towards the ground. "How is this possible?" The man in black shouted in disbelief, plummeting downward. He could hardly fathom that his years of training in armed Haki had failed to inflict any harm upon his adversary. What a joke! Finally remembering the crucial detail he had overlooked, Uchiha Fugaku shouted louder than the man in black, his rage seemingly igniting Susanoo, enveloping it in an ethereal glow. How could I have been so earnest only for it to result in a mere fade? This is absurd. The level of my previous seriousness is now matched by my current fury, a mixture of indignation and perhaps a hint of embarrassment. For it is indeed quite mortifying to forget that one is merely a shadow clone, engaged in a monologue. In any case, Uchiha Fugaku's combat prowess surged dramatically. With a single palm strike, he sent the man in black, who had yet to touch the ground, soaring away, accompanied by a sharp sound of air splitting. The man flew like an unbridled arrow into a nearby building, the force of his high-speed trajectory collapsing the structure and burying him beneath the debris. Amaterasu. Uchiha Fugaku no longer held back, disregarding the implications of positive or negative values, launching a full-scale assault. The denizens of the pirate realm, perhaps lacking countermeasures, exhibited almost no resistance to illusions, rendering them utterly susceptible. Thus, Shursui maneuvered effortlessly among the crowd, even finding leisure to observe Uchiha Fugaku's situation. It appears the clan leader is quite enraged. After eliminating a nefarious individual, Shursui instinctively sought to converse with Itachi, only to discover his inability to access the group chat. Alas, I am but a shadow clone, bereft of a group chat. How unfortunate, Shursui lamented, as he swiftly executed the body flicker technique, wielding his serpentine blade with grace, dispatching the nearby soldiers in one fluid motion. Onward to the next area. With a reverse grip on his knife, Shursui advanced along the stone path, only to find his way obstructed by three imposing figures clad in black suits. It appeared that his progress was temporarily halted. Once more, a windmill-like pattern manifested within Shursui's pupils as he reversed his grip on the short blade, positioning it before his chest. Chafe. In an instant, the three black-suited figures vanished, prompting Shursui to lift his toes, pressing his heels against the ground, his body leaning slightly backward. With a swift motion, the ground erupted into a circular vortex, dust swirling as Shursui's form abruptly disappeared. In the next heartbeat, the three black-suited men reappeared where Shursui had just stood, their armored fists imbued with haki, crashing down onto the stone pavement. Boom. The ground shattered, debris scattering in all directions. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. On the roof of a building to the left, Shursui formed the tiger seal, releasing three ferocious fire dragons, their fangs bared, lunging towards the trio in black. Chafe. The three men, displaying remarkable coordination, evaded in three separate directions, with one fire dragon plunging into the earth, erupting in a burst of flames that surged outward. The first man, having just landed, heard a voice from behind him and, without hesitation, turned to deliver a punch. What a pity, you guessed wrong. The voice echoed again, as a blade arced toward the black-suited man's neck. Clang. Chapter 119, In Pursuit of Intelligence. The blade barely grazed the dark neck, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Unfazed by the failed strike, Shursui promptly utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from sight. He anticipated my attack. Could it be observation haki? In the narrow passage between two buildings, Shursui leaned against the wall, feeling unsurprised. Mary Geos, the headquarters of the world government, was home to a formidable security detail, a fact not lost on him. The purpose of sending shadow clones to assault Mary Geos was to draw out the strongest members of the security team, not necessarily to uncover their secrets, but at least to gain some insight. Given the current circumstances, the plan was remarkably successful. In a matter of minutes, the adversaries had transitioned from mere ordinary individuals to wielders of both armament and observation haki. Yet, Shursui pondered, does mastery of both forms of haki truly qualify one as strong? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he sensed that the three men did not seem particularly formidable. A sound reminiscent of a high-speed object slicing through the air echoed, as three imposing figures clad in black suits abruptly emerged in the narrow corridor, two flanking either side, while the third hovered in midair, enclosing their target from three directions. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, murmured Ji Shui, recalling a colloquialism he had recently learned, as he formed a hand seal and initiated the shadow clone technique. Wisps of white smoke ascended, and two shadowy duplicates materialized beside him, each fixing their gaze upon the three suited figures. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, the black-suited men found themselves ensnared within an illusionary realm. The spark in their pupils extinguished, and their bodies fell forward towards Ji Shui, propelled by inertia. With a swift motion of his blade, he dispatched all three. However, upon raising his gaze, he discovered that the eaves of the buildings flanking the corridor were teeming with more black-suited figures. Goodness, how terrifying! Ji Shui exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, prompting the figures atop the rooftops to spring into action. Finger gun. A torrent of air bullets rained down upon him like a deluge. Naturally, Ji Shui could not remain stationary to absorb the onslaught. He executed a rapid sidestep to the left and darted into the spacious street beyond. As for why he refrained from utilizing the Susanoo for defense, it was simply because he could not reveal all his formidable techniques, reserving some powerful skills as trump cards. Do not let him escape. Pursue. At the command, the sound of swift movement filled the air as the black-suited figures surged after Ji Shui. Finger gun, gale foot, iron fragments. A barrage of air bullets and slashing strikes were unleashed upon him. Ji Shui continued to evade in various directions, yet with each maneuver, a black-suited assailant would swiftly close the distance and launch an attack. Caught amidst a flurry of assaults from a cadre of skilled practitioners of the six styles, Uchiha Ji Shui found himself in a precarious situation, the relentless onslaught leaving him preoccupied with evasion and defense. The physical prowess exhibited by individuals from the pirate realm generally surpassed that of their counterparts in the Naruto universe, placing Ji Shui at a distinct disadvantage in close-quarters combat. Nevertheless, Ji Shui was not entirely overwhelmed. While the black-suited adversaries excelled in physical confrontations, their resistance to illusions remained as abysmal as that of any other. As long as Ji Shui continued to evade and ensure he remained unscathed, he could gradually draw his enemies into the realm of illusion, one by one. However, his foes were not without intelligence. Upon witnessing several of their comrades inexplicably collapse, the remaining individuals deduced that Ji Shui was a user of a devil fruit ability. The conspicuous kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes further heightened their wariness, prompting them to avoid direct eye contact with him. A straightforward yet effective countermeasure posed a slight challenge for Ji Shui. With his initial tactic rendered ineffective, he resorted to alternate forms of illusion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi found himself surrounded by adversaries, yet he was not beset by attacks. The inky flames radiating from him acted as a formidable deterrent. Anyone daring to approach was met with a single piercing gaze, only to be engulfed by the black flames, incinerated utterly, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Certainly, there are those who, endowed with the keen perception of their surroundings, manage to evade the searing black flames of Amaterasu through swift movement, approaching the side of Uchiha Itachi. However, while they could elude the flames, they were powerless against Tsukuyomi. After all, the moment their gazes locked, the ocular technique was already activated. Since Itachi could replenish his ocular power rapidly by purchasing certain items from the shop, he discarded his previously meticulous combat style in favor of a lavish approach, wielding his ultimate techniques as if they were mere commonplace skills. Consequently, the combat style of his shadow clones mirrored that of the original, eschewing any notion of conservation. With Tsukuyomi controlling the battlefield and Amaterasu launching attacks, as long as the speed of his opponents did not surpass his own, Itachi remained invincible. The other two individuals found themselves ensnared by the flying thunder god technique, akin to prey caught in a hunter's net, utterly devoid of resistance. With an ample supply of chakra and an abundance of kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, Minato Namikaze became the reaper of souls on the battlefield, harvesting life after life. As time passed, the number of kunai scattered across the arena increased, and the net woven by Minato grew wider and denser, symbolizing his escalating menace. While those ensnared became fewer, those who managed to survive under Minato's relentless assaults were formidable in their own right, for the time being. Without resorting to more powerful techniques, Minato found himself at an impasse against them. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, maintaining his assault frequency while awaiting the arrival of other powerful allies from Mary Joie. Speaking of Obito, the holy land of Mary Joie spans a vast area, and chaos in one zone is unlikely to disturb another. Thus, while security in other regions of Mary Joie was heightened, they remained relatively tranquil. Unlike others who attracted attention by causing disturbances in the streets, Obito stealthily navigated to another area, infiltrating the residence of a celestial dragon and subjugating its inhabitant. Along with others within the house, connecting to the Kemui dimension, he released his 5 original bodies. Obito's shadow clone utilized spatial movement to join another group engaged in mischief, striving to gather intelligence. Within the residence, Obito and his companions began to select the roles they wished to assume, simultaneously interrogating the celestial dragon for information. Although Nagato had gleaned some insights about the Holy Land of Mary Joie from reading Doflamingo's memories, it was evident that Doflamingo had departed from Mary Joie long ago, and his knowledge was rather limited. Thus, it was imperative to question a celestial dragon who had resided in Mary Joie for many years to obtain foundational information about the area, thereby preventing unnecessary complications, such as mistakenly assassinating a celestial dragon in the wrong room, inadvertently disturbing a powerful individual, and triggering a cascade of unforeseen events. However, misfortunes abound, and the quest for information has proven exceedingly arduous. A celestial dragon who has resided in Mariewa for decades remains woefully ignorant of the place, unable to recall even the residences of other noble families, save for the one indelible truth, the esteemed nature of the holy land of Mariewa, nestled among the flowers. Chapter 120. White Absolute. Do I exude the aura of a puppeteer? In the depths of the holy land of Mariewa lies a spacious room, adorned with simple yet opulent decorations. In the center, a few pieces of furniture are positioned, subtly revealing luxury amidst understated elegance. Humph. The elderly man with voluminous curls sat in a lavish chair, snorting disdainfully as he pounded the armrest, his words dripping with palpable ire. This is an utter disgrace. How dare anyone intrude upon Mariewa with such impunity? Across a small round table sat a bald elder in a bathrobe, cradling a knife in his arms, speaking with a menacing undertone. The last time, it was Fisher Tiger who infiltrated to rescue slaves. This time, someone has trespassed to wreak havoc. They treat this place as if it were anything less than Mariewa. Indeed, the bald man with a mustache concurred, asserting that those audacious enough to commit such acts must face a grim lesson to deter others. An elderly man with long white hair and a beard added his agreement, suggesting that they contact Sengoku for reinforcements, emphasizing the urgency of quelling the chaos. As they spoke, all eyes turned to the only silent figure, a middle-aged man with golden hair. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he promptly reached for the phone bug and dialed a number. Moments later, the phone bugged on glasses, his braided beard appearing as he spoke in a calm tone. Hello, this is Sengoku. What is the matter? Sengoku, Mariewa has been attacked. Send a general for support. The golden-haired elder commanded succinctly. That won't do. Sengoku's tone suddenly became flippant. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders furrowed their brows. The golden-haired elder rebuked. Do you comprehend what you are saying, Sengoku? Of course, hee. The phone bug replied playfully. The generals are quite busy. No time. That flippant tone only deepened the frowns of the 5 elders. The knife-wielding elder tightened his grip on the hilt, the clash of blade against sheath ringing out as he glared at the phone bug. You are not Sengoku. Caught red-handed. The phone bug stuck out his tongue. Where is Sengoku? The bald man with a mustache inquired. As if I would tell you, fool. The phone bug laughed peculiarly. The bald man, incensed, was about to retort when he noticed the phone bug's lips quiver as he blurted out. Sengoku has taken a crew to trouble the 4 emperors. The Navy headquarters is now a mere shell. Guess why Sengoku is seeking trouble with the 4 emperors? You have 3 chances. Is it you? The voluminous-haired elder posited. The telephone bug displayed a vacant expression. It was you, wasn't it? The curly-haired elder remarked. Although I am unaware of how you deceived Sengoku, managing to fool him indeed speaks to your prowess. Come now. I am not as formidable as you claim. The telephone bug responded, feigning modesty before revealing a mischievous grin. Yet it is truly commendable that you deduced it was I behind this. Following the words of the 5 elders, White Zetsu echoed their sentiments while harboring his own thoughts. Mr. Sengoku, I have resolved the issues within your organization. Do remember to increase my remuneration. Mahaha. The black-rimmed glasses and braided elder vanished, as the telephone bug's visage contorted into an inhuman form. Let me pose another question. Do you believe the recent assault on Mary Geos was mere coincidence, or was it orchestrated by someone? Speak, he demanded. You still have 3 opportunities. Constantly in the presence of Black Zetsu, White Zetsu and his companions had absorbed a hint of the essence of the puppeteer. They silently urged. Mr. Sengoku, increase my pay. You scoundrel. The 5 elders seethed with fury. Then came the 3rd inquiry. How many individuals do you suppose attacked Mary Geos? And what was their method? White Zetsu laughed maniacally. Ponder. Panic. Fear. That is precisely what I wish to witness. Hee hee. I shall watch quietly from the shadows, relishing your expressions of chaos and rage. After a display of bravado, the call was terminated, and the telephone bug slowly closed his eyes. Bang! The curly-haired elder smashed his fist into the wooden coffee table, his face contorted with rage. That scoundrel, I shall kill him. Do you know his name? Do you know his appearance? The elder with a blade remained composed, though his words betrayed his murderous intent. The curly-haired elder paused in his fury. As the balding elder interjected, what do you think? How much of his words were truth, and how much were lies? Who knows? The middle-aged man with golden hair seemed indifferent to the question. He rose and made his way to the door. I will ascertain how many usable personnel remain in Navy headquarters. You must find a way to quell the chaos within Mary Geos and contact Sengoku. As he spoke, the golden-haired elder had already reached the threshold. First, suppress the turmoil to avoid disturbing Lord Emu, the elder with the blade instructed. The other three nodded in agreement. And the balding elder added, I will call Sora and have him lead the troops to handle it. With the supreme commander of the world government, Steelbone Sora, arriving with a military force, the situation on the battlefield began to shift. The chakra stored in the shadow clones had nearly been depleted, and surrounded by a host of powerful adversaries, the clones swiftly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. With no casualties resulting from the explosion of smoke, searches were promptly organized. However, given the location of the Holy Land Mary Geos, a thorough search proved impossible, encountering obstacles at every turn. Steelbone Sora did not press the matter, and after a feigned search, he reported the situation to the five elders before leading his troops in retreat. Meanwhile, within the naval headquarters, in the office of the Grand Admiral, White Absolute sat in a chair, his elbows resting on the table, his hands supporting his chin, striving to maintain a serious demeanor, though his facade had already been compromised. He needed to inform his companions to retreat. White Absolute produced a cloth bag from an unknown source, using a twig to carry it, but after taking just a few steps, he paused, turning to fix his gaze on the telephone bug on the table. Ah, yes, he needed to inform Mr. Sengoku, to align their testimonies and also mention the matter of additional remuneration. After all, his performance had been so earnest that it would be unreasonable not to receive extra compensation. Returning to the desk, he made a call to Sengoku, recounting the previous events and successfully persuading Sengoku to increase the payment. In high spirits, White Absolute hummed a tune, transforming into an ordinary naval officer as he exited the Grand Admiral's office, proceeding to notify his companions of the retreat. With his skill in disguise, escaping the naval headquarters was executed with remarkable stealth. Shortly after White Absolute's departure, several vice admirals entered the rooms he had occupied, relieved to find them devoid of occupants. The vice admirals remaining at headquarters were also informed by Sengoku and were aware of certain developments. Chapter 121, White Absolute, the fearless tool on Jam Island. Sengoku observed the closed-eyed, drooping telephone bug, his expression inscrutable. A flash of light descended from the sky, transforming into Borsalino, who curiously regarded Sengoku and inquired, Mr. Sengoku, your expression seems rather peculiar. What troubles you? Nothing, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. There were some issues at work, but they have now been resolved. Thankfully, I hadn't yet submitted my resignation, otherwise, it would have been a wasted effort. How frightening. Borsalino's tone was oddly whimsical, tinged with a hint of mockery. It was hard to believe that Mr. Sengoku could make mistakes at work. A throbbing vein pulsed at Sengoku's temple as he adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. I'm human. Of course I can err. Taking a moment to chat, you seem rather relaxed. Have you completed your assigned tasks? Borsalino had become a store member half an hour prior and was tasked by Sengoku to clear out pirate crews, a mission aimed at accruing points. Not yet. Borsalino spread his hands in exasperation. The Tato Land Sea is vast, and the pirate crews are scattered. It's impossible to finish so swiftly. Tato Land comprises 34 islands, each hosting a certain number of pirates and chess pieces. The pirates on the islands could be dealt with relatively easily. However, the members of the pirate crews were not always confined to the islands. They also needed to set sail for various tasks, such as sea patrols and other missions. Those drifting in the vast ocean, whose positions could change at any moment, were the most challenging to manage. Upon hearing this, Sengoku took a deep breath, his chest swelling as he bellowed, What are you still doing here? Get to work. The strict Sengoku admonished Borsalino. who promptly transformed into a golden beam of light and shot into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Sengoku gazed at the hollow clouds illuminated by the beam and, for some reason, was reminded of the white Zetsu, perhaps due to their shared hue. He pondered whether the white Zetsu had managed to escape safely. He fervently hoped they were unharmed, clasping his hands in prayer. Given the stakes involved, his supplications were particularly earnest. In the Marine headquarters, the white Zetsu had successfully evacuated without any casualties. Moreover, 2 white Zetsu in Impel Down continued to impersonate Borsalino and Kazan, orchestrating the cleanup efforts, relocating injured guards to the infirmary, and moving the unconscious ones to their quarters, while repairing the damaged structures. As anticipated, before Borsalino, the white Zetsu, and Kazan, the white Zetsu, arrived, Whitebeard had already defeated Shiryu and Magellan, rescuing Ace along with a couple of acquaintances. Thus, the white Zetsu evaded a direct encounter with Edward Newgate and survived unscathed. Having navigated one perilous situation, they were now faced with another. After managing the affairs in Impel Down, they would undoubtedly have to return to the Marine headquarters. However, given their compromised position, their return would be akin to lambs entering the lion's den with a 50% chance of demise. Suddenly, the 2 white Zetsu's tense demeanor faltered, and they simultaneously thought of the same thing. Should they fall heroically, the black Zetsu would likely take great pleasure in their demise. After all, if a white Zetsu were to perish during the mission, the client would be required to compensate with a sum of 1,000 berries. They exchanged glances, their worries dissipating, emboldened as mere tools. As night descended, Mariehua remained tranquil and serene, seemingly untouched by the recent attack. Yet, the ruins of the damaged structures and the increased patrols spoke volumes about the reality of the assault. The celestial dragons, who consider themselves the noble descendants of creators, would never allow themselves any deprivation in terms of basic needs or pleasures. Their residences were grand estates, replete with prisons and vaults. These sprawling domains, staffed by numerous servants, provided an excellent cover for figures like Obito and his associates. In one of the many estates, the celestial dragons and a few frequent attendants had been subdued under Obito's control, rendering this estate entirely at his command. Inside the celestial dragon's chambers, an unnamed celestial dragon sat vacantly in a corner, cross-legged, holding a plate of fried rice, spooning it into his mouth in a daze. In the center of the room, a dining table laden with dishes surrounded by Obito and his companions. "The large bone meat is quite delectable," remarked Obito, squinting his eyes in admiration. Having endured a life of hardship in his youth, Nagato, who harbors no disdain for any food and is not picky in the slightest, nodded in agreement, affirming its deliciousness. Itachi, Shursui, and Fugaku also nodded in concurrence. Although the 3 hailed from illustrious families, they had not encountered many culinary delights that could rival the dish before them. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. In the perilous world of the shinobi, even the most prominent clans lived in an environment fraught with danger, where survival took precedence over the art of gastronomy, leading to a scarcity of gourmet cuisine. In contrast, Mariehua, as the headquarters of the world government, had seemingly faced only 2 crises over the past 8 centuries: a fire set by the fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger and the recent attack that had occurred just hours prior. With a relatively secure environment and the tyrannical celestial dragons, who would ruthlessly eliminate anything they deemed unpalatable, it was no wonder that exquisite food abounded in such a setting. Clink! Minato tapped his bowl, drawing the attention of the others. "Gentlemen, let us not merely indulge, share your experiences as well. I have gained nothing of note. My shadow clones exhausted their chakra." Fugaku replied nonchalantly as he twirled noodles around his fork. Throughout their time in Mariehua, the soldiers had never breached the defenses of Susanoo. "Who was the strongest adversary you encountered?" Minato inquired further. Fugaku gazed at Minato in confusion. "Is it necessary to remember those who failed to breach Susanoo's defenses?" Minato responded. "If they were mere fodder, there is indeed no need for recollection." While chewing on his meat, Obito mumbled, "Those I dispatched, can they truly be considered strong?" Minato retorted, "I sense a double meaning in your words, Obito." Nagato, cutting into his steak, interjected, "I did not participate in the battle." "Brother, if you did not take part, refrain from speaking," Minato chided. Shursui raised his fork, stating, "I encountered a multitude of taijutsu masters." He recounted his experience to Minato, describing how he was first besieged by a group of adept taijutsu practitioners, followed by an onslaught from a cadre of formidable taijutsu experts, and subsequently surrounded by an even larger group that wielded two types of haki. He had anticipated that his shadow clones would dissipate once their chakra was depleted, but instead, a burly man struck him in the abdomen with a powerful punch, causing his clones to shatter. Chapter 122, Kurizetsu. My sole focus is on wealth. That punch was incredibly forceful. Shursui touched his slightly swollen abdomen, his hand freezing momentarily, as if he had overindulged. Itachi continued Shursui's narrative, saying, I encountered a particularly formidable elder, whose armament haki was exceptionally potent. He possessed the ability to disperse the Amaterasu flames on his arm using an external technique, and his willpower was equally strong. Even after enduring torment from Tsukuyami, he remained invigorated. His features included a broad chest, a tawny complexion, and white hair and beard shaped like a mountain. He was impressively robust. I have also crossed paths with that elder. His observation haki is remarkably outstanding. Within the body of the Jinchuriki, Minato possesses an abundance of chakra, making him one of the most formidable among them, thus allowing him to endure longer and encounter the elder. Is he a well-rounded and exceptional warrior in every aspect? Quite a challenge indeed. As Satoru Gojo savored his fried noodles, he remarked, a comprehensive development signifies the absence of glaring weaknesses. To defeat such a person, one must wield greater power. After a brief pause, Minato and the others erupted with conversation. What the heck? Where did you come from? Why are you eating? Where did the dishes and cutlery come from? It seemed that three individuals had entered the room unnoticed. Wielding a fork speared into an octopus tentacle, Gojo stated, We owe our silent entrance to Ms. Gu Yi's magic, which allowed us to slip in without alerting anyone. The spells from another world are truly fascinating, Gojo mumbled, taking a bite of the octopus. Thank you for the compliment, Gu Yi replied gracefully, her elegant dining posture as she cut into her steak a delight to behold. She courteously nodded to Minato and the others, greeting them with a smile. Hello, I am Gu Yi, representing the pirate faction. Greetings, I am Minato Namikaze. And this is Itachi Uchiha. Minato introduced the members of his team. Hi there, my name is Satoru Gojo. As soon as Minato finished speaking, Gojo raised his right hand in an exaggerated wave, declaring, Feel free to call me Gojo-kun or Satoru-kun. After his self-introduction, Gojo instantaneously teleported beside Yuji Itadori, wrapping an arm around his neck as he introduced, This is Yuji Itadori, a vibrant 15-year-old high school student, currently seeking a girlfriend. Teacher Gojo. I'm not really looking for a girlfriend at the moment, Itadori corrected, momentarily pausing his meal as he seemed to grasp certain nuances. Teacher? Minato and the others exchanged glances at Gojo, their expressions subtly questioning. He certainly did not embody the typical demeanor of an instructor. What brings you here? With the introductions concluded, it was time to discuss matters at hand. Nothing much, Gojo shrugged. I'm merely a spectator enjoying the show, passing through on my travels. Gu Yi raised her camera, remarking, The scenery of the Shambadi archipelago is exquisite. Would you like to see? This unexpected revelation elicited curious expressions from Minato and the others, who had anticipated that both factions were solely focused on gathering points, only to discover that one of their own was merely loafing about. The most alarming aspect was that the idler belonged to their own camp. May there be more loafers in the Navy faction. Hands clasped in prayer, after a 3-second prayer, Minato and the others sipped their sweet fruit juice, maintaining a stoic demeanor as they refrained from alcohol in the presence of outsiders. Amidst the enemy camp, the group engaged in discussions regarding their subsequent plans. Obito, are we going to act tonight? There seem to be quite a few patrolling outside. Nagato, what does it matter how many patrols there are? The shadow clones execute their assassination mission, and even if exposed, it bears no consequences. Itachi inquires, how many celestial dragons must we eliminate? Shursui replies, 5, 1 for each. There are not many celestial dragons. We must conserve our resources. Minato and his companions devise a straightforward plan. Once the celestial dragons are assassinated, the world government will undoubtedly bolster defenses around Mariewa, allowing them to continue eliminating the celestial dragons and purging the malevolent from their ranks, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Minato states, the operation begins at 9. The others respond in unison, understood. After dinner, Minato and his team conserve their energy. Gu Yi peruses scenic photographs on his camera. Yuji Itadori and Satoru Gojo, both under the influence of a cognitive impairment spell, meander through the estate. This setting serves as a veritable breeding ground for curses. Gojo observes the prison within the estate, remarking that curses are merely the overflow of humanity's negative emotions. The negative sentiments in Mariehua are overwhelming. Should conditions favor the birth of a curse, the resultant curse would undoubtedly be terrifying, perhaps even surpassing Sukuna, the king of curses, who merely functions as a unit of measurement. Sukuna then interjects, expressing a contrary opinion. The cursed energy might exceed mine, but it certainly pales in comparison to my strength. Gojo, with a light chuckle, gazes at the mouth on the left cheek of Itadori. Teasingly asks, "So confident are we?" Upon uttering those words, Sukuna withdraws, ignoring Gojo's further inquiries. Disappointed by the lack of answers, Gojo shakes his head and leads Itadori to another area. As they depart, Itadori lingers a moment, gazing at the prison housing the slaves, his good-hearted intentions evident. Wishing to aid them, "I have no objections to your desire to rescue them, but you must choose an opportune moment," Gojo advises, raising his right index finger. A time when Mariehua is too preoccupied to attend to other matters, allowing the slaves to escape successfully. Upon hearing this, Itadori looks at Gojo in astonishment, his expressive eyes seemingly conveying, "How did you know what I was thinking? Young man, your expression is quite readable." Gojo gently pats Itadori on the head. Itadori, puzzled, tugs at his left cheek, questioning, "Is my expression that easy to read?" Time drifts by as the two continue their leisurely stroll. The moon hangs high in the starry night sky, a sight obscured in the neon-lit cityscape. Gojo and Itadori gaze upward, appreciating the beauty, while Gui raises his camera to capture the moment, and Minato and his team, armed with knives, head out to claim lives. In the daylight, Minato leaves flying thunder god marks everywhere, vanishing in an instant. Obito trails closely behind, utilizing space-time manipulation to leap to their target. The remaining four, lacking space mobility skills, dutifully employ transformation techniques to disguise themselves as patrollers, proceeding to other areas. Simultaneously, Kurizetsu also takes action. It was previously mentioned that Black Absolute was monitoring nearly all of the celestial dragons in Mariehua. Therefore, from the moment Watergate and others took residence in the celestial dragon's manor, they were already under Black Absolute's scrutiny. It did not take long for Black Absolute to receive news of Watergate and his companions' movements. They awaited the opportunity to inherit the unfortunate celestial dragon's legacy and empty the treasure vaults brimming with rare and extraordinary treasures. Is earning points significant? Not particularly. Making money holds greater importance. Chapter 123. Black Absolute's rivals are about to emerge. The primary role of conventional ninjas is to serve their lords with secret strategies, sabotage, assassination, gathering intelligence from enemy front lines, and disrupting enemy support bases. In the realm of Naruto, ninjas are an enhanced version of the conventional kind, wielding extraordinary powers. Their nature is somewhat akin to mercenaries, with a broader scope of work that encompasses everything from trivial tasks like cat-catching and babysitting to grand affairs such as eliminating bandits and toppling nations. Assassination, of course, is one of their specialties, not to mention the Umbu from the 5 great shinobi villages, officially known as the Special Tactical Assassination Force. Assassination can almost be considered one of the hallmark skills of a ninja. Utilizing their extraordinary powers, the methods of assassination are numerous, with the Uchiha clan's ninjas being particularly suited for such tasks. Their formidable genjutsu renders the assassination process as smooth as silk, even in the face of unexpected complications. Most situations can be dealt with silently and effortlessly. For instance, at this very moment, at the entrance of a manor, a patrol team of 8 passes by. One of the members in a black suit suddenly breaks away from the team and strides toward the manor's iron gate. The iron gate resembles the typical gate seen in film and television dramas, adorned with a plethora of extravagant decorations, lacking in defensive capability, yet visually appealing. The remaining members of the patrol team disregard the actions of the individual in black and continue along the street. The indifference of the patrol team does not extend to the guards stationed at the manor's entrance. Along the tightly shut iron gate, 10 guards stand at intervals of 2 meters. The guard nearest to the individual in black, armed and armored, observes the latter's actions and approaches to inquire. The other guards shift their attention to the figure in black, watching him closely. "Hey, who are you?" Before he could utter the subsequent words, the guard found himself entranced by the swirling 3 black tomo in the eyes of the figure in black. The spark of awareness in his gaze vanished instantaneously, leaving him in a state of stupor. Open the gate. The guard complied with the command of the individual in black, moving toward the iron gate and grasping one of its bars, preparing to push it open. Observing this, the other guards hastily approached the guard to inquire about the identity of the individual in black. The recent attack a few hours prior had left the security personnel in Mariewa on high alert. In mere seconds, the other 9 guards reached the side of the one who had approached the gate. "Hey, who is that person?" A vigilant gatekeeper inquired straightforwardly, gripping the fence. Upon hearing the question, he turned back, and a pattern resembling the Sharingan flickered in his pupils, followed by the release of an illusion. Moments later, 10 guards collaboratively pushed open an iron gate, allowing a figure clad in black to enter the estate. Half an hour later, the figure emerged, traversing the street into the distance. The following day, 3 pieces of news spread throughout Mariewa. Firstly, 5 celestial dragons were found dead in their homes, all victims of fatal stabbings, with their servants and guards taken away for questioning and investigation. Secondly, the treasures within the homes of the deceased celestial dragons had been completely looted, leaving their vaults utterly barren. Thirdly, an unknown assailant had attacked a patrol team, resulting in the deaths of over 300 individuals. Among these incidents, the assault on the patrol team was the first to be discovered. The patrol team, responsible for maintaining security, communicated with the command center every 15 minutes via communication devices, reporting on their status. The personnel within the command center diligently recorded these reports in forms. Consequently, should a team fail to report as scheduled, the staff could swiftly ascertain the situation. Upon realizing that a team had gone missing, the command center alerted other teams, yet this proved futile. The number of missing teams continued to increase, without any communication returning to the command center. The looting of the treasure vault was uncovered during the search of the estate as part of the investigation. By the time the 3 incidents circulated through Mariewa, evening had descended. In a temporary hideout, Watergate and his companions exchanged glances, pondering the identity of the perpetrator behind the looted treasure vault. Watergate turned his gaze toward Obito and the others. The Uchiha Obito, possessing an expansive personal storage space, quickly proclaimed his innocence, stating, "It was not I. I do not even know where the treasure vault is. How could I have looted it?" The others shook their heads in agreement, echoing similar sentiments. This implied that apart from their group, there were other members within Mariewa. Wataru noted, it could also simply be a common thief. Upon hearing this, Watergate and the others instinctively focused their attention on him. "Do not regard me with such suspicion," Wataru retorted. "I would never stoop to such despicable thievery." Despite wearing an eye mask, Wataru could still perceive the disapproving glances from Watergate and the others. "It must be someone else from outside our group." Watergate and the others averted their gazes, opting not to debate the issue with Wataru, instead shifting to practical matters. Watergate remarked, "If it is indeed a member of our group, that suggests the items in the treasure vault are valuable. Before we eliminate any celestial dragons next time, we must ascertain the vault's location and inspect its contents to determine their worth." Obito replied, "Understood, Sensei, I will remember that." Jisue added, "We must also inquire how to access the vault." Obito responded, "It matters not. It is merely a door, and I can easily overcome it." Itachi interjected, "But it can obstruct us." The competition against Kurizetsu was about to commence. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. The Sabaody Archipelago, known to pirates as the Island of Failure and the Island of New Beginnings, serves as a crucial waypoint on the journey to the New World. Whether it be merchants and nobles pursuing legitimate routes through applications to the world government, or pirates and others unable to traverse the formal paths seeking passage to the New World, all must land on the Sabaody Archipelago to temporarily regroup. The formal route requires awaiting approval, while the informal path necessitates the completion of ship preparations. Consequently, the island becomes a melting pot of diverse individuals, including pirates and merchants from various seas and the early segments of the Grand Line, as well as bounty hunters drawn by the allure of piracy, residents of the archipelago, and station Navy personnel. Additionally, due to its proximity to Mariewa, the island serves as a significant avenue for the celestial dragons in their quest for slaves, resulting in numerous slavers roving the area in search of valuable targets. In summary, the Sabaody Archipelago is a chaotic and perilous place. Yet, for certain individuals, it is a veritable paradise. Pirates who have survived the trials of the early Grand Line are often ruthless, with each one a force to be reckoned with. Their worth measured in negative values. On the first day of the event, the three legendary ninjas from Konoha arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, swiftly amassing approximately 2 million points within just an hour, securing the third, fourth, and fifth positions on the leaderboard. Tsunade, incensed, berated her comrades for their lack of ambition, incredulous that a mere 2 million points could attain third place. "I suspect you are mocking me." In her fury, Tsunade inadvertently shattered 2 pirate ships, leading to a significant increase in their score. Tsunade, damn it. Chapter 124. Fifth day of the event. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and before long, it is the 5th day of the event. On the first day, the members began to descend into the world of pirates. Minato and his companions coordinated an assault on the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, spending half a day uprooting the Don Quixote family, before hastening towards the holy land of Mariewa. Whitebeard single-handedly stormed Impel Down, defeating all guards within approximately 30 minutes to rescue Ace. White Zetsu led reinforcements to clean up the aftermath at Impel Down. Deidara bombed the formidable 3-masted ship, while Moria retreated in defeat. Sengoku rallied his forces to meet with Hashirama and others as they set course for Totland, arriving at the Cake Island by evening. Meanwhile, Minato and his companions launched an attack on the holy land of Mariewa. The 3 ninjas reached the Sabaody archipelago, rapidly climbing into the top 5 in score. Satoru Gojo, accompanied by Yuji Itadori, enjoyed a spectacle in Mariewa before wandering the Sabaody archipelago, where they encountered the Ancient One and joined Minato's group for a meal. That night, Minato and his companions executed a covert assassination of the Celestial Dragons. On the second day of the event, Uchiha Madara and Charlotte Linlin were engaged in a fierce battle, with most of the pirate crew's officers captured, while the remaining ordinary members largely succumbed to the depths at the hands of Palyasolino. A few officers and regular crewmates were absent, undertaking missions. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, disinterested in mere pirate scores, were diligently eradicating gangs and slave-capturing teams within the Sabaody archipelago. Teams from Sunagakure and the Akatsuki arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, tasked with intercepting reinforcements headed to Mariewa. News of the conflict between the pirate crew and the navy spread across the world. The Gorosei dispatched envoys to Whole Cake Island with the intent of recalling Sengoku and others. Palyasolino, White Zetsu, and Kazan, White Zetsu, leapt into the sea on their return journey, their fates uncertain. The clown buggy, disguised as a marine, successfully escaped from Impel Down and infiltrated the Navy headquarters. That night, Minato and his companions eliminated 2 celestial dragons, selling all items from 2 treasure vaults to the system marketplace, dividing the proceeds among themselves. Unable to seize a bargain, Black Zetsu resorted to self-sufficiency, engaging in a spree of murder and robbery. On the third day, Moria discovered a personal terminal and became a member. Whitebeard led his pirate crew to Fishman Island to avoid the turmoil, with no intention of participating in the faction war. Some remnants of the pirate crew were captured, causing the rankings of the 3 ninjas of Konoha to plummet to the 7th, 8th, and 9th positions. Overnight, more than half of the celestial dragons were either dead or injured, and over 80% of the treasure vaults were looted, with Black Zetsu fleeing from Mariewa. The world government was enraged, issuing a bounty for this individual, whose name and visage were omitted, save for a staggering bounty of 10 billion. The details of this incident were published by Morgans, resonating throughout the world. Ethan, Steve, and Buggy arrived at the Sabaody archipelago to hunt pirates. On the 4th day, Charlotte Linlin was defeated, and the entire pirate crew was captured, temporarily detained on Whole Cake Island under the watch of Zephyr and Crane, leading a marine contingent. Sengoku and his group, along with Hashirama, rushed towards Wano. The celestial dragons were concentrated and heavily guarded, making assassination attempts challenging. Minato and his allies launched a strong assault, with the remaining members of the Akatsuki and the Sunagakure team joining the fray. Minato utilized the shadow clone technique, dispatching hundreds of clones to various locations to rescue the imprisoned slaves, dealing with any that bore negative values. Once over 90% of the slaves had escaped from Mariewa or reached its periphery, previously inaccessible area of effect skills were unlocked. Deidara soared into the sky atop 2 colossal dragons, unleashing a torrent of bombs upon the ground below, with countless explosions transforming Mariewa into a blazing inferno, thick smoke billowing skyward. Nagato ascended into the air, eyes closed, silently gathering chakra. Amid the chaos created by Deidara, Obito drew each temporary ally into the Kamui space before making his escape. As Obito fled, one of Deidara's shadow clones continued to command the two dragons, while another clone hurled a barrage of 30 bombs. Bloom. My art. Huh. Bang. 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 Amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars echoing through the heavens, flames of searing intensity surged forth, rapidly expanding and mercilessly reducing all in their path to mere ashes. Akin to a gluttonous demon ravenously consuming everything in sight, the billowing smoke ascended like a tempestuous sandstorm, while blossoms of fire in hues of gold and crimson erupted with a captivating allure, cascading through the sky like a meteor shower descending upon the earth. How splendid! Deidara, entranced, gazed dreamily at the unfolding spectacle. In the air, with chakra sufficiently amassed, Nagato opened his eyes and thrust his arms outward. Shinra Tensei. The unparalleled force radiated from Nagato, swiftly spreading in all directions, instantly obliterating Deidara's two shadow clones into wisps of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the flames were extinguished. Rocks were pulverized, the ground was shattered, and the soil was forcefully displaced, swirling outward. The rising dust enveloped Mariehua like an all-consuming storm, obscuring the view of its inner sanctum. After unleashing his devastating attack, Nagato did not linger but soared towards the Sabaody archipelago. Would he remain idle, waiting to be confronted? After a while, the dust clouding Mariehua was whisked away by the wind, revealing the remnants of what was once a beautiful and opulent town, now replaced by a stark landscape of deeply sunken crimson earth and the ruins at the edges of these depressions. 3 hours later, newspapers showcasing the complete destruction of Mariehua and Nagato's magnificent display of Shinra Tensei were dispatched worldwide by News Coup. The rampage against the world government's headquarters had become common knowledge, save for a few regions where information lagged. On the 5th day, which is today, amidst the vast ocean, a charming caravel sailed serenely. Upon the deck, 2 deck chairs were arranged beside a white-painted wooden round table, on which rested 2 glasses of beverages. Wow! Mu Yang exclaimed in astonishment while perusing the newspaper. The news of recent days was increasingly sensational, igniting his anticipation for tomorrow. I have a question, Bayacha interjected. Seemingly unconcerned with the newspaper's headlines. Why are we on a ship? Isn't spatial movement sufficiently convenient? Do you know, Bayacha? Mu Yang replied, his expression turning serious. A ship can give birth to a ship spirit. A ship spirit? Bayacha inquired, puzzled. Indeed, a ship spirit, Mu Yang elaborated. It is said that a ship's spirit is born from the camaraderie and care of its crew for the vessel. When a bond of intimacy is forged to a certain degree, the ship can transform into a figure clad in a raincoat, wielding a wooden mallet. At this, Bayacha realized, so, you wish to nurture a beautiful ship spirit with fair skin, graceful demeanor, and ample curves. No, Mu Yang corrected expressionlessly. I merely recalled this matter and thought to share it with you. I had no intention of nurturing one. Bayacha,